351st chapter A Step in Place? Lift Yeatley. Most people can think of as Yeatley Science Center, Yeatley U.S. Art Museum and the General Motors Corporation headquarters to fall two such iconic buildings that represent also the Yeatley city, the most prosperous area in the center. And there is actually a more prosperous area in the southeast of the city center, which is the new center with George Square as the core apex novel. Speaking of this new center, after the fact, when blacks continue to surge through Yeatley urban areas, due to the rising crime rate, the Iraqi Terry whites, in order to pursue a stable and secure life, continue to flee the urban Yeatley formed. In the beginning, it was just a large piece of land purchased by a real estate speculator from New York to build some low-quality houses, which was specially rented to those white people who had escaped from Yeatley but had no other place to live. Over time, due to the cheap housing prices here, the environment and climate are very good, and at the same time they are far away from black people who commit crimes, so more and more white people are fleeing here. Later, the Bigwood family discovered the business opportunities here, so they forcibly bought it and built George Square here. Because the white people brought a lot of wealth, the Bigwood family and other big companies led the development here. The original inferior houses were torn down and replaced with large commercial streets and residential areas. Other white people heard the news, so it quickly became the new center of Yeatley. For a long time, George Square has been known as another white paradise outside Orlando, which means that there are very few black people here, but all this changed on April 12th, this morning, when people came to George Square from all directions. They suddenly found that there were a lot of black faces suddenly appearing here. There are thousands of these black people, both men and women. They shouted protest slogans and held banners in their hands. They almost surrounded the George Square. These are according to Ziming, a black group who arranged to march here. The life of black people is also life. We can't let our compatriots die in vain under the guns of those damn white policemen. We must help our compatriots to shout, and we will never accept any form of discrimination. What is needed is an equal treatment. If the white police can bring us justice to the blacks, instead of treating us as dispensable second-class citizens, assaults on the police like Wood Street will not happen. There, black people are telling us. All the people passing by here expressed their emotions. They roared loudly, accusing the whole society of injustice. Since it was in another white colony second only to Orlando, and another important commercial area that is now emerging, the Yeatley police were immediately dispatched. In just a quarter of an hour, more than 1,000 people have gathered in George Square. A policeman completed the siege and confrontation of the black demonstrators. In the face of heavily armed police, the black demonstrators were not afraid. They approached the police and shouted, "You running dogs of the Federation, we have normal demands and power. What we want is a fair world without racial discrimination. It's not that we black people have to tremble on the street, facing the danger of being shot by white police at any time." On the roadside of George Square, a luxury car parked here. Ziming and Mayor Martin sat in the car. Ziming observed the situation on the square and said to Martin, "From the perspective of the flow of people today, the black parade resulting in wide passenger traffic decreased field of more than 80%, which is already more than enough, even if only for a day. I am afraid that is not necessarily a large family would sit still. After all, their current financial situation is not particularly good. They need cash flow." Ziming said that. Martin turned to say, "So then, I want him. They should be very hostile to you. They might put you on the throne from the mayor to pull down. You have to be ready." "I already know," Martin says. Zuxian Ming, "Since I decided to join forces with you, I was also ready to accept big revenge Wood family, but we really just want to be able to kill this big family with that's great." Ziming Martin patted the shoulder and said to him, "Now that city Mr. Long so trust me, then I guess I will not let you down. My next plan is ready. They should not have the opportunity to do what really of. George Square was named George, which was actually named after George, the patriarch of the Great Wood family. So when the demonstrations of the black community broke out here, The news of nature also spread back to Greatwood Manor as soon as possible. What? Those niggers actually went to George Square demonstrations go? Hearing this news, Wood was very surprised, because in his impression, the George Square built by his father was out of the city center. Usually, no black people would come, let alone a demonstration, so how could it be like this today? Would quickly think of the reason, definitely zooming that chop suey out of the idea. He knew George Square is our industry, let those who go there to protest the nigger. George was sitting in his chair at the moment, constantly flipping through the documents in his hand and said, according to the statistics of the statistics department, the losses in the square today due to the demonstrations will reach $5 million. Father Pro, I think just for the square itself, right? If the impact on the merchant will be greater. Wood says, so I ren why must not allow those guys in there. That George Square, what presumptuous. George looked at Wood and asked, my boy, what do you think we should do now? It's very simple. Now Mayor Martin and those black groups are supporting these actions. Then we just need to keep pressure on Martin, to force him to sever the relationship with Ziming. Then Ziming is alone. I don't believe he can make any waves in Italy, Wood said confidently. After listening to Wood's method, George shook his head dissatisfied. This made Wood a little surprised. Isn't his father planning to do it? George saw what Wood was thinking, and he said to Wood, actually, I'm not questioning your decision. After all, our Bigwood family is the largest family in Italy. We don't care about it with ordinary people at will. But this does not mean that we will not care about any provocation. Sometimes we need to fight back forcefully in the face of provocation, but how to fight back is what we need to consider. George thought for a while and then said, my child, I don't know if you still remember the story that I often told you when I was young, the story of our Bigwood family. Father, I certainly remember that when I was young. You told me that our family used to be a grassland. The shepherd in Shanghai started by selling wool and mutton. Wood said in a daze. He didn't understand what his father was talking about at this time. George nodded and took Wood's words. Yes, the shepherd's on the prairie, but you know, the prairie is usually full of dangers. If you don't pay attention, there will be wolves or wild foxes that will kill us or kill us. The sheep. Then do you think that when our ancestors encountered a wolf or a fox who was unkind to the sheep, what do you think should be done? Is it to scare away with a fright, or just pick up a shotgun and kill it directly? Of course it is. He was killed directly, because only in this way can the sheep no longer have any hidden dangers in one step. Wood replied. This answer also made him react. He then said, Father, I understand. What do you mean? Should we kill Martin completely? Right? Can we cause him a car accident, or a fire? George shook his head. As a nobleman, this method is too violent. In fact, we only need to invite Mr. Martin from the position of mayor to let everyone understand a little bit. This is our Bigwood family in Iraq. Terry is the authority, and no one can provoke it. Even if the mayor is not obedient, we can take it away at any time. Wood thought for a while and tentatively asked, then Father, we conclude Mr. Martin with the black people. The group, indulging black people to take to the streets to demonstrate in order to achieve their ulterior political goals exposed to the media, and then let him bear the pressure of public opinion, or resign himself, or wait to be impeached by the parliament. How about it? My child, it doesn't really matter how the method is. The important thing is that you think this method can be successful. That's okay. You must know that you are a child of the Bigwood family, so you can be born without paying attention to anyone here, and we have to do one thing. As long as we believe in our own methods, then with the energy of the family, we can make him. Do you know what I mean? George said. Wood nodded suddenly. I understand, my father. I know what to do. George smiled with satisfaction. Then go, my child. Whatever you want to do, you can go boldly. Even in Italy, in the whole of Michigan, our family will have no rivals. They are only the trouble that hinders you from becoming mature. Now, you only need to solve them. Don't be afraid of failure, because here, you won't have failure. If that is the case, my father, I think I can do better. Then, with George Wood instilled confidence and left the room. He then sent to check the contact Martin and those of the black community. After having conclusive evidence, he immediately called in the family's lawyer. I need to sue Martin, the mayor of Eatley, because he colluded with black groups to carry out demonstrations to achieve his own ulterior political goals. Therefore, I want to sue him. I want him to publicly inform all Eatley's people on TV. The voters apologize. I want him to ruin. Wood said. This lawyer is worthy of being the Queen's lawyer of the Bigwood family. Only hearing Wood say so, he immediately understood Wood's thinking. So legal division told Wood said, no problem, we can always fight this lawsuit, but in order to ensure that Mr. Wood can achieve the effect you want, my advice is, together with the government to prosecute, if the government pays to play in this lawsuit, we can say that this city government is spending taxpayers' money to pay for its innocence. How can such a government ensure its integrity and efficiency? This method allows Wood's eyes suddenly light up and said, no mistake, you are indeed the law of the family division. Your approach really is the best. Then do as you say so. So the very next day morning, a large Wood family law division to help Wood submitted to the court to prosecute the application, while Wood also set up a grand press conference, and said he will be at the press conference for the Inuit all voters in Lee seek justice. Chapter 352 The Power of Rumors? On the third day morning, Wood serve up a bunch very meaningful out the door Eatley court. A large family of Queen's lawyer told Wood at his side. They have just submitted an application for prosecution to the Eatley District Court, accusing Mayor Martin of instigating black associations to gather and demonstrate to achieve his political goals while serving as the mayor of Eatley. He asked Martin to publicly apologize in the media and compensate for the period all losses. Looked at his hand back to court enforcement orders. Wood face waves irrepressible smile. Dear Law, Mr. Division, I will give you additional pay more, because you gave me more happy. As long as this lawsuit now has this lawsuit, it will have a huge negative impact on Martin, and he has only one way to go. Legal side of the teacher smiled and said to him, very grateful to Mr. Sherwood, I think I was just doing its duty only. And Mr. Wood, the next press conference is also very important. Wood nodded with satisfaction and said, of course it is very important. After all, the litigation is very long. We need to let the media know as soon as possible. I really can't wait to see that Ziming becomes a lonely and helpless despair. Looks like it, Wood said with a very grim smile, because according to his original plan, he was going to teach Martin, and through this incident, told the whole Eatley that if anyone dared to join forces with Ziming, Martin would be the end. Even if he was the market long, he will not be let go. It is also to tell the future mayor of Eatley who he can never offend. Ziming Martin, a Chinese man and a nigger. I just want to tell everyone that my Bigwood family is the royal family of Eatley. In Eatley we have 10,000 ways to kill you. But you have nothing to do! Wood seemed to have seen that Ziming could not find a force to join forces in Eatley, and even when he arrived at a hotel, he dared not accept him. In the end, he could not even leave in despair. I really hope that day can come sooner, Wood said meaningfully. He would still think of that desperate situation. I'm afraid that fellow Ziming could only come to Wood Manor to visit and beg for mercy. At that time, I had to humiliate him severely. And then I didn't let him leave Eatley so easily. While thinking about these things in their minds, Wood and his lawyers came to a hotel not far from the court. They originally planned to hold a press conference here, but when they got here, they found out that the matter was with themselves. There was a big deviation in what I thought, because there was no press conference here, only two servants of the great Wood family were waiting. The young master is sorry. This press conference has been cancelled. The patriarch asks you to go back immediately, the two servants said when Wood came over. This made Wood feel very surprised. Wood couldn't believe his ears. He didn't understand why such a change happened suddenly. He immediately called his father back, only to get a simple reply in one sentence: something serious happened. Wood's first reaction was that Ziming and the others had other movements, but the Bigwood family has a lot of business. But what can be counted as a small demonstration? Even if George Square were to be abolished from then on, despite the huge losses, It was not completely unacceptable. He did not believe that the group of niggers really had that ability, so apart from this, Wood couldn't think of any other way they could threaten the family up. With full of doubts in his head, Wood hurried back, but when he returned, he realized that Ziming's imagination was far beyond what he could think of. Let time return to 7 o'clock in the morning, when Ziming and Mayor Martin came to the paging station in Taylor District, which is the name of the administrative district southeast of Wheatley and where George Square is located. Here, Ziming and Martin directly met with manager Tom, the person in charge of the paging station. As the road manager Tom also came, so Ziming and Martin to take a break in the lounge for a moment, drinking boiled coffee. Secretary Martin very uncertain and asked, Zuxian Ming, before you let me touch black, I can understand the group demonstrations in George Square. It can also have a very intuitive effect. But now we come to the paging station. Although Martin was only half of what he said, his meaning couldn't be more clear. Ziming assured him, it's okay for the demonstrations to create public opinion pressure, but when it comes to the real impact on the Bigwood family, it's difficult. But what we do now is different. I understand that if I were really affect the bank's financial order, it must be able to cause great blow to the Bigwood family. But now the problem is, are now doing really affect you? Martin asked. Face the question of Martin, but Ziming asked him, City Mr. Long, I'm curious what you think the reason cannot affect that. It's very simple. If it is just that simple to send a message to everyone, it can affect their decision. It is a little too brainless. In particular, we are targeting the Great Wood Bank, which is the best in our state. How can an influential bank be defeated by a message? I think if it were me, I would never believe it. Martin told Ziming. Apparently he couldn't understand Ziming's method. Ziming nodded and said, I believe that if the city is Mr. Long you will not believe. But the problem is that not everyone dozen people called Martin Taylor area as long as so many of them do not have a 2-1 believe is enough. Ziming went on to say, I think Mr. Mayor, you must have heard the story of the leader. Generally, the flock is a relatively loose organization, and each sheep is an individual. But when only one sheep moves in one direction, other sheep will follow without thinking, so this information is the same reason, as long as one person believes, I can trigger a large-scale run on the Bigwood Bank. Martin wants to say something, but at this time the lounge suddenly, the door was opened. Mr. Tom walked in and apologized and greeted Ziming and Martin. This was the person in charge of the Taylor District paging station that Ziming and Martin had been waiting for. After some greetings, Martin expressed his intentions under Ziming's signal. Hello, Mr. Tom. This time we came here hoping to borrow your paging station to help us publish a message widely. We hope that everyone's pager in the Taylor area can receive this message. Martin said, risk your death to reveal the amazing secrets of the Bigwood Bank. Great Wood Bank failed to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in losses. At present, the vault has no money to use and is on the verge of bankruptcy. You must withdraw your money before the bank goes bankrupt. This message is what Ziming is going to send through the paging station today. The Constitution is very skillful, because this is the method that Ziming came up with based on the ubiquitous and extremely objectionable spam rumors text messages of later generations. The purpose is to create the upcoming Great Wood Bank. Rumors of bankruptcy caused panic among all depositors, and a run on Great Wood Bank broke out. No bank can deal with this kind of run without preparation, let alone Bigwood Bank. You know, the Wood family was scammed nearly $100 billion because of the China Bank. Originally, the Bigwood family was not a family with strong financial strength. Therefore, once there is a run on his bank, even if there is only a run in one area, it will also have a very bad impact on his capital flow, and once the Bigwood family's funds have problems, it will be easy to deal with him later. It's just that even in the United States in this era, mobile phones are not only ubiquitous, and the current mobile phones are still very limited, so Ziming chose a pager with a higher penetration rate. Watching Ziming request for information sent by Tom immediately frowned. To see him like this, Ziming hurriedly said to him, I know that pager has an agreement to send advertising ban, but our profitability is not considered advertising, but a simple message. You can understand that I sent it to the wrong person, so it was sent to the pages of many other people." At the end, Ziming said with confidence, "Mr. Tom, I can tell you very responsibly that such information will never bring you any complaints." After listening to Ziming, but Tom shook his head. "I think this gentleman you could not see the problem seems too simple a little. Send the information. I may not get another user's complaints, but it will certainly be the Bigwood family retaliated against the subpoena. I don't know if you have taken this into consideration." "I'm sorry, this point I was not thinking, because I considered that, by that time, probably had a large family Wood is about to fall apart, which he can control this it." Ziming said. "You have to deal with Big Ames Wood family? Do you think it really possible?" Tom asked with disdain. Ziming forced the nod, and Martin then took Tom aside and advised him about it carefully. This Tom took a deep breath. "I understand. I think I have been convinced by you. But in general, in other words, if we want to carry out some special business, we will charge some special fees." "Of course it's okay. Mr. Tom just asks for the price." Tom smiled and said he knew Tom had these words, that this time they had to aim properly up. Then Ziming and Tom signed an agreement with the confidential nature of the payment of the costs associated with the future. Ziming and followed Tom. Martin came to their distribution center. Watched technician paging station will send out their message to every pager band in Taylor District. Mayor Martin and Mr. Ziming, all of your messages have been sent out, but because of the radio network, the signal is different from other personal pagers. At the same time, in order to avoid information congestion, we also use the technical means of segmented transmission. Therefore, it is normal for all citizens to receive the information at different times. Tom explained to Ziming and Martin. As the only paging station under the Northern Communications Company in Taylor District, I certainly have the most confidence in your technical methods, Ziming said to Tom, and he left the paging station building with Martin after speaking. It was only 8 in the morning. It's 8:30, which happens to be the working time for most people. So under the planning of Ziming, everyone in the Taylor District, whether on the bus or subway or in their own private car, their pagers rang almost at the same time. When they turned on, they all received exactly the same message. Ziming and Martin were standing on the side of the road. They watched all this. Ziming said to Martin, "Next, I will show you the power of rumors." Chapter 353, 2-in-1 means? As the information was sent through the group of paging stations, almost everyone in Taylor District received it, and as these people received it, some people hurriedly rushed to several branch offices of Bigwood Bank in Taylor District to withdraw money. People passing by came forward curiously and asked them what they were doing here. These people answered as expected, "Of course you are waiting in line to withdraw money. Didn't you receive the page message yesterday? It said that the Great Wood Bank was on the verge of bankruptcy, if we don't get the money out as soon as possible, and when Bigwood Bank goes bankrupt, then we won't have a penny." Do you really believe the news that I don't know where it came from? Bigwood the bank is the largest bank in Michigan and a large company controlled by the Bigwood family. How can it go bankrupt? I am afraid that the company you work for goes bankrupt, and he won't go bankrupt. Passers-by obviously didn't believe it. That's because you know too little. My friend worked inside the Great Wood Bank, but he left yesterday. Do you know why? Just because he knew that a previous investment by Great Wood Bank in California failed and let the bank I lost more than $100 billion US. 100 billion. This loss cannot be compensated unless you sell all the 3 major auto companies. The person waiting at the door said. Then he said, "Believe it or not, I am definitely going to withdraw my money. If this money is kept in the Bigwood Bank for 1 day, it will be dangerous for 1 day. I don't want my hard work and sweat. Money is cheaper for those capitalists." In the end, the people passing by left with suspicion because they had to go to work, but this scene was watched by Ziming and Martin, who were waiting on the side of the road. Martin happily said to Ziming, "It seems that we are lucky. This guy got the internal information, so he persevered in believing the information we sent. However, Ziming shook his head. I don't think it is necessarily. Or even if this guy has a friend who works at Bigwood Bank and told him about the loss of Bigwood Bank, we can't rely on such a person to drive a run on Bigwood Bank. Listening to Ziming's words, Martin felt very at a loss. My friend, I don't understand what you mean. Do you want to say that he is lying? Or do you want to say that he can't help me? In fact, what I want to say is that the poor tend to be better than the rich. Higher self-esteem. Ziming said, we can first assume that he does not actually have a friend who works in the Bigwood Bank. He will also say the same, because he will not admit that he received the pager message. He was cheated to withdraw money. That would make him feel very embarrassed and his self-esteem would be unacceptable. Ziming went on to say, so he will pretend that he has such a friend to show that he has got inside information and is superior. At the same time, he will give the best explanation for his behavior. Only this kind of person can he believe in the news we send. And in order to make others believe, they even make up a lot for other reasons. This will allow more people to join the run. Ziming said. Martin looked at Ziming in amazement. My God, Mr. Ziming, are you a professor of psychology? You know these people so clearly. Ziming just smiled and shook his head without answering anything, because the answer to this question is that Ziming was also one of these people, so he understood their thoughts so clearly. Back in the past life, all kinds of rumors were flying all over the internet. Unfinished in this chapter. Please turn the page. The internet is such an unprecedented freedom without any responsibility. In order to prove what they said, many people would add a sentence of my friend or my classmate, as if this would create facts. Convincing people, including Ziming himself, used this method to give examples when he was arguing with others on the internet. Not too later, with his rebirth, but also with the increase in their wealth there is status, only to find Ziming how ridiculous this approach. Also came to realize that not remember where seen saying, increase from poverty to affluence is not wealth is so simple, but you have to change your mind first. Like the workers in the factory, no matter how skilled your technique, before you call the shots and learn to be responsible for the management, you'll never far not become a true leader. Ziming looked up at those people and so on in front of the bank, told Martin. He who really believe the rumors, but this time it is their choice to do the right. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, and several branch offices of Bigwood Bank in Taylor District had already received a lot of money withdrawal customers. These people included not only ordinary people, but also financial personnel of several companies. The arrival of these people obviously increased the credibility of the news. Others passing by saw that the branch office of Greatwood Bank had already crowded so many people, and they all wanted to withdraw money. After all, they would rather be trusted. No, it's better to take out the money yourself than to put it in. What if the Wood Bank really goes down? If the big banks did not go bankrupt, Wood came after the great reload, well, not any what it lost. Their idea reality in the ordinary view is normal, that is, to save money. Withdrawals was originally one of the important functions of a bank, but now hundreds of banks are at the same time to do so. Let the banks is very difficult. After all, the bank's money has been invested, and it is basically impossible to collect it in a short time. Once such a run exceeds the limit that the bank can bear, it will explode. Not over. It may make sense to the average person, so they with this in mind, it is only for an hour, let all the big bank branch Taylor Wood area are packed with teller who, in the most popular places where people line up, they were all lined up on the street, and people who didn't know thought it was the bank that sent the money. Seeing such a situation, Martin's heart was relieved, because once the trend of running was formed, no matter whether the initial rumors were true or false, they are now settled. After all, regardless of any bank, most of his funds are used for investment. Therefore, the branch office generally does not put too much funds for one day's deposit and withdrawal. Generally, the large amount exceeds $100,000. You need to make an appointment, and more than $1 million in cash needs to be prepared a week in advance. The cash reserves of this branch can be imagined. That it is now, which run hundreds of people looking ahead, just take a few $1,000s a person to easily exceed the standard of. And if these people see that the bank is running out of money, their first reaction will definitely not think that the bank has reached the upper limit, but will think that the news they have received is true, and the Great Wood Bank is really going to go bankrupt. Otherwise, why would you run out of money? So he had more confidence will own the money taken out, so that large banks would caught in a vicious cycle. This is the current situation. When many people see that there are so many people in the Bigwood Bank branch office in Taylor District, many people think of going to other places to withdraw money, so they leave Taylor District and go to nearby counties. There are people who go directly to downtown Italy to withdraw money. These things reached Martin's ears, and he was immediately shocked. He gave unfinished chapter, please flip explanations thumbs up, he said, Zuxian Xingming, your character is really the same god, but still relying on a message to set off a run trend for Largewood family. I think they are now. I must regret making you angry. This is the whip of God, and give them the harshest punishment. Do not over Martin, but stopped short of saying the end, because he saw Ziming stood still cool. Interesting meaning of Ziming looked at him and asked, City Mr. Long, you do not really think that just by this will the run on the Bigwood Bank, the largest bank in Michigan, collapse? The questions for Martin at the time shocked, because he will think of since the Great Wood Bank was established more than a century, although no Chinese banks, Citibank and less famous, but also very experienced, more ups and downs. This event runs, there must be some experience in handling such things. And the most important point is that even though Bigwood Bank did lose nearly $100 billion in San Francisco, it does not mean that Bigwood Bank is really exhausted. As the core of the Bigwood family, he does it anyway. There will still be a certain amount of liquidity, too much to say, but at least tens of billions of funds can still be used. As for the current run, it is only caused by rumors. It may seem to be of a large scale, but in reality, it is very rare to have billions of dollars. It is still far from the bankruptcy of the Bigwood family. Distance. Not to mention that if the Great Wood Bank survives this run, everyone will find that it is a rumor, and then deposit the money back. It will only bring more depositors to the Great Wood Bank. Thinking of this made Martin unavoidably panicked. Mr. Ziming, what should we do now? Are we going to find a way to increase the current run wave? Ziming smiled and shook his head and said, according to the current financial order, a run, no matter how big the agitation is, it's the same. Mr. Mayor, don't really think that a run can cause the Great Wood Bank to collapse, or that all runs that can put the bank in desperation are just incentives, not the most fundamental reason. Then how are we going to do? Martin asked in a hurry. Ziming did not answer this, but asked the driver to drive to Yitley Securities Co., Limited on George Square. Ziming and Martin got out of the car and went to the securities company's lobby to sit down. Ziming pointed to the suspension in the front. The LED display tells Martin, the real things are there. Since it's finance, it would be too embarrassing if you don't need to use financial means. Martin stared in the direction pointed by Ziming. When I arrived at the Great Wood Bank stock, I immediately understood. Since the opening today, the stock of Great Wood Bank has begun to plummet. So far, his stock has fallen by more than 5 percentage points. This is a very huge loss for a large company like Great Wood Bank. Mr. Ziming, is this the financial means you are talking about? Martin couldn't restrain his excitement. Ziming this point the head and said, no, wrong. From the stock market opened today, and my family's company also has downs. Investors are crazy to sell Largewood Bank stocks to creating a stock market panic, and this is actually the original. It's nothing, but if a run is exposed when the stocks are falling, then Greatwood's losses will be solidified and the situation at Greatwood will be even worse. Martin shuddered unconsciously when he looked at Ziming, because he couldn't imagine that Ziming had prepared such a plan in just a few days. It was so terrifying. End of this chapter. 350th chapters. Hatred must report large wood. Father Pro, I do not understand why you want to temporarily halt my press conference. Obviously this conference is that you have agreed to, but also can be a good deterrent to all. But also imagine that rely Zuming to deal with our garbage guys. Wood returned to his villa, walked into his father George's room, and said dissatisfied that George didn't say anything about it, but threw a newspaper to him. Wood was a bit surprised. He took over George throw out the newspaper. When he saw the newspaper, the above news was immediately forced to rip off. His face stared. Bigwood bank run occurred on a large scale. How events will happen. This kind of thing. Could it be that Zuming that chopstick did something? George said to him, I think it would be better for you to read all the newspapers before speaking. Wood apologized a little embarrassingly, and then went on reading the newspaper. He was stunned again soon, but this time he learned to be smart and resisted speaking in a hurry. Instead, he said after reading the whole newspaper, Father Pro, I've read the whole newspaper, I only see the Bigwood Bank shares also plunged. Are these other Zuming to do it? According to city data obtained in the field, the big banks fell. Wood Downs started as a family that owned a number of investment companies to sell. Due later on trend of the message is open, the stock began a real plunge. George explained, as for the run, it was caused by a mass message on the paging station this morning, and it was what Zuming and Martin did when they went to the paging station in the Taylor district. Faced with this answer, Wood was stunned for the first time. He understands that the Tang family's selling of bank stocks would cause the stock price to fall, but he couldn't figure out a pager message with no more than 20 words. How could it be possible? What caused a large-scale run? Could it be that Zuming will have any special hypnotic magic? Otherwise, how could he manipulate the thoughts of so many people? How could these people act according to his script? But if these two things are separated, then the Bigwood family is certainly not afraid. But the current run aggravated the decline in the stock of Bigwood Bank, which in turn made the bank's situation more and more difficult. The more you think that Bigwood Bank is going to go bankrupt and carry out a more serious run, this has become a vicious circle. Damn it, it's really a good thing that Zuming bastard did. Wood scolded bitterly. Of course, after the scolding, Wood also said, but father, since that bastard Zuming did such a thing, we shouldn't even more. Is it right to retaliate against him? There is also Martin, that guy. Of course we should have to retaliate, but it's just a lawsuit. I think it's too cheap. And there is also the Tang family that we can take care of through this lawsuit. So I think it is necessary for us to change the method. George looked up and asked Wood, is there any way you can repay all the trouble they caused us? Wood thought about this and wanted to answer, if you can, I really want to sell out all the shares in China banking we have now. My child, why is this not possible? We don't seem to have signed any agreement. We want to guarantee the ownership of these shares, right? Besides, since they don't care about Bigwood Bank, we also don't have to care about China Bank. This has nothing to do with the size of the bank. It is just a logic of thinking. We want to go to hell, but can't let China Bank remain in heaven. Happy in here? George said to Wood. That's right. But it is $80 billion of shares after all. If they are all thrown out at once, I am afraid that the market will find it difficult to withstand such a huge impact. The shares will definitely shrink by then, and we can leave it alone. The life and death of Tangren Bank, but the problem is that our own losses will be very large. Even if it is only part of the sale, it will have a very serious impact. Wood said. George reminded him, I think you have misunderstood something. I didn't say that we are going to sell it all now. We can call him and threaten him first. If he does not submit and reaches our endurance limit, then we will take care of it. No more. George finished speaking and said, but we don't have so many worries about Martin. Wood's face showed a grinning smile. This Mr. Mayor is really disgusting. He dared to help. That Zuming made a run on our Bigwood Bank. I don't think we can be too gentle with him. This time we should be a little rougher and smashed his factory directly. It's not good to just smash it. I heard that he works in his factory. They are all niggers, and we should also make these guys understand that Martin's factory shouldn't have any workers. George added. And he then said, as for the Tang family, we still have to communicate with them first. It's good. I understand, my father. Then I will do my thing. Wood left the room after speaking, and immediately afterwards, he took someone to Martin's factory and said nothing was straightforward. The attack not only smashed all the machines in the Martin factory, but also injured all the workers inside. During this period, there was no movement at the police station until after the whole smashing incident was over. The police rushed in, but they didn't make a comprehensive investigation. They just made a record and left. The news quickly reached Martin's ears. Martin rushed to the scene as soon as possible, but on the way, he got through Ziming's phone number. "It's not good, Mr. Ziming. My factory has been attacked by the Bigwood family. In revenge, they actually called hundreds of people to smash my factory, and they also injured the factory's security department and hundreds of workers. It was lawless. This is a very sad thing. I think they are so this is to retaliate for what you and me have joined together," Ziming said to Martin. "But it seems that the characters of the father and son of the Wood family are very strong. As long as they suffer a loss, they will retaliate." "Mr. Ziming, I don't think it's time to tell a joke," Martin said. "I want to say that I'm not joking, but Mr. Mayor, if you said so, I can apologize to you." Ziming continued, "As for the losses your factory has suffered, you count and I will give you everything. The compensation includes all the medical expenses of the injured workers." Hearing Ziming's words, Martin seemed to be a little bit unbelievable. "Mr. Ziming, you mean that my factory suffered all the losses after the Wood family's revenge? Will you make up for me? Is there any problem? Or Mr. Mayor, you think I just rely on my lips to do things, and I can't help with anything other than making ideas behind my back?" Ziming asked counterintuitively. "Of course not. I always think that Mr. Ziming is a very powerful person. How can he not help except for his lip service?" Martin said to Ziming, but the embarrassment in his words was obvious. Yes, because he thinks that way, but now thinking about it, his previous thoughts are really stupid. Because no one is an idiot. If Ziming is just a person who does things by lip service and does not have any strength himself, I am afraid he would be just be abandoned. After all, as long as there is capital, there will never be a shortage of smart people in this world. And now, since Ziming can challenge the Adams family in Brighton and get the full support of the California consortium to come to Italy against the Bigwood family, he must also have strong strength himself. Thinking of this, Martin suddenly felt that Ziming was so unfathomable. Originally, he thought he had asked Ziming to join forces and thought he could hold him, but now it seems that he is innocent like an idiot, and it's just the rhythm of bringing wolves into the room. Hearing Martin was silent for a long time, Ziming could easily guess his thoughts, so Ziming said to him, "Mr. Mayor, I hope you still remember what I said at the beginning. I'm just a visitor from Italy. I came only one purpose, Wood retaliation. Large family, Mrs. Margaret died. I wanted to give her family buried Bigwood, nothing more. I say you understand me. Can become the mayor of Italy." Martin, of course, is not an idiot. He understands that Ziming's remarks are justifying his heart. "Thank you very much, Mr. Ziming, but I still have a question. They all say that businessmen don't do business at a loss. Is Ziming just to avenge the Bigwood family this time?" Martin asked. Ziming smiled. "Mr. Mayor, I think this question should be asked the other way around. Isn't his corpse the best benefit to defeat a Bigwood family?" Martin took a breath and was silent for a long time. After the meeting, he said "I understand" and then hung up the phone. Ziming was still in Martin's villa at this time. After all, this is the safest place. After Ziming hung up Martin's phone, he dialed Tang Ran's phone. The call was quickly connected. Ziming said, "Ranran, just this side of Martin, Italy plant by the Wood family of retaliatory attacks on big loss. It may be a long time, no way to restart. I would like to ask how the situation like at your side?" Because Ziming talks with San Francisco on the phone every day, so Tang Ran and the others know very well about Ziming's side. Hearing that Martin's factory was attacked, Tang Ran also said, "I also received the Bigwood family just now. They threatened us not to intervene in anything about Italy, otherwise they would sell all the 80 billion shares of China Banking Corporation they held in their hands." After finishing talking, Tang Ran went on to say, But Brother Ming, it doesn't matter, I will not be afraid of their threats. Brother Ming can do whatever you want, and I will definitely support it to the end. I have not yet reached the point where I need to sacrifice the Tang family to defeat the Bigwood family. Ziming laughed. He said, although the shares of Jingyue Private Bank and Tanian Institutional Asset Management Company have been transferred, Tangren Bank itself is not as important as it used to be. But after all, it is still the facade of the Tang family. If it can be preserved, it must be preserved. It's good. So, of course, how are you doing with the Bigwood family first, and at the same time connecting with other consortia? Ziming asked. Tangran nodded and replied, we have already contacted Jack, the head of the Morgan family. He is willing to have a conference call with us at noon tomorrow and participate in our cooperation. Chapter 355 Morgan's Conditions? At 10 o'clock in the morning on April 17th, Ziming sat in the room Martin prepared for him after eating breakfast, welcoming the upcoming conference call with the Morgan family. Upon hearing this news, Martin's first reaction was to be taken aback. As an elite who has stepped into the upper class, Martin is well aware of the horror of the Morgan family. The United States is undoubtedly the country with the most powerful financial power in the world. Finance is also an important force that controls the lifeblood of modern America. China Banking Corporation, Brighton Bank, and Citibank are all leaders in the world bank. Behind these banks, there are one or many families under control, many of which are financial families that have lasted for 100 years, but when it comes to the first financial family in the United States, Morgan is always uncontroversial. In the United States, Morgan is known as the Napoleon of Wall Street. This title alone is enough to make the name Morgan shine all over the world. Of course, he himself is qualified for this title. He not only rescued the US economy twice, but at the peak of the Morgan financial empire, nearly 30% of the entire U.S. companies were directly or indirectly under the control of the Morgan Consortium. This is a very exaggerated number, which can no longer be described as a monopoly, but an invincible emptiness and loneliness that controls everything. Although the sinking of the Titanic later signaled the collapse of the Morgan Empire, the entire United States began to retaliate and liquidate the entire Morgan Consortium after the death of Old Morgan. Many companies originally belonging to the Morgan family were passed by other consortia through politics or so-called laws. Infiltration by means has resulted in a substantial decline in the strength of the Morgan family, but even so, the Morgan family is still one of the top supergiants in the United States. And after being attacked by major consortiums across the United States, the entire Morgan family seems to have become more mature. It is no longer so sharply demanding to control more companies, but with financial arms and information. The cutting-edge technology industry is the center, and together with other consortia to control the country's economic lifeline, it is enough to become the largest contractor of the Ministry of National Defense. It was also because of the subsequent information technology explosion that after more than half a century of nirvana, the Morgan family finally returned to the #1 throne in the United States. And since then, no one can shake it. It can be said that all along, the Morgan family in Martin's heart is the legend of existence. And now actually have to really zooming and head of the Morgan family on the phone. And this, how can we not let him shocked it, or promise to have seen him? The president, the US president, also the case, especially also the president every 4 years for a change. But Morgan's head is not the same. It was a financial empire emperor. If you don't die, then his power can last forever. Therefore, for Martin, he is more in awe of the head of the Morgan family than the president. For this reason, when he got the news, Martin immediately vacated his study room, and prepared the most advanced equipment for Ziming, and used the most advanced encryption methods to ensure that their conference calls were unblocked and eavesdropped by anyone, including himself. But also because for this thing, Martin also more awes Ziming, because he felt explanations given that they and the head of the Morgan family on the phone. Then he is behind what identity? This result made Ziming very dumbfounded, because it was only due to the Tang family. After all, The Tang family is also the core family of the California Consortium. Apart from anything else, it's okay to invite the head of the Morgan family to chat, but he didn't want to be superior in Martin's eyes. Not too much nor Zuming, and Martin explained that he misunderstood. Misunderstanding let him continue to go well, anyway, as long as not to delay things on it. The time soon arrived at 11:30. Since 12 o'clock was the scheduled time for the conference call, Zuming dialed the number in advance. All equipment was debugged in advance. Zuming only needs to dial the preset number. You can start the conference call. It was almost reached after dialing. Obviously Tang Ran and Lin Muking had been waiting. The two. Ming is my brother. Then Ran, you dial the phone so early. It is, and I do not want Muking's sister it. Don Ran, that side grinning, asked. Could tell she was very happy. Zuming, this deliberately molested Tang Ran, said. Muking's sister I would like very much, and not too. I thought, you naughty boy. Tang Ran was not happy at the time. What? Brother Ming, where am I naughty? I have always been very good. Tang Ran was very upset and wanted to prove it to Zuming, until Lin Muking told her over there. Tang Ran realized that Zuming was deliberately teasing her, and he was very upset to accuse Zuming. Zuming also coaxed her for a while. However, when talking and laughing, the time quickly passed by 12 o'clock. This was originally the time they had agreed with Jack, the head of the Morgan family, but Jack had not been connected to the line for a long time, which made them feel very strange. What's the situation with Jack? It's the Morgan family, and he controls the international telephone company. As a result, even a minimum conference call can't be done. All their technicians should be fired. Tang Ran couldn't stop there. While complaining, Zuming frowned immediately. He would not naively think that the Morgan family would have encountered some technical problems that could not be solved. His lateness was either for a special purpose, such as wanting to give himself someone might get off the hook or something, or they didn't take them seriously at all. For Zuming, neither of these was what he wanted. Zuming thought for a while, and Shen Sheng said to Tang Ran, don't worry about it. Maybe something happened to him. After all, it is the Morgan family. It is inevitable that things will happen temporarily if they control such a large family business. Yes, let's wait patiently. When you took the inheritance qualification exam, didn't we also choose Jeek? The pronunciation is very similar to Jack this time, so it's a trial. And Zuming said so, but after waiting for 2 points, this quite big name Morgan family headman came online. So you are all still there? I am Jack of the Morgan family, so let's start today's meeting. What do you want to discuss with me? This is the first sentence after Jack connects the phone. This made Zuming's brows even deeper, because Jack's words didn't mean anything to apologize. Obviously, he didn't put this conference call, as well as himself and Tang Ran, who has become the new patriarch of the Tang clan, in his eyes, or say he did this deliberately. The purpose is to make himself angry. In either case, this is not a good sign. Thinking like this in his heart, Zuming still said kindly on the surface, of course the meeting will start soon. We know that Mr. Jack is the head of the Morgan family. There must be a lot of things to be busy, just like this time. The conference call originally scheduled for 12 o'clock did not start until 2 o'clock. Zuming said this deliberately. The purpose is to point him, but Jack just said for granted, yes, that's it. Tang then listened to this very happy about it. Mr. Jack-year-old kid that did something wrong to apologize. Then you as the head of the Morgan family, you do not know even this truth? Jack over the happy, Miss Tang Ran, if you really need it, I can apologize to you, but I'm afraid our conference call will end here. This time, before Tang Ran could speak, Zuming said, then just let's stop here. Mr. Jack, did you hang up first, or did we hang up first? I don't think that Mr. Jack was 2 hours late to come over and hang up our phone, right? Jack was silent for a while and said, this isn't this Mr. Zuming? It's really interesting. Well, it's my fault for being late this time. For that, I apologize most sincerely to you, and am very sorry. Zuming also said, we also do it for us. I apologize to Mr. Jack for the tone and some inappropriate words. After apologizing to each other, Zuming said to Jack, dear Mr. Jack, This time I invite you to this conference call because we currently have one for the plan of the Bigwood family. We hope to cooperate with the Morgan family. Jack said, I think Mr. Ziming, you should know that our Morgan family is a business family that has lasted for nearly 200 years. In the tradition of our family, there is a very important ancestral motto. That is how to carry out any cooperation. We must clearly know where our interests are. Of course, no merchant would be willing to do business at a loss. Ziming said, the biggest benefit of this plan for the Bigwood family lies in the Bigwood Bank. Ziming said that, deliberately paused and then said, I know that the Morgan family is the first U.S. financial family, but if there is a flag in the family can be more opportunity to add a feather on the flag. I think the Morgan family also wouldn't you refuse? Because no one would think that they have more wealth. It seems that Xian Xingming is confident we'll be able to defeat the big banks would? Phone Jack asked. Ziming did not directly answer, but said, Mr. Jack as head of the Morgan family, I think you must be on the financial markets if his hand. Then I think you certainly know where the nearest big banks encountered would to trouble. He not only shares continue to fall, also encountered a very powerful run event. There are hundreds of thousands queued to withdraw money in the bank door every big wood credibility large bank of the damage is caused by none often serious. May circumferentially Xian Xingming, you say these are not enough to convince me. Jack said, or I can bluntly say, before the conference call, a large family of George Wood also called me. He offered to using all the shares of General Motors under his control in exchange for the support of the Morgan family. Do you know what I mean, Mr. Ziming? He had already spoken so bluntly, how could Ziming still not understand? So Ziming asked, that it did not know I need to come up with a kind of bargaining chip, in order for Mr. Jack fond of it. What a clever boy. Jack smiled and said, Xian Xingming, Miss Tang however, I recently heard that Don King emblem of private banking and institutional asset management company Silver Equity Transfer, then the same as Chinese banks can the shares of the People's Retail Bank be sold to JP Morgan? Or I know that the Bigwood family still controls $80 billion of shares in China's Bank of China, and we don't mind. I'm sorry, it is impossible for us to accept the conditions. Ziming said. Xian Xingming, if I remember correctly, you seem not down family of people, then I am afraid I may say so. You have also not of much of a voice. Jack cautioned. However, Tang then very rightly said, Xian Xingming said the family is Down's meaning. Originally I heard that Mr. Ziming could be the lord of the Tang family. I still didn't believe it, but now it seems like that. Jack continued. In that case, it seems that our conference call can only end here. We are not willing to make concessions to each other. Chapter 356 There is no easy reason. The recent state is so bad, so bad, so bad. In their end, Ziming still failed to convince Morgan, and neither did Ziming. It is possible to sell China Bank in exchange for the support of the Morgan family, even if China Bank is not so important to Ziming at this stage. And Jack's attitude is also very tough, saying that if there is not enough interest, not only will he not help the Tang family, but he may even stand on the side of the Bigwood family. After all, the current situation is very favorable for the Morgan family. He just wants to ask for prices from both ends, and he is not willing to let go. So in the case of no compromise, the final outcome of the conference call can only be ended in a hurry. I have to say that this meeting is very regrettable. In fact, as far as I am concerned, I really want to see the Morgan family and the Tang family teamed up, but it is a pity that you pay too much attention to what is in front of you. The benefits have been lost, so you can't see the future development. This is also because you are young. I hope you will think about it in the future and don't regret it. This is the last thing Jack left. Maybe Jack was saying this at the time. It was normal at the time, but now Tang Ran is still very angry in retrospect. Is Jack so high on the basis that he is Chief Morgan? It's too much. He also said that he pays too much attention to the gains and losses of the immediate interests. It is impossible for normal people to agree to his kind of request. Then, are we now? If he wants him to give us the equity of JP Morgan Bank, Will he not agree? Otherwise, he is really short-sighted. Tang Ran continued angrily. Moreover, he said that he pays attention to the gains and losses of interests. Isn't he not paying attention to interests? Has it gained or lost? Then why does he have to take shares of China Retail Bank or China Bank? Don't you have a long-term vision? Why don't you see the benefits of cooperating with us? Lin Muqing comforted Tang Ran. Ziming thought about it and said, actually, I think he should not regret what he said. It should mean that the Bigwood family also sought him out and transferred all shares of General Motors to him. The Morgan family matter. After Zuming reminded me, Lin Muqing and Tang Ran suddenly remembered that Jack had said something like this, and through this incident they also immediately thought of a more terrible consequence. So Tang Ran immediately said, then he is sitting on the floor and starting the price. Is he going to eat 2 ents? He is too much. Is there any basic limit? Ziming can't remember which book he read about. There was mentioned, for capitalists, only interests are the best partners. Other moral ideals are all shit. The Morgan family is a very pure capital family. Now Jack, as the patriarch of this family, is facing a young family leader. How can he not inherit this tradition? Compared with Tang Ran, Lin Muqing naturally understands a lot. She answered the phone from Tang Ran and asked, then what should we do now? If the Morgan family really decides to help the Bigwood family deal with us, then we are in Iraq. Terry has no chance of winning. Of course, Ziming also understands this. The reason why he can get the Bigwood family into trouble now is because he has spotted his weakness of no money now. Whether it is set off in the Taylor district, the run on the stock market and the shorting of the shares of Greatwood Bank in the stock market are all based on this weakness. It can be said that with this weakness, Ziming is tantamount to finding his fate. Any move can make him suffer. Unbearable. However, now the Bigwood family has received help from the Morgan family to arm their own fate. Even if they have no force, facing a heavily armed hedgehog, it will be a headache. We must know that the Morgan family is the first financial family in the United States. It controls 99 director seats in the Fed and owns 16% of the Fed. If the Bigwood family is short of money now, the Morgan is the opposite. He is the least lacking. It's money. It is for this reason that once the Morgan family decides to help the Bigwood family can easily get rid of the trouble of the shortage of funds, and Ziming can no longer use this painful spot to make trouble for him. As an ancient family that had stood for more than 100 years, the Bigwood family, even if there were other loopholes, could not be found by Zuming at once. As for the tens of billions of funds to support the Bigwood family, it may sound scary, but for the Morgan family it is just a slightly larger investment. He is fully able to afford it. Even if it is doubled or twice, it is not difficult. This is the terrifying financial power of the first family of American finance. When Tang Ran heard Lin Muqing's words over there, she was even more worried. Then what shall we do now? Or Brother Ming, you should go back to San Francisco first. It is too dangerous over there. I suspect that the last fire was because the Bigwood family wanted to connect. Ming killed along with his brother, Mrs. Margaret, for Ming brother stopped the robbery. And now with the Morgan family support, they certainly have nothing to fear even more. So Ming brother, you are very dangerous. Faced with Tang Ran's words, Ziming smiled bitterly in his heart, because after he learned about the Bigwood family from Martin, Ziming knew that with the Bigwood family's control over Italy, even if he had the protection of his own sex, it would be very good. It's hard to leave here easily. In fact, after learning that he had been discovered by the Wood family, Ziming had expected this result. But Ziming did not expect this result to come so soon, and Ziming did not expect things to change suddenly. The success is now so complicated. With the participation of the Morgan family, Ziming has a hunch that Yitli will be even more unable to calm down in the future. But of course Ziming would not say this to his own woman. Ziming thought about it for a while and said, of course, don't worry. Have you forgotten what I always said to you? There is nothing in this world that cannot be solved. The only problem is the unwillingness to use the brain. Although the current situation seems very unfavorable to me, there will always be a solution. Really? Brother Ming, Do you already have a solution? Tang Ran asked. Tang Ran's question made Ziming a little embarrassed. After all, how could the problem come out so quickly that he could think of a solution? Lin Muking clearly understood Ziming's words over there, so she helped Ziming and said to Tang Ran, "Of course, the way is to think slowly, not to come out suddenly by saying it out. It is not called smart, it is called to see close to the demon." Hearing Lin Muking's explanation, Tang Ran was immediately disappointed. "So there is nothing that Brother Ming can do?" "Of course not." Ziming suddenly flashed a bright light when he spoke. "Perhaps we have a way to change the attitude of the Morgan family." "Maybe." "Change the attitude of the Morgan family?" "Brother Ming, I can try to persuade Uncle Tang and other shareholders." Anyway, after Jingyue Private Bank and Tang Yin Institutional Asset Management Company's equity were transferred, China banking it is not as important as it used to be. And there is not much difference between putting it in the hands of the Bigwood family and the Morgan family. Tang Ran said. The method I said is of course not to sell the property of the Tang family. If this is the case, why should I wait until now? Why don't I just agree to it for you just now? Ziming said. The method I said is on the side of the Bigwood family. I think you all still remember that they have the character of revenge. We can use their character to force Mr. Morgan off the court. In short, we will never let them watch the fire from the shore so easily. For Ziming's this Lin Muking and Tang Ran were skeptical about the way, but because there was no other way, coupled with their instinctive trust in Ziming, they still chose to believe. After hanging up the phone, Ziming fell into deep thought. After all, this method was only thought of by Ziming temporarily, and there was no clue in fact. And when Ziming didn't think about it for long, the door of the room was knocked open suddenly. Martin walked in and asked Ziming, "Are the negotiations with the Morgan family not going well?" Ziming glanced at him and replied, "Of course not. Why are you? Will there be such an idea?" "Because there is something on Mr. Jack's side. Our conference call was postponed to start, and it just ended. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, the overall situation was very satisfactory." Listen to Ziming. Martin suddenly became confident. This is great. With the support of the Morgan family, the Bigwood family is no rival at all. This state of Martin was the effect Ziming wanted, so Ziming went on to say, Mr. Jack told me that they also have a lot of businesses in Italy, but maybe it is because of confidentiality that he didn't elaborate with me. I need you. Give me specific information on this. Martin happily agreed, of course it's okay, but after all, I'm not a member of an upper-class consortium, and I don't fully understand it. I only know that large companies such as Morgan Bank, Morgan Trust, International Telephone Company, and National Steel Company are operating. Italy has business here. I also know that the Morgan family also owns shares in General Motors and has invested in Angel Insurance, which is the only insurance business of the Bigwood family. Martin's answer surprised Ziming, because he did not expect that the Morgan family would have so many businesses in Italy that overlap with the Bigwood family. Ziming thought and Martin said, that what city Mr. Long? You details of these companies can get it? Although Martin felt very strange to Ziming's request, he did not understand what Ziming wanted these detailed information to do, but he still agreed. And so Martin went out later. Ziming just took a deep breath, because he needs to shape its own has been out jointly by Morgan and Appearance. Otherwise the worship of Martin Morgan, the Morgan family once he knows will help Largewood family, God knows what he will be pessimistic. That is not what I want to see. Not over and now the problem is that their own requirements, but it seems not how to listen to allies like the Morgan family look, but fortunately Martin in the excitement did not go to reflect. She promised to help themselves get more information Morgan family business requirements. That it is now waiting for Martin to take over the information materials to the Morgan family and large family. Would so many business areas coincide with the way he is definitely able to have a way to force the Morgan family to get involved. And on their side yes. Ziming is very confident about it. Chapter 357 Another person 13 years ago. Marco Avenue is a very famous financial street in Italy. Not only can you find all the banks that have branches in Michigan, but the headquarters of Bigwood Bank is at number 1 Marco Avenue. Of course, Marco Avenue, the name is also based on the Bigwood family. Ziming and his wife were walking on Marco Street. Today is the third day after discussing the collapse with the Morgan family. Although he has made up his mind to bring in the Morgan family, Ziming still has a little bit of how to do it. No clue. After all, the Morgan family can stand at the pinnacle of the United States, which proves that their IQ and EQ are certainly not low, so how could they be led by the nose so easily? Ziming's head was about to explode, and he was frantically looking for information to read the news, hoping to find some useful information from it, but unfortunately nothing was found. In the end, Ziming could only take a risky gamble. According to the memory of his previous life, Ziming knew that there was a man named Dave. He was known as the Crazy Ivan in the financial world. He had a very keen sense of market smell, and there were endless financial methods in his mind that could transform him. Impossibility is possible. It is said that the bankruptcy of Detroit 22 years later is directly related to this Dave. However, in this era Dave is only a young man who has just graduated from campus, and is currently an intern at the Right Investment Bank. According to the information learned by Ziming, the Right Investment Bank is only a small trust company. Although the Right Investment Bank is not large in scale, it is directly controlled by a core member of the Bigwood family. It is for this reason that Right Investment Bank has survived many financial crises and has remained standing. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Ziming finally arrived at the Right Investment Bank. Due to its small scale, this company does not have its own facade or building like other banks. Instead, it only rents a few offices in the financial building. For those big banks, he is more like an ordinary fund trust company. Only after opening the door of Right Investment Bank, there was a burst of noise like a vegetable market. Ziming knew that it was caused by dozens of salesmen making calls at the same time. Ziming had seen many fund companies, so he is no stranger to the scene. "Hello, sir, this is Right Investment Bank. What can I do for you?" A clear voice came from the front desk lady at the door. Ziming told her that he was looking for an intern named Dave. "Manager." The lady at the front desk asked if Ziming was his client while checking. Ziming nodded directly in order to avoid ramifications. A few minutes later, a thin and tall young man ran out. He saw Ziming enthusiastically coming up and saying hello. "Let me guess, you must be Mr. Zhu, right?" For Dave's opening, Ziming feeling a little surprised. Dave then said proudly, "Of course I will remember you, Mr. Zhu, because Italy is not very Asian. So I am very impressed with you." Ziming then understood. He is afraid that he is mistaken, because most of the business of this kind of small trust company relies on telemarketing, and the company generally prohibits salespersons from having too much personal contact with customers. So many salespersons have never seen themselves. For the customers, all the fund custody is handled by the phone, and Dave happened to have an Asian customer with the surname Zhu. He came to the door so suddenly, he naturally regarded himself as a customer. Ziming did not explain this. Instead, he asked Dave out in the aisle on the grounds that it was noisy. Ziming said to him, "Mr. Dave, first I want to say that although my surname is Zhu, don't think I'm your customer, because I didn't know about Right Investment Bank before yesterday." Dave was very surprised by this. He stared at Ziming with wide eyes, as if he didn't understand what Ziming did. Ziming had to go on to say to him, "I asked you to do me a favor. I know you are a very thoughtful financial manager, so now I need you to help me think of a wonderful financial trap. It is necessary to unknowingly help Bigwood Bank to deal with JP Morgan Bank, causing JP Morgan Bank to suffer losses that are enough to make him angry, and I will pay you enough to satisfy you. What do you think?" Dave still looks at him, looking at Ziming dumbfounded. He couldn't say a word. This made Ziming a little helpless, but Dave would be like this. After all, Dave is a college student who has just walked out of campus and just entered the work unit for an internship. Suddenly someone ran up to him and told him to think of something exciting enough. The trap is still to deal with the two banks Bigwood and Morgan. Everyone thinks Ziming is going crazy. Just kidding. Even if Dave lacks social experience, he at least studies finance and is also a native of Italy, so he knows the status of these two banks here. You don't need to know who the mayor is, but you must know the existence of these two banks. So now Ziming comes up and asks him to help deal with these two banks, or by impersonating customers. What exactly is this laborious to do? This. Sir, I'm just an ordinary intern manager. I don't have much money, so no matter how wonderful your scams are, it's useless with me, because I don't have money, Dave said in a daze. These words made Ziming dumbfounded. He didn't expect Dave to consider himself a scam, but it seemed that normal logic did not make sense. But the crux of the problem is that what Ziming said are all facts, which is very embarrassing. I'm not a scammer, please rest assured, Mr. Dave. I really have something to find you. Ziming thought for a while and finally said, let's put it this way, if I give you $100 million, what can you do for me? Dave stern Ziming said, sir, I think enough is enough joke, or I will call the police in. Ziming raised his hands, indicating Dave calmer, but when Ziming arguing and continued to say, suddenly there was a voice next to him. Oh, this is Mr. Ziming from California. Why don't you continue to talk with the Morgan family on the conference call, and instead came to my right investment bank? I'm here to find a friend. Is it? Ziming turned around and saw a middle-aged man who was obese but somewhat similar to Wood was standing at the passageway, looking at him meaningfully. Ziming frowned slightly, because he did not expect that his luck would be so good. He came to a city that was supposed to be completely strange, but was recognized one after another. This feeling is really helpless, and it's just a small investment bank. Of course, more importantly, Ziming didn't understand why he stopped himself. Boss, I'm very sorry. Actually, I don't know this gentleman. He is pretending to be my client. I don't know what he is going to do. Dave immediately went to show his loyalty to his boss. The boss laughed. It seems Zuxian Xingming wrong friends are your friends which sell you. Ziming this unnecessary shrugged and said, I do not think, because what he said is the truth. He did not know me. Since you don't know each other, why are you looking for him? He asked Ziming. I think the question you should ask him better, Ziming said. Sure enough, the boss asked Dave. Dave this first hesitated, then replied under the temptation of a $1,000 bonus. Is this? The Chow said he give me $100 million. I want to help think of a trap to deal with Bigwood Bank and Morgan Bank. After listening to the answer, and that fat boss was ready to accept without sarcasm, he thought for a moment before Dave waved his hand motioned him toward the back to work before Ziming asked, there are interested to talk to you. Fat boss invited please let Ziming, a bit surprised, but now everything has come to the last, and their refusal or not does not seem important. So Ziming very happy I agreed to his invitation. Then Fat Boss takes Ziming to the cafe downstairs. Fat Boss asked for a private room, when he had to sit down after all. Fat Boss choosing to self-referral show, I want to Mr. Ming you do not know me, my name is Milan Dorwood, I do not know Mr. Ziming do you know? Ziming was a little surprised by the name Miranda. He laughed and said, it seems that there are some things that are of God's will. Ziming cannot help feeling, because this name is one of the few in the name of Ziming Italy this completely strange city know that he is Marguerite's brother. To put it simply, Margaret, based on her own thoughts and abilities, was not enough for George to resort to such awkward means to deal with her, and the reason why she suffered such a crime was in the final analysis. What her brother was involved in. Because her brother was the heir in the first place, he had a business acumen and was very cautious, so George couldn't find any breakthrough at all. Finally, seeing that the old patriarch's illness became more and more unstoppable, he was unable to really justify grabbing the right of succession in the first place, and the other party did not give him any flaws. When there was really no way, George gave his idea. When it comes to Margaret, because Margaret is the first heir's biological sister, if Margaret has a fatal stain, then this whole family of people will be implicated. So when Margaret was drunk and became pregnant with a black child, George made a desperate move to completely grab the first succession. At the time, the person who really had the first succession right and brought Margaret's tragedy was Miranda. After sighing, Ziming looked at Miranda and said to him, "I heard Mrs. Margaret say that you have left Italy since the incident 13 years ago. I didn't expect to see you here today." Hearing the name Margaret, Miranda suddenly fell into a daze. Margaret, she is really a poor girl. I am her brother, but I have not fulfilled my obligations. Not only I gave her such a disaster, caused her to suffer such a serious crime, and finally was burned to death in his own room. My brother is really a failure. Miranda scolded herself, and her emotions became more and more pronounced. The more excited he was, he even cried at the end. Ziming saw that he didn't know how to comfort him, and he didn't understand what he meant, so he could only wait for him to get over. After a while, Miranda slowed down. He apologized to Ziming and then said, "So it's not a coincidence that I was able to meet Mr. Ziming here today, but I came here to look for you, because I know you want to avenge Margaret against George Wood. What I want is for the Bigwood family and the entire Italy city to be buried with Mrs. Margaret." Ziming corrected. Miranda laughed. "It's all the same. Anyway, the Bigwood family is no longer the family that can shelter the people from the wind and rain, but a brutal and inhuman power field. It is also a good thing to let such a family die." At their end of the conversation, Miranda suddenly turned and said, "So I came to Mr. Ziming this time to tell you one thing, that is, you were calculated by George and Morgan." 8. Chapter 358. The action is always rewarding. Bow. Thank you for the support of the 4 monthly tickets of 457,879,871. Ziming was stunned when he heard Miranda's words. Of course he had thought about Miranda looking for himself. The reason, but I never thought that he actually made such a statement. Miranda was stunned to see Ziming, so he explained, "Mr. Ziming, although I have lost the right to inherit the family, it does not mean that I will leave the family like this. I still have my own cards. On the one hand, when George harmed Margaret so badly, he even took away my inheritance rights. This hatred is already very deep. Now he actually didn't let Margaret off and burned her alive. I must have revenge." Miranda gritted her teeth, as if to give George and Wood and his son to the skin cramps. But Ziming said, "I don't doubt your hatred, and I believe your news. It's not groundless. What I am puzzled is just what they are going to work together to calculate me." Miranda did not directly answer to this, but first asked, "Mr. Ziming once discussed with the Morgan family to deal with the Bigwood family together, right? But the Morgan family didn't agree." Ziming nodded and said, "Yes, because the Morgan family's conditions are something I can't accept." "So Mr. Ziming, you are going to design a trap to put Bigwood. Both the family and the Morgan family are involved, making it impossible for the Morgan family to stay out of the matter, and you will even create a conflict between the Bigwood family and the Morgan family, making the Morgan family have to stand on your side, right?" Miranda asked. Ziming was a little surprised and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Miranda to guess so much." "I did think so." Miranda shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, it's not that I can guess so much, but George and George. That's what the Morgan family planned. They set up a trap for you. If you start to plan to do this, they will guide you into the trap step by step, and finally eat up all your investment, and then continue to reach California. After all, whether the skunk factory or the China Banking Corporation are very attractive." I shouldn't have known this news originally, but because one of my brothers just heard it that day, I think we are all enemies of George, and I need to tell you the truth. Miranda was still talking, but behind this Ziming did not listen to the words, because the information that Miranda said was too subversive. The things that feelings originally wanted to do quietly were completely exposed to the eyelids of the Bigwood and Morgan families. What? Ziming felt that this was really an exaggeration, and he also felt that he really underestimated the two Big Wood and Morgan families, and that George and Jack are not idiots if they can become the heads of these two big families. At first they thought that their plan could be carried out quietly, and that the guns weren't needed. Now it seems that not only their own things are under their surveillance range, but they can even guess their own thoughts. Knowing this in advance, Ziming feels a bit grateful, but more feelings are powerless, because he has already calculated such a limit and is so careful. Is there no way to deal with them? This is the true strength of the Super Consortium family going all out. Thinking of this, Ziming could not help but sighed. It seems that I came out of Brighton and I underestimated these consortium families. I thought I could calculate them without knowing it, but I didn't expect what I did. Everything is in their eyes. If it weren't for Miranda to tell me, I'm afraid he'll lose face at Yitley. This is really a failure. Then Ziming turned to the front and said, but if things go on like this, it will be more interesting. This time it was Miranda's turn to be surprised. He looked at Ziming incredulously and asked, interesting? Is it interesting to face the two big families of Wood and Morgan and see them? The strength revealed. No matter how careful or cautious you are, what you do is still under their sight, and even your thoughts can't escape. Faced with such a situation, you don't panic at all. And despair? Of course panic and despair. I want to put a middle finger to God, and sincerely scold you. Do you force it? But that doesn't mean I will just stop here. Ziming then asked, why? Mr. Miranda, do you think I would scream and collapse after hearing your news and be at a loss, and finally can only give up help in infinite despair? Maybe most people do. Maybe I did the same 4 years ago, but that was my last life. And now, I'm sorry, I won't be like this anymore. There is no problem in this world that cannot be solved, only the unwillingness to move. This is a sentence I believe in very much now, Ziming said. Miranda murmured these words repeatedly, and after a while, she suddenly laughed. Mr. Ziming is really optimistic and strong. If after that incident 13 years ago, I did not despair to give up, maybe today's Yitley and the Bigwood family will be a different scene. Ziming shrugged meaninglessly. There is nothing in this world that is truly desperate. The despair is only the human heart. Miranda looked at Ziming meaningfully and said, I didn't expect that Mr. Ziming would be able to teach me. I don't know what Mr. Ziming said. Or can you really do it? Please forgive me for being blunt, Mr. Miranda. Ziming said, I don't seem to need to persuade you. Instead, Mr. Miranda came over and shared so much important information with me today. What is your purpose? Don't tell me the enemy. My enemy is my friend, and my friend should do my best to deceive a 3-year-old kid. I'm sorry, I'm 4 years old this year. Miranda laughed and said, Mr. Ziming is really humorous, but when I say before the goal, can Mr. Ziming tell me what you plan to do after you learn about George and Morgan's conspiracy against you? Ziming spread his hands together. Actually, Miranda didn't expect it. Ziming was not entirely joking, because if the age is calculated from the moment of rebirth, Ziming is indeed only 4 years old in this life, and 4 years ago, it should be considered a matter of the previous life. I just found out now. So I don't have any clues. Ziming asked again after speaking. Besides, if it is Mr. Miranda, you are in my position, would you say? Miranda raised an eyebrow. Caution is a very good habit. Then I tell you, the reason I help you, because the big 3 automakers and the same family, all hope now this damn big rush to the Wood family death. Although I am not sure if you really have this ability, at least one soldier should not die so humiliatingly in the enemy's trap. At the end Miranda smiled slightly. He stood up and said to Ziming, well, I think that our meeting today can be over here. I really hope that Mr. Ziming can survive this catastrophe by his own ability, because then I will come back and give Mr. Ziming a big surprise. Leaving this sentence, Miranda will leave, but only to take 2 steps. He seems to think of something, then came back and asked the sentence, it's real, I'm curious. Why would Mr. Ziming Dave come looking for it? I know you do not know fishes should be, and if you do not take the initiative, Mr. Ziming rode here. In fact, I have absolutely no chance to find you and tell you this. It seems Meters Mr. Miranda is long wanted to meet me, just because of the large monitor of the Wood family. Ziming said, as for Mr. Dave, I forgot myself in what parts of that magazine. After reading his article, I thought he was a very thinking financial man, so I came to him, hoping to get his help, and help me figure out how to draw the Morgan family into this dispute. Ziming said that, paused, and then said, not over now. It seems there is no need. Seems to be, because I had big ideas. Simply tack and the Morgan family overcast. It cannot, because Mr. Ziming not going to redeploy yet. Maybe Dave also helped the busy perhaps, though still he is just an ordinary account manager, right? Investment bank. Rice Randa then laments, not through Mr. Ziming. Person of vision is still very surprising. Obviously never been in Italy, was able to determine a potential of young people just out of college, a lot to admire. Miranda to Ziming thumbs up, then left the cafe. No more in that client manager Dave who do stay. In the Rice Miranda left. Ziming did not hurry to leave, not because Miranda did not pay, but Ziming need to think about. Jang brother, with your intuition, the man and his Miranda say credible? Ziming suddenly asked. I did not think. Ziming suddenly asked himself. He thought first, stunned for a moment before saying, I personally. The basic thought his words are to be believed, but his purpose is very problematic. Ziming nodded and said, I know. After all, he suddenly appeared here, also suddenly told me these messages. Everything is very suspicious. People cannot help but suspect his motives. But the direct sense of this thing, not necessarily really credible, because we have not seen this. Miranda reminds Weak Ming Road. Listen reminder. Ziming carefully thought for a moment before saying, his body parts should not be a problem, or at least he was not a Bigwood family and Morgan family that side, because no matter the plot is true or false, once I say it, the whole thing will become complicated. I don't believe they can guess my thoughts after this incident. This is not a smart decision. Ziming then that said, as he wants to rely on the news crushed me, that's too risky, and this risky move is generally used to breaking in the predicament, if the prey into a trap, and then with this kind of complicated situation, success will only become more uncertain. But people who are not mentally retarded will not make such a choice. So you decided to trust him? Asked. Ziming shook his head, say not ready to believe, but he has provided the news. I've been really neglected. Ziming spit out a long breath and sighs. It seems that my luck is also good. Originally I was just going to come looking for the young account manager Dave. No one wanted to catch such a big fish. Ogzu, it's like you said. As long as dare to think a person of action, there will always be harvested, he said. 350th 9 than the original better way. Left the coffee shop. The mayor Ziming did not go back to Martin's house, but sat in the car, nor Ziming and Qinglin Mutang ran contact, because Ziming really do not know how to open the mouth. If the previous situation was just surviving in a difficult situation, now it is 100 times worse than before, because even the plan to break the game that I thought of before was actually a trap set by the other party in advance. What else can I do? Is it more desperate than this situation? In fact, this is normal when I think about it. After all, regardless of whether the Bigwood family or the Morgan family, they are all white first, compared with the Chinese-American Tang family. No matter how the capitalists put their interests first, they are equally fair as human beings. There will always be a natural closeness between. Now coupled with the fact that the Bigwood family is willing to sell General Motors to the Morgan family at all costs, but it is impossible for them to sell it to China Bank. In this comparison, it is only natural that the Morgan family would make such a choice. Ziming could also think that when the Morgan family had a conference call with him, they actually had temptations. If they could really sell China Bank, the Morgan family could really change their position. But the problem is that this is impossible, so the Morgan family is happy to continue their plan naturally. Ziming didn't know what would happen if he didn't have Miranda's help and followed his original thoughts. He might lose tens of billions of dollars, the Tang family might be implicated, or the federal government would intervene. I will be arrested, and the Tang family will be hit hard. Anyway, these will definitely not be what I want. The desperate situation can still fight to the death. But when it turns out that this so-called fight to the death is a more dangerous trap that the opponent has set long ago, this is about to collapse. Before Ziming had no countermeasures. Contacting Lin Muking and Tang Ran to tell them the situation would only increase their worries. Ziming could also think that when they knew that they would be anxious to go back by themselves, but not to mention whether they were reconciled or unwilling, because of the control of the Bigwood family in Italy. Could he let himself go back easily? And Mayor Martin and the three major car families, when he didn't bring them a little help, and still messed up Italy's situation so much, would they allow themselves to go back? The answer is obviously no, so I have to face it all and come up with a solution first. But this is easy to say. I was in a predicament originally, but now I am facing a bigger situation. What else can I do? These thoughts made Zuming feel the deep powerlessness for the first time. If it were not for the last stubbornness to support himself, he really wanted to give up and surrender to the Bigwood and the Morgan family. But he was Zuming who was born again, he could not bow his head easily, and would never give up until the last moment. No matter what the bad situation, there would be a solution. Just when Zuming was clutching his hair and thinking desperately, suddenly Zuming's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Zuming connected, and the people over there immediately yelled, "You bastard, the scum in the sewer, where did I offend you? You are going to treat me like this?" Zuming was stunned by the sudden abuse, because Zuming didn't understand the situation at all, so he asked, "Are you Mr. Dave?" "Excuse me? What do you mean?" The person who called was the purpose of Zuming's visit to Miranda today. The crazy salesperson Dave he was looking for was obviously even more angry after hearing what Zuming said. "What do I mean? Your question is as stupid as if it will snow in summer. You should feel fortunate that God is merciful, so he will allow an idiot like you to exist in this world, otherwise you should be sent to the slaughterhouse!" Ziming frowned, feeling very upset in his heart. He is already annoyed by the fact that all kinds of things are not going well because of the Bigwood and Morgan families, and now he is beaten for no reason. The call came to insult. Ziming really wanted to hang up this silly phone directly, but his reason was reminding him that he should figure out why he was nervous, and his subconscious mind kept reminding him not to hang up the phone. Ziming is not a particularly vulnerable person, so he took a deep breath and asked him, "Mr. Dave, I think the first thing we need to do as adults is to figure out what happened, not just like you, unreasonable abuse. Because only the most unreasonable idiots would do it." Dave seemed to be sober after being scolded by Zuming, and he asked suspiciously, "Don't you know what happened? Didn't you tell my boss to fire me after meeting my boss? You were fired from Right Bank. Why is this? Can you be more careful?" Zuming asked in surprise. Dave now also feels that things don't seem to be what he thought before, so he told Zuming that just now, his boss Miranda talked to him when he returned to the company. There was nothing else but he wanted him to talk to him immediately. He left the Right Investment Bank and gave him Zuming's contact information, telling him that he can go to Zuming's after leaving the Right Investment Bank. Dave did think of Zuming after he left, but his first reaction was to think that Zuming had made all this behind his back. So he was so angry that he would call and insult Zuming. After learning the reason, Zuming felt a little bit dumbfounded. This was totally a big misunderstanding. He obviously didn't do anything. He just expressed the ability of this Dave to Miranda. Miranda dismissed Dai on her own initiative, husband, and asked him to join Zuming. There is no doubt that Miranda did this with kindness, but this misunderstanding was caused when Zuming and Dave did not understand each other. Thinking of this, Zuming suddenly thought of something. He happily said, "Dave, I came to you today and it was a correct decision, because you and I now finally know what to do." Zuming was very excited, but Dave was dumbfounded, and didn't understand what was going on. "Mr. Dave, how much compensation did Miranda give you when you left the Right Investment Bank?" Zuming asked. "According to Michigan law, in addition to the 2 months of basic salary I deserved, he also gave me 4 months of basic salary, which adds up to 6 months of basic salary. $6,000 US. Dave replied, $6,000? I'll give you $60,000. You can follow me in the future, Ziming said. Hearing this salary, Dave immediately took a breath, because it was an astronomical sum of money for him, a young man who just came out of campus. You must know that he was not from a prestigious university like Harvard. It is estimated that his classmates will not have a salary exceeding this figure in a few years. But to be on the safe side, he asked Ziming again, this ... sir, is what you said is true? Is the $60,000 US an annual salary, or is it a one-time bonus you gave me? And what do I need to do for you? What? Facing Dave's rhetorical question, Ziming didn't know how to answer, because he originally said it casually. After all, these tens of thousands of dollars were really nothing in Ziming's eyes. The $60,000 is a one-time bonus for you. As for the future salary, $100,000 a year. Give me a contact information and I will write a check for you, Ziming said very proudly. As for what you want to do, let me talk about it after I think about it. Dave was stunned again, not only because Ziming could come up with so much money at once, but also because Ziming didn't make sense. You give yourself so much money without telling yourself what to do. Isn't this an exaggeration? It's just that for Ziming, it's nothing. You have to know that Dave gave him such an important reminder that he finally thought of how to break the game. Compared with this, let's not say 60,000. 600,000. 6 million doesn't matter, even if the current Dave is not the Dave 20 years from now. He can be such a tyrant now. After dealing with Dave's side, Ziming asked them to drive back to Martin's villa. In the evening, Ziming dialed the phone in San Francisco. This was the appointment time with Lin Muking and Tang Ran, so the call was quickly connected, and Tang Ran's anxious voice came over the phone. Brother Ming, how is the situation on your side? You said today that you were going to Dave's. By the side, does he have a way to help you? He has no way, or he doesn't know what happened, and he doesn't believe that we have the ability to challenge the Bigwood family and the Morgan family, Ziming said truthfully. This situation made Tang Ran unhappy at the time. This person is too rubbish. How dare to look down on you, Brother Ming. On the other side, Lin Muking said, his reaction is normal. After all, according to Ziming, he is still just an ordinary person. If you tell him about the Bigwood family and the Morgan family, he will think that it is a fantasy, and the establishment of ideas is a long-term thing. Lin Muking asked after finishing speaking, then, besides saying that, does he have any other gains? This gain is too great to imagine. It turns out that all my previous ideas were wrong, Ziming said. Then he told him all about seeing Miranda and telling him that George and Morgan worked together to calculate. Lin Muking and Tang Ran said loudly in surprise, what? Is Mrs. Margaret's brother still alive? We seem to have ignored the existence of this person. And the Bigwood family and the Morgan family really joined forces to give you Brother Ming. Have you designed such a bureau? Isn't it incredible? How could they think of how we planned it? Miranda has been looking for me all the time, just to avoid the monitoring of the Bigwood family. It is not convenient for him to take the initiative. Come to me. You can only form this kind of chance encounter, Ziming said. As for the matter of their teaming, it is not difficult. In fact, it is just the simplest game theory prediction, because in this game, what I think the method is the fastest effective method, so they can easily figure it out. Ziming, do you think Miranda can believe it? Lin Muking asked. Ziming nodded and replied, judging from my feelings, he can be trusted. And he feels the same way. Lin Muking and Tang Ran said after having no time to relax, this is really terrible. I didn't expect us from the beginning. I fell into their trap. Ziming finally said, but it doesn't matter, because now I have thought of a way, and it is a better way than the original. Chapter 360 Suspicion Cycle? We continue to target the Bigwood family by recruiting commentators to spread negative news about Bigwood Bank in the media. We will expose the bad assets of Bigwood Bank to the public and short the shares of Bigwood Bank on the stock market. In addition to Bigwood Bank, there are also both Ruabo Insurance Company and Hanson Trust Company, which are controlled by Greatwood Bank, will also be targeted, and we can even find reasons to directly proceed with cross-state litigation, Ziming said. Opening bracket. As Ziming words, Lin Mutang King ran over the stunned. They had heard explanations say there is a better way than the first time. They are indescribably happy. What would that make to hear the way people shines? But when after Ziming really say it, but apparently, and she is a far cry from expectations. Brother Ming, isn't this our initial decision? Short selling the Bigwood family, starting with the bank to give them the biggest blow. Brother Ming, didn't you say that it was based on the lack of money in the Bigwood family? Now the Morgan family has already stepped in. They are the #1 financial family in the United States. They are very wealthy. Even if the wealth of the entire California is included, they are not as good as theirs. Tang Ran said. Lin Muking also said, yes Ziming, how did you think why before you dare? And now obviously after you have identified a large family and Morganwood family together. But you want to feel free of it. This is not. Is it a bit paradoxical? Tang then suddenly asked. Did you see that Miranda Ming brother in question? He was in lying to us, right? Of course not. I've been telling you, no matter from our subjective sense or logic, I do not think Miranda would be false, or that even if he is a person's identity is false, he would not. Deliberately we offer such a wrong message, because it will not do any good for large family Wood and Morgan family. Ziming said, something indeed I would say, or Dave reminded me that there are suspicions exist in this world. Dave remind you to be suspicious. Lin Muking and Tang Ran were confused by Ziming's words, and didn't understand what Ziming was trying to express. The really Ziming here today to look for Dave. You cannot just say that Dave just an ordinary person, do not understand what you had, and more importantly, suspicion? What kind of reminder is this? It seems that everyone who has never attended school can understand the meaning of this term, right? Isn't it just because you feel very uncertain about one thing in your heart that you go to unfounded suspicion? Could it be that Dave reminded who to suspect? Still go to suspect something? Lin Muking and Tang Ran could not understand at all. Ziming also knew their incomprehension, so Ziming told them one thing. After they separated from Miranda, Miranda fired Dave, and then Dave misunderstood that he was provoking Milan. Da fired him, so he called angrily to vent his emotions. But after listening to this story, Lin Muking and Tang Ran not only didn't understand at all, they were even more at a loss. They didn't understand the connection between this misunderstanding and the problems they were facing now. Ziming had no choice but to say, it is because of suspicion that Dave will misunderstand me. Simply put, this is a kind of psychology. Dave and I are two independent people, so once something special happens, he will instinctively suspect me, and finally misunderstood me. I think I understand a little bit, Ziming. The reason why you are desperately targeting the Bigwood family is to create suspicion between the Bigwood family and the Morgan family. Lin Muking guessed, talking. Yes, originally I just used runs and short stocks to target Bigwood Bank. Although it made them very embarrassed, it was still within their acceptable range. But now, after I had a conference call with the Morgan family, it started to be big. The scale of the offense has been achieved, and it is almost at no cost. The Bigwood family can't even suspect that the Morgan family can do it. Ziming said. Tang Ran suddenly understood, but then she asked again. But Brother Ming, after talking on the phone with Dave, didn't you clear up the misunderstanding? Ziming took Tang Ran's words naturally and said, so, of course, you want to say that even if the Bigwood family and the Morgan family have formed suspicions, they will eventually be able to communicate and reach a reconciliation, right? Tang Ran said cowardly. Ziming went on to say, it looks like this is indeed possible, but of course you seem to forget that Dave and I are just two individuals without any conflicts of interest, while the Bigwood family and the Morgan family are groups with conflicts of interest. They cannot be fair. So once things happen, the Bigwood family will be suspicious of the Morgan family, even if the Morgan family takes the initiative to explain and clarify. The Bigwood family will continue to be suspicious. This is the simplest chain of suspicion. You will wonder what I think, and I will wonder what you think. Even if you know what I think, I know what you think, but you will still suspicious how I think about you. I will also wonder how you think about me, even if you know how I think about you. I also know how you think about me. You still wonder how I think about you thinking of me. I will also wonder what you think about me and how I think about you, even if you know how I think about you and how I think about me. I also know how you think about me, and you still will suspicious how I think how you think how I think about you, and I will also wonder how you think how I think how you think about me. At this point Ziming paused before continuing. Isn't this very circumstantial? It seems to be an endless cycle of suspicion. In fact, the relationship between the Bigwood family and the Morgan family is like this. Maybe they can cooperate because of concessions from one side, but the basis for their cooperation is very fragile. As long as there is something that threatens one party, their cooperation will be suspended due to endless suspicion. Lin Muking over there suddenly understood. Yes. And the Morgan family has been dealing with Italy for capital penetration. It can be said that there is a competitive relationship between them. Under this kind of relationship, they cannot fully trust each other. It was impossible to fully trust each other originally, but now we have made a directional approach. Obviously, the fragile bond that maintains their cooperation will naturally collapse. Ziming continued. Of course I know that the Morgan family will take the initiative to seek clarification and explanation from the Bigwood family, but it is a pity that George of the Bigwood family is no longer there. He would simply believe anything when he was 3 years old. So George would definitely think that the Morgan family was deceiving him for the purpose of occupying Italy's turf. He would tear up the cooperation agreement with the Morgan family, and possibly even get ahead. The machine opened fire on the Morgan family's property. Tang Ran said after taking Ziming's words. This is very possible, because this is the original sin of capital, because of suspicion caused by greed. Ziming said. Lin Muking thought for a while and asked a question. But Ziming, do you think it is possible for the Morgan family to reconcile with the Bigwood family? I mean that this suspicion is not a real reconciliation, but it can be temporarily put down. Disputes, the kind of dealing with other people together first. Of course there is, Ziming said. This answer was unexpected and reasonable, but it made Lin Muking and Tang Ran suddenly nervous. Ziming continued, if the Morgan family is willing to give up large enough benefits to prove their sincerity, they may be able to temporarily untie this chain of suspicion. Just like me and Dave. I paid him 60,000 yuan US dollar compensation, and promised him an annual salary of 100,000 US dollars. The money is not much, but it is already beyond his expectations for him. Since I am so sincere, he will naturally no longer have doubts. But the Morgan family will not show the sincerity to convince the Bigwood family, because they originally came to take advantage of it, and now they still bleed without taking advantage of it. They would never agree to it. Tang Ran said. Or even if the Morgan family is determined to show its sincerity, the Bigwood family will be suspicious of its greedy capital. How can it be willing to do so? Is there a trap? This is just a deliberate show. Okay. On the other hand, the Morgan family will also suspect that even if they show enough sincerity, whether the other party will be more suspicious, etc. They will fall into another cycle of suspicion. Lin Muking said after taking Tang Ran's words. Ziming nodded and said that's the truth. Tang Ran on the phone said excitedly, as expected, Brother Ming can think of such a great way. At first, I thought that Brother Ming was joking to make us happy, just like before. Lin Muking also said, yes. At first I heard that our original plan was the conspiracy of the Bigwood family and the Morgan family. I was almost desperate. This is an unsolvable situation, but I did not expect Ziming to be like you. It was easily solved, and after it was solved, our situation seemed to be better than at the beginning, because after the collapse of the cooperation between the Morgan family and the Bigwood family, they were left with us as the only partner. Lin Muking finally said, a seemingly ordinary idea has solved all the problems, and in the current situation, there is only one way to think about it. But I believe that only Ziming can think of this way. You are alone. Ziming smiled embarrassedly. Even Lin Muking and Tang Ran are embarrassed to be praised so much by them. So Ziming said, Sister Muking, in fact, I also got Dave. I thought of it later. Ziming would say this, and it's not really casual, because he did think of it after Dave's misunderstanding. In later generations, he has read a very famous science fiction, which contains the introduction of this chain of suspicion is aimed at two civilizations, so now it is also possible to apply it to two capital families. At least the concept is the same. However, Ziming did not stay on this issue for long. He then said, however, if this matter is to be successful, we must move quickly, because only after we have talked with the Morgan family can we do it. Let the Bigwood family be suspicious. If the Bigwood family and the Morgan family do it first, it would be hard to say. Lin Muking and Tang Ran both nodded and said yes. Then they hung up the phone and prepared according to Ziming's method. It's just that they don't know yet at this time, another unexpected thing is happening. 8. Chapter 361 The Strength of the Bigwood Family? Bao thanks to the monthly support of Funny Wanzai and Feng Shen Yushao. When Ziming and Lin Muking and Tang Ran were talking on the phone, the other side was talking on the phone. In the manner of the Bigwood family, Patriarch George also received a phone call that shocked him. That was called by Jack, the head of the Morgan family. On the phone, Jack told him, according to the news I just got, Ziming went to the right investment bank today and talked with the company's chairman. Melandier has been talking for a long time. I think this name Mr. George is familiar to you, right? George said, although I haven't seen him in 13 years, I still know this person. He is my brother and the elder, an important member of the Wood family. Then, Mr. Jack, you said Ziming went to him today. Why is that? I'm sorry, I don't know, but I guess he might have provided Ziming with some information about us, such as our cooperation. Jack reminded George, to be on the safe side, I want to know what you are. Is it possible for Miranda's brother to learn about our plan? I can't judge, because Miranda is a very insidious person, and he will do whatever he can to achieve his goals. I can't judge what he has done in the past 13 years, and as the patriarch of the Great Wood family, I can't doubt everyone for no reason. George shook his head and replied, and then he continued, then Mr. Morgan, you want to tell me that we have a plan? It may have been leaked out by my brother, right? Jack answered yes, and George thought for a while and asked, so what is Mr. Morgan going to do next? My thought is, since my plan is facing leaks, it's time for a temporary change. Maybe some future plans can be put on the agenda in advance. Jack said. So Mr. Morgan meant that we didn't wait for Ziming, did we do it first, right? George asked. I think we have no other choice. Jack said to George, although Ziming and Miranda's meeting does not mean that there will be leakage, but we should not throw multiple choice questions to God to help us, and shouldn't you be in control of everything yourself? George was silent for a while and then said, I understand. Thank you very much Mr. Jack for telling me this news. George left Jack such a sentence and then hung up. On the phone, he called his son Wood into his study and said to him, we are now going to start with Ziming and the Tang family first. Do you have any good ideas? This question awakened Wood. But this spirit soon turned into a question. Father, do you really intend to do this? But why does it seem to be different from what was said at the beginning? At the beginning, it was not that he would design a trap to remove the Morgan family, pull down the water, and then we proceed according to his plan. This is because the current situation has changed, and our plan must also be adjusted. George said, my boy, I believe you must still remember. Is Miranda this person? Wood frowned. Of course I still remember that because of the original incident. He has always held a grudge against your father for the past 13 years. Ask him. Wood paused when he said that. He suddenly understood, said, Father, do you mean that he betrayed us? But he shouldn't know our plan. Many things in this world are difficult to explain clearly. Miranda and the others are the Bigwood family controls a lot of resources. Even if it loses the position of patriarch, it is still the most important member of the family, so it is difficult to say whether he will learn anything from somewhere. George continued, in addition, the Morgan family they called me at noon today and told me that Ziming was going to find Miranda. The news made Wood stunned. Why is there such a thing? Why didn't we get such important news in advance? George shook his head. This is probably they deliberately dodging our results. There is also the Morgan family know the news in a very coincidence of circumstances, because that day one of his friends just as Miranda zooming in the coffee shop he chose, at the same time his friend happened to know Miranda, so he told the Morgan family. Woodaha laughed. It seems that our luck is very good. Even God is standing there on our side. At their end, Wood's expression turned savage again, and he said to George, then father, I think we can still sell part of the China Banking Corporation according to the plan we originally prepared. Of the shares, including a portion of the shares with voting rights. Do so that we can best counter Chinese banks, and at the same time we can also forcing us to bow to the Down family, no longer continue to provide financial support to the Zuming. I know that maybe Zuming has a close relationship with the newly appointed patriarch of the Tang clan. But the patriarch is not alone in the Tang clan. As long as no one else agrees, then under such pressure, if the new patriarch wants to go his own way, I am afraid that the Tang family will be in chaos first. Wood said. His face was full of confident smiles. Then a chaotic family has problems with its own operation. What threat can it pose to us? The last thing left is Ziming. Then he will become a piece of meat on the cutting board on Italy's land. In the words of their Chinese origin, this is called a draw from the bottom of the pot. Wood said, it's a great draw from the bottom of the pot. Then my boy, just do it according to your own ideas. George said. With George's permission, Wood left the room happily. After Wood left, George picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number expertly. I have heard Wood's thoughts just now. At least it sounds feasible, so I leave it to him to do it. You can take care of it. After all, this time, it is about the two big families of Big Wood and Morgan. What was said over there? George said again, Wood is my son and the heir of this family. He will face all this sooner or later, so taking advantage of the fact that I can save him now, let him do it instead of putting him in a greenhouse and becoming a man. Cowardly heir. George listened to what was said over there, and he continued, of course I understand what the situation is now and the consequences of failure, but it is this critical moment of life and death that can exercise a person's willpower, and isn't it brave? I hope the heir to the family is a wolf that can eat others fiercely, not a sheep that is cowardly eaten. On the other hand, after Wood left George's room, he immediately drove to Mall Great Wood Bank headquarters on Branch Avenue. As the heir of the Big Wood family, Wood naturally came to the Big Wood Bank, and even he personally directed several financial operations here, creating more than $1 billion in profits for the Big Wood Bank. Of course, it is unclear whether this is Wood's ability or someone escorted behind him. But one thing is certain, Mr. Wood is now full of confidence. Wood came to the bank's high-level meeting room, and the bank's president stood in front of him, waiting for his order. Now Wood feels like a strategizing general, commanding thousands of troops. As long as he gives an order, countless people will follow his orders and rush to crush the enemy. As for the Ziming and the Tang family, they were simply vulnerable to the Big Wood family, so no matter what they thought, they couldn't escape the family's calculations. Thinking of this, Wood suddenly thanked the Miranda, because if he hadn't told Zuming the fact that he was calculated, perhaps he would not be able to take the lead personally so soon. Looking at the front of the president, Wood said to him, Mr. Calderon, now banks are ready, right? Get in each other. After a positive response, Wood immediately give the order, that it's well, now carry out my orders. We began to sell shares held by Chinese banks now. Calderon pointed ahead and said, there is no problem, but we should throw much together suitable only throw ordinary shares, or including shares with voting rights of it. Wood thought for a moment and replied, first throw a tenth, or 8 billion, and then another and a fifth of the shares in the middle are shares with voting rights. Calderon was very scared, surprised. To do so much. If this is the case, we are not the first Chinese bank over there and communicate about it. Wood waved his hand and said, of course not, I have to throw it in our shares, of what they do. If they do not really willing, I will have to throw a large stake in the banks. Wood okay. but only if they get there. That's fine. A Calderon hesitated and said, "Little master, but I have all of a sudden throw out so many shares. It is easy to disturb the normal order of the entire financial market, especially for Chinese banks. Rushing attack will lead Chinese banks' market value if it shrinks. In the end, the shares of China Banking Corporation we hold will also shrink. This means that we are also victims in the end." Arrange Calderon finished would ask him, "That do you mean, I have a full-time cast the best?" A Calderon first stunned, then desperately shaking his head and said, "I am certainly not mean. How can a one-time full-time cast of it if the whole cast, so the market is impossible to digest had, in the end we will lose the I mean." This time Wood still didn't listen to Alderon's words, so he interrupted him again. "Okay, I know all about it, so according to my original idea, I will throw 8 billion away before talking. Maybe for Alderon. We will be lost damage, but for the entire Great Wood family, but it is earned, by the loss of the real, is that Chinese banks." Side insisted on Wood. Al Williams did not know what to say. He only said, "Well, you are not too. I think we should first look at communication and Chinese banks, our losses to a minimum." Wood this large waved his hand. "Do not need, even with what I have to sell their shares, but also to communicate with them what I'm sitting here, waiting for them to come ask me 1,000 million." A subsequent Calderon to execute the command of the Wood, and with Alderon's departure, would already imagine the picture of the future, when Downs' family barely holding on to his mercy, when Zeming lost support in Iraq, when Terry has nowhere to go. That's the happiest thing. Wood thought of this with a grinning laugh. "This is the strength of our big Wood family, Zeming. I said that you will regret doing it right with me, and I will definitely do it." 8. Chapter 362 Revenge Mode? Computer I can't afford to hurt. The computer system crashed yesterday. I went to the repair point to fix it at noon today. 4:22 Monday, May, which was originally just an ordinary day, but with the rebirth of Zeming, in 91 years this day will be destined to go down in history. At 8 in the morning, because the root of the Michigan News Channel broadcast a big news that shocked the entire United States. Big Wood Bank will publicly sell China Bank's $8 billion worth of shares, including some shares with voting rights. When this news was broadcast, many people thought they had heard it wrong. This may be a late April Fool's Day joke played by Michigan TV. You must know that this is the stock of China Banking Corporation, and China Banking Corporation is the largest bank in California, and it can be ranked even in the United States. Although there has been some internal turmoil recently, it is generally very reliable. How can it be? Was it sold off? In particular, only off or sold off so much money, even voting shares, which money cannot buy, and are truly involved in the decision-making Chinese banks' important stocks of copies. Not only to sell the shares to be important object is the number of shares itself is very impressive. After all, to say $8 billion, Mexican-American neighbors, the country's foreign exchange reserves are not so much. To say that the wealth of Mexico, certainly not the United States, but it would be a common medium-sized country. He has also been attracting U.S. investment wealth, always some savings, but this money over the entire foreign exchange reserves in Mexico, can be imagined knowing what a huge wealth this is, and when such a huge share is thrown into the financial market, it will undoubtedly cause a tsunami. In this tsunami, perhaps due to the shares of China Banking Corporation, some investors' interest will be snatched up. Of course, a more likely situation will cause a more serious sell-off. Countless investors think this is the Great Wood Bank. It is believed that China Banking Corporation no longer has investment value, or that China Banking Corporation itself has a problem, or that the market cannot absorb so many shares at once, and the price can only fall like jumping off a building. I believe that no matter what kind of situation it is definitely not what China Bank wants to see. And there is another more intriguing situation here. namely Bigwood Bank and China Bank itself. Some people who know financial insiders know that behind the Tang People's Bank is the Tang family in San Francisco. This is a wealthy family that grew up with California. It is said that 150 years ago, the Tang family was the richest in the world. At the beginning, the Tang family came to America with the wealth that flowed to China from all over the world. It was the Tang Bank established by these wealth that eventually became the core of the California Consortium. Another side behind a large bank of Wood is Italy large family. This is coming from a French immigrant aristocracy, and the British royal family is also said to some sources, in short, certainly wealthy. And later with the industrial age in the exhibition, he relied on his wealth to invest everywhere, and then relied on the investment in the manufacturing industry to become a giant in the middle of the country, and also the core of the Italy Consortium. Both of these are not simple, so who said it was not a collision between these consortiums that the Bigwood Bank sold such a direct sale? No one knows why Greatwood Bank did this, but since Greatwood Bank did it, it must have his confidence. But this is not good news for San Francisco. Maybe they did it 150 years ago, owning silver from all over the world. Perhaps they brought the money to San Francisco, but no matter how much wealth they have, they will never be able to reverse the laws of the economy. This is the words of a special commentator of Italy TV, and this sentence is obviously true, because when the time came to 9:30 a.m., when the New York stock market opened, China Bank's stock plummeted. In just half an hour, China Bank's stock fell by more than 5 percentage points. The bank's market value lost nearly $40 billion in half an hour. And after that, the stocks of China Banking Corporation still continued to fall. This forced the U.S. Securities Regulatory Commission to temporarily suspend China banking stock trading and immediately set up an investigation committee to intervene in the investigation of the incident. Although the China Securities Regulatory Commission temporarily suspends a stock and intervenes in the investigation is not a shocking thing, but the problem is that this is China Banking Corporation, a bank with a market value of several $100 billion. It is impossible for a bank to have such a thing. It is precisely because of this concept that when the China Securities Regulatory Commission halted China banking stock trading at 9:40 in the morning, the entire market was in an uproar, and it also made all investors more panic. The stocks belonging to the Tang family were also sold off. Of course, the so-called investigation of the China Securities Regulatory Commission is not about investigating the so-called insider trading. It is about asking what happened between China Banking Corporation and Greatwood Bank. To put it bluntly, other consortiums who watch the excitement want to mediate disputes. That's it. Tang Ran immediately dialed Zhu Ming's phone. Brother Ming, it seems that the current situation has undergone other changes. The Bigwood family has already taken the lead. We at China Bank have no precautions at all. Now we are losing a lot. Not only did China Bank's market value shrink by $40 billion, even the other industries controlled by the bank have had a great impact. Although the family is now trying its best to remedy it, they have had little effect. Tang then went on to say, "Just Commission Chairman personally called me down to our family as much as possible the restraint. He certainly want to make a phone call to you, after all, is a very fragile financial markets, the US state economy are interrelated, afraid he would not even play a big chain reaction." Zhu Ming then puzzled, is not over the Bigwood family is really weird. Yes. Doesn't he worry that the market value of our China Banking Corporation will shrink along with the shares they hold? Although I know they may still buy it back, but in the overall situation of the stock market, I am afraid it's still not worth the loss. I really can't figure out why he did this. Tang Ran said, very puzzled. Then Lin Mu King took the microphone to say her thoughts rode from the hands of Don Ran. Zhu Ming, you would not say that they already know, as and Miranda do, why they want to advance because they shot the original. The plan is to wait for us to take action before they take action. Shouldn't we suddenly sell our shares like this without warning? After all, this will disrupt the order of the entire financial market. The attack surface is too large, and it is easy to attract other consortia. The family intervened. And there is a more important point, that is, If they do this, the market value of the entire China bank will shrink, and the shares they still hold will also decrease. Isn't they doing this harming others and detrimental to themselves? Lin Muking felt puzzled. Lin Muking here guessed the test. Tang then also will be surprised. I think it is likely to be a problem other than we had expected, otherwise unreasonable thing. I may be evil, but Ming brother, you managed to think of ways to deal with Tang for weeks, and then it felt aggrieved Ming. Obviously Bigwood family and the family of his Morganess strength is so strong, but also with those disgusting conspiracy. Now brother Ming uses his own wisdom to figure out how to solve these conspiracies, but they always know what brother Ming is doing. This is too unfair. Face Tang then hold for their grievances. Ming smiled and comforted her. Ultimate challenge. War, this is the life thing. Playfulness, Ming said, and now compared to before, I think the situation has been a good deal more than Ranwood. Do not you think big family now all of a sudden they sell so many shares of Chinese banks is there any confidence in performance? Thought Ming added the sentence, and, like Muking's sister said, they can do so easily lead to resentment and other family consortium to intervene. Listen to Ming said so much. Don then immediately cheered up, that Ming brother, you say, there is a way? Ming then said, Ran, you remember you said before you call the president of the commission say what he wants you to do, exercise restraint. Then why do not we do the opposite? I are going great fanfare retaliation, and we were prepared in this way. Didn't we? Phone side Lin Muking gasped. Ming, you really want to do is to set off a financial war between the giants of the family. Ming did not speak. Don then said, I support the Ming brother. War is war. Well, Ming brother cannot always be bullied by the bad guys. Yeah, we should take lessons from them and let them understand that we are not to be bullied. Well, just as I had originally prepared. Contact Media published a large non-performing assets of banks would then large bank and insurance companies and Rui Hansen Trust sued their alleged violations as interests of the company's illegal operations to the whole list. How much compensation can ask? How much compensation would require? The key depends on sufficient enough to attract the eye. Ming said. Lin Muking said to Ming, no problem, we had prepared these things yesterday, but we didn't expect them to do it in advance. Muking's sister, do not worry, he had early hands cannot change anything. The gap between the Largewood family and Morgan family are naturally occurring. Ming said. As long as Ming your way, I do not trust. You have never let us down before. Lin Muking said. Then Ming and Lin Muking hung up the phone. Down's family has immediately launched a revenge mode, even though they originally intended to do with First San Francisco 150 Enterprises Industry jointly. Rui Hansen Trust companies and insurance companies filed a lawsuit, accusing the two companies of their illegal operations through insider trading, illegal profits for themselves over billions of dollars. So these companies demanded that they make a public apology for the illegal use of commercial espionage and compensate 150 companies for $45 billion US. Later, Wall Street Financial TV received an anonymous profile, which recorded a large number of non-performing assets of Greatwood Bank. These assets are very difficult to enforce, debts and properties that have fallen in value, and some companies themselves are mortgaged. Anonymous material displays the total non-performing assets is US $15 billion. The big reason to sell shares in Chinese banks Wood Bank is hoping to cash in a special way, to avoid opening stocks. Eastern Conference surveillance, undercover replacement. Get rid of these bad assets. 8. Chapter 363 The Most Gentle Revenge? With the news of the $15 billion assets of the Greatwood Bank being made public, the entire American financial community was in an uproar. That is $15 billion. Bigwood Bank is not a giant bank like Morgan and Citigroup. As an ordinary large bank in the central region, The total amount of assets has reached 5% of the total assets of Bigwood Bank itself. Generally said, commercial banks, if the assets of 2 percentage points of the total assets of the bank exceeded its own, has been very scary, because assets in the banking system is already the default loss, is almost worthless garbage. Or if the pass the loan method will be more straightforward. Loans are one of the most important profit-making methods of commercial banks, and loans cannot lend out all of the bank's total assets. According to this calculation method, this 15 billion assets are based on the loan rate. To count, have been cap or go 10%, that is to say, every 10 large wood bank loans, it will be a sum with interest the whole loss. This investment bank also how to ensure that profits. So on the afternoon of the 15 billion assets being made public, a consortium expressed that it would withdraw its capital from the Bigwood Bank. Affected by this news, the shares of Great Wood Bank plummeted by 2 percentage points within half an hour of the final closing in the afternoon. It may not sound like it has fallen much, but anyone with a discerning eye can see it. During the 17 hours from the closing of the market to the opening of the next day, Wood Bank could not bring enough good news for the Great Wood Bank, so he would definitely face a bigger decline the next day. But what news can eliminate the negative impact of this 15 billion assets? I'm afraid even the Morgan family can't think of it. The Bigwood family hadn't thought of a countermeasure yet. Another arrangement of Ziming began also on this morning. Representatives of the lawyers of 150 different companies in San Francisco, also witnessed by the media, reported to the San Francisco District Court. They filed an application for litigation, and they wanted to jointly sue Rebirth Insurance Company and Hanson Trust Company for insider trading. So at the door of the court, representatives of the San Francisco company's lawyers talked to countless reporters. Companies like Rebirth Insurance and Hanson Trust must be prosecuted because they undermine the fairness of transactions, and even more. It is a kind of blasphemy against the law. In order to pursue justice, we must have such companies pay the price they should bear for their actions. Their representative said loudly, and finally waved his fists. He paused, said, "Our lawyers are very confident about this litigation, because we have mastered the most critical evidence in this case. He is sufficient to prove that Rebirth Insurance Company and Hanson Trust Company are guilty, but due to the secret of the evidence before the judicial investigation, we do not intend to show it publicly." Also following the prosecution of the case, the Michigan-based detectives had to come to the door, and they took away the Rebirth Insurance Company and Hanson. The managers of the trust company investigate their insider trading activities. In fact, this was just a reaction from Michigan State's force to face public opinion, but this behavior itself spread to the media and suddenly became even more explosive news. That night, the Chicago blockbuster news program made a special program specifically for this situation. In the program, the TV station's special commentator bluntly said, "Perhaps the Bigwood family is a special existence in Italy, but the F is directly under the Federal Ministry of Justice and is loyal to the law. The actions of Rebel Insurance Company and Hanson Trust Company are guilty, so perhaps the lawsuits they have to face, in addition to the corporate class action lawsuit in San Francisco, will also face the prosecution by the Michigan State Attorney's Office." As he talked, he opened his notebook and continued, "The shareholders of Reb Insurance and Hanson Trust Company are Bigwood Bank, so it is not difficult to guess that this is a left uppercut punched by the Tang family. And the Bigwood family didn't have much defense against this heavy uppercut, so I think they will pay a very heavy price for their negligence or arrogance. I think this price is not just the front teeth." While watching the TV show, Tang Ran said excitedly on the phone, "This is really the best news. Brother Ming, I didn't expect that the Michigan guy can cooperate with us so much, and the investors in the stock market and the media in New York and Chicago are all on our side." As things progressed, Ziming heaved a sigh of relief. He and Tang Ran joked, "So fate the goddess is still fair. She has been eccentric to the Bigwood family for so long, and it is always our turn." Tang Ran has his own opinion on this, I think it is the goddess of fate and the Bigwood family. They are muddy. It's true that you can't get on the wall. Ziming scratched his head, as if it was indeed the case. The previous combination of the Bigwood family and the Morgan family had almost exhausted all the resources, and not only did every move on his side, they are all under their noses, and even their own ideas can't escape their calculations. They can know for the first time what they have. This situation can be said to be so inferior that it can no longer be inferior. But now this situation is obviously it's about to be turned over. No wonder Tang Ran despised the other side. However, Ziming pretended to be angry and said, "Of course, I'm not happy if you say that. Why are they muddled? It's obviously our own strength." By Ziming say this, then Don was suddenly reaction over, no mistake, Ming brother is two smart friends. No matter how big they expanded the Wood family much advantage, but never rival Ming brother. Ziming Xiao Ma Tang Ran a flatterer, and then added, on the clear understanding, and then Sister Mu King, now Morgan Wood family and Large family also did not fall out, they also belong to the Allies. So now we have to carry out Large Wood family of retaliation. Maybe the Morgan family will not be able to respond immediately, but tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, they will definitely respond and help the Bigwood family deal with us. Lin Mu point clear head and said, true, that Ziming you mean to us whether he, in fact, the Morgan family, and pretending to be a tacit agreement ally, only to target the Large Wood family do? Ziming shook his head and said, if so, a little taste of admitting their guilt, and I think we should be a better way. It was also on this evening that George returned to his study very tired, and he dialed the number of Jack, the head of Morgan. Soon the call was connected, and Jack's voice was heard over the phone. Dear George, I feel very sympathy and regret for everything the Bigwood family has suffered. I didn't expect their revenge to come so quickly and so fiercely. It seems that they are going to lose their minds. If he were really to lose his mind, it was a very nice thing, because I can catch them eggs fiercely. That George ferocious road. Then he said, not too clearly, there the reason is beyond our expectations. At least the current situation is very troublesome. George said, waving a turn, said, no. Jack had, I now call you special, not the urge to discuss their families down. Jack then says, dear George, please do not worry, I certainly understand me of duty, but because of what happened today too hasty, I did not prepare, but starting tomorrow, will be side by side with the Morgan family and Large family Wood combat. I would like to believe you, Mr. Jack. George said. So on the second day, Venture Asset Management, a wholly owned subsidiary of Morgan Trust, announced that it would spend $15 billion to purchase all the assets of Greatwood Bank. This news has undoubtedly greatly extended the life of the Greatwood Bank, because anyone with a brain will understand that the so-called assets of banks are basically assets that cannot be cashed out. Therefore, banks generally package assets with extraordinary assets, low price, of course, or many times, some specifically handle assets of companies in order to preempt the acquisition will artificially raise the price, but no matter how it kind of impossible to acquire the original price, because it is impossible to honor one. But for this transaction, no one said that the Morgan family was at a loss, because anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a sign that the Morgan family was behind the Bigwood family. In addition to directly send money to the Bigwood family continued life, controlled by the Morgan family of several investment banks, along with a Large Wood are also in the cast Chinese bank with the bank's stock, and strongly suppress some of the Chinese bank holding company, which makes Chinese banks the stock continued to plummet. Originally, the U.S. Securities Regulatory Commission decided to temporarily resume transactions with China Banking Corporation at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but it fell sharply again in the next half an hour. This time the decline reached a terrifying height of 8%. For this reason, the U.S. Securities Regulatory Commission had to once again halted Tangren Bank's stock trading. Damn the Morgan family, I didn't expect them to really participate. Not only did they send money, they also targeted us everywhere. It's really annoying. Tangran said indignantly on the phone, if it's not Brother Ming, You say don't act rashly, I want to deal with them together. If ran that it wanted to revenge the Morgan family, just do it slightly. I say not to act rashly, but not to your own sulking, Ziming said with a smile. Tang then listened to Ziming said so hastily, shook his head. Then how? What line do Ming brother? Just a little gas. However, I actually did not want revenge, so the Morgan family, after all, we are now faced with a large family, has been very hard for wood. If you add a Morgan. Ziming interrupted Tang Ran and said, I didn't want to force the Morgan family to be our opposite. I mean to avenge the Morgan family, but it's not like dealing with the Bigwood family with a knife or an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Instead, use a gentler way. Big brother Ming, I'm confused by what you said. Isn't it just revenge? Why is there a gentle way? Tang Ran curiously asked. Lin Muking, who was next to him, reacted and said, Ziming, you mean to let us avoid the most important things when facing the Morgan family? Although it is to retaliate against them, it is not important to deal with, but to pick up some irrelevant, local revenge, or the thunder and the rain. It seems that our revenge against the Morgan family is huge, but in fact it did not cause any harm to them, is it? Yes. We are so gentle with Morgan! Ziming said. Chapter 364. How old is Mayor Martin this year? Morgan's behavior is to provide gold coins to the cruel king and blood to the devil. It is an act that tramples on fairness and justice. The $15 billion in bad assets of the Bigwood Bank is their violation of regulations. There is iron evidence for insider trading, but now JP Morgan Trust has to buy it all in a package. Is this a kind of stolen goods? There is also the sale of shares of China Banking Corporation by Morgan Stanley Investment Bank and 6 other investment banks. We don't know this. Is it because of a kind of consideration? Whether it is to follow the venture to speculate or have other conspiracies. But no matter which type, this is a very irresponsible behavior. We hope that Morgan can face the current financial situation squarely, otherwise China Banking Corporation will also to fight back against the Morgan family. Even if there is another Great Depression, it will be caused by Morgan alone. This is the original words of Tang Ran, chairman of China Banking Corporation, in an interview with the media on the morning of April 25. And her words, it also shocked the entire United States. There, Wall Street Financial News exclaimed, the speech of the year-old Chinese girl will start a war in the financial world. Other financial newspapers have also expressed their comments. Once the Tang family launches a counterattack against the Morgan family, it will cause a huge turmoil in the stock market. There may be hundreds of billions of dollars in this turmoil. It caused the Great Depression like half a century ago. Even the professors and mentors of the School of Economics generally believed that there was no chance of winning at China banking without the support of others. In addition to the financial media, other media have also published their own editorials. They called on the Tang family to exercise restraint and also called on relevant departments to crack down on Morgan's speculation. They believed that once the Tang family really retaliated, it would affect the entire family. In the U.S. financial order, from the East Coast to the West Coast, many companies will go bankrupt in this turmoil, and more people will lose their jobs. Of course, some media focused their attention on Tang Ran. They were shocked that a young girl like Tang Ran could say such a tough thing to Morgan. Morgan may think that the new chairman of China Banking Corporation is a young girl who can bully unscrupulously, but they were wrong this time because this girl may be young, but in her bones she has the unyielding and tenacity of Eastern civilization. Morgan thought he could take a shameless advantage, but Tang Ran yelled out revenge at all costs to them. Obviously, Morgan kicked the iron this time, because the girl will not hide in her boyfriend's arms and cry coquettishly, but will retaliate like Margaret Thatcher. With the feminist news report on Tang Ran, the entire United States also knew that China Bank had a very tough successor. From this day on, Tang Ran immediately became the star everyone talked about. My God! Is she really only 23 years old? I can hardly imagine how there is such a stubborn and proud soul hidden in her thin body. when we are still feeling the sexual harassment from the boss in the office when she was having a headache, she was already declaring war with Morgan. This is the idol that our women admire. I can't imagine such a little angel-like girl would actually say such glorious words. She is comparable to our president. My husband is much braver. She is the most holy goddess on Mount Olympus. Because Tang Ran was promoted to the branch, the Morgan family was naturally tragic. When countless people talked about him, they all abused. I already knew that the Morgan family is rubbish. They started off with finance. Then they bought the steel company and sold the shares of other companies. They thought that they were very strong and liked to point fingers at finance. But I think they are just a group of robbers. I support my Tang Ran goddess. In the evening, Tang Ran, who seemed to have become the focus of the entire United States, dialed Zhu Ming's phone on time. Only after the call was connected, Zhu Ming teased her and said, "Of course, you are amazing now. You are a big star that everyone admires. You actually said that you want to retaliate against Morgan without stage fright in front of such multimedia." There, Lin Muking also helped Zhu Ming and said to Tang Ran, "No, let alone the US. We are also big stars in Hong Kong." Minutes told me that her friends are always there. Nian Ranran is Wu Zishan in the new century, and is a role model for all Chinese financial workers. Tang Ran was embarrassed by Zhu Ming and Lin Muking's words. She muttered, "How can people be so good? And it's considered good." I also learned from Brother Ming and Sister Muking. Actually, I don't have any abilities at all. If Brother Ming hadn't helped me, I wouldn't dare to show off in front of such multimedia. I'm afraid I would die. Listening to Tang however cowardly words, Zhu Ming and Lin Muking both laughed happily. After the joke, Zhu Ming asked, "Are you ready there?" Now through the interview with Ranran, this momentum has been created more than we thought. Then we have to retaliate gently against the Morgan family. Tang Ran replied, "Brother Ming, don't worry about it. Sister Muking and I were ready yesterday, just waiting for your order. I hope to quickly resolve the two bad guys, the Bigwood family and the Morgan family, so that Brother Ming can return to San Francisco sooner." This made Zhu Ming laugh helplessly, because it was only Tang Ran who could compare the two families of Bigwood and Morgan like this. Of course, Zhu Ming could also tell from the words that Tang Ran really missed himself. Maybe her tough attitude in front of the media is just to conceal her vulnerability, or because she is not around. They can only turn their thoughts of themselves into other aspects of motivation. Zhu Ming thought of here, said, "Muking sister Ran, etc." This time the matter had been settled. "I'll accompany you back to San Francisco." Its real words Zhu Ming is no guarantee of a very bad check, but then listen to Lin Muking ears, let them happy to jump up. Finally, when the room door was struck between, Zhu Ming just hung up the phone and then Lin Muting passed the door. Is Yitali Mayor Martin at the door? Zhu Ming's problem with the Bigwood family has not been resolved. Martin's villa is the safest place for the time being. "Zhu Ming please." Martin came in to ask him, "I do not know the city." Mr. Long came over to me, "Is there anything you?" Martin frowned and hesitated, but finally said, "That's the new news. I heard the chairman of the Chinese bank's declaration of war on the Morgan family, said the Morgan family will retaliate. This is how it works." "Mr. Ming, didn't you say that you and the Morgan family are in an alliance? Why is the Morgan family still taking action against China Bank, and China Bank has to retaliate against the Morgan family?" Zhu Ming in no hurry to break Martin, then quietly he could finish only after Zhu Ming asked him, "Dear City of Longxian students, you this year a few years old?" This sudden question made Martin stunned at the time. He couldn't imagine how Zhu Ming would suddenly ask such a question. It seemed to have nothing to do with what he said. Zhu Ming, course, is not really going to ask this question. He then said, "If I remember correctly, there was a writer of the same name and your mayor said that most people miss childhood, because childhood is pure, without the deception and double-handedness that we encounter every day. That is to say, on the surface, I will make a set against you, but I will have another approach behind the scenes." "Can you understand if I say that?" Martin Leng asked. Zuxai and Qingming, you mean you do not really want to revenge the Morgan family, right? Ziming shrugged senselessly. Is there any doubt about this? Or Mr. Mayor, do you think the Tang family is really capable of dealing with the two Bigwood and Morgan families at the same time? Following Ziming's rhetorical question, Martin said this. Suddenly he understood it completely, because in his opinion, whether Ziming was lying to him or not, at least one thing is very clear, that is, as the strongest financial family in the United States, no one is his opponent. The Tang family. It is impossible for a family to fight one against two. Seeing that Martin had understood it, Ziming said to him, after all, it is a civilized society. No matter what you do, you must take into account the impact on society. Therefore, it is necessary for the Tang family to perform this role with the Morgan family. A drama. Martin looked at Ziming and shook his head and said, although I still don't understand, since I chose you, Mr. Ziming, I will believe what you say. Ziming smiled. Mr. Mayor, you will be in the future. You will know that your choice is correct. After speaking, Ziming asked him again, Mr. Mayor, how is the current run on Bigwood Bank? This matter stopped a day ago. However, due to the impact of the 15 billion non-performing assets, many people think of the previous run and think that the Bigwood Bank is about to fail. Therefore, there were more people running yesterday and today than before, and not only in Iraq. Terry, this is the case throughout Michigan. Martin told Ziming. What about the three major car families? Ziming asked suddenly. Martin thought for a while before shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, I don't know about it, as if they haven't had any movement. I didn't expect these guys to be able to calm down. But now the situation is so chaotic, they are indeed not good doing things. Ziming said to Martin at last, Mr. Mayor, I think you have to perform your duties next. I need to know the financial situation of several districts and counties in Italy, especially Taylor District and Austria. Lan County, these places have a lot of investment from the Bigwood family. Martin nodded and said yes, then got up and left Ziming's room, and thanked Ziming when the door closed. Ziming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Martin left, because Ziming had to say that the most worried thing in this mission was Martin's attitude. After all, before the situation became clear, he didn't care about it in Italy. He still has to count on him for anything, but he admires the Morgan family so much, so if he were to know that he was actually rivals with the Morgan family, God knows how his attitude would change. It was also for this reason that Ziming had to tell this lie to Martin. Perhaps this lie was full of loopholes, but as long as Martin can be stabilized now, then the next thing will not be afraid, because the Morgan family must come back. On that night, the gentle retaliation of the Tang family against the Morgan family officially kicked off. 8. Chapter 363 Symbolic Revenge? Bao thanks for the support of the 4 monthly tickets of Moxia Bao Waterlot. A helicopter landed on the special apron of the Bigwood Manor. The first heir of the family Wood and Bank President Alderon greeted him here, and then Patriarch George stepped off the plane, and Wood immediately ran over in 3s or 2s. Father, how did you go to the meeting there? Did those guys embarrass us too much? Wood asked nervously. George rubbed his temples, and he could see that he was a little tired. He said to Wood, my child, you must remember that all capitalists are a group of hungry wolves who can eat people without spitting out bones. And every bank, every dollar of wealth is a delicious sheepfold in their eyes. As for you, whether you want to be the wolf who occupies the sheepfold or the guardian shepherd dog, this decision is only in your own hands. Wood said he was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded and said, Father, please rest assured, I will definitely become the head wolf occupying the sheep pen. George smiled and patted Wood on the shoulder and said to be proud of Wood. Wood said to George, Father, did you read today's news? Tang Ran, the little bitch of the Tang family, actually announced in the media today that he would declare war on the Morgan family. The expression on George's face has not changed much, and he is obviously not about the news. Surprised, he nodded and said, of course I know the news. Her decision surprised me because it was not a wise choice. It's not just unwise, It's stupid to ask me. Wood took over his father's words and said, "The Tang family is just an ordinary consortium family on the West Coast. Even our big Wood family can't match it." The Morgan family declared war and said that they would not hesitate to experience the Great Depression again. Such words are said to be an heir who has not been systematically cultivated. This brain and vision are rubbish. I don't think she knows the Great Depression back then. How were they born? Wood continued with a big tone. If they dare to do anything excessive, I'm afraid that we don't need to take action. Naturally someone will tear them to pieces. Wood speaking at the end, he suggested to George, "Father, since they are so desperate, we should join hands with the Morgan family and take down San Francisco. If the big Wood Bank can take over the assets of China Bank, we can get a lot of money. It's an improvement." George was not in a hurry to make a decision. Instead, he asked Aldrin, who came to greet him with him, "What do you think?" Aldrin saluted George before replying, "I think their behavior is too strange." Perhaps Tang Ran is a 23-year-old young man who is easily impulsive, but there are other Tang family members in China Banking Corporation, and it is impossible for her to do as she pleases. And Tang Ran is a person. From the perspective of her inheritance of the Tang family's performance, she doesn't know anything. At least she still has a helper like Ziming. Aldrin thought about it before continuing, unless that what accident happened to Ziming in Italy, which made the San Francisco side become frantic, because according to the information, they seem to be lovers. Hearing this news, Wood grinned and said, "Really? If that bastard Ziming is dead, that's really great news." "So you think we shouldn't make a move for the time being, and we need to observe the situation first, right?" George asked. Now Wood was unhappy. "Father, why do we need to observe the situation? Now it is clear that they have made a huge mistake. It is our opportunity. Why don't we take it well?" A Calderon is George nodded yes. Then George made the decision, that being the case, they do nothing and look forward to the follow-up of the family about Down's performance of it. After making the decision, George turned to Wood again and said, "My child, you have to understand the truth. When hunters catch their prey, they always put the food they want most on the trapper's bait. Sometimes they wait instead. It's easier to see the situation clearly. You have to understand that after taking advantage of the situation, it is them, not us, who are anxious. Time to for 26 days. The entire United States was concerned about Down's family of retaliation. The Morgan family quietly began. For this retaliation, the San Francisco TV station paid attention to the whole process, so their report is also the most representative, but their title is somewhat intriguing. Symbolic Revenge. 9:30, when the time of the New York Stock Exchange began a new day of trading, the Downs family and hundreds of investment company owned by the Consortium of California began Mad Morgan family to sell the three pillars of the bank's stock, resulting in three Morgan. The stocks of major banks have fallen by an average of nearly 1% in an hour. Only this decline was so, and then the Morgan family used financial resources to tell the Down family why he was the number one in the United States. With the support of funds mobilized by the Morgan family, the stock of Morgan Bank soon stopped the decline. When the Tang family saw this, they were not in love with each other. Mingjin immediately retired and gave up on the stock market attack on Morgan Bank, and instead bought several real estate investment banks controlled by Morgan Trust Company. These investment banks are not only for venture capital investment in real estate projects, but they also have a more important function to deal with non-performing assets acquired by Morgan Bank. You know, JP Morgan may have just hit the Wood family from the hands of the big pack, bought the theoretical value of $15 billion of bad assets. If they lose processing channel, then there will be a net loss of $15 billion. Although the Morgan family has money, a large package to buy bad assets of banks would is also political considerations inside. But that does not mean they are willing to bear this loss. So the Morgan family immediately made adjustments, injecting capital into these companies and adjusting the shareholding structure, making the acquisition of the Tang family no longer so convenient. When the time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Pan American Steel Company suddenly exposed the quality of steel, and then the stock of Pan American Steel Company was sold on the stock market, and fell by more than 5 percentage points in 1 hour. This Pan American Steel Company is also part of the holding industry of the Morgan family. Of course, the Morgan family will not ignore it. So the Morgan family also turned around and adjusted funds to support the Pan American Steel Company to stop the decline in the stock market first, and then conduct public relations on the exposed steel issues. Deal with. They first recalled all steel products with quality problems and compensated all dealers. At the same time, they set up an investigation team to investigate the incident in detail. Today, the Tang family's revenge action is very smart. They did not smash in the same field with the Morgan family, but switched back and forth in several fields. If they saw that the Morgan family did not intend to give up, the Tang family would direct retreat. So although the Tang family's approach is dazzling, it actually did not cause much loss to the Morgan family. And there is another interesting detail. After the intraday confrontation between the Tang family and the Morgan family, at the close of the stock market at 4 o'clock, the stocks of the three major banks of China Banking Corporation and Morgan Stanley rose slightly by 0.3% to 0.8%. Not waiting, although the increase is not large, it is also very surprising. Perhaps this is because investors believe that the duel between them can better activate themselves. 1 day passed quickly. With the close of the US stock market at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the fierce financial confrontation between the Tang family and the Morgan family temporarily stopped. However, at this time, Ziming received a message from him. Waiting, but surprising phone. Hello, Mr. Ziming, I think you should still remember my voice. I really can't help but say to you from the bottom of my heart, if you win, I will surrender to you. Following these words on the phone, Ziming finally he breathed out and smiled on his face, because as the other party said, he did have an impression of this voice. It was the voice of Jack, the head of the Morgan family. It seems that the Bigwood family must have made a very stupid decision, right? Ziming asked. Jack replied straightforwardly, yes, because of your actions, the Bigwood family made a wrong judgment, and he no longer believes me. This is what Ziming wanted, and he let the Tang family the purpose of gentle revenge against Morgan. The art of war pays attention to the fictitious and the real. After all, the Morgan family acted on the Down family. If you directly abandon the revenge on the Morgan family, it will be too superficial. It is difficult for the Bigwood family to believe it, so revenge. It is still necessary, but the way of revenge requires a bit of brainstorming. At the thunder and heavy rain is at the core idea of the Down family's revenge. Simply put, it is to retaliate against the Morgan family's industry with great fanfare. But in fact it not the cause is the any substantial harm to the Morgan family. It looks very much like it. The same as deliberate performance. The Bigwood family would therefore feel that the two families of Down and Morgan were deliberately acting for him, and once the Bigwood family became suspicious, it would be easy to do much later. Such a method is useless for people with stubbornness, but for those who are suspicious and distrust other people, it will be very effective. Especially when this is their own manifestation, they will be convinced of it, and people are like this. Once the problem is discovered, they will go to the worst place for unlimited fantasy, and ultimately affect their own decision. Judging from Jack's words, it is obvious that his plan has worked. While taking a breath, Ziming asked curiously, Mr. Jack, I'm very happy that you can make this call, but I'm still curious about one thing, that is, even if the Bigwood family thinks it is a problem, he just simply doesn't trust you. Shouldn't he just break up here? Mr. Ziming's character is really cautious. Jack said over there, actually, I didn't break with the Bigwood family, but I simply think that they no longer have the value of cooperation. Simply put, after considering the abilities of you and George, I decided to cooperate with the more capable party. In Jack's subsequent words, he told Ziming that Morgan Bank originally packaged and bought Gritwood Bank's $15 billion in non-performing assets at the original theoretical price. This transaction was subject to exchange terms, And now when George begins to doubt after the Morgan family, for the sake of insurance, he wanted to postpone the delivery of the exchange terms, but Morgan could not agree to it, so they fell apart, and then Jack called Zooming. So, I did not expect there are so many special relationship. I thought other large Wood family have action sometime there, but you forget the Mountaroot family do not really do that kind of loss of the original transaction is a, Zooming said, and Mr. Jack your decision soon has been fragmented stones, if it ever again worth, I will give up. Jack then says, that it's Xianqing Ming, now we have allies, and how do we do it? I did not have, but you, Zooming corrected him and said, Mr. Jack, I think I need to remind you, but I have not allies, but because the robbers to loot the common good, and now I have been doing, since you want to participate, it is your turn to do it. Jack was stunned for what Zooming said, before he continued, you are too smart, Mr. Zooming, I feel like I have made a very bad decision. 8. Chapter 366 Bigwood's Trump Card? It cannot be said that the action of the Morgan Consortium is still very fast. On the second day after Jack and Zooming talked on the phone, the Kurisk Asset Management Company wholly owned by Morgan Trust announced to the media that because the Great Wood Consortium refused to perform the contract, he would sue the court, demanding that the contract be rescinded, requiring Great Wood Bank to pay $3 billion in compensation in addition to returning $15 billion in funds. I have had a very full of sincerity, hoping to help the big banks can weather the wood difficulties, but everything is like the story of the farmer and the snake. We in the most difficult of the big banks when Wood reached out to him a helping hand, but he deceived us. Their obligations, not only the provisions of the agreement did not, even that bad assets package is $15 billion of assets does not pay on time to pay. This is undoubtedly the worst deception. We can help the poor who can't afford to eat for free, but we will never tolerate any scammers and rogues. Therefore, this time the lawsuit, we have to make Great Wood Bank irresponsible for them. The act of paying the heaviest price. This is what Kerr said when facing all the media. When these words were broadcast on TV through the media, George of the Bigwood family immediately cursed. Damn bastards, the Morgan family is simply the most shameless villain in the world. It's obviously their first, whether it's cheating or breaching the contract. Why are they so skillfully pushing the responsibility on us? George shouted and returned. He patted the table and looked very angry. Why would the Morgan family do this? Shouldn't they be teaming up with us? Why did they betray us? Could it be that the Tang family offered better terms? Wood also said in a daze, as if can't understand the betrayal of the Morgan family. After yelling at him, George calmed down. He said to Wood, my child, do you remember what I said to you? In the world of money, there are no allies of any kind. The Morgan family has always wanted to based on neatly. They have never been our friends, not now, and they will not be in the future, so their betrayal is not surprising. Following George's reminder, Wood suddenly remembered something. He said again, Father, so you expected the Morgan family to betray us long ago? That's why you will not do anything when the Down family retaliates against the Morgan family on a large scale, right? George sneered. Retaliation? Me? You are too innocent. Do you really think that the things the Tang family did are really taking revenge on their Morgan family? Wood was stunned, obviously not understanding what George meant. So George went on to say to him, think about it carefully. Whether every step of the Tang family's revenge against the Morgan family has caused real trouble to the Morgan family. Wood suddenly realized, Father, what you said is indeed the case. Although the Tang family screamed fiercely towards the Morgan family on the surface, in fact, all the means of revenge he carried out were limited. As long as there is action on the Morgan family side, the Down family side will give up immediately. I originally thought that the Morgan family was too powerful, but now it seems that they did it deliberately. Wood paused before continuing. It turned out to be skeptical. After all, the retaliatory actions between them ended up not only not falling, but also rising in the stocks of both of them. It's weird. George nodded. They were acting deliberately to show us. They think their acting skills are good. but in fact they are just two clowns performing. At this point, George sighed again. It's just a pity that I didn't see their conspiracy earlier, otherwise we would not face it. This is the situation now, but fortunately it's the weekend, George said with a wry smile, because this is the fact. Due to the Morgan family's prosecution, the Bigwood Bank not only has the $15 billion in non-performing assets. If it is returned, it may even have to bear $3 billion in compensation. As far as the current situation of Greatwood Bank is concerned, this kind of lawsuit is undoubtedly worse. If it is not on the weekend non-trading day, it is obvious that the shares of Greatwood Bank will face a large-scale plummeted. However, both George and Wood understand that this is just the difference between immediate execution and probation, and even after the 2 days of precipitation on the weekend, Monday's explosion will be even more terrifying. Is there any way to save or stop the stock market? Wood asked. George, there is no way at all, unless we can solve the $15 billion in bad assets in these 2 days. Wood was silent, because he knew that George was behind his words, and there was another sentence that was not at all possible. Or it can be said that even if they have the ability to solve the $15 billion non-performing assets, it does not mean that they can solve all the problems, because with the skills of Ziming and the Morgan family, they will definitely think of other things. Conspiracy. Wood thought so, and he cursed again. Damn it, why is this happening? Why did Ziming and the Tang family guys die obediently? Why did the Morgan family work well with us, but suddenly changed? What about the strategy? Does God really prefer Ziming that guy so much? This is really the worst thing. George patted Wood's hand gently and said to him, don't worry about my child. Our Bigwood family, it's been 200 years since Eatley had a foothold. In such a long period of time, our family has also experienced a lot of betrayals. The reason why we can still save it to this day is because we still have our own whole cards. Hearing this, Wood, when his eyes lighted up, he asked in surprise, Father, do we have special cards? Can we deal with both the Tang family and the Morgan family at the same time? Not that powerful, but at least it can help us get through easily. This time the difficulties, and we can only wait for this matter to pass. We can slowly settle the accounts with the Tang family and the Morgan family. George grinned. As Kerr filed a lawsuit in the court, the Morgan family took the initiative to initiate a conference call with Ziming and Tang Ran. Since in the previous meeting, Jack had already understood who was in charge here, so he directly identified the target, Mr. Ziming. With your attention to current affairs, I think you must have known the news today. Does Mr. Jack mean Kerr Ventures sued Bigwood Bank? Ziming said, to be honest, this surprised me, because although I believed you would do it before, I couldn't think of it. You guys are so direct. This can make the Bigwood family miserable. Mr. Ziming's attention to current affairs is really very high. Jack continued, I just want to do things more directly, at least mine. The advisory team told me that as long as they return all of their $15 billion non-performing assets, they will be finished. It's just a pity that today is not a trading day, otherwise Greatwood Bank's stock will definitely collapse again. The collapse is just a matter of time. Then Mr. Jack is calling now. Is it because he specifically asked me for credit? Ziming asked. Faced with this question, Jack was happy over there. If you can ask for credit, I think I won't mind. But I think Mr. Ziming, you are not a person who will accept credit, so I just want to communicate on this call. Let's talk about the ideas of both parties and discuss what to do next. It should be, because we can't wait for the Bigwood family to collapse on its own. Then, Mr. Jack, do you have any good suggestions? Ziming asked. I know that no matter where, all that can be maintained is money. Now the Bigwood family can still rule Eatley, and it is because he holds the most money in Eatley. Then if we can have a way let him lose more money, then it will speed up the pace of their collapse. Excuse me, Mr. Jack, you say that you are throwing the problem back to me again, but the Morgan family is in the money industry. Expert, Ziming said. Jack also said over there, Mr. Ziming passed the award. I think that since Mr. Ziming is planning everything now, then I should respect Mr. Ziming's answer, and of course I believe in your ulcer even more. If this is the case, then I won't refuse. Ziming said, my idea is very simple. Continue to create a run for Great Wood Bank, and at the same time, buy other companies controlled by the bank. Be sure to let them put themselves. I don't have much funds to disperse. It's a simple method, but it's very practical. Jack asked after thinking about it. But Mr. Ziming, even if we talk about the current situation, we still can't write too much. The Bigwood family. Ziming asked what he thought of. Mr. Jack thinks he still has any cards. Mr. Ziming, you should also know that the United States is a new country, and the history books are only a few hundred years old. History, and the Bigwood family existed before the independence of the United States, so in such a long time, he will naturally have his own background and unknown secrets. This Bigwood family is no exception, so I think the closer we are to victory now, the more we must be concerned. Jack reminded. That's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Jack. Ziming then turned to the front. But I think, what if Mr. Jack also fails with his whole cards? The Bigwood family has been completely defeated. Jack laughed. It seems that Mr. Ziming is more fierce than me, and there is no chance for the Bigwood family to stand up at all. Return it in his own way. It's just to treat his body. When he and the Morgan family joined forces, didn't they do the same? Ziming teased, and then hung up the phone. After closing the phone, Ziming turned his head and asked, City Mr. Chang, now you can trust my cooperation with the Morgan family? The person sitting next to Ziming is Mayor Martin of Eatley. Although Ziming explained to him clearly last time, he still doesn't believe it. Ziming and the Morgan family cooperated, so Ziming had to take him to participate in this conference call in order to prove it. But in order to ensure the smooth flow of the phone, Ziming asked him not to say a word. Martin was also obedient. As expected, there was no sound when Ziming spoke on the phone. Until now, he is still very excited. Mr. Ziming, this is really incredible. I didn't expect you to really join forces with the Morgan family. Now there is no retreat for the Greatwood family. Ziming patted Martin on the shoulder and said to him, this also needs the support of Mr. Mayor, and the run of the Greatwood Bank should be stronger. 360 Chapter 17 Division of Labor and Cooperation. At 8 a.m. on April 28, a private jet from the United States landed at London Luton Airport. Compared with the famous Heathrow Airport, Luton Airport is dedicated to private jets. A small airport for landing services and aircraft maintenance. Initially by Sir Luton Airport is built specifically for their own airport. A long time do not use outside, but later due to the bankruptcy of Jazz, became the last resort sold specifically for private jet charter service and airport, but because each the various supporting service facilities are very complete, so the transformation of Luton Airport is also very smooth and successful. Many private jets flying to London will choose to land here. When George walked out of the hatch, he saw Leslie parked there. A slender Englishman opened the door for George. Hello, Mr. George, I have been ordered to greet you here. Lord Earl is already here. His castle is waiting for you. George didn't speak, but he greeted him and got in the car. Then an hour later, he arrived at York Castle, which was once the castle of the British royal family York family. Later, with the alternation of dynasties, the York family was no longer a royal family, but still owns the ownership of the castle. Steam car went straight entered the castle. The castle in the middle of the green, an Englishman wearing solemn dresses sitting there drinking tea. He smiled and invited to please George and sit down, and handed a cup of freshly brewed coffee in front of George. You can take a day come again, your eyes are too red. This is not a gentleman, but rather are those speculators on Wall Street who are full of the smell of copper. Of course George understands that he must not look good now, but there is no way. After all, he flew the entire Atlantic Ocean from Eatley to London. Although there was a bed for him to rest on the plane, it still made him feel very tired. At this moment he can feel the pain as if there is a wire in his head constantly stabbing. George says with a smile, Moomba, Earl Burton, if you do make a choice between bankruptcy and a gentleman, I think you'll like me. Earl put down his glass and smiled. I have been heard, you were a few small ethnic Chinese to the whole miserable in Italy, only $15 billion of bad assets is exposed, and even though because of the relationship with the Morgan family, everything is very detrimental to you. So please pardon me, Mr. George, what you did is really bad compared to your father. George also looked up at the Earl of Tit for Tat and said, that what Mr. Earl, and I submit, that Ziming is simply the devil. If you dare to get involved, your outcomes will be more embarrassed than I am. There was disdain on the Count's face. It seems that Mr. George, you are indeed weak, so you will actually be reduced to relying on this shameless method to get me involved. George still insisted, if you want to insist on thinking this way, I can't help it. But I just told a fact. Count shrugged his shoulders. How it, so you look at the stick's sake? But I think we still talk about proper business deal, unless going to leap Mr. George entire piece of the Atlantic, and then I pointless bickering. After the Earl Mountbatten said this, George calmed down. He then said to the Earl, since you already know the situation on Italy's side, then I will not go around the corners. Now the Bigwood Bank needs a lot of money. I hope the York family can help. How much do you want? The Count asked. George raised two fingers. At least $20 billion. There. Earl nodded. The money is not a problem. I can prepare it at any time. But there is one thing I must understand. Mr. George, you are yours. Is it the patriarch of the Great Wood family to ask for the money in the name of the Bigwood family? You know, the identity is different. And my attitude or the York family's attitude will be completely different. After all, it's $20 billion US. But it's not $200. There. Earl's gracious promise made George a little stunned. But when he heard what he said later, George felt very dissatisfied. I'm sorry, I don't see the difference. And 13 years ago, in order to obtain the support of the York family, I sold myself to you. Don't you still believe in my loyalty? There. Count shook his finger and corrected. I would rather call it you. An exchange of interests with us in order to inherit the family. Mr. Mountbatten, George said solemnly, my patience is limited. There. Count stretched out his hands helplessly. It's really a sense of humor. Americans, looking at the relationship between the Great Wood family and the York family, I can help you get a total of $20 billion US in low-interest loans from the Royal Bank of London. Do you think this is enough? George was relieved. He stood up and saluted the Earl of Mountbatten, and finally added, however, due to the current time limit, I need to get the money today and let the media know. So, it was at George's. Upon request, the Earl of Mountbatten agreed to his request and personally took him to the Royal Bank of London, and held a press conference at 3 in the afternoon. At the press conference, George announced to the media that the Royal Bank of London would provide a bank for the Great Wood Bank. A loan of £5.3 billion, equivalent to $20 billion US, was used to help Great Wood Bank cope with the crisis. The news quickly spread back to the United States, and the tripartite conference call between Ziming, Tang Ran and Morgan was immediately held. When the phone was connected, Ziming asked directly, Mr. Jack, is this the trump card of the Bigwood family you mentioned? I'm sorry Zuxian Ming, for your question. I think I'm very difficult to answer, because there were only half as large as Wood family, the Morgan family age. Jack then turned the topic of conversation to say, not to I guess this should be their last. The trump card is because the Great Wood family only asked for help twice in the history of the British mainland. One was during the Second War of Independence, and the other was during the Great Depression. Not to cannot but say that their approach is still very effective. Finally Jack commented, Ziming of course, understand this point, and now with the completion of the loan, not just the Bigwood family financial problems being solved, and also published in the media then wait until the stock market opened tomorrow. It is likely to lead to rising stock market of. Not to Ziming thought of another question. He then asked, but I remember the great family of France Wood family is not how it will be something to do with it and London and also supported by the bank with the royal title. Ziming would be so problem, because he cannot remember ever seen in any place in the UK to get the title of the royal charter is not easy. because it must provide more than 5 years of service to the royal family, and all enjoyed the serving royal family members did not have any dissatisfaction with the service, and the king allowed the company to use this title. It seems that Xian Xingming knowledge is very broad. This problem will involve the other side of chaos inherited the throne of Europe. Jack said, Bigwood family is indeed a family from France. But he's just another A branch of the family, and that family used to be in charge of the British Isles and became a king. Although they are no longer the royal family, they are still British nobles, with huge wealth and superhuman influence. Ziming raised an eyebrow. Mr. Jack, in your words there seems to have other meaning. Jack said, my idea is that since a large family to England would moved out of his last cards, then all things to here come to an end now. Why is this? Is this Royal Bank of London so powerful? Ziming asked curiously. This is not simply a question of whether it is powerful or not, but there is no need to have a financial conflict with London. Jack said to Ziming, I think you should know that the Morgan family has only accepted the investment from the UK to get what it is today. Therefore, the Morgan family has always had a rule that the family is not allowed to directly engage in any form of financial collision with the British mainland. Ziming is even more curious. I don't understand that. This is the strength of the UK's financial strength. Does it make you scared? Or do you simply talk about heroes based on blood? I'm sorry, Mr. Ziming, I don't think I can answer you this question. I can only say that Britain, as the past empire of the sun never sets, from all over the world, the plundering of wealth, the wealth held by those British aristocrats, is a secret that can never be revealed. Jack said, it sounds like this is indeed the case. Britain may not have a large land area, but because it once colonized the world, it plundered a lot of wealth. Later, with the decline of the colonial era, Britain lost a large number of colonies, but it has been plundered to Britain. Wealth will not disappear. No one knows how much wealth the British aristocracy has hidden, but at least the whole world knows that London is the world's financial center, as famous as New York. In addition, the top 10 consortia or financial families in the United States more or less have the shadow of the British behind them, and the Morgan family even directly accepted the investment of the British to rise. So it is no wonder that there is some natural fear of the United Kingdom. Thinking of this, Ziming said to Jack, since Mr. Jack is a bit timid about the British, maybe we can divide the labor and cooperate. Jack automatically blocked the timid words and asked, how to divide the labor and cooperate? Mr. Jack, you continue to deal with the big brothers, the Wood family, and I went to have a good talk with the British. If I can't agree, I'll give them some lessons to make them settle down. Ziming said, it's the British I'm going to deal with. I think so. Being Mr. Jack doesn't violate the rules, right? Jack replied yes. He was very uncertain and asked Ziming if he really wanted to do this. Ziming replied, there is no other choice now. Jack had no choice but to say, then I can only wish you good luck, and I think it is necessary for me to remind you that those British people are very old-fashioned. Their heads are like rocks. They can't learn to turn at all, so if you go fine they will only be humiliated by them when negotiating. You'd better teach them severely first, and then they will calm down and listen to you. It seems that these British people are really cheap. Ziming he joked. Of course, in order to ensure that I can teach those British people, I need the Morgan family to help me contact someone. His name is Joe Ross. Chapter 368 The Investment Ghost. Joe Ross. There is a building at the intersection of Broadway and Wall Street. Irving Financial Tower. The 13th floor of the building is where the famous Quantum Fund is located, and since the Quantum Fund is here, it is indispensable for the most brilliant investor of the fund company, Joe Ross, to choose the 13th floor as his idea, because he thinks the Quantum Fund is to betray people from all over the world. It has the demeanor of the Ksitagaba. I don't go to hell and whoever goes to hell. Wang. However, this financial tycoon who dared to sacrifice his life is not in a very good mood, even if he only made a profit of $200 million for the fund in the arms stock investment not long ago. Go out and tell the damn reporters, if they are willing to give me $100 million to invest in foreign exchange, then I will be very grateful to them, otherwise, they will give me as far as I can go. I am not interested in explaining anything to a group of people who do not understand hedging investment. It's called a hedge. This is as painful as explaining to elementary school students what calculus is. I don't care what Wall Street finance or the New York economy is. I don't care what consortium is behind them. And I don't care what shit it is. The reporter of this award. In short, I just don't want to see them. In their office, Kiao Ross yelled at his assistant angrily, and then his assistant was scolded, and immediately left the office with a scramble. When the assistant went out, Kiao Ross returned to his seat angrily. He picked up the fund company's financial documents on the table and smashed the table severely and said, "Damn it, if I can have more money, that's fine. Those consortia are idiots. They just trust in the bank with money in their hands, or invest in garbage projects with very low returns. Isn't there anyone in this world who has the foresight?" If Joe Ross' words are spread out, it will undoubtedly shock many people, because regardless of the major consortia or financial families, all the rich are investing their money, and they will never let themselves his money lay in the bank and slept, and their investments can often bring substantial returns, some of which can even reach hundreds of millions of dollars. But this is all rubbish here in Joe Ross. If other people say this, I'm afraid they will be scolded as an idiot, but this person will not, because he is Joe Ross, who is praised by the media as an investment ghost. At this time, Kiao Ross heard the door of the office opened again, and he yelled without lifting his head, "Are you a pig? Didn't I tell you just now? No matter what shit reporters, even if it's the boss of the station, will you get me out if you are? Unless they can bring me a sufficient amount of investment." My friend, although journalists who fear the world will be annoying, but occasionally, we should also perfuse them. Of course, what I don't understand is, why are you so angry? Kiao Ross was stunned, because this voice was not his assistant. He looked up and saw a familiar face and said, "Roger is mine." Friends, you don't know, those reporters will always ask you some very stupid questions, or questions that are irrelevant except for grandstanding. I am fed up with it. I am not a monkey in a cage. Luoji is the most trusted partner of Joe Ross. It was the quantum fund he founded with Joe Ross 21 years ago, and he helped Joe Ross get investment. This gave Joe Ross the opportunity to make a big splash in the financial world. Regarding Joe Ross nagging, Roger smiled and walked over and sat in front of him. He glanced at the financial statement in Joe Ross' hand and immediately understood. He said to Joe Ross, "I know you always need more money to show your ideas, but that's so far ahead that many people need time to accept it." My friends, of course I understand this. After all, I want to get the money out of their pockets. This is a magic that is difficult to achieve, but I will wait for the time to come. But the opportunity will be missed. Joe Rose said, "So you should travel around the world, maybe the white snow of the Alps can make you change your mind." Roger teased Joe Ross, and then continued, "Okay, the joke is over, I have something to look for you this time." "Yes," Roger said, took out his notebook and handed it to Kiao Ross. "This is the contact information of a Chinese named Zhu Ming. Take the time to call him today. It is said that he has very good investment projects." Kiao Ross finally took a look at the notebook and threw it on the table. Chinese, a group of investors who are stingy than grand. Even the Tang family in San Francisco are short-sighted idiots. What can they have? Investment projects. Now this Zhu Ming, what kind of ride does he want to ride? My friend, I think you should pay attention to your tone, because he was introduced by the Morgan family. Roger was very serious to him. Say. Kiao Ross waved his hand needlessly and said, "I know, in the field of investment, it is very simple for me to settle a Chinese American." Kiao Ross said this is just a perfunctory, and then he wanted to talk to Roger about how to raise more. The question of funding, but Roger obviously took the contact with Zhu Ming more importantly. Kiao Ross had no choice but to dial the phone on his laptop in front of Roger. Zhu Ming was waiting by the phone, because the Bigwood family had already obtained a loan of $20 billion from the Royal Bank of London. Now he must make adjustments as soon as possible. He needs to contact Joe Ross. Hello Mr. Joe Ross, this is Ziming. I know you don't know me, but it doesn't matter, because I can provide you with tens of billions of dollars in investment, Ziming said. Originally, Kiao Ross just wanted to be perfunctory, but when he heard Ziming's opening remarks, he immediately changed his attitude. Zuxian Ming, you could be so much money. Are you a family man with Down family? May far as I know everyone must surname Tang fishes, and in addition Down family. I do not know where can the Chinese people be so rich? Kiao Ross threw a series of questions to Ziming like a pearl. Mr. Karas, if I were you, I would certainly not ask this silly question, unless your idea of racial discrimination has spread to the top of money. Ziming said. Remarks let Karas react. He smiled and said, really so that I can for my previous discriminatory words to apologize to you, but Mr. Ziming, I would like to know, you say you are over there, what exactly is a good investment project? Is it arms, finance, or real estate? Foreign exchange currency? Ziming said, in short, I now have a presence in Europe much more than the amount of banknotes line their actual requirements of a country, so if we aggressively selling the currency of the country, causing currency devaluation, then we will make huge profits. Ziming words let Karas immediately shines. He quickly asked, the original week. Mr. Ming, do you think so? Then you choose the country where it is not the British do. Ziming did not directly answer Kiao Ross's question, but instead asked Kiao Ross, can I think that Mr. Kiao Ross's remarks meant that he agreed to cooperate with me? After Ziming's reminder, Kiao Ross realized that it is very dangerous to say the investment goal easily before reaching a formal cooperation, because the profit that an investment goal can obtain is limited, and increasing investors often means decrease in investment profits. What's more troublesome is that the other party makes hedging behavior in advance to make the target be prepared, and the other party can make a fortune and leave, but he can't make a penny of profit. Kara's helpless smile, very grateful to Mr. Xi Ziming reminder, but I think some words I say and do not say not much difference, just because from then, when I can hear that Mr. Ziming you also know of. Finally, a weekly Xianqing Ming, no other conditions, I think I would be very happy to accept your cooperation. Karas said. This is great. Ziming said, not me need to say some words on the front, because the British side to mess with me, I need to teach them severely, so I need to make pound pay for their stupid decisions. The price, my only requirement, is to keep the pound exchange rate as low as possible, and even get them out of the European exchange rate system. Karas said, Zuxianqing Ming, I want you between me and the goal. The essential difference does not exist. That what I first wish I had smooth cooperation. As to the follow-up thing, Tang Bank and Morgan will come and you negotiate in. After leaving this sentence, Ziming hung up the phone, and Kiao Ross said with some inexplicable meaning, I didn't expect that I could meet investors who have such a unified opinion with me. Then Karas asked. Roger said, my friends, this is where he came from. Ziming San Francisco emerging Zaibatsu, or from Singapore or Hong Kong City over it. I'm sorry, he is neither. He came out of China. Roger added, and he is only 26 years old this year. Kiao Ross' eyes widened at the time, feeling very unbelievable. I am a 26-year-old investor from China, my God, are you kidding me? How is this possible? Roger patted Kiao Ross on the shoulder. He could understand Kiao Ross' current mood, because he felt incredible when he first heard about Ziming. After all, in the understanding of ordinary Americans, China is a very poor country, where people can't even eat enough to eat, and under heavy pressure, there is no concept of finance at all. So how can people who come from the have money investing, let alone knowing what foreign currency is? It seemed to him like a kid who skipped, just ran or even jumped. I also hope him joking, but it's a pity that this is the truth. Roger said to Kiao Ross, you might not believe Kiao Ross. The cooperation with Mr. Ziming was given to me by Mr. Jack himself. Phone call. Joe Ross took a deep breath. As an investment tycoon, He certainly knew Jack, the head of the Morgan family, who was at the apex of the entire American financial pyramid. He unexpectedly introduced him in the middle. This shows that Morgan does the family attach great importance to this zooming. Roger saw what Joe Ross was thinking, and then said to him, I don't know how much the Morgan family attaches to this Mr. Zooming, but Mr. Jack has a very high evaluation of him. Roger here paused and continued, or say that not only is Mr. Jack, after a conversation with Mr. Jack, I asked it series of others, whenever no zooming this person, are very high on his evaluation. Many people say that he can master every investment method proficiently, and can make incredible conversions in it, and finally earn staggering profits. Genius. Kiao Ross exclaimed immediately, if he really is like this, then besides this word, I can't think of any other words that can describe him. Orgzu is the only way a person can help you achieve your ideal. Pick up finance as a weapon, destroy a country. Roger said. Kuraz but shook his head, no, or perhaps I should follow him. To be his opponent's spear pierced his hand is 8. Chapter 369. That's a paper tiger. In persuaded Kuraz later. Zooming immediately telephoned the news to the king Tang Lin Mu. However, now we can use the identity of China Banking Corporation to invest in a sub-fund. It can be a long-term investment agreement or just for this time. However, the only thing we need to do is to reach an agreement as soon as possible and ask Joe Rose attack the pound as early as possible. Zooming would say not offhand, and today is a Monday, with London Bank announced that $20 billion in a message to the big bank loans would greatly enhance the market confidence in the large banks. So in after the stock market opened in the morning, Great Wood Bank's stock has been soaring all the way. By the time of Joe Rose's call, it had risen by more than 4%. However, Tang that while listening to Zooming said so, she immediately echoed, of course okay. Can. Offensive move against the pound, this is a generous nation for it. Tang Ran's tone was a little excited, because in general finance, at most, I heard that it was aimed at a company or a financial family. Where did I hear it was aimed at a country? She hadn't even seen it in the records of the Tang family. Or if some poor and weak countries are nothing but a powerful economy like the UK, how can it not make people feel excited and excited? In shock over the move, Don ran very unhappy and said, it is best to quickly teach training those Britons, so they do not interfere. Ming brother, your thing, look at those banks. Would People's Congress, cannot be on TV nonsense. Ziming laugh, then think of Tang actually is a very vengeful person, of course. Her own mind and is related to the hatred it wants. In the new morning smell, the big banks would. Chairman of Wood is also a large family. Patriarch George in the face of media interviews had berated all acts against big banks Wood, adding that these people are wanted grazing elephants. The Rat, and the Big Wood Bank said that these sneak attacks behind the scenes, vain attempts to use despicable and dirty means are doomed to fail. Although he didn't name him, George was obviously scolding Ziming, and the brother Ming, who dared to scold Ran, was of course very angry. Compared to Tang Ran, Lin Muking seems to be much more mature. She took the phone from Tang Ran and said to Ziming, I understand that in this situation, it is necessary to teach Britain not to interfere with the Bigwood family. But the problem is that Britain is, in addition to the United States, outside the most strong financial countries, and rush to attack the pound really work? I understand that the UK only joined the European exchange rate system last year, and now the pound is in a rising trend. Lin Muking went on to say, there is also this Joe Ross, can he be trustworthy? Although he has made a lot of investments for the quantum fund, they are all aimed at the stock market, and this kind of transnational offensive currency requires a lot of money, with great vision and very delicate operation techniques. From these words alone, it is not difficult for Ziming to see how much preparation Lin Muking has done. Britain does at last join the European exchange rate system. The UK itself is a financial powerhouse, but in my opinion, it is a poor paper tiger because of his system is not necessarily a sound system. Ziming went on to say to Lin Muking, Europeans want to establish a unified currency. This desire is good. However, Due to the large fluctuations in exchange rates among European countries at this stage, the Berlin Wall has just been overthrown, and many countries have to cope with it. The Cold War has left a very serious fiscal deficit. In short, the whole of Europe is not ready to embrace a unified currency system. In addition to this, the United Kingdom has been away from Europe for a long time and has never been peaceful. Europe has one heart, so the current system is a joke. As long as someone dares to do it, they can easily complete a wave of harvesting. Ziming turned to the subject, his tone affirmed. As for Joe Ross, from his past, judging from his investment style, he is still very trustworthy. Just kidding, that's Joe Ross. In the future, anyone who has a little knowledge of finance will know this person's name. The Southeast Asian financial turmoil that shocked the world started from the sell-off of the Thai baht, directly causing the economies of these countries to set back for at least 10 years, and later cooperated with the US government to initiate a color revolution, plunder Eastern European countries. At that time, if you want to say that one person will destroy a country, it is Joe Ross. As for the history of Chaka Joe Ross, the Bank of England incident in 1992 is also very famous, that is, the financial event in which Joe Ross made a profit by selling the pound frantically and causing the pound to depreciate. In fact, it was because Ziming still remembered this. When Ziming thought of teaching Britain, the first thing he thought of was Joe Ross. Although the Bank of England incident in the previous life was born in 1992, according to Kiao Ross' own recollection on a talk show, he actually started preparations when Britain joined the European exchange rate system 2 years ago. It was only at that time that his ideas were too advanced and he did not believe him too much, and the investors of the Quantum Fund did not agree with the project, which caused the project to be dragged on for 92 years. Later, because of the European bond crisis caused by the failure of the Danish referendum, when the problems of the European exchange rate system were first exposed, the investment talents of Quantum Fund suddenly reacted, and this was the result of Joe Ross' attack on the British pound. Joe Ross made $2 billion by selling the British pound, but he himself said, "I have been preparing as quickly as possible. But the result is still too late, because the bond crisis has also made others see the problems with the European exchange rate mechanism," he said. When dividing the cake, many opponents that shouldn't exist are added, otherwise the profit can be increased by at least 5 times. Perhaps there is some bragging about what he said, but one thing is clear, that is, it is completely feasible to snipe the pound sterling in 1991. Not to mention that with his rebirth and return to change the entire world line, let the former Soviet Union die early, and accelerate the process of European integration, then the originally feasible plan to attack the pound is obviously more feasible. It was just these words that Ziming couldn't tell anyone clearly, so he had to make a decision arbitrarily, and Lin Muqing and Tang Ran, seeing Ziming so resolute, would naturally not object. Sister Muqing, I know it would be incredible to say that, but you have to believe that there is definitely a problem with the exchange rate mechanism in the UK and the whole of Europe. Their superficial strength is equivalent to a paper tiger, very weak, as long as we dare to take action. They will die to us, Ziming said. Facing Ziming's explanation, Lin Muqing said, over there, Ziming, you are not practical to explain to us. No matter what you say, we will unconditionally trust you. Even if you tell me that you are going to buy the Federal Reserve tomorrow, we will think to do everything possible to help you raise funds. Even if you make a mistake in the end, we will accompany you on your mistakes without complaint or regret. Tang Ran also said, Brother Ming and Sister Muqing are right. You just need to do it. Well, no matter what decision you make, we will support you to the end. This is not a word, but a promise. Hearing what Lin Muqing and Tang Ran said, Ziming was very moved, because if it wasn't really love to the bones it was impossible to do this, and Ziming felt that he was so lucky to have such love from them. However, there is no permanent banquet in the world, no matter how deep the relationship is, there are times to hang up, and they are now racing against time. Lin Muqing and Tang Ran need to find Kiao Ross first to get ready. After hanging up the phone, Ziming eased his mood for a while before dialing the number of Jack, the head of the Morgan family. As soon as the call was connected, Jack's voice came over. "Hello, Mr. Ziming. Did Joe Ross contact you? If not, I can contact you again." "Of course not. I am very grateful for Mr. Jack's matchmaking. I not only contacted Mr. Joe Ross, but also discussed with him about sniping the pound." Ziming went on to say, "I am contacting Mr. Jack now. There is another more important thing, that is, I hope I can borrow from Mr. Jack some money. It should be. After all, the United Kingdom is a country with very strong financial strength, and the number of invisible rich people in the United Kingdom is also very large. It is impossible to attack such a country's currency without huge financial resources. So how much do you plan to borrow, Mr. Ziming?" Jack asked. $10 billion. Ziming answered without hesitation. This answer made Jack exclaimed at the time, "What? $10 billion? Ziming smiled. "If I remember correctly, the Morgan family is the #1 financial family in the United States. It's not difficult, right? And I'm not just talking about it, because to deal with a country like the United Kingdom, this amount of money still needs to be used." Jack interrupted Ziming and said, "No way, Mr. Ziming, you are misunderstood. I don't think the money is too much, but that it's too little. As you said, Mr. Ziming, the UK is a very powerful country with financial strength. Can it beat the British pound with only $10 billion US? You know that this money can't even be dealt with by the Bigwood family. I didn't say that I would use $10 billion to beat the pound, but I only have $10 billion now. I have prepared for the China Bank. $10 billion US, Ziming said. But even if it is 20 billion, 30 billion is not enough. Jack said. "Does Mr. Jack know how to shoot crossbow arrows?" Ziming asked. Jack was stunned by this question. He didn't understand why Ziming suddenly asked such a question. Wasn't he talking about $10 billion? Why did you suddenly jump on the crossbow arrow? Although Jack was confused, he replied, "Of course it is to use the trigger to jam the bowstring, aim at the enemy, and then pull the trigger." It seems that Mr. Jack knows the crossbow arrows very well. The crossbow arrows are indeed shot like this, so can it be said that the trigger pulled the bowstring? Ziming asked. Of course not. The trigger is just a mechanism. The real bowstring has already been pulled. Jack's words stopped abruptly. Obviously he already understood Ziming's meaning, so Ziming took his words. The head said, "Of course. If I was specifically dealing with the pound, it would definitely not work, but my luck was better, because since the UK joined the European exchange rate system, the pound itself has had very serious problems, so I just need to. If this problem is brought out, it is easy to cause the collapse of the pound." Ziming finally metaphorically said, "It's like a bowstring that has been drawn on a crossbow. I only need to touch the trigger with the $20 billion I prepared earlier. You can complete the entire shooting process." Jack laughed when he heard this. "So, Mr. Ziming, you are really a genius. Then in this case, I will be generous and give you $20 billion directly." "Okay, but Mr. Ziming, you have to pay me at least $200 million in return." Mr. Jack is a bit stingy. "I have to deal with pound sterling," Ziming said. "After it's done, I think I can pay Mr. Jack at least $400 million in return." 8. Chapter 370, Ziming's Spirit? On Tuesday, April 3rd, in the conference hall of the two towers of the most famous World Trade Center on Wall Street, a show was held. The grand press conference is preparing to be held? Because of the strict security of the World Trade Center, the reporters who can attend the conference are all certified famous brand reporters from major media, which can also prove the importance of the press conference. The job of a reporter is to chase gossip and questions, and this news conference seems to be prepared in a hurry. Therefore, many reporters are sent on missions, and they don't know the specific content of the conference. Plus the bottom of each reporter's heart. The flaming heart of gossip wanted to grasp as much information as possible before the conference started, so before the conference started, these reporters all started to talk about it by themselves. Hey, some people today know damn press cloth will in the end. What is the situation? Actually chose a live Mao Tower, handwriting getting bigger, just do not know what the trick is. Just to launch a new company means, is also a rich the second generation family trick. This is the most talked about question on the scene. Don't you guys know the content of today's news conference? I do know that he was not a boring second generation rich maneuver, but a very huge incident between two consortia. Someone from the Quantum Fund, do you know? It is the fund that made hundreds of millions of dollars on orders from the Department of Defense not long ago. It is said that this news conference was held by them. There must be more important things. Someone broke the news. In fact, many people know the news, so they don't know if they say it for the sake of ignorance or something else. Not through the Quantum Fund is very simple. Allegedly set up to now has been to make money. Assets under management are also tens of thousands of dollars from the beginning, and now rolled tens of billions of dollars. So that the seat Quantum Fund's investment analyst Joe Ross is very difficult. If possible, I would like to give him a personal interview. So now is there another consortium that wants to cooperate with the Quantum Fund? Doesn't that mean that there will be big moves in the financial market in the future? I think this will be the most amazing news in the future. The people below you said each other. Time passed quickly, and at 9 o'clock in the morning, this was the time when the news conference began. Along with numerous spotlight, the main person in charge of the Quantum Fund, Roger and Kara's admission, and on the other side, however, Tang Lin Muking and the Chinese bank legal representatives into the venue. Seeing Tang Ran and Lin Muking, a reporter immediately exclaimed, "My God, isn't this Tang Ran? That is the very young chairman of China Banking Corporation. It is incredibly young. So her approach is also impossible to make people understand. She will take the China Bank to retaliate against the Morgan family. Didn't you expect to come to the World Trade Center to cooperate with the Quantum Fund now?" Others exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Quantum Fund has already been overwhelmed in the financial market. Now that it has the support of China Banking Corporation, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Miss Tang Ran said before Lenovo, "Is it because they want to join forces? How about dealing with the Morgan family together?" This will be another heavy blow to the Morgan family after the sinking of the Titanic. Some reporters have different concerns. Look, that's the real Tang Ran, I see from the photo. She is very beautiful. Now that I can see her so close, I feel that this is a gift from God to me. Miss Tang Ran, she is still that beautiful. Like other reporters, Roger and Kiao Ross are seeing Tang Ran. When I was with Lin Muking, they were also taken aback, because this news conference was prepared hastily. They never met. Roger and Joe Ross only knew that each other was very young and had seen photos, but when they see a real person, they will still be surprised. Roger and Kiao Ross are both 60-year-olds after all. Naturally, they will not lose their stance on such occasions. They took the initiative to shake hands and say hello. "Dear Miss Tang Ran, I am very happy to meet someone at this age. The angel wants a beautiful lady, and cooperates with such an elegant lady." Facing Roger's praise, Tang Ran just smiled and thanked him, and then Tang Ran invited Lin Muking out and said, "Roger and Joe, Mr. Ross, the investment this time is not the behavior of the China Banking Corporation. At the same time, there is also the participation of the Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund." Lin Muking stood up smiling and shook hands with Roger Joe Ross and introduced herself, letting Roger and Joe Ross do the same. Very surprised. The legend of the East once again opened my eyes. Miss Lin Muking is beautiful and wise, she is impeccable. When I see you, I can see the smile of Mona Lisa. Roger praised. Like Tang Ran, Lin Muking just nodded and smiled at Roger and thanked him without saying much. And this kind of implicit beauty that is unique to the East makes all the reporters crazily pressing the shutter of the camera, as if to imprint Lin Muking and Tang Ran in the camera, because they all know that as long as today is over, they will no chance to see them again. After the debut, Tang Ran, Lin Muking and Roger Kiao Ross sat down separately. Roger said to all reporters, "Today this newsletter will make me very lucky, because these two beautiful ladies will represent their company, to provide $30 billion in investment for the quantum fund. There was an uproar in the audience, although they had already guessed the result when they appeared on the stage. When Roger really said it, it was still very impressive. I was shocked, especially when I knew the 30 billion figure. This is terrible. Tang Ran and Lin Muqing are only in their 20s in their opinion. They are still so beautiful when they are supposed to enjoy love at this age. But they can already control the flow of tens of billions of dollars. This is something so-called successful people can't do. The successful people in all the magazines are just clowns on show if compared with them. Lin Muqing also said at this time, actually, I am also very happy to invest in quantum funds. Before that, I have conducted careful research on quantum funds and learned that the investments of quantum funds are excellent. Then I heard about Kiao Ross. After Mr. S investment plan, I have strengthened my confidence in investment. All the reporters kept nodding, because they heard Lin Muqing's speech very decent and couldn't fault it. But everyone felt that when this news conference was about to go on like this, Lin Muqing made a decision that shocked everyone. But it will take a while to sign the contract formally, because we have to wait for Mr. Ziming's call to make the final decision. Lin Muqing said. As this sentence was uttered, everyone on the scene was petrified on the spot, because they never thought that Lin Muqing would say such a thing. They have to wait for the phone to sign the contract. Could it be that they are the chairman of China Banking Corporation and the chairman of the Gangqing Joint Investment Fund? Can they still make a decision? So who else can make a decision? And from the looks of them, they seem to be very loyal to that person. So what is the relationship between them? Who is so blessed to have such two intelligent and beautiful women who are almost perfect? This series of questions made everyone on the scene shout that this world is too unfair. How could that person named Ziming be so lucky? Is he the only child chosen by God? Roger and Kiao Ross were also surprised, but they both knew that Ziming was the real person behind the scenes. So they were taken aback for a while and agreed. At this time in Yitli, Ziming was also very helpless, because originally he didn't want to do this, but Lin Muqing and Tang Ran said that they would carry out everything, and that Ziming was the real master of the plan. Ziming couldn't help it. I had no choice but to agree to them, and to make a little suspense before the event, which can increase the interest of the news and make the news effect in the future become the best. Finally, while waiting, Ziming's phone finally rang. Ziming waited a long time before connecting according to the previous agreement. Putting the receiver to his ear, Ziming could clearly hear what was coming from there. There were bursts of inhales and cheers. The atmosphere of the scene was completely lifted by myself. Ziming smiled helplessly and shook his head and said, "Hello everyone, I am Ziming. I am sorry that I am late. So I now decide to authorize Lin Muqing and Ms. Tang Ran to sign the contract with Quantum Fund, and the Vector Subfund will invest $300 billion. With these words, the scene suddenly burst into the most enthusiastic cheers, just like their president announced to them that they had won the World War in 1945, but this time, it was Ziming who satisfied them. Wish this should be the case. But Kiao Ross picked up his microphone and suddenly said, "Mr. Ziming, I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't interrupt at this time, but I have one thing I need to remind you first. Perhaps your decision was too hasty, because you still don't know the future investment decisions of Quantum Fund." Kiao Ross' sudden words made the scene suddenly quiet, and everyone was holding their breath and waiting for Ziming's answer. Lin Muqing and Tang Ran both frowning, looking at him dissatisfied. In this silence, Ziming suddenly smiled. "Is that important? Or, Mr. Kiao Ross, will you invest my investment in the Sahara Desert?" Kiao Ross was stunned when he faced Ziming's rhetorical question. A moment, and then answered, "Of course not." Ziming continued, "This is right. So I believe in Mr. Kiao Ross' investment vision and investment methods. No matter what you want to do, I will support you. Even if you lose the 30 billion, I can no longer bring out 30 billion. These words caused an uproar at the scene again. All the reporters were desperately recording every sentence of Ziming. At this moment, they simply thought that Ziming's words were very domineering, and they felt that this was the only reason. It is the courage that a leader should possess. Since he has chosen to leave the matter to one person, as long as he can bear the worst result in the end, he must trust the other party completely and not make any random gestures in it. It is worthy of being Mr. Ziming. Even though he only had a few words, he conquered the audience. Looking around everyone's expressions, Kiao Ross smiled. He stood up and bowed to the phone. Please rest assured, I promise to give you the most satisfactory answer. Chapter 371 Sniper Pound? At 8 o'clock in the morning on May 1st, London time, two Rolls-Royce sedans drove into Luton Airport, which specializes in private jet services on the outskirts of London, and drove directly onto the apron. There was already a plane waiting here. Their car stopped in front of the plane. George and Lord Mountbatten got out of the car one after another. The Earl said to George, "It seems that every lunch has a beginning and it will end, although I really want to keep Mr. George in the castle more. Staying for a while, I will introduce you to my proud collections. But after all, you still have a huge family business to deal with, so our meeting can only unfortunately end here." George also said to the Earl, "I am right. I am very sorry for this, but I must go back, but I also hope that the loan from Royal Bank of London can be in place as soon as possible. My family needs this loan very much." Earl Mountbatten smiled and said, "For the difficulties faced by the Great Wood Bank, I think I've heard a lot during this time. But please understand that the transfer of funds is not as simple as a simple change in numbers, especially for cross-border and transcontinental fund transactions like ours, which involves exchange rates, as well as the country's capital reserves, etc. It is a very complicated financial project. I think you need to convince yourself to have a little more patience." As the patriarch of the Great Wood family, George certainly understands the problem of cross-border transactions of money. He also understands that such a large transfer of funds will not be as simple as ordinary people withdrawing money from different places. He needs to go through a lot of procedures. Of course, he also understands the work of these British gentlemen. Effectiveness. Dear Earl, I don't want to argue with you, but I suggest that this time can be as short as possible. For George's words, Mountbatten felt a little inexplicable, so George went on to explain to him, yesterday afternoon at the World Trade Center in New York, Tang Ran, the patriarch of the Tang family, personally attended the investment signing press conference for Quantum Fund, announcing the investment of $30 billion in Quantum Fund. Just after the Royal Bank of London announced the loan to Great Wood Bank with such a thing, it's so weird. There. Earl of Mountbatten glanced at George and asked, "Are you trying to say that their purpose is to target your loan from the Royal Bank of London, right?" George nodded and said yes. Mountbatten smiled. "I can only say that Mr. George, you think too much. Or I don't understand what makes you have the illusion that they can deal with the Royal Bank of London." George wanted to say something, but Mountbatten gave it first. Started and said, "Don't say I'm too arrogant. I also investigated the Quantum Fund yesterday after hearing the news, but the results disappointed me because this Quantum Fund is just a very ordinary fund company. His past performances have been very good, but in my opinion, his so-called performances are nothing more than trivialities, do not become a climate at all. Do you understand?" George did not say what he said in the end. In fact, Mountbatten, how could he not understand? Perhaps after Tang Ran and the others' investment, the Quantum Fund can have a large scale of over 50 billion, but he only invests in the United States and has very little foreign investment. There is basically no record of direct investment. It was Mountbatten who said with confidence that he was the most important reason for making a fuss. How can a fund company with no foreign investment experience pose any threats to itself? But the idea is of course the idea. But George is always a little uneasy, because since he and Ziming's confrontation in Italy, he always felt that Ziming should not do that kind of useless work. So much fanfare. There must be a big conspiracy in doing so. George is very sure of this, but what will this conspiracy be? George didn't understand, and Mountbatten patted him on the shoulder and said to him, "Since you can't figure it out, Don't think about it. I can assure you that if the Royal Bank of London funds do not reach the Great Wood Bank within a week account, then I will transfer funds from my own private vault to you. Can you rest assured with this kind of guarantee? Mountbatten has already talked about it, and George has no choice but to tell Mountbatten, thanks, and then boarded the plane. The plane quickly took off and left, and Mountbatten went back to his car, but he was seated, and the assistant in front of him turned around and reported to him. It was a call from the United States by Mr. Ziming. He said he hoped the Earl of Mountbatten can help cancel the $20 billion loan from the Royal Bank of London to the Great Wood Bank, otherwise the whole of the United Kingdom will pay for it. Mountbatten was happy, and he waved his hand when he watched the phone call. His assistant reached out to him. I don't have any interest in answering such rubbish calls, so you can help me pass them on. The Chinese named Ziming. If he wants to do anything, let him do as much as he wants, as long as he really dares to take his. He hit the big iron door with his head. After talking about Mountbatten, he motioned to the driver to drive. Thinking back to the situation, he smiled contemptuously. I didn't expect that he would have the ability to call me. It might be the Morgan family's help. Be busy. It's just that Morgan's vision is a little too bad. I really can't imagine what kind of idiot that person, such a boring threat, is. On the other side in Martin's villa, Ziming, after hanging up the phone, Martin leaned over with concern, wanting to know what happened on the phone. Ziming spread his hands on this. Sure enough, the situation is exactly the same as what Morgan said. The Earl Mountbatten was very proud. He didn't even answer my phone. He just asked his assistant to tell me to do whatever he wanted. Threatening. Those damn British guys are arrogant except for arrogance. Martin cursed badly. Ziming had an indifferent expression on his face. Actually, this is expected. If I make a phone call, he will fully agree, and then he will actually cancel the loan from the Royal Bank of London to the Great Wood Bank. That is not the most convincing. Is it confusing? Because my deterrence is not up to this standard. So it is necessary to teach the British guys a lesson, because if they don't slap them hard, they won't feel the pain. Yes, Martin said. This is my plan. Of course I won't let him fail, Ziming said to Martin, and then signaled that Martin could go back to bed first. Ziming picked up the phone and dialed Kiao Ross' phone. Very well. Sorry for calling you so late. I hope you haven't slept yet. Because there is a 5-hour time difference between New York and London. When the stock exchanges in the UK start trading, it's just early in the morning in New York. Ziming. That's what happened. Mr. Ziming, don't worry. This is the first time in the true sense that I have manipulated a financial attack on another country. Every inch of my nerves is excited. Now unless someone gives me sleeping pills, even if you let me, I can't even fall asleep when I sleep. Joe Ross said. It was obvious from his voice that he was indeed very excited. It is indeed easy for the bravest commander to get too excited before the battle. This helps the commander's concentration, but at the same time it also needs proper rest, because I don't want my commander to get injured. Ziming say. Kiao Ross was very moved and said, thank you very much, Mr. Ziming. I think I will take care of my body. Ziming did not continue to say anything, so he encouraged him a few more words, and let him start his attack on the pound sterling. Acted. Everything was the same as Ziming remembered. Through the accounts of Quantum Fund and several other cooperative funds, Kiao Ross sold sterling madly in London, while another account of Kiao Ross bought madly in another foreign exchange market, into the mark. This is how Joe Ross operates. It may seem that they are not related to each other, but it is not the case. The so-called European exchange rate system is the predecessor of the euro. It is the first step to unify the currency of the whole of Europe. It is to unify the currencies of all European member states. This involves a problem, which is the difference in economic conditions and interest rates in various countries. To put it simply, a country's economic situation is very good to maintain a higher interest rate. On the contrary, it must depreciate the currency to stimulate merchandise exports to stimulate economic development. In fact, There is an important reason why the two countries of China Eastern can develop into countries with a high level of development. One of the important reasons is that the exchange rates of their currencies are quite low relative to each other to keep the exchange rate fixed, which is the currency for unity among member states as a foundation. But if there had inflation within countries, thus raising interest rates, it is clear that other countries will follow raised together. The problem is that if there is another, how can a country's domestic economy fail to maintain higher interest rates? Then what awaits them is the collapse of the economic order. This is the case in Europe now. Germany has just experienced reunification, and domestic inflation has therefore raised interest rates. Therefore, the United Kingdom must follow the increase. However, the British economy is far less than Germany. It is very important for him to maintain high interest rates. Dangerous situation. That it now has sold a lot of pounds. It is artificially high interest rates in order to detonate the pound maintain itself, prompting the depreciation of sterling. This time Kira's also buy a relatively stable German mark, until the depreciation of sterling. Kira's repurchase pounds, will be able to make a lot of money. To put it simply, someone sells eggs for 50 cents, and someone sells bread for $1, which means that one bread can be exchanged for 2 eggs. Originally, people changed it like this, but suddenly one day, someone exchanged a lot of bread with the ratio of 2 eggs for 1 bread, and then dumped the eggs in the market, maliciously lowering the price to 30 cents. Then the other egg sellers can only follow price cuts. This time a loaf of bread will be able to exchange 3 chicken eggs. That's what this person at this time then the hands of bread by ratio of 3 to change their exchange for eggs. Then due to changes in scale, when the people put their eggs all in return, the hands will definitely be a lot more bread. These are the money earned. In this business game, the British pound is the egg, and the German mark is the bread. Not over. Later known as Kira's speculative tycoon. His financial means, of course not that simple, due to the depreciation of the domestic currency will stimulate exports of goods in turn spur economic development, and therefore Kira's while sterling sell off, but also come up with very large part of the funds, frantically bought the shares of some companies doing export trade in the UK. When Joe Ross finished the series of layouts, he smiled at the corners of his mouth and leaned back on the chair relaxedly. Now it's up to those British guys how to deal with it. 8. Chapter 372 For the Glory of Great Britain. British Empire. Although not already complex glory of 100 years ago, but due to historical reasons, the pound is still the world's most important currencies other than the dollar. So any fluctuations in the pound appears also easily become the focus of world attention. Then since Joe Ross and his quantum fund began to sell the pound sterling, the media around the world have noticed. The first thing I noticed is London finance. In the Morning Hotel in London time, the rolling news of the London Finance Channel mentioned, since the United Kingdom joined the European exchange rate system, the exchange rate of the pound sterling has been falling continuously, no matter how the Bank of England finds ways to adjust it. But just an hour ago, the pound-to-mark exchange rate began to fall very strangely. Today the British pound's opening exchange rate is 3.01, which is a British pound can be converted 3.01 German marks. But in this an-hour period, the exchange rate will fall to 2.995. The decline reached 0.005. If this decline occurred within a day, this may still be a normal response of the European exchange rate system, but it is now occurring within an hour. This has to make people wary whether someone is maliciously shorting the British pound. Now, if the jazz of the Bank of England do not pay attention to it and allow the international hot money to short the British pound, it is likely to have devastating consequences for the pound. As the UK's most established financial channels, London's sense of smell naturally keen. His report also soon be a prophecy. To the 4 p.m. London time, the pound against the German mark exchange rate has dropped to 2.97, down over past 1.3%. This decline has obviously exceeded the normal fluctuation range, and the global media only started to react with hindsight. Wall Street Finance is the benchmark financial channel in the United States. He naturally unveiled the pound sniper war. At 8 a.m. London time and 3 a.m. New York time, several major hedge funds, led by quantum funds, entered the European market. They believed, currently affected by the domestic economy in the UK, the pound sterling is very weak, so short the pound can make huge profits. According to Mr. Roger, the chairman of the quantum fund, the quantum fund has sold more than £500 million in today's pound sniper battle, and this is just the beginning. In the next few days, the quantum fund and other cooperative funds will selling more pounds. They think there will be more room for the pound to fall, or it can fall to 2.14 or even lower. After Wall Street Finance, the French and German media have also set their sights on the pound sniper war. They said that the decline in the pound was caused by the downturn in the British domestic economy. But at the same time they also expressed their views to the United Kingdom. I have a lot of confidence that, as an established financial power, the United Kingdom has a strong foundation and can weather this difficult time by its own ability and maintain the exchange rate of the pound. As media reports from various countries came out one after another, Earl Mountbatten took a picture of the table in his study and said angrily, "These damn speculators. They really should be tied to the stake and burned to death." Earl Mountbatten, I can't help but be angry, because the depreciation of the British pound has a direct impact on him. The loans promised to Great Wood Bank before are all settled in US dollars. If the exchange rate of the pound falls, it means that the bank will be, due to the decline in the exchange rate, suffer losses. For example, today the pound exchange rate has fallen by 1.3%, which means that the bank will have to pay an extra £200 million when paying the loan. This is definitely a huge expense. The Royal Bank of London is impossible to withstand such a loss. To the end of this chapter, please turn the page. So as the guarantor of this transaction, obviously this loss can only be calculated on his body. I knew that I should be firm at the beginning. Since it is a London loan, it should be settled in pound sterling. Mountbatten mumbled, but he also understood that it was meaningless to care about this now, so he immediately picked up the phone on the desk. "Pick me up from the Chancellor's office, right away." There is only one way to recover this huge loss, which is to stop the depreciation trend of the pound sterling, and Mountbatten did just that. So at 8 o'clock in the evening London time, he drove to the famous Snington Street number 11. This is next door to the Prime Minister's residence, the residence of the British Chancellor of the Exchequer, and Mountbatten is here to participate in this temporary meeting. Mountbatten was the first to arrive, and was greeted by Chancellor Philip. Seeing Philip, Mountbatten immediately said aggressively, "Sir Philip, the decline in the exchange rate of pound sterling is a kind of provocation to Great Britain by all foreign speculators. We must fight back strongly to safeguard the dignity of Great Britain and Her Majesty." Facing Mountbatten, Philip felt a bit of a headache. Although he is expensive as the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the other party is a noble group with hereditary earl titles. Therefore, in terms of identity, the other party is the master of this country, and he is just a housekeeper. Putting aside the distractions in his mind, Philip said to Mountbatten, "My Excellency, since I have convened this fiscal meeting, I have made up my mind to keep the exchange rate of the pound sterling, but now foreign speculative hot money is coming fiercely, and domestic, due to with the economic downturn, the pressure for the devaluation of the pound is also very high, so how to balance it needs to be considered." Before Philip had finished speaking, Mountbatten interrupted him unceremoniously, "Those things will be discussed later. Now, stabilizing the exchange rate of the pound is the top priority." Mountbatten said again, "Of course I also understand Sir Philip's difficulties. Don't worry, I will help you persuade others at the meeting tonight, and you only need to come forward through the Bank of England. It's good to buy a large amount of British pounds to stabilize the exchange rate. In half an hour, all the invited people will be there. Those who can attend today's meeting are all important figures in the British financial world. including not only the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Governor of the Bank of England, but also the chairman of other major banks have also gathered here. They have only one purpose, and they all came for the sudden pound crisis that occurred today. Meeting began, when Philip was finance minister made an opening statement. Mountbatten cannot wait to stand up and say, "Various kinds, dear gentlemen, are you? Today we gather here to see me very happy and very sad. Sorrow is because my dignity has been provoked by others, and happy, because I have seen the unity of Great Britain from you." We heard the Mountbatten's speech. After all, no matter in any country, the nobility are scarce, especially in the more proud of Britain. Count on body parts. Nobles generally do not participate in this level of the meeting, and therefore has account the identity of Mountbatten here is very noble. Since this meeting was not a formal meeting, it became normal for Mountbatten to speak in place of Philip. "I believe we have been today the pound's exchange rate has fallen by more than 1 percentage point. This is a conspiracy of foreign speculators who they crazy to sell sterling, suppress the pound's exchange rate. The purpose is to." This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. "To profit from it, to take wealth from our treasury." Mountbatten here he paused and then said, "What kind of behavior is a robber? But they think we are. What is it? Cowardly sheep do. This is an insult to the honor of Great Britain, is a kind of trampling on our dignity, is something I will never allow." Remember that half a century ago, Churchill gave a speech to all Britons. He called on people to take up arms to defend the Anglo-Saxon national dignity. Now, we are faced with the same choice as before. Mountbatten, gnashing of teeth, said, "Those damned speculators. They quietly came up behind us and we have launched a fierce attack." According to incomplete statistics, today in the foreign exchange market, it was sold for more than £500 million. We can believe that with the greed of these people, they will sell more pounds in the next few days to create chaos in the exchange rate market. They are all speculative villains. Only chaos can bring benefits to them, but they don't care what kind of trouble it will cause us. Mountbatten said, "So now, I don't know what you think, but I, as the Earl of Mountbatten of the York family, awarded to Her Majesty the Queen, I will definitely fight the enemy to the end for the glory of Great Britain. I support the Bank of England to fight back by buying back the British pound from the market." With Mountbatten's shouting, everyone in the room also echoed, "We also support counterattacks against the enemy. We are not cowardly sheep. We should be the most ferocious eagles hovering on the sea, and we will not allow anyone to provoke our dignity. We will fight the enemy desperately for glory. We also support the counter-attack of the Bank of England." Facing the enthusiastic shouts in the conference room, Chancellor Philip glanced at Mountbatten, unavoidably surprised by Mountbatten's eloquence and motivation. But now that Mountbatten has paved the way for himself, he also stood up wittily and said, "So good. I have decided that the Treasury Department will buy back £1 billion worth of pounds in the market through the Bank of England. The world has made it clear that the pound will never depreciate." After Philip, the Governor of the Bank of England also stated, "As the Bank of England was once the most powerful central bank in the world, we will never compromise with those damned speculators. We will fight the enemy to the end. And we will also help the Ministry of Finance buy back £1 billion. At this time Mountbatten said, "This is a war between Great Britain and foreign speculators. No one can be spared. So if the finances the Ministry and the Bank of England need, and I will donate money to help Great Britain stabilize the pound exchange rate together." Mountbatten's leadership statement once again became a role model. After him, others have also expressed support for the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of England to stabilize the pound exchange rate of war. Listening to the firm shouts one after another in the conference room, Mountbatten smiled. "That damn Chinese zooming and the damn Joe Ross and Quantum Fund. Although your offense was sudden, you are just like that. I will let you take a look at the strength of Great Britain's finance, telling you that the pound is not something you can manipulate at will." Mountbatten said viciously in his heart, "I don't know how much money you have prepared, but it will definitely not be a great British rival. Your attack on the pound sterling will only cause you to be beaten to blood. End of this chapter. Chapter 373. Borrowing pounds to sell pounds. At 4 o'clock in the morning EST, Zheng Xiang, who was sleeping in bed, suddenly the phone on the bedside rang, and Ziming picked it up in a daze. Connected. Just listen to Joe Ross' nervous voice over the phone. Mr. Ziming is not good. There is a very troublesome problem in the UK. I am afraid we have to find another way. Now turn on the TV. The Wall Street Finance Channel is broadcasting this news topic. Mr. Ming, Kiao Ross said. Ziming didn't fully wake up when Kiao Ross began to say it. He didn't understand until he repeated it several times. But Ziming frowned again after he understood. Ziming knew that Joe Ross would not call at this time just for a prank. It must have happened to the British pound. This is what Ziming is very concerned about now. So he immediately turned on the TV and tuned to the Wall Street Finance Channel. Watching the title on the TV, Ziming immediately understood what Kiao Ross meant. Ziming said to him, "Mr. Joe Ross, what do you want to say is that the Bank of England is doing its best to defend the pound exchange rate?" Ziming asked and turned on the TV. As expected, there was a news topic on the pound exchange rate. The TV presenter said, "Since yesterday, under the dominance of Joe Ross and his quantum fund, the pound began to be sold wildly, which also caused the pound exchange rate to drop by 1.3% within one day yesterday. Not to mention, in fact, this decline is not high or low, but the Bank of England responded very quickly. Just last night, the British Treasury and the Bank of England held an emergency meeting, and today they said they would maintain it by buying the British pound. The determination of the pound exchange rate. Then the camera was given to a commentator, who said, "In fact, this is not surprising, because we know that the Bank of England is also the Bank of England. Before the Federal Reserve was born, it was the largest central bank in the world. No one has ever dared to challenge his authority. Perhaps now the Bank of England has lost its glory days, but his position in finance cannot be ignored. Indeed, the British economy is in recession now, and Germany is in the European exchange rate system. In the interest rates continue to rise, which at first glance would appear devaluation of the pound vulnerabilities, as long as people dare to sell sterling to buy German marks to be profitable. In fact, Kiraz and his quantum fund indeed do so." Commentators' words. Speaking of this, a big turning point came, but please note that Joe Ross and his quantum fund can be successful. That is on the premise that the Bank of England did not intervene. Once the Bank of England intervenes, the situation is completely different. After all, it is the Bank of England. In the regulation of city correctional resistance confusion, the Bank of England has the most experience. Even today's movers and shakers of the Federal Reserve in front of him is only a junior pupil only. So, as long as the Bank of England and British Finance, the Ministry made it clear that the pound will not depreciate, so the pound sterling shouldn't be devalued. Their commentator went on to say, "Today the British Chancellor of the Exchequer Philip's speech is a good proof of this argument." It was at the press conference not long ago. Philip said that he would order the Bank of England to buy £1 billion in response to international speculators. This is a very effective method, because we all know that Joe Ross and his quantum fund depreciate the pound by means of devaluation. Selling. Then the Bank of England will adopt all the opposite methods to maintain the exchange rate of the pound. The commentator said, the result also proved this point. It was within half an hour after Philip's speech. The exchange rate has stopped falling, which is a very good sign. Then this means that this pound sniper war will become a hand-to-hand combat of money and money, right? Selling while buying. Moderator asked suddenly. It's almost what I mean, the commentator said. So in the short-handedness of money, the simple way to determine the victory or defeat is that whoever can invest more money will get the final victory. Although I admire Joe a lot. Ross and Quantum Fund dared to provoke the courage of the Bank of England, but I'm sorry, I don't think they can win the final victory. Ziming mute the TV when he saw this, because through the news content he saw, Ziming I can already guess what is going on. So Ziming directly asked Kiao Ross, How much foreign exchange has the Bank of England prepared to rescue the market? Now it has invested 1 billion yuan. But the British Chancellor of the Exchequer said at a news conference half an oblique ago that he will continue to invest more foreign exchange. Joe Ross thought for a while and then said, and according to the financial data released by the United Kingdom, they have $20 billion in foreign exchange reserves. If they are really determined, I believe they can take at least $15 billion to deal with this crisis. Joe Ross added, just 10 minutes ago, I got another piece of news that the United Kingdom borrowed $10 billion worth of foreign exchange from the International Monetary Fund. Analyzing the current situation, it is very likely that it is to maintain the stability of the pound exchange rate. So in the current situation, we are not optionally, Mr. Joe Ross, you want Ming Jin to retreat to the Bank of England, right? Ziming asked. Kiao Ross sighed heavily, I understand what you mean, Mr. Ziming. As far as I am concerned, I don't want to do this, but the Bank of England has already prepared so many foreign exchanges, although it counts against our funds. Wait, but we need profit. Equivalent funds cannot depreciate the pound. If the pound does not depreciate, we will not be able to create profit. The Bank of England can do its best to maintain the exchange rate of the pound, but we don't have this need. I know this time I should not say such a discouraging word. But now it is really no chance, Karaz said, because cooperation with other hedge funds just now I have been in touch with me, that they are ready it's closed. Although there is only a 1.3% benefit, it is better than nothing. I was trading Quantum Fund member. I am responsible for all investors' Quantum Fund. I cannot do no return on investment. Karaz concluded, so very sorry Zuxianqing Ming. It seems I underestimated UK at the same time, it also overestimates the degree of erosion of the European exchange rate system. Ziming interrupted Karaz, then asked, but what Mr. Karaz, statements and commitments that you believe politicians do? This unexpected problems make Karaz shocked at the time. He did not understand the meaning of Ziming. Mr. Ming, you want to say and not as strong British pound exchange rate as to maintain their own position in it. Is it not? The British Chancellor of the Exchequer would only say this to boost the confidence of the market, and he can only say that. If he dares to say that regardless of the pound exchange rate, the pound will collapse every minute and show him. As for foreign exchange and borrowing from the IMF prepared for the British currency, are nothing but bluff Bale's performance. As long as we can continue to sell the pound force in the end, they will not hold out. Ziming said. Zuxianqing Ming, you said I certainly understand. The problem is that our funding is not enough. Karaz reluctantly said, although Chinese banks to Quantum Fund invested $30 billion, but the money is still in the United States. After review and filing, not all have been transferred to our European accounts. Kiao Ross added, of course, even if all the money is transferred to the account prepared by the Quantum Fund in Europe, it is useless, because when our funds are equal to the funds prepared by the Bank of England, we will not be able to create sufficient profits. Simply put, enough money is the thing. Ziming said, that what I have needed much money to support our plan to do. At least a Liang Baiyi. Karaz hesitant to say, and then he added, and the money must also account for the job in Europe. Rest assured that the money will of course be in the European account, because I cannot wait for time transfer of funds, the day I do not want to wait. Ziming said, yes, Mr. Karaz, I remember you once told me, Britain is a very rich country, right? Karaz Leng nodded yes. But then he came to reflect. Weird said, you mean Mr. Ming will not play that idea? Ziming smiled and replied, of course, now that the British can borrow money, why we cannot take it? I think since Karaz your Quantum Fund can prepare for this attack pound project, in the UK and Europe is willing to capital there are companies. That's what I have on it, the name of the whereabouts of bank loans to these companies, or you can line the bond financing to the community. I think since the UK so rich, we melt into the 20 billion should be no difficulty. Regarding this question, Joe Ross can only nod in a daze and say yes. He claims to be a speculative genius, but he didn't expect to have this way, borrow money from the UK and then sell the pound sterling. I have to say that this is a very awkward method, because it is equivalent to looking for a bunch of eggs to buy eggs on credit, and then selling them in the market to lower the price of the eggs. How can it be so fun? It's just that they are facing this situation now, and it seems that there is only this way for them to think about it, but now only Ziming can come up with this way. Ziming then said, "Not too, there is a most important issue. That is, Kuras, can you confirm the UK economy cannot support the strong pound? The pound will depreciate it?" "I'm pretty sure," Joe Ross answered firmly. Ziming laughed, because he would not really have to ask such a question. After all, Ziming has a memory of past lives, can be 100% sure that the pound will be devalued, so he asked only to be firm. Kuras' confidence. "That can, Kuras. So you go financing. I believe your ability to quickly melt into the money," Ziming said. "But you also said that once the depreciation of sterling will stimulate the domestic economy. If it goes up, there will be more hot money, and financing will become easier." Ziming said. Kuras over there could not agree. "No mistake, Mr. Ziming is so. I will complete the task." Chapter 374 Beware? Hanging up the phone with Joe Ross, Ziming was also fully awake at this time. He turned up the sound of the TV and watched the pound special news temporarily broadcast on the Wall Street Financial Channel thoughtfully. Ziming searched his own memory carefully. To be honest, he no longer remembers the specific details of the 1992 Bank of England incident in history. I don't know if the United Kingdom was so resolute in resisting it in his previous life, or just abandoned it. After all, I didn't come back with a manual for rebirth. It is impossible to remember everything clearly, and compared to the Southeast Asian financial turmoil, the pound crisis is indeed not so famous. Although my rebirth has changed many things and even affected many things in Europe, it is difficult to say whether it is the best opportunity for the pound sterling. Maybe Joe Ross thinks that the time for the devaluation of the pound is now ripe, but others don't think so. Otherwise the Morgan Consortium would not choose to wait and see. Morgan's attitude naturally affected the judgments of other speculators. He allowed China Bank to invest to force the start of speculation in the pound, but he could not change the attitudes of others. Speculation only caused a wave of events and waited until other speculators. Only after following up can the situation become irreversible. But now everyone else is obviously hesitating, and he has to prove the weakness of Britain with facts. Thinking of this, Ziming picked up the phone again and dialed the number of Gang Ching, which was for Tong Gang. After all, Tong Gang and Li Cheng are the world's ship kings and the future Chinese richest man. Naturally, they cannot stay in San Francisco forever. Therefore, after Ziming went to Italy, they also went back to Hong Kong City. When he received Ziming's call, Tong Gang seemed very surprised. According to the time difference, it should be the night in the United States, right? "I didn't expect, Ziming, that you would call me at this time, but I know you did it once. It's a big deal. It has messed up the exchange rate of the pound sterling." "Is the Bank of England's countermeasures causing you headaches?" "You still can't hide anything from Chairman Tong," Ziming said straightforwardly. "I think Chairman Tong should have also paid attention to the news, knowing that the Bank of England is maintaining the exchange rate of the pound through buying. Therefore, if we want to continue to depreciate the pound, we must increase our efforts to sell the pound. But the problem is that we already have it. I don't have enough pounds, so I hope Chairman Tong can lend me some." "I see." Tong, just talking about something very serious, then asked, "You have been to Lee Sung made a phone call yet?" Ziming feel on this issue somewhat loving mind. No one answered. Tong Gang said this, "Pretty boy, you have a bit of conscience. No first hit. Call me, or he'll really be angry. But we partners should have been involved." "What kind of borrowing is this?" "Even if our investment is right, or we can sell it for you directly in Hong Kong City." Ziming this response came. Tong Gang turned out to be mean. People really did not think he was nearly 8 a year, and actually will deliberate jokes. "It's real, this can be, as long as the end result is that the sell-off, no problem," Ziming said. Not me. Very curious child. You ready, chairman? Of how much pounds? Much. It she nothing. Tong Gang answer. This number was beyond Ziming's expectation. Because everyone had a good relationship, Ziming knew very well that Tong Gang and Li Cheng could use only so much capital for investment. After all, assets and funds that can be used are completely two concepts. I think this is when Tong Gang and Li Cheng had reminded them to move the pound before. They had already started to prepare for emergencies. I did not expect the president of Child You actually brother and become so good to me. Ziming moved. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Tao. Children just naturally this is a very unnecessary waved his hand, said, Ziming little brother, you know that we cannot easily heard shouting numerous, but regardless of anything you did not forget us if we knew you may not be able to help when you need help. That would be too bad. You must not thank us, because if you can't even do this, then you don't deserve to be called a partner, right? Ziming said with a smile. Although I believe that so much money already is your limit, but I still have a favor to ask you to help me in the hope that Hong Kong City Bank to borrow money, or help us sell for some bonds. The only requirement is that they need to be paid in pounds sterling. Ziming Tong Gang. The requirement does not let surprise, he told Ziming. It seems, Ziming little brother, and you are going to the British London Bank's psych in the end. Only the Bank of England, the British Treasury behind the scenes support. As far as it is known that they have at least $15 billion in foreign exchange reserves to use, and they have just borrowed a large amount of money from the International Monetary Fund. Are you sure you still want to do this? Since the beginning of why not continue it? Ziming said, Tong chairman, and believe me, just like I told you before, Britain is now just bluff. They cannot afford to continue to support such a strong pound, so the pound is bound to depreciate. Tong just consider for a moment replied, I understand. I will try to help weeks. Ming Hong Kong City you can mobilize all funds disposal. Very grateful thanks. Ziming said. Most end. Because the Bank of England's worth spending a firm yuan foreign exchange, just to maintain a stable exchange rate of the pound, compared to yesterday rose even 0.03. For this result, the Earl of Mountbatten is quite satisfied. After all, the Bank of England spent money to rescue the market. It is responsible for the exchange rate and the national currency. Therefore, it is impossible to sell like other hedge funds. This 3/3 result is already very good, at least a positive start, and then as long as the media takes the rhythm, it will be easy for the pound exchange rate to rise again. Not been the case, but the Earl Mountbatten did not let up in the United States. After the end of trading, he picked up his phone, dialed the Chancellor of the Exchequer Philip number. Mr. Phillips, first of all I'm sorry, I hope I did not disturb your dinner. Just 10 minutes to form a US foreign exchange trading window has closed. The pound still in our desired location of his stay on. I think this is a victory for you and Great Britain. I really hope to have a glass of wine with you for this. But I don't think it's time for us to relax. Mountbatten went on to say, because our opponents are cunning, we can't expect them to retreat in just one victory. We should prepare for their comeback. As far as I know, China Banking Corporation only gave it to them not long ago. Because of their $30 billion investment, I think this money needs to be watched out. The piece now is that their money is still on the way to Europe. As the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Philip of course quickly understood Mountbatten's meaning. He asked, Earl, do you want us to cause some trouble for the transfer of funds to and from the UK? Hey, I think Mr. Philip was mistaken, but we didn't say we were going to cause them trouble, but their speculation itself endangers the financial security of Great Britain, isn't it? Mountbatten continued. And more importantly, it's not enough if we just keep them out of Great Britain. The key to their villains' money is to stay away from the entire Europa continent. I think in the end I and Earl Mountbatten still think of a peace. Philip said, just to the end of this chapter, please turn the page. This morning, before I participate in that before the press conference, I had issued an order to major banks across Europe through the European Financial Council to require strict scrutiny of every large capital transaction. I believe that within a week, their funds will not appear in the European financial market. Mountbatten was truly relieved, because he knew very well that as long as the follow-up funds of the Quantum Fund could not enter Europe, they would not be able to continue to sell the British pound. Of course, there is also a foreign exchange market in the United States, and quantum funds can also be sold in the United States. But after all, the sterling circulating in the US market is limited, so the impact on the pound exchange rate is relatively limited. Therefore, after losing further moves in the European market, it is meaningless to rely solely on the selling in the US market. As long as a clear-headed investor, he will not make such a stupid choice. This thought made Mountbatten smile happily. Philip is really a reassuring Chancellor of the Exchequer, and your approach is very trustworthy. 5-3 day is the last trading day this week, so after the end of the day, Mountbatten basically do not need to have to worry about the pound's problems. So in 5-4 May Mountbatten sleep until noon, get up, Ishan Zulan Yao Fun, because since the sterling exchange rate fluctuations, he felt he had tired. Suddenly the room he seemed to understand the big family of wood hardships. Is this the pressure caused by Zuming? This question only came to Zuming's mind, and he smiled and shook his head. He felt that he was a little too sensitive. Perhaps the Quantum Fund did not receive a 30 billion investment from China Banking Corporation. Those who have the courage to attack the pound sterling, but this is more the operation of the financial crocodile Joe Ross, rather than Zuming. Besides, hasn't he blocked their attack now? Will this silly idea thrown my mind? Mountbatten came to the yard after the wash daily workouts, meals and bathing, although today's time is usually late a lot, but as the owner of the castle, a very noble earl, he also it's not just what you want. At 3 in the afternoon meal, when the mood is very good, Mountbatten's own butler seems to have seen something. Then I said to him, there are even Modi. Say, even if wrong, then today I would not blame you. With Mountbatten this assurance, his housekeeper was boldly said, dear sir, Geely investment banks are selling a return as high as 8% of the bonds. I think you may be able to subscribe for part of. My housekeeper did not think you also invest a part-time marketing job. Mountbatten said, looking up at him, and asked, I'm curious, is my castle salary is not enough? There are other reasons. What? Although Mountbatten's tone was calm, he still made the butler tight, and tremblingly answered, Mr. Earl, it's not like that. Mr. Earl, you are very kind to me, and the salary is also very good. I am not helping the investment bank to sell. I didn't do any part-time job outside. This bond is just my son. He is the manager of an investment bank. This is his task. I also think that the bond's yield is very high. So, you do not be so nervous, because I did not blame you. Mountbatten smiled and interrupted the butler, then said, you are a parent pro, I can quite understand that your behavior. Since this revenue bond's so tall, should you show it to me? Mountbatten said. The butler held out his hand. Housekeeper surprised a moment, and then come to understand desperately thanks Mountbatten, and brought him introduce bonds. Mountbatten took the file somewhat taken aback, because he saw the issuance of bonds of the fund company's name, Double-Headed Eagle. End of this chapter. 370th chapters Dual-Head Eagle on behalf of Quantum. Saxon Bank is one of the 5 most famous investment banks in the UK. Although he also has the word bank in his name, he actually does not provide general banking services for ordinary people, such as savings and loans, but mainly for mergers and acquisitions. The company offers brokerage and corporate sales, and investment analysis, also have project financing and so on. Perhaps there is a better image of the British title, a merchant bank. Chinese? Merchant bank, as its name suggests, is an institution that specializes in providing financial services to enterprises. As the leader of British investment banks, Saxony is no exception. His business is also easy to become a vein in the field of British investment banking. Recently, they are promoting and selling double-heads Eagle Corporation's bonds. Go into Saxony's office. Immediately there is a loud rushing sound, like a hurricane. People should go to the direct introduction of the same. Mr. Herm, I sincerely recommend to you a double-headed Eagle company's debt, which is guaranteed by the Wiener Trust debentures. He reached 8% annual interest. It is a steady income and benefits very high bond. If you buy him, you can sit at home and wait to collect the money. Jane Miss Nim, sorry I hate disturbing your beauty, but I can assure you waste your time for you this is absolutely worth it. Because before I had mentioned to you the kind of high returns while the absolutely safe bond has now secured a quota for you. It is the bond of the double-headed Eagle Company. The annual interest rate has reached 8%, and it is also guaranteed by the trust company. If I miss this time, I don't know. When will you wait until next time? Mr. Jim, double-head Eagles bonds, I think you must have heard of it. I was also very hard to help you stay. You also know this popular bonds. The people in the office were screaming and shouting on the phone. There is no way. After all, the daily work of investment bankers is to sell the various bond stocks sent by the company to every customer. To achieve this goal, they naturally give the customer provided by the company. Name a single go one by one to call, do their best to convince the other party agrees to pay to buy bonds and sell its own shares. When dozens of people were desperately talking on the phone in an office with only 300 to 400 square meters, the noise was naturally unavoidable. Some people even went under the table to make a phone call in order to be able to hear clearly. You are what people? Why our merchant bank to Saxony? Suddenly someone loudly asked. The customer does not seem to find a few uninvited. But they did not panic, but to come up with their own documents came out and said, hello, I have a survey Securities and Investments Commission's staff, we heard that you are selling a new bond. As the regulator of all securities, we need to file for this. The business manager of Saxony was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he didn't expect the investigators of the Securities Regulatory Agency to come. Because indeed this double-headed Eagle bond has not had time to file with the Securities Investment Commission due to time constraints, but it has not been like this in the past. Precedent: while sales of bonds in the Securities and Investments Commission for the record, they are also an eye, close one eye. How it today actually go directly to the door of it? With such a question, the business manager took these investigators to the president's office, and at the same time asked them to verify the identity of their investigators. In fact, the identities of these investigators are still real, but their sudden arrival was for another reason. It was Earl Mountbatten who reported the matter to the Securities Investment Commission after learning about it. Most final results of the investigation, as the finance minister personally to Philip Mountbatten playing to the phone. Dear Sir Count, I am afraid I may say so. I think you have some worry. Underwritten by the merchant bank-headed Eagle Saxony bonds is perfectly legal, although they were selling at the same time filing, which are illegal, but within the merchant bank, it does not is the first time. Moomba Dayton this side and said, appears to be suspicious of me, not me always think the double-headed Eagle and his company's debt is a problem, and the problem is quite big. Of course I can understand that. Not me believe investigators Securities and Investment Commission is not going to deceive me. Philip said. Face recognition of Philip, Mountbatten had changed the subject, that it Carras and his quantum fund do this weekend that he had no particular movement. Philip negative and said, do not, and pass through the help of the European Monetary Fund, we have been able to confirm the quantum fund, at least 100 pence funds transfer. Over $13 billion was blocked in the major European 6 outside. This is the best news this weekend I heard of it. Moomba Dayton and later said, is not collected from the news can see Carras and his quantum fund or doing hard, so we cannot be taken lightly. The new week is about to begin in 20 hours, and we must be more vigilant. With Moomba Dayton and Philip phone, this weekend had passed, and after 20 hours, the East's most influential financial markets in Hong Kong City Stock Exchange opened. the pound was sold off immediately, although the financial secretary of Hong Kong City responded immediately and ordered the Exchange Fund Authority of Hong Kong City to follow the Bank of England's practice to buy and sell the pound to maintain the exchange rate of the pound, but until noon, it was still based on the opening of the market. It fell by 1 percentage point, and by the end of the afternoon, the decline increased to 3 percentage points. Hong Kong City did not return in 9 years, and it is still under British rule. Due to its special geographical location and political environment, Hong Kong City is the largest financial centre in the East. Therefore, Hong Kong City's foreign exchange market, especially the exchange rate of British pound, can often become the forerunner of the European exchange rate, and later the opening of several major foreign exchange markets in Europe and the foreign exchange market in London, also perfectly proved this point. It was 8 AM London time when the foreign exchange market in London opened. The British pound was immediately hit hard. It was sold off from the opening. It fell by 1.2% in just 1 hour, even compared to the entire week of last Monday. The decline was even greater, shocking the world. London Finance said it was the collapse of the British pound. He said that last week, Chancellor Philip also claimed to have maintained the exchange rate of the British pound, and said that he had prepared more than $20 billion in foreign exchange. Great Britain would let everyone dare to offend. The guy smashed his head on the pound sterling, but apparently this was only his wishful thinking, because reality had already slapped the arrogant politician. Wall Street Finance said that the pound exchange rate is clearly on the verge of collapse. If the Bank of England can't come up with other solutions, it's because the British economy needs a depreciated pound, and a strong pound is related to the economic situation of the entire United Kingdom. Contradictory. Perhaps Britain's place in the European exchange rate system has expired. If Britain cannot hold the pound exchange rate, then he will be kicked out by the European exchange rate system. Faced with this news, Mountbatten immediately called the Chancellor of the Exchequer Philip and asked him what was going on. Philip replied, "Mr. Earl, please stay calm, or maybe you should be happy about the current situation, because the current situation of the pound being sold is obviously the last counterattack of those speculators who are forced to desperate situation. As long as if we can survive this counterattack, we will win this war. In the future, I will invest over $3 billion in foreign exchange into the market. I can't imagine how much money is left in our opponent's hands." Mountbatten was silent. Nod, because he also understands that the current situation is beneficial to him. After all, the follow-up funds of the Quantum Fund have been blocked from Europe. Now Philip has made up his mind to invest more funds. He can't think of the situation of the pound collapse. But even so, Mountbatten always faintly felt that something was wrong. A lot of things are good and bad spirits. Then, under the order of Master Philip, the Bank of England slammed $3 billion into the market to buy the British pound, and the exchange rate of the pound sterling rose steadily within an hour. However, the joy of victory is always short-lived, because in the last hour of today's trading hours, the pound crashed again, and this crash was never saved by the Bank of England. As of the close of London, the exchange rate of the pound against the German mark fell by 2.9. The drop was more than 3 percentage points. Damn. These damn speculators, they should all be sent to the gallows. And Philip, an idiot, who said that he has a winning ticket, how can he fall so much now? Mountbatten was in his castle's study. He roared, and didn't know how many times he smashed his precious desk hard. His servant beside him was doing something. He turned his head and asked angrily, "Hasn't I gotten through Philip's phone? It's been an hour now." Did the guy fall into the cesspool? Mountbatten grabbed his head, obviously a little mad. When he was about to yell at the poor servant again, his servant told him that he finally made the call. So Mountbatten I immediately answered the phone, opened my mouth and asked unceremoniously, "Dear Sir Philip, I want to know what happened today. Why did the pound exchange rate you promised me not only not stabilized, but fell to the bottom?" Philip looked very tired and said, "I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I only know that they invested more money, a lot more money than us. According to the incomplete statistics of the Bank of England, Joe Ross and his quantum fund sold off today. Mountbatten felt a little astonished. Why is this? Haven't the quantum funds been blocked by us from outside Europe? How can they still have so many pounds to sell? Where did he find so many pounds? Hell, did he find King Arthur's treasure? Or did he rely on begging to get £1 from every passer-by? Speaking of this, Mountbatten was suddenly stunned. He was incredible. I know what the bastard Joe Ross and his quantum fund did. They actually borrowed money from our Great Britain to raise money, and he relied on us. The money raised by Great Britain is then sold to the British foreign exchange market to short the British pound. This is really a despicable conspiracy to be rejected by the gods. It is the most shameless ugly. Moomba Dayton finally said, I finally know that the double-headed eagle represents what, and that is the predecessor of the quantum fund, is the quantum fund in the agency of Great Britain. We have ignored it. 370th chapters Tybul Idian crazy. Double-head eagle company is the predecessor of the quantum fund, is the quantum fund in Great Britain agency. Upon receiving this news, Philip immediately understood that the quantum fund still had so many secrets of pound selling, because he was simply using the empty glove white wolf to obtain pound sterling through borrowing and financing in Great Britain, and then investing in the foreign exchange market. Line selling. To put it simply, the whole of Great Britain can continuously provide them with pound selling. How can this game be played? It's horrible. I cannot imagine what kind of genius actually be able to come up with such an approach. Philip not think proposed laments, Mr. Earl, I have to suppress this behavior, otherwise, if let this method is effective and the consequences will be unimaginable. Of course I also understand this. After all, if this method is successful today, it will make others mistakenly believe that they have found the weakness of Great Britain. Everyone uses this method to attack the pound. I believe Great Britain is fearless, but after all, is very troublesome. So Mr. Phillips, we have a way to close the quantum fund lending and financing channels too? Moomba Dayton asked. Philip denied this. I think this is very difficult, because several major domestic merchant banks have participated in the underwriting of the double-headed eagle company's bonds. In addition to bonds, the Bank of England has also found out that many other Hong Kong cities and domestic companies are also following the quantum fund to sell pounds. The money fell into the eyes of the damned businessmen. They should be sent to the gallows. Moomba shouting Dunton bitterly, is not over. Since they rely on it, then we can only think of other ways. For example, we can call all the people of Great Britain come together to help us, just as Mr. Churchill led Great Britain against the barbaric Germanic invasion half a century ago. This is a very good way. The proud Anglo-Saxon nation is our strong backing. Philip said firmly that the phone call between him and Mountbatten was also over here, but after a slant, Philip made a televised speech. In his speech, Philip first said that Britain is now facing a life-and-death financial war. Capitals at home and abroad are colluding in an attempt to short the British pound, using very dirty means to steal the money that everyone has in the bank. Therefore, the people of the British Isles should unite and win this war of hatred for the dignity of the Anglo-Saxon nation. In addition, the Bank of England will do its best to defend the exchange rate of the pound sterling. Those evil financial speculation traders who they are collected by way of the sterling bonds come from the hands of everyone were to sell. It is very shameful speculation. Rather than to win this fight, we must rely on each and every with the help of the gentlemen of Great Britain. Please take out your own strength to fight, and the glory will belong to Great Britain. Following Philip's speech on TV, the whole world was shocked, because his speech declared the British government's determination in the exchange rate of the pound sterling, and at the same time declared that the United Kingdom will never compromise with any speculators. Also because of Philip's speech, in the US foreign exchange market, the pound exchange rate has risen for a period of time, about 1/1000th. Although it is small, it is a very good response to Philip's speech. It is also due to this, as Ziming once again dialed the phone. This Ziming asked with a smile. He said, It seems Mr. Karas has lost confidence. Karas a little embarrassed, but he explained, Zuxian Ming, I think the non-confidence but also spacious factory hard. After all, if we cannot continue to be in the British pound in such a case, we would not have enough money in the foreign exchange market. The do support continued to attack. I think Mr. Joe Ross, you must have misunderstood me, Ziming said. What I want to ask you is, do you think a televised speech by the Chancellor of the Exchequer can really make those Anglo-Saxon gentlemen? Are you obedient? Kiao Ross was stunned. He didn't expect Ziming to mean this. He asked in a daze, Mr. Ziming, do you think the British will not support their Chancellor of the Exchequer? Ziming said, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't give you an accurate answer to this question. But what I can tell you is that with the strange brain circuits of the people of the island country, maybe they will give you an unexpected answer. Ziming didn't say that casually, because he still clearly remembered the Brexit referendum that left the whole world and the United Kingdom at a loss in his previous life. He gave power to the people, but the people finally gave themselves to themselves. I voted and asked on the internet, what is the European Union? In the end, he could only resign, and after he resigned, the people demanded a referendum again. This is a great democracy. So many times elite politics is not just casual talk. After all, the decisions made by a few smart people together are often stronger than a group of idiots. So since 25 years later, the Great Britons were able to do such funny things, it is unreasonable that they were replaced 25 years ago. So maybe these ancestors will kill the people of the British Empire. Talents reach new heights. But it is impossible for Ziming to say this to Kiao Rosming. He can only say, let's just keep watching. Anyway, for now, don't we still have enough pounds in our hands? Sit down first. It's better than chaos. If the British really cooperate with their Treasury Department to boycott us, we can think of a way. Can I think of a way? Kiao Ross asked. Of course. I am responsible, Ziming said. As Ziming responsible for the phrase, let Karas relieved immediately. In fact, Ziming was very clear that the British really have to unite and not let the quantum fund in financing from the bond to a pound. He is really nothing too good way. After all, Ziming can't fully grasp the British psychology, but now he has to take this responsibility. Only in this way can Joe Ross really let go of his hands and feet. Soon time to enter the next day, but after the US market close, forex trading has entered a stable period for some time, although the foreign exchange market around the world due to the trading time is not the same. So one day forex trading is a 24/7 not interrupted. But the problem lies in the city around the world is not the same degree of worry jump. Then even if there are foreign exchange transactions due to insufficient activity, the impact of foreign exchange on the size of the resulting mixed up. With the exception of Hong Kong City opened exchange market, foreign exchange transactions around the world entered the first active period, while under the leadership of Li Cheng-tong Gang, and all full glass hold most of the capital's port city. The pound began the first round. The decline is only due to the limited impact of Hong Kong cities eating the British mainland, and the pound exchange rate has fallen from 2.89 to 2.88. And before a kind, limited impact on Hong Kong city, but also in a very good benchmark sterling today, while turntables to the European market, the pound immediately plummeted again, down 3 percentage points. Fell to 2.8 on. At first glance it seems that the exchange rate would be acceptable, but be aware that the European exchange rate system is the lower limit of 2.76, and therefore such a figure, 2.8 the exchange rate is already very close. If the next day the pound exchange rate continued to fall, then the European exchange rate system it is very possible to kick the pound out. Cannot be must still fund quantum fund has not finished sell. Philip's speech has not been known to all of the British, which takes some time to adjust. Moomba Dayton so hypnotized himself, but the next day the sterling performance, fiercely him from self-hypnosis to wake up, because in the port city of sterling trading, the British pound to fall once again. Even this time the decline was very large, and it went directly to the 2.77 position. only to fall below the lower limit of the European exchange rate system at the last point. For this reason, Philip had to speak again on TV, announcing that in the face of such a situation, the Bank of England would once again spend $4 billion in foreign exchange to buy British pounds. It has to be said that as these $4 billion of foreign exchange entered the market, there was an immediate effect. The pound exchange rate, which had been approaching the lower limit, rose again. It reached the position of 2.78, but there was no time for the rebound. After stabilizing, the pound began to collapse again after only 3 slopes. After only 2 slopes, the exchange rate of the British pound fell below the lower limit of 2.76 and reached the position of 2.74. Mountbatten looked at the news with an incomprehensible expression, and murmured, "This is incredible. Why did the pound become like this? Isn't Philip investing in foreign exchange and quantum funds for hedging? Then why? There will be such a result. What happened during the period?" Mountbatten then called Philip. Facing Mountbatten's question, Philip was a little embarrassed. "I think, Mr. Earl, you still don't know the answer." Philip said. It must be for Mountbatten's sake, but Mountbatten is obviously not interested anymore. He said to Philip, "Whatever it is, I must know the answer." Philip had no choice but to tell Mountbatten, It's not that I don't want to say it, but I don't have to say it. The specific reason is that you can understand, Mr. Earl, now when you turn on the TV." Then Mountbatten turned on the TV suspiciously, and immediately saw a news feature report. At this time, I was interviewing passers-by on the street. When the reporter told them about the pound exchange rate war, the British children immediately said, "What is the exchange rate of the pound sterling? If the exchange rate increases, will my income increase? Even if you give me more bonuses, it's okay." Someone is very virgin. I really hope that the quantum fund can win. After all, the Bank of England is also considered a strong group. He controls the exchange rate of the pound for too long, so quantum is needed. The fund's speculation has made the world balanced. Are you crazy? Now Great Britain is crazy. These interviews made Mountbatten hate to smash the TV. He angrily said, "Why is this happening? Are these people really British? Then why are their IQs so bad?" Obviously Philip has already said he wants to. They called on them to unite against the quantum fund's attack on the British pound. Apart from this, those companies also unscrupulously helped the quantum fund. This made Mountbatten very crazy. Why? Could this Ziming really be taken by God? Why did he let these British people support him so much? It's unscientific. Chapter 377, The Failure of Great Britain? I think, Mr. Earl, maybe this is because we overestimated these civilians' IQ. After all, many people have a Don Quixote sense of justice. They all think that they are the heroic knight who saves the world. They use their money as a sword and treat things as the end of the world. Therefore, they will have a kind of comparable to the Virgin Mary. The mercy of Philip is overflowing, and deliberately goes against what we encourage. Mountbatten felt uncomfortable with Philip's pessimistic tone, so he interrupted the Chancellor and said, "So Mr. Philip, you are going to give up? Did you give up to the Chinese person and quantum fund, right?" "This is because I have no other way," Philip reminded Mountbatten. But such a reminder made Mountbatten feel even more angry. He said loudly, "Now that I said so, I also remind you, Mr. Philip, Her Majesty and the first appointment of you as Chancellor of the Exchequer is because they trust your ability. Then please perform your duties well, rather than shirk when facing difficulties. I have no other way. This is not Jin's responsibility." There. More Mountbatten said. The louder and louder he was, and he would roar in the end. What's the situation now? Isn't it just a quantum fund that is selling pounds? Did Mr. Philip become the most timid squirrel? Why can't we fight each other to the end? It is our pound that is gone. Foreign exchange, or the money from a quantum fund has passed through the entire Great Britain. Mountbatten here paused, then added, "I know it means they are a very shameless behavior, but it cannot make a proud British gentleman bow to throw in the towel. We have a chance to." At this time Mountbatten finally calmed down, You have to know that when we borrowed money from the International Monetary Fund and blocked all the funds of the Quantum Fund, this must be their most desperate time, but they can't think of it the way. Why should we give up lightly? Have we reached a desperate situation? Why can't we keep working hard? Are you an idiot inferior to the Chinese? Mr. Philip Mountbatten said. Words and words are condemned. If ordinary people hear it, they will be flushed. But Philip only sighed softly after listening, and still said to Mountbatten, Mr. Earl, I can understand your feelings. I also ask you to believe it, and so do I. A proud British gentleman, I also have my own dignity, but today, I still have to insist on my decision, because it is the will of Her Majesty. Philip's last words were like a bolt from the blue, which made Mountbatten immediately bewildered, because he couldn't think that this shocked Her Majesty. Although in the political and history textbooks of junior high school, it has been stated that the British royal family no longer has the highest ruling power in essence, but only exists as a symbol of the country, only a formal king and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. But in fact this inheritance is inherited. The 1,000-year-old royal family can't have their own political wisdom, and use the king's advantage to let the royal family still retain its power. Besides, people have always heard that Xiang is a joke about working for the royal family, but no one dares to say that the royal family is obedient. Ordinary people understand the truth. As a nobleman with an earl title, Mountbatten knows the nuances more clearly than others. He knows that the modern royal family does not interfere in national affairs, but the Kingdom of Great Britain is still it belongs to the royal family, so once the country encounters a real problem, the Queen will come forward, and as long as the Queen gives an order, it is the supreme imperial decree, no matter whether it is the appearance or other people, there is no other answer. However, I understand. But Mountbatten can't figure it out. Isn't it just a battle to defend the pound exchange rate? Why would Her Majesty intervene? And it's still about the failure of Great Britain. Philip that side Mountbatten certainly understand the idea, he said, Mr. Earl, or Queen's Majesty thought treasury of foreign exchange is more important, or Her Majesty should think the pound devaluation, so as to better stimulate the domestic economy in any case. Since Her Majesty the Queen has made a decision, we should follow it, right? Mountbatten helpless sigh I understand, then hung up the phone. No matter what the other side will say Philip, or in his view, is nothing more than what open-minded bullshit. He sat in his chair in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Stay stunned for a while, Mountbatten Road, turned to look out the window of blue sky. This in the end what had once maybe I really should go to church. My father, I met really was God he is a graduate student, otherwise I won't explain why he dared to challenge Great Britain, why he can come up with such incredible methods, and more importantly, he has become the final winner because of his weak power. Mountbatten and Philip of this phone call, apparently marks the Bank of England's attitude, but quit because the Bank of England had very unstable exchange rate of the pound in foreign exchange loss of British support fast start after the crash, a ramp inside mad it fell by 3 percentage points to a position of 2.67. Judging from the current situation and the impact of the British economy, there is no longer any possibility of returning to more than 2.76. As for investors to be hand-picked Ziming, Karas immediately realized what he immediately called Ziming said, British pound exchange rate decline has now clearly lost the support of the results of British foreign exchange, which means that the Bank of England has to we surrendered. Although we don't know what we gave birth to, we defeated the Bank of England and we successfully attacked the British pound. Joe Ross yelled in ecstasy on the phone. Apparently he hadn't even thought of this long profit. After all, but the world financial most powerful one of the countries, and has been the British political means to resist and let them into a corner, although Ziming finally found a way out, but he still cannot believe. All in all, now he still feels like he is in a dream. Ziming smiled and told him this, no wrong, Kras you beat the Bank of England, the success of the Quantum Fund sniper pounds, this is not a dream. Kiao Ross said, no, this is not my victory, but your victory, Mr. Ziming. Because without you, I can't do it anyway. Ziming did not tangled in the details. Well, this is my victory, but it is also your victory, Mr. Karaz. After all, we are part of the alliance, is not it? Karaz laughed, recognized this. Ziming then added, so I back them how to harvest pounds. Provoke some interest for us to earn deserve it. To Mr. Karaz you are solely responsible for, I will not participate up. Of course, even if what things need Zoom Mr. Ming you'll find a way, or have to wait until Mr. Ziming you make a decision, then I do not deserve this investment in people. Karaz said, please Ziming don't worry, sir, since you, Mr. Ziming, have opened up the situation for me to this extent. I assure you that I will definitely bring you the most satisfactory income. After getting this answer from Kiao Ross, Ziming hung up the phone after 2 more instructions. The reason why he was in such a hurry was simply because he received a paging message here. Mr. Ziming, I hope we can have a chance to sit down and talk. Ziming laughed when he saw this message, because he knew who it was without having to look at the last name. What surprised Ziming even more was that he didn't expect a family like Bigwood to actually use it. Pager, they don't know how to talk if they want to come. Not to this is normal, after all, they are so proud of the Great Wood family. The Yitalikar is the kingdom of the royal family. They would rather distant from the UK are reluctant to borrow money they have any compromise, but now they have to be so if they did. This kind of humiliation would have their desire to die. Things like bowing down and being a smiley face are far away from the Bigwood family, but now they have to do it, especially if they must hate them. It's normal if they don't know how to talk. Ziming called, and it was the housekeeper of the Bigwood family. Ziming smiled. Why doesn't the Bigwood family even have a talking person? With this question, Ziming could clearly feel there the quiet behind the very subtle voice. I think it is Mr. Butler who is covering the refilling tube with his hand and discussing something with him. After a while, the butler said again, I'm sorry, Mr. Ziming, my host has an uncomfortable voice, so he can talk to you, but what you have to say is the same as me. I can represent it all. What a botched lie, Ziming said with emotion. Facing Ziming's evaluation, there was no idea what to say for a while, and Ziming didn't plan to do more to entangle this issue, so he asked, so good, Mr. Butler, to just received the paging message from you. I really want to know how our meeting should proceed. I think you must have explained. There. Butler hurriedly replied, of course. The meeting can be arranged in the afternoon, and the location can be arranged at Bigwood Manor. No knowing Mr. Ziming. Can you accept it? This location made Ziming feel a little bit astonished. He did not expect that the Bigwood family would directly saw. He thought about it for a moment and replied, no problem. I just hope Mr. George will be in the afternoon. When the time comes, the voice can be better. There was obviously embarrassment about Ziming's words. After all, they said that they had an uncomfortable voice, and now they said they could meet in the afternoon. Isn't this inconsistency? Slap your own face. It was also because of such embarrassment that the butler left a sentence, please rest assured, Mr. Ziming, and then hung up the phone in a hurry. Chapter 378 Tricks? Anyone who knows a little about Europe probably doesn't know Buckingham Palace, because this is the most famous palace in the Kingdom of Great Britain and the main palace of Her Majesty the Queen. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Her Majesty the Queen finished her lunch break to freshen up her clothes. This is the advice of a full-time doctor to her to maintain her body. The Queen also pays attention to her own conditioning. Since she became the throne in 52 years, she has been in charge of this country for almost 40 years. But I am very confident in my physical condition. If this situation continues, it is not impossible to become a queen for 25 years. I just don't know what a certain prince who is about to be 70 years old thinks. Suddenly the queen's eyes opened, and then the door of the room was pushed open. A woman gently walked into the room and stood behind the queen. The queen looked at her glasses. It turned out to be the Madam Prime Minister. Let me guess. You must have something to do with the pound when you came to me. The woman who came into the Queen's palace is the current British Prime Minister, Mrs. Sales. But the Iron Lady frowned at this time. She nodded and said to the Queen, Your Majesty is wise. I did come for the pound, because Philip told me that you asked him to stop maintaining the exchange rate against the pound. I don't understand. What do you mean by doing this? Mrs. Sales then added, Your Majesty, do you know that the pound exchange rate has fallen below the lower limit set by the European exchange rate system for us, and we are about to withdraw from this system? Queen turning her head slowly, she just sat in a chair and looked at Sales. After a while, she asked, Why do we have to stay in this system? Mrs. Sales was surprised by this sentence. The rhetorical question was stunned, not knowing how to answer, and the Queen went on to say, You know that our kingdom of Great Britain has never belonged to this continent, but the eagle falcon floating above the mainland, ready to enter the jungle of the mainland at any time, to hunt for food. Then we must not tie ourselves to the jungle. And since the establishment of this so-called exchange rate system, it has always been based on the Deutsche Mark. Now, after Germany has achieved reunification, it is for its own sake. Interests are constantly raising interest rates and raising interest rates. Isn't the purpose to force us out? Their actions are so nasty and disgusting. Why should we continue to play with them? It's better to just withdraw and be more to ourselves favorable. The Queen said that Mrs. Saarki suddenly looked up and asked her, Do not? These are just some of the tricks. Then Prime Minister's wife, your view of it is indeed so. Yes, I have an alliance from the group of guys who do not want to, and on the mainland, I also understand that they have a strong hostility to the Kingdom of Great Britain. Mrs. Saarki went on to say, but I have to. The retreat should also be a dignified retreat. It should not be after the exchange rate has fallen below the lower limit. This will be the same as being kicked out, which will damage your dignity, Your Majesty. So Your Majesty, I mean, like, say, why do not you make the decision and I talk about it? I even support rate has dropped, but still your Prime Minister. Mrs. Saarki said the last inevitably feel angry. Queen gently smiled, then look out the window to a Lady Saarki. To her surprise, they do not understand the answer. In the very long time ago, I owe him them a great debt. This favor it takes very heavy things to pay back. Mrs. Saarki asked Her Majesty what the reason was, but the Queen did not answer her again. On the road Italy, Ziming, just beginning to gallop forward, in front of the open car, looked around a little nervous. Really, I do not recommend that. You promised to invite Bigwood family. After all, now with the fall of the British, they have lost to hope, desperation. There is no guarantee they will not make any crazy decisions. I thought for a moment and said, I want to be your sister. You king also know that they Tang Ran sister. You certainly will not agree to take such a risk. Ziming certainly understand what the Bigwood family will make a crazy decision, nothing more than to kill themselves under the angry. This Ziming laughed and said, So Jiang brother told them you do not like. Of course I did. I do not deny this possibility, but as the royal family of this automobile kingdom, if they really want to kill me, they can still do it even if I don't come. Not me go out to all right from now. I am afraid they are really just want to talk to me off. Ziming is confident. See, Ziming said so, not much to say anything, for him, not the tube. What happens, he will try to protect Ziming's safety. A quarter of an hour later, Ziming arrived at the Greatwood Manor, and the family housekeeper greeted him at the door. I would like, on behalf of my host, Mr. George, welcome the visit of Mr. Ziming. My host already awaits you at the manor. Please, butler said to Ziming, made a gesture. Please, Ziming. This he rolled the window again and drove into the yard. George and Wood and his son were sitting in the middle of the yard. Seeing this, Ziming asked the police to drive onto the lawn and stopped directly in front of George and his son. Mr. Ziming, this is very ungentleman. You should park your car next to it, and then walk over. George frowned and reminded in a deep voice. Ziming just smiled at this. Is that so? I'm sorry, I don't think I have a relationship with a gentleman in this life. After saying that, Ziming directly sat in front of George. Regarding Ziming's casual attitude, George the father and son were obviously a little annoyed. Wood immediately slapped the table and said, Ziming, you bastard. Do you know where you are now? Don't you be afraid that I will call someone over to kill you? Ziming grinned at this, didn't bother to answer, and then George also said, Mr. Ziming, are you not afraid? This is in the Great Wood Manor. I live here with a team of heavily armed mercenaries. George finished speaking and clapped his hands. And following George's actions, the surrounding lawn was immediately opened. 10 mercenaries with green camouflage all over their bodies and rifles in their hands stood up. Besides being reminded by the police, Ziming also saw on the roof of the villa not far away, there were 2 snipers. After these mercenaries appeared, they lined up to approach Ziming in a tactical formation. One by one, black hole muzzles, one after another, the murderous intent that had been trained on the real battlefield struck, making people shudder. But when the tension reached its climax, suddenly said, Hey, Belyukov, I advise you and your people to quickly put down the fire stick in your hands, otherwise I will definitely visit you next time. The wooden house smashed all your wine barrels, leaving you with no alcohol in your life. Hearing the words of a mercenary wearing a headscarf who looked like a captain reluctantly put down his gun and said in frustration, Damn Jiang, you will threaten me like this, you know I am addicted to alcohol. Yes, if there is no vodka, it would be better to blow my heart with a shot. After this mercenary spoke, other mercenaries also put down their guns. According to these mercenaries came from a man named Arctic Wolf. The mercenary organization is composed of retired special forces from Eastern Europe and North Russia. I met 2 acquaintances in a secret mission, and later also taught them a lot of tactics and organizations, including this grassland disguise, which is taught. Speaking is still their half-master. Your camouflage is too bad. I told you at the beginning to curb your murderous aura, otherwise your camouflage will have no effect on the real fighters. Teach them, and face the lesson of this. These strong mercenaries can only lower their heads and listen, and they dare not have any opinions on this Chinese master. In fact, the lesson of the is not wrong, because he felt very murderous when he drove in. This is why he drove directly on the lawn and came to George, so that he can drive the first time if it is dangerous. Go away. George was stunned on the other side. Although they communicated in Chinese and he didn't understand it, he could easily guess it from the expressions of and the mercenaries. You damn bastards, do you know you shit without professional ethics. Kill them for me. Wood yelled to the mercenaries, very dissatisfied. In response to this, the mercenary wearing a turban directly pointed his gun at him, impatiently saying in English, What are you calling, little bastard? Our behavior is not your turn to point fingers. Let me talk. The gun killed you. Besides, you forgot that you didn't pay us any cost of the battle. Frightened by the mercenary, Wood immediately raised his hand subconsciously. Obviously, he knew that the other party would really kill. Ziming smiled, not only because of Wood's persecution, but also because of the mercenaries' words. Ziming could easily know that George hadn't planned to do anything from the beginning. Inviting these mercenaries here was just to scare people. Facing Ziming's smile, George felt very embarrassed. It felt like being stripped naked in the public. I'm very sorry. It seems that your plan has failed. My friend used to serve in the army, so I met a lot of mercenary friends. Ziming explained to George, while sitting in front of him. It seems that I underestimated you. I didn't expect such a person to be your bodyguard. George said with emotion. George was really scared, because since he hired mercenaries, he must know the details of this mercenary group. How strong, cruel and cold-blooded they are. But now they are so afraid that the one behind Ziming looks very ordinary bodyguards. One can imagine how powerful this bodyguard is, and now that such a powerful person is willing to be Ziming's bodyguard, then what kind of person would Ziming be? But George felt that, as the patriarch of the Bigwood family, he knew enough about the world. How could he never heard of Ziming? This person seems to have suddenly appeared from the void. It is incredible. Thinking of this, George suddenly felt scared for a while. He suddenly felt that Ziming was as powerful as a black hole. He was also glad that he didn't really want to kill Ziming, otherwise he would be the one who died now. Ziming smiled noncommittently at this, You have used up your little tricks. I think we can really sit down and talk face-to-face and frankly now. Chapter 379. A Powerful Coward. What is a little trick? Zhu Ming. What do you think you are? This is Bigwood Manor. What right do you have to be arrogant here? Wood stood up and pointed at Zhu Ming and cursed. Obviously, Zhu Ming's little trick had hurt his young self-esteem. In contrast, Zhu Ming was calmer about this. He didn't return to Wood, but just asked indifferently, who can handle it? Then the mercenary wearing a turban kicked Wood with a kick. I flew out and smiled at Zhu Ming. Sir, I think it will be quiet now. Do whatever you want to do with ease. You are your bodyguard, and our Arctic Wolf mercenary will stand firmly on your side. Zhu Ming thanked him, and on the other side, George didn't even look at his son. He just said to Zhu Ming, I'm very sorry about that, and I hope Mr. Zhu Ming doesn't mind. Zhu Ming can hear it. George said these words through gritted teeth, but now he has no other way. Although he does not know the relationship between this Arctic Wolf mercenary group and Zhu Ming's bodyguards, they can only recognize money. The mercenaries betrayed their beliefs, but he could understand that as long as Zhu Ming gave an order, the Arctic Wolf mercenaries would kill him without hesitation, even if these mercenaries had clearly taken their own money. At this time, George very much hated why he invited the mercenary regiment to frighten Zhu Ming, but he didn't expect that the mercenary regiment he invited would have such a good relationship with them. How could he have thought that there would be a soldier king's bodyguard over there? What? But at this point, George had no choice but to make a request. As long as his son was not killed, he would have to negotiate with Zhu Ming first to stabilize this side. After all, the family is always the most important thing. I don't mind. In comparison, I'm just more curious about why you bother me, Zhu Ming asked. Facing this question, George just lowered his head and did not answer. Zhu Ming knew that he was afraid to betray the people or forces behind him. After all, it was very likely that the outside world could not be caused by the Bigwood family. However, Zhu Ming didn't really intend to get the answer to this question, so he then asked, Mr. George, you invite me over this time, don't you plan to say something? George immediately became embarrassed after hearing this question. He got up, and after hesitating for a while, he made up his mind and said, Mr. Zhu Ming, this is the end of this matter. Our Bigwood family has surrendered. Zhu Ming smiled coldly and asked, Mr. George, you just said what? Zhu Ming's question was accompanied by an innocent expression, and it hit George's chest like a heavy hammer, making him very aggrieved. You must know that he is the royal family of this automobile kingdom. Have you been so angry? But the situation is better than others, so George had to take a deep breath, and after calming down, he repeated, Mr. Zhu Ming, I think this is the end of the matter. What's next? Don't tell me that Mr. George just said this sentence, Zhu Ming asked again. George was about to vomit blood, but he gritted his teeth and repeated, Mr. Zhu Ming, I said that our Bigwood family has surrendered and we surrendered to you and the Tang family. Zhu Ming shook his head gently. It seems Bigwood family's situation is indeed very bad now. Is it to the point that even Mr. George can't eat enough? Otherwise, how could you speak so quietly? If I remember correctly, you used to speak very loudly, right? George ferocious stare explanations. Zhu Ming, you do not get too much. You do not think too much. Mr. George said these words out of your mouth is very funny. Do you just let me repeat? Are you too much of what you said yourself? What about you, Mr. George? What did the Down family offend you back then? You want to travel all the way from Italy to find trouble and try to split the Down family apart? Zhu Ming then asked, what did Mrs. Margaret do wrong? You not only ruined her virginity, but also ruined her and was expelled from the family. Now she is just a poor woman with a child. Zhu Ming said more and more excited. Finally, they roared, Mrs. Margaret is suffering from uremia. It is very painful because she does not have the money to go to the hospital for dialysis. She and her daughter can't even guarantee a meal of mashed potatoes every day, but that's it. Don't let her be forgiving. Burn her alive in the room. Can't you do this too much? Do you remember that she's your sister? Faced with Zhu Ming's roar, George lowered his head in shame and said, "This is not my fault. Being born in a wealthy family is an original sin. Some things must be endured." Before George was finished, Ziming interrupted him angrily. "Then why don't you have this original sin to bear it?" "Obviously because you were not able to win the battle for inheritance. You thought of using this vicious trick or using it on a woman who is not threatening to you. You are a coward at all, because you have no ability to deal with it. The strong, so they can only start with a fragile woman." After Ziming's angry rebuke, George's head was lowered. Ziming continued, "Since Mr. George, you know that being born in a wealthy family is an original sin, and you also know that some things must be endured, then I would like to say in the consortium, it's the same in the duel. Since you are a loser, you have to have the consciousness of a loser. Don't talk to me about false benevolence. I'm afraid you don't even believe this thing, right? You mischief, you fart. How can that bitch Margaret be compared with us? She is the scum of the family. How should we treat her?" At this moment, a voice came from behind. It was Woods. Ziming heard him say this. He immediately sneered and stood up, then raised the chair he was sitting on, and hit Wood's face with George's exclamation. Wood was smashed to the ground, his face was bloody, and his teeth were smashed. George thought of standing up to stop him, but he was firmly pressed on a chair by the Arctic Wolf mercenary. He could only shout at Ziming, "Ziming, do you dare to beat him? My Bigwood family will never die with you. Although you have the advantage now, the background of my Bigwood family is not what you can imagine." George shouted fiercely, but everyone can tell that he is actually a stubborn, and he can only try his best. Ziming ignored him and just said to Wood, "My child, the most important thing in life is to respect people. Since you don't have a tutor, let me teach you." Leave this sentence. Ziming sits back in the chair, he lit a cigarette while looking at the opposite George and said, "I know that the Bigwood family has a lot of heritage, otherwise I won't come to Eatley personally. You know that if I come personally, you can blow it for a lifetime. What's more, besides, if you have really screwed the Bigwood family firmly into one ball and mastered all of the family, we wouldn't be sitting here today, right?" George was stunned at the time, and then it collapsed on his chair like a discouraged ball, with a look of despair, because Ziming's words happened to hit the place he was most afraid of. For a long time, George has relied on the strength of the Bigwood family. Of course, the Bigwood family, as the first family of the Eatley automobile kingdom, holds absolute equity in the three major automobile companies. It is indeed very powerful, but the problem is this strength exists in the entire family, not George. You must know that the Bigwood family is very large, because George's superiors used very despicable means at the time. Although others were right, they still disdain George in their hearts. This directly led to George's disdain. Can become the patriarch of the Bigwood family, but let alone make the family one mind. There are even many people who are holding back their energy to kill him, such as those who lost power back then. It is for this reason that once there is a problem with Bigwood Bank, the first thing he has to face is the disputes within the family. He cannot even deal with all internal. We're also doing family all the strength and Ziming death in breaking it. George had already understood that Ziming had completely seen himself. He was completely defeated in front of Ziming, and there was no possibility of turning over again. That it Zixi and Qingming Yu would happen before they agree to let me, George asked. His tone is very weak. Explanations for this problem did not directly answer, but said to him, "I come from San Francisco. Agoe should be a Downs family. I will make them Bigwood family no longer any threat." George eagerly said, "Zixi and Qingming, I guarantee that anything will never again interfere with Down family. Chinese bank shares in our hands. We can also sell at low prices back to the Downs family, to show our sincerity. Unfortunately, Mr. George, your sincerity and ensure both the text does not value." Ziming went on to say, "There, Mrs. Margaret was burned to death in front of me in the room, and I cannot afford to take her from the flames after being rescued from the middle. I can only promise Julia, the daughter of Mrs. Margaret, that I want the Bigwood family and this Eatley to be buried with her mother." So Zixi and Qingming, You still have to drive people out of it? George asked. Painful time to make wild things too and will not. But there is yeetily too long the Bigwood family, but also the change of taste, and yeetily this half-dead city, but also that to die. Zooming and said, besides, even if I don't do this, facing a fallen Bigwood family, can you guarantee that others won't rush to take a bite? This time George was devastated. He plopped kneeling on the surface. Zooming before, muttered, Zuxianqing Ming, I beg you to let me good this time. You want me to do anything possible? Zooming condescendingly looked at George and asked him, I only have one question. If the person who failed today was me, would you let me go? Zooming's words were like a cold wind that made George cold into his bones. But Zooming the next sentence stunned him again. But the principles of Ihuaxia people are different from yours. It is not simply breaking and killing by unscrupulous means to achieve the goal. In many cases, it is very roundabout. Zooming said, so if you want, I can pay for it. 35% of the shares in Wood Bank. Chapter 380 grabs the cake. In the afternoon, the entire Bigwood Manor was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, Zooming was in the car and left the manor with Arctic Wolf. The mercenaries also left because of the end of the mission, completely in a victorious posture, and behind them, the patriarch of the Bigwood family, George, was lying on the table with his head in his hands, apparently a complete loser. Opening bracket. With the departure of Zooming and the Arctic Wolf mercenary corps, George's son Wood got up from the ground. The expression on his face was distressed. I don't know if it was because of being beaten by Zooming before, or because of the depression in my heart. Wood stepped to George's side and asked him, why did you agree to Zooming? Do you know that once you agree to him, our Bigwood family will be completely finished, and we will become his slaves and can only take orders from him? George did not speak. Wood went on to say, Sir George, as head of the People's Congress of the Wood family, you first need to think must safeguard the interests of the family and you are to exist. This is what you have been. What about my teaching? But now, you betrayed your vow. You left the family in exchange for your own benefit. You have no right to be named Wood, you bastard. It almost fell on the last word of Wood. In an instant, George stood up and slapped Wood's face with a slap in the face, staring and cursing, you idiot. Do you still have the face to accuse me? If it wasn't your failure in San Francisco, if it wasn't you failing to bring down the Tang family and cost us $80 billion of funds, how did we fall to this point? That's why you are the shame of the Bigwood family. Now if you sincerely regret that, I can forgive you, but you look like a bastard on the street now. I will never forgive you. George yelled at Wood, and Wood seemed to be beaten stupid. Sitting on the ground motionlessly, George took a deep breath and said, I don't want this at all. But what else can I do if I don't? Bigwood Bank has fallen into a desperate situation. If there is no other financial support, there is only one way to go: bankrupt. However, in Italy outside, there are so many cunning ferocious wolves eyeing us. They are waiting for us in the fall, because then they can rest assured that rushed to eat our meat and drink our blood. Speaking finally, George looked up at the sky. The Bigwood family and Italy are going to end. But I don't want to bury this family, but to get a new life. On the other side, Zooming and returned to the city. In Chang Martin's villa, the Arctic Wolf mercenary group separated on the road. After all, they still have their business. Zooming didn't plan to invite these lawless guys. Of course, given their help today, Zooming helped them. Some compensation was made for the task. When Zooming and his wife opened the door and walked into the room, they saw a black man sitting silently on the sand in the living room. He was no one else but Martin, the owner of this villa. Zooming glanced at him and asked, Mayor Martin is here to wait for me. What's the matter? Martin smiled coldly and showed his teeth. Mr. Zooming seems to be in a very good mood recently. Going out so casually. Zooming spread his hands. I'm sorry, I don't remember that I was under house arrest by you in the villa. Martin leaned forward and fixed his eyes on Zooming, trying to give him pressure. Mr. Zooming, it's not a good time to be joking. because I just received a call saying that you went to the Great Wood Manor, right? Ziming smiled. It turns out to be this thing. I came back from there, and just now sat down face to face with Mr. George, the patriarch of the Bigwood family. Then Mr. Martin thinks that I have betrayed you and want to join forces with the Bigwood family? Martin was confused by Ziming's rhetorical question, because he didn't expect Ziming to admit it so simply. Ziming saw Martin shook his head helplessly. I thought that the trust between us could be a little bit more. It seems that I think too much. I also know that Mayor Martin does not have the habit of paying attention to current affairs, or is Mayor Martin? Your usual news is given to you by others, so you don't know. Martin frowned. Mr. Ziming, what do you mean by that? Ziming sighed and said to him, Mayor Martin, if I were you, I would not ask now, but go to watch TV immediately. Martin suddenly realized that he immediately picked up the remote control and turned on the TV in the living room, and tuned directly to the Wall Street Financial Channel. I immediately saw the news that Ziming wanted him to see. Britain gave up maintaining the pound exchange rate and announced its withdrawal from the European exchange rate system. Seeing this news, Martin immediately widened his eyes and looked at Ziming with an incredible face and said, Mr. Ziming, you really defeated the Bank of England and the British pound? In fact, it is more about it. Mr. Kiao Ross and his quantum fund are the ones who really defeated the Bank of England. I have no time to grab this credit. Ziming then asked, I think Mayor Martin understands what this means? Martin nodded busy. How could he not understand as an insider? Because the Great Wood Bank was in a financial dilemma. It was a loan that a British bank promised to give him. This loan is understood to be settled in US dollars. Therefore, once the value of the British pound depreciates, it means that the bank has to take out more money. This loan can be paid, which is very unfavorable to the bank. In order to avoid losses, the bank is likely to break the contract. The Great Wood Bank originally pointed to this loan in the United Kingdom to renew its life. Now once the loan is lost, the Great Wood Bank will go bankrupt faster than before. As the core of the Bigwood family, once the Bigwood Bank collapses, the Bigwood family will fall apart. Martin was very excited to think that the Great Wood family, the Eatley royal family, was about to fall. But Ziming said at this time, Mayor Martin, I think your excitement is too early. Don't you think it is so important? Don't you know about the news about this? Is it a weird thing? Martin took a breath when he heard the question, and felt a chill in his bones. Damn it. These guys are going to take advantage, Martin said loudly, and then he stood up suddenly and left the living room. People for the fiscal dead birds feeding on dead. I'm afraid to say that Martin and those of the consortium. Ziming said these words, and then go back upstairs to his room, and Ziming to open their phones to San Francisco allocated in the past. The phone is switched on immediately, and then the irrepressible Don pleased by telephone pass over to Ming brother, I've seen the news. I saw the devaluation of the British pound to withdraw from the European exchange rate system, and Ming brother you really did it. You beat the Bank of England. Lin Muking also said, Ziming you once again created a miracle. No one can stand in front of you. I believe you will achieve your dream to become the world's business tycoon. I am very glad that they cannot 76 so plant I met you on TV is a reborn business tycoon. Ziming in the heart silently corrected him, did not think Ziming Muking always been prudent and delicate sister this time also have some restrain his emotion but it's no wonder that, after all, he defeated the Bank of England together with Joe Ross and his quantum fund, and it was the first time to prove to the world that an excellent investment businessman with enough capital can make a contribution to a country. Plunder, even if it is a financial powerhouse like the United Kingdom. This has created a new world for financial instruments. In the past, financial investment was not without overseas speculation or financial wars between countries, but in the final analysis it was only aimed at certain companies or industries in a certain country, or the all-round suppression of the former Soviet Union's use of political, military and international situations, is not a real financial war. But now, with the fall of the pound sterling, it can be announced to the world that sufficiently powerful capital can defeat a country. Using the capital in hand to control and attack a country is what every capitalist dreams of most, and Ziming has done it now. How can this not make Lin Muking and Tang Ran excited? Sister Muking, of course, I am also very fortunate to meet you, because you are also the biggest contributor to the victory of this battle, Ziming said to them with a smile, and then let out a sigh of relief and said, the Bigwood family is not saved. Yes, but I just returned from the Greatwood Manor. I promised to buy 35% of the shares of Greatwood Bank, all with voting rights. Ziming, you did this to let the Greatwood family take orders. Is it to us? Lin Muking asked. It's very difficult, and we don't need to do this at all. Actually, for us, as long as they don't mess with us, it is the best result. Right? Ziming said, I did this just to be on the safe side. As long as the father and son George and Wood listened to us. Ziming said this with confidence, because the number of 35% shares is very delicate. According to the company regulations of Greatwood Bank, any resolution must be passed. It must have been supported by 66%, but as the patriarch, George himself did not own so many shares, let alone give it to Ziming. However, it should be noted here that 66% of the support is required to pass the resolution, so in turn, as long as you have 34% of the shares in your hand, you can veto all resolutions. To put it simply, Ziming can't pass the resolutions he needs, but he can reject all the resolutions he doesn't want to see. Through this method, no matter how the Bigwood family makes equity changes, as long as Ziming's 35%, the shares remain unchanged, so his right to speak in the Greatwood Bank is supreme. As a result, Ziming grabbed the Bigwood Bank in his hands, and George and Wood couldn't do anything wrong without the financial support. Where is Martin? Ziming, you secretly ran to George and asked for shares in Bigwood Bank. Wouldn't he have any opinions? Lin Muking asked. He doesn't have time to worry about me now. After all, he has a lot of trouble, and he has to be busy grabbing cakes with other consortium families. Ziming Lin Muking rode to answer. In fact, from the beginning of Week Ming, Martin just do not feel represented his own interests as well as the black community. After all, turn their understanding of the situation so clearly dare so blatant and large family against Wood, even in the position of mayor of Yitley. Ziming would not believe that he did not join hands with other consortium families behind his back. But now that the news of the British pound is coming out, Martin still doesn't know anything. Obviously, those consortium families have abandoned him and want to take advantage of the fall of the Bigwood family. Martin certainly didn't want to be left behind at this time, so he could only desperately grab the cake. How could there be time for Ziming? And this is Martin left immediately after hearing Ziming remark important reason. In addition, that 3 steam car family do not have nothing in it. Not through with them. How to grab the cake? Do not you fast chips, Ming brother. That side of the Don then grinning road. Of course, I was this proximity cannot come if the month. It may be too sorry for myself, Ziming said. 381st chapter. Bao Italy. The UK announced that it would give up maintaining the pound exchange rate, cancel the 2 previous interest rate hikes and withdraw from the European exchange rate system. This is news that shocked the world. The Wall Street Finance Channel commented on this. This is a feat of Genesis, because before that, people only thought that the so-called hedge fund was just a trick to deceive children. After the children's tricks defeated the Bank of England, people suddenly realized the huge benefits that hedge funds can bring under long investments. However, it is ironic that hedge funds initially used long-term investments to reduce risks and stabilize returns, because when people buy up and down stocks, no matter how the stocks will develop in the future, investors' investment it can make money. So now when Joe Ross showed the world another way to play hedge funds, the future is likely to be the gold rollover of hedge funds. Compared with financial newspapers, the New York Times commented from another aspect. In October last year, the scene of Britain joining the European exchange rate system is still vivid, but now only half a year later, they will be kicked out of this system. It must be said that this is a great irony for the United Kingdom or the whole of Europe, and it also shows the major flaws in the European exchange rate system. Many times, to destroy a seemingly strong dam, only one ant nest is actually needed, and Joe Ross and his quantum fund just found the ant nest and defeated the Bank of England. However, they also opened a Pandora's cartridge, because Joe Ross used his own actions to prove to the world that it is completely feasible to destroy a country's economy by financial means. Then after the United Kingdom, God knows that Joe Ross still has his speculative partners. Which country we will attack, and more importantly, there is no way for any country to prevent it. Finally, London Finance's comment. He pointed the finger at Europe. This is the failure of Great Britain, but it also shows the failure of the entire European exchange rate system, because the European exchange rate system is an alliance system of all European members. However, when the British pound facing the frenzied selling by speculators, the whole of Europe just slept in bed, and the pound had already paid the price for its foolish trust in Europe. We have reason to believe that the failure of the pound sterling is only the beginning of the collapse of the European exchange rate system, and then under the impact of international hot money, without the protection of the pound sterling, the European exchange rate system will only suffer a greater impact. Reports from the Wall Street and London media are not difficult to appear in the guidance of the media all over the world. After all, the devaluation of the pound and the withdrawal of the British exchange rate system from the European exchange rate system will have any impact on the world situation. After the attack, the media would also like to know whether they will gain confidence and which country they will continue to attack. However, only the Michigan media noticed the impact of the depreciation of the pound sterling on the Great Wood Bank, and directly commented that the loss of the support of the Bank of England would make the Great Wood Bank face even more difficulties. Fortunately, all public opinion paid more attention to the international aspect. Therefore, Great Wood Bank's stock fell by only 4 percentage points. Of course, this result was also related to Martin, and they had already obtained what they wanted, so they did not continue to carry on the Great Wood Bank. The run was related when the United States and the entire country, the international public opinion, because sterling things up, or when, as is the source of all things, Italy also not so calm. At the British pound from the European exchange rate system the next day, Zooming Italy and George came to the conference center, which is a landmark in downtown Italy, is a historic skyscraper. Zooming George here and went straight to the located 2 small clubhouse of the conference room, opened the door to the conference room. I have been sitting here. He had come to see Zooming and George are subconsciously stand up, but then waved his hand at them. Zooming, and the first to sit down in the future. These people all went back. If the media were here, they would be very surprised when they saw this scene, because sitting here are Mayor Martin of Italy and the heads of the 3 Carr families, plus George of the Bigwood family. You can say they are all GDP of Italy. But now there are such a group of people standing at the top of the pyramid of Italy. They all regard Zooming as the center. They sat down when Zooming sat down. Everyone sat. Zooming once said, "The people have come to," then I would say, with the devaluation of the pound from the European exchange rate regime and the UK, led directly to the plight of a large family of wooden large family. The investment industry covers all industries of Italy. The fall of such a family will inevitably attract many hungry wolves. As far as I know, the West Chicago side and the east side of Cleveland, in large industrializing the Wood family. If it is a month ago, this is certainly not a problem for large Wood family, but now it is a headache. Zooming said as he took out a paper. Just yesterday Cliffland Consortium has already started negotiations on the acquisition of Sheffield Steel Corporation, and has now mastered more than 20% of the shares, and Chicago the consortium has also acquired over 40% of the shares of Green Rubber Company. As for consortiums like Rockefeller and Morgan, they have already started against George Trust and Nissan Insurance Company. I don't know what you think about these things, but I saw a word. Lip and teeth are cold. Zooming continued, perhaps these companies don't seem to have anything to do with you, but their steel, rubber, and their funds are what you have always needed. Now that you have lost these companies, it is difficult to guarantee that these consortia will not use these companies to get your throat stuck in the future. You may as well think about it. You will produce cars in the future, but they have increased the prices of steel and rubber. Can you still maintain your current profits? What if these consortia take this point to make more demands on you? Do you agree or can only agree? Ziming asked. Following Ziming's words, these people lowered their heads. They all understood every word and sentence of Ziming. In fact, this was the most important reason why they were gathered here today. To bring down the Bigwood family is of course what they want to do the most, but this is also on the premise that they can get the Bigwood family property. After all, murder and prostitution, wives and daughters are always the strongest robbers. On the contrary, if you are good or bad, it is easy to kill the Bigwood family, but let others pick up the bargain. They will definitely not do it. Martin and the three major car families looked at each other, and finally Martin stood up and said, Mr. Ziming, we can understand what you said, and we do not want those bastards to divide our wealth. But we are now there's really no way. With Martin taking the lead, Richard, the chairman of Tuffle Motors and the patriarch of the Tuffle family, also said, Mr. Mayor is right. We, Yitli, were originally engaged in finance. We are in a weak position, and long-term companies have to take advantage of other Eastern Consortium funds. Now Greatwood Bank is in trouble. We can't resist the impact of foreign capital, just like the pound sterling. Not to mention that those companies are simply colluding with foreign capital. Yes, the other two major auto company families also said, yes, we want to control the situation ahead of those foreign capitals. But we don't have that much money at all, and we don't even know where those foreign capitals will start. What company they are going to buy. There is no countermeasure at all. That's why I bought 35% of the shares of Greatwood Bank, hoping to stabilize the decline of Greatwood Bank. As for why it is 35% of the shares, it is because I can only take out so much now. It's money. Ziming joked, and he went on to say, since you all said that the foreign capital is coming so fiercely, not only their capital completely crushes you, but the angle of their entry is also very tricky, making you hard to defend, then we will just give up and give them what they want. We take the initiative to withdraw from downtown Eatley. Anyway, we don't have the obligation to defend Eatley. Martin and three cars heard Ziming's words. The company family was shocked at the time, because they couldn't think that Ziming actually said such a way at the end. For the first time Martin thought Ziming was joking. It was not until Ziming repeated it very seriously later that they realized that Ziming was serious, but the question was why did Ziming say that at this time? Doesn't he want to care about them anymore? Thinking of this, Martin reminded Ziming angrily, I think it is necessary for me to say that, Mr. Ziming, the reason why you can get 35% of the shares of Bigwood Bank is that you have helped me and the three major car families. Yes, you can't abandon us at this time. The three major car families also echoed each other. Mr. Ziming, you have to be moral. Since we have helped you, you have to help us. If we're to abandon us, we will definitely not let you go. Ziming smiled. Why do you think I am crossing the river and breaking the bridge? After getting my benefits, I will ignore you? Then why don't you think about it? Thinking, if this is the case, then I am afraid I don't have any reason to be here today. Wouldn't it be okay to leave Yitli and go back to San Francisco? Ziming's words awakened the dreamer, and Ziming's words made them suddenly understand. Indeed, if Ziming really wanted to let go, he would just leave. Why bother to attend this meeting? Ziming looking around the circle, see everyone is still very dazed expression, he just shook his head helplessly went on to say, it is you who I really cannot imagine that your IQ is exactly how the successor of the family. I am afraid this is Eatley owns three major automobile companies and surrounding accessory vehicles, and has become a large industrial cluster in the middle of the United States. However, it has never been able to show the reasons for a competitive consortium. Even Chicago, which sells corn and tractors, is 10 times stronger than you. Whether Martin family or other big three auto companies, they are certainly not able to get on mental retardation. Italy failed a powerful consortium that is also the position of many reasons, not over today, because they are indeed worried about Italy the situation, so the brain seems a little insufficient. Ziming choice but to tell them said, Another way is to defend, is first put them in. 380th 12 chapters let come to play. Then Ziming put their ideas to explain to the Martin family and the big three auto companies clearly, which allow them to once again stunned. It's real Ziming ideas and also nothing new, simple, summed up in 2 words, come into play. Other consortia, whether it is Morgan or Chicago, the purpose of their capital infiltration is nothing more than to rob Italy's wealth as much as possible while the Bigwood family is at its weakest. Then since they want it so much, at the same time other strength is not enough to resist, and some people are also colluding with other consortia in Italy, we simply give up resistance, and we give them whatever they want. Ziming said a great side, but said the last Ziming was added, not been limited to less than Italy in business downtown. May this essentially Italy all? Because Italy is the early development of the city. Past Italy urban area is very small, so many factories are not in place to change this centuries, they are built in urban areas, especially in the urban areas there are many business Yip Street, where such high value. If we give up the city, it is equal to nearly half to make a business out of it. Mayor Martin said to Ziming. The 3 major car company families also very much agree with Martin's statement. Although they believe that Ziming is really trying to find a way, they can't understand Ziming's ideas because they want to come. Since you want to withstand the robbery of other consortia, shouldn't you keep your wealth? How can we allow those consortia to acquire them instead? Isn't this going against your own purpose? How could Ziming not understand the thoughts of these people? However, this is considered a surprise between Eastern and Western thinking. If you want to play this simple tactic in China, I am afraid that an ordinary soldier can fully understand it. But such a sentence is a bit difficult to put in the West, because in their concept, the offensive side is to keep attacking a certain place, and the defending side is to prevent the offensive side from attacking its guardian location. If the defense is once Fang gave up the defense, doesn't that mean failure? There is no right or wrong, but a different way of thinking. Otherwise a story like a Trojan horse would not be blown by the West for thousands of years. This must be placed in the East. Any famous general with an absolute superior force will face a group of opponents who can easily go out of the city to carry the spoils, and even the enemy's movements cannot be detected. What kind of trick the enemy out of the city to eliminate the vital power, or the siege to leave one side on 3 sides? Or the tactics such as playing psychological warfare to torture the spirit of the defenders can all be used. As early as 2000 years ago, Sun Tzu's Art of War summed up countless routines. Where else is the 10 Years' War? Therefore, in the use of strategy, there is no problem in saying that the East is ahead of the West for thousands of years. Otherwise the Americans will not desperately learn Sun Tzu's Art of War. Isn't this just to catch up with the East's strategy? At the beginning of the reform and opening up, before the exchanges between the East and the West were not so close, Ziming really found it difficult to deal with this kind of thinking conflict. Ziming thought for a while and simply said directly, I just want to abandon all the enterprises in Yitli City, or more directly, what I want to abandon is the entire Yitli City. Speaking of this, Ziming glanced at George and said, remember that your 3 major car company families deliberately let so many black people into Italy. The purpose is to weaken the plan of the Bigwood family. Even though this plan itself affects the Bigwood family, there is not much impact, but the impact on Italy City cannot be ignored. At least after you let black people in, the population of Italy City has fallen by more than 700,000 in this half-century. Seeing what Martin and the 3 major car company families wanted to say, Ziming said more quickly, I don't have any opinion on the matter itself, but for now, we just need to continue this plan. Would have said this sake, they finally understand, Richard suddenly said. Mr. Ming, you mean we deliberately put these consortia wait for them to come downtown businesses acquired Italy? We gradually withdraw from the urban area, and at the same time, let more black people enter the downtown Italy, making the urban area more chaotic, so that all their investments can be lost here. Ming took a breath to be finally understood, but then Mayor Martin has rightly said, I refuse. Absolutely, Mr. Ming, you discriminate against blacks, but also the whole irresponsible Italy city. Ming, this somewhat startled, he scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, It forgot to remember, Mr. Martin, but Italy mayor and black dual identity of the person, be sure to exclude me this way. But I just told a fact. Ming paused and said, in addition to that, I think the financial situation Italy municipal government, as well as overall business conditions Italy city, the mayor, you are still better than my, isn't it? This time the big three family firms stand on the side of Ming. Martin, Mayor, we did not discriminate against blacks, but too much of the blacks really let Italy getting worse. And this is an indisputable the facts. So now, Italy is facing the invasion of other consortiums, and we are unable to resist. We can only choose to give them a hard lesson by giving up Italy. Richard finally said, and when those consortiums cannot afford to sell the property here, we can buy it back at a lower price. It's like a stock. We sell it at the current price, and then we manipulated the stock to fall, and waited until the stock fell to the lowest point before buying it back. Wealth is still the wealth, but we have more money. There. Other two major auto company families also said, Mr. Ming, as a financial tycoon, this method is really amazing. It seems that the three white friends have agreed to my approach. Ming then turned to look at Mayor Martin, then Mr. Mayor, how about you? Martin stared curse. Ming said, you bastard. You simply are selling out the interests of the black community and the entire city of Italy. You are all sinners, Italy. Ming laughed. Mayor, my husband's accusation is really interesting. I originally came to Italy to take revenge. It was also in my plan to break Italy and bankrupt the city. You said I was a sinner. It seemed a bit unreasonable, right? Besides, even if I'm really a sinner, how about Mr. Martin's journey from a retired player to the mayor of Italy? Isn't there any crime against the city? Ming asked him. A criminal is righteous and serious. Accused of another criminal. With all due respect, your IQ is not enough. Martin is anxious to defend. Ming immediately went on to say to him, Mr. Mayor, I hope you can understand one thing. Now I say these are not him asking for your support. I'm just telling you my decision. If you can be with me, of course it will be the best result. But if you don't want it, it won't affect me in any way. Ming stood up after speaking. When he was about to give everyone a final explanation, Martin immediately stopped him and said with a smile, Mr. Ming, I actually thought it was not in downtown Italy. It is suitable for the development of the enterprise. My Rand trading company actually wanted to move out of Italy city for a long time. There is no doubt that Martin's words are showing loyalty to Ming, but Ming didn't even bother to look at him straightly and said, you are all the best merchants in Michigan, so I believe you will also know what to do next. There are counts, so I won't say more. I believe you can do it well. When time is limited, you should prepare first, and I will contact you again. There. Three major auto company families will do it after Ming's words. They both got up and left, and seeing them all left, Mayor Martin also asked Ming with a shy face, Sir, what about me? Ming asked him meaningfully, why don't Mr. Mayor think of me now? It's Italy's sinner. Don't you think him discriminating against black people by doing this? Martin's face was embarrassed, and Ming's question felt like a slap on his face, causing them feeling a hot pain. He wanted to just shake his hand and leave, but in the end he still didn't move. He still smiled and said to Ming, I just said it impulsively. I said it in front of the three major car company families. It's not true. Actually, I think what Mr. Ming said is right. Ming patted Martin on the shoulder and said to him, Mr. Mayor, I know you are a politician, and the usual high-sounding words have also been said quite a lot. But do you think today is the occasion for your speech? Do we people want to hear your words about racial discrimination and crimes against Italy? Martin's smile became more and more embarrassing. Mr. Ziming, I know I made a very serious mistake, so I am willing to use everything I have to make up. I also hope that Mr. Ziming, you can give me this opportunity. In fact, my trading company has long wanted to leave Italy City. That being the case, when you go back today, Mr. Mayor can start to act. In addition, you can also let more blacks enter the urban area. I believe that with the departure of the three major auto company families and the Great Wood family, the urban area there is a large number of white people leaving, which will provide space for the life of the black people. You can go back and prepare, Ziming said to Martin. Martin left with a smile, but before he went out, Ziming gave the last order. He said, Mr. Mayor, remember now, don't pretend to be in front of me in the future, because you don't have the capital yet. Martin was agitated when he heard this, and then he left. Such as Martin left, George has not spoken before to speak and said, I did not expect Zixi and Qingming really very capable. So a few words on the effort to persuade the big three automakers family. Martin also persuaded the black mayor. Let him help you so willingly. Ziming this shook his hand and said, this is real and how much skill nothing to do, but we are motivated by their own interests nothing. Everyone is for their own benefit. So what about you, Mr. Ziming? George asked suddenly. This problem has explanations. First stunned for a moment, and then he replied, I just simply want revenge for Downs family. Later learned that Mrs. Margaret Things will be honored for her commitment, but the premise is fortunately that none of these things conflict, otherwise it would be really difficult for me to handle it. George nodded silently. If I can, I really don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. You are such a terrible guy. So now your business in Italy is over? You will leave next, is it? Of course. The next side of things still to come forward by the Wood family made a big Ziming George pat on the shoulder. I'm sure you'll do a good job. Whether it is my hand that 35% of the shares it will make you very troublesome. Chapter 383 The Accident of Repentance? In the week Ming to the mayor as well as the big three automakers Martin family opened the meeting later. The entire Italy suddenly appeared in a very delicate state, because no matter how big three car companies Wood family or family, they started on the same day in the frantic dumping of their own businesses in downtown Italy. Large consortia companies including Morgan and Chicago stopped their looting and acquisitions. After all, these consortia are not stupid. No one must be sensible. Abnormal demon truth. So nervous before you Italy local consortium have tried to block the acquisition of foreign consortium, now so actively pay out, which say they're no problem. I'm afraid that even a 3-year-old will not believe it. So just like that, the acquisition of businesses and real estate in Italy City stopped so strangely, except for some unknown small consortiums. Everyone was on the sidelines and let Italy, which has been very popular, to be transferred. The market suddenly became calmer. But this has nothing to do with Ziming, because his idea has been out, and the rest is the business of these consortium families themselves. Of course, it doesn't matter even if Ziming is still in the lead. Ziming knows that the current situation is only a temporary suspicion. After all, those outside consortia want to buy the business here when the big Wood family is at its weakest. Big car families also want to sell off. Is not this situation obviously the long-lasting configuration of a bitch and a dog? As long as everyone calmly thinks about it for a few days, and driven by interests, the acquisition will continue soon. After all, what Ziming prepared for they was through the destructive power of blacks, but this kind of thing is difficult to detect in the short term, not to mention that the analysts of other consortia generally only analyze according to the normal business process, which is impossible. We'll find this long-term problem. It's just that it will be a few days later anyway. Ziming doesn't bother to care about it now. He has another thing to do. On the morning of May 12th, Ziming drove to Nanding Cemetery in the western suburbs of Italy. This is the largest and longest built cemetery in Italy. The Lady Margaret was buried here. In fact, Ziming had thought about finding a cemetery with better feng shui for her alone, or burying her in the Great Wood family cemetery, but in the end she was buried here according to her daughter's opinion. It is said that this is also Margaret. According to Mrs. T's own meaning, she had told her daughter more than once that she wanted to ascend to heaven like a commoner, and she didn't want to have anything to do with the Bigwood family anymore. Along with Ziming was her daughter Julia, and some cars followed. George, the current patriarch of the Bigwood family, and his son Wood were also in the car. After an hour's drive, Ziming and the others finally arrived at the cemetery. Since the cemetery here did not allow any vehicles to enter in order to maintain respect for the dead, Ziming and the others could only park their cars in the parking lot and walk up the mountain. Here is the ostentation of the Bigwood family as the Atley royal family. More than a dozen bodyguards got off the car quickly before them, and then helped Ziming and George complete the clearing. Of course, this clearing in the real sense is impossible. After all, this cemetery is too big, but at least it can ensure that they can walk unimpeded, without any danger. This situation is surprising. After all, this is a cemetery where civilians are buried, and ordinary people usually come to worship. Such scenes are undoubtedly rare. Some people who happened to come here to make sacrifices were suddenly surprised. Is this because some big people are coming to make sacrifices? Is it to celebrate today's holiday? Or is there a civilian hero who sacrificed and needs to be mourned? Obviously, in his opinion, it is generally only when attending the funerals of civilian heroes or celebrating festivals that big people will set foot in this cemetery, but he couldn't think of what happened, especially when he was not in the crowd. I saw reporters and cameras accompanying me. Finally he recognized one of the people in the crowd. It was Mr. George, the patriarch of the Bigwood family. It could be said that he was the king of the car kingdom. Eatley. He didn't expect him to be here. It's just a little bit of emotion that makes him feel puzzled, because he saw Mr. George and his son. They didn't seem to be interested in the crowd, but they were very bored, as if they were being forced to come over. But who can force a king? Ordinary people certainly don't understand the situation of the upper class. And the only person who can force George to come is Ziming. Because Ziming fulfilled his promise to Mrs. Margaret and defeated the Bigwood family, the Eatley will also go bankrupt soon after each company moves out of the city, so Ziming is very necessary. Come and worship this poor woman. Of course, in order to make her feel at ease, Ziming had to let the enemy who killed her personally come and confess to her at her grave. So Ziming asked George and Wood to come together. I still remember that Julia was scared to tears when she saw George and Wood at the first time. When she wanted to come, they had become the nightmare of the little girl. But it's no wonder that she was originally a very hard-working child, and she didn't have a good life with her mother. In the end, she watched her mother burn to death in the house. How could such a heavy matter be a 13-year-old? What can a little girl carry? Later, Ziming's face in front of Julia would severely beat a slap in the face later. Julia only slowly Huang Ole I. Ziming had let Julia thinking about how to take revenge on how to take revenge, but what did Julia? They didn't do it, just said that their father and son could go to her mother's grave and say sorry. This makes Ziming feel very pleased, because Ziming originally did this because he didn't want Julia to live in hatred all her life. But now it seems that this little girl, like her mother, is very kind, and she thinks too much. After walking for about half an hour, Ziming brought Julia and George Wood to Margaret's tombstone. The ritual rules of the Bigwood family are roughly the same as in China. First, Julia puts white flowers in front of Margaret's tombstone, and then puts butter and bread on the altar in front, which is regarded as a comfort to the dead. After doing this, Ziming looked back at George and Wood. I think it's better not to let me remind you. Then let the whole body Wood unconscious shudder. Apparently before Ziming hit him that the bench is a psychological shadow left him. George and Wood had no choice but to stand up. Originally, they wanted to stand there and confess to Margaret, but Ziming frowned and said, Mr. George, I think they have reached this point. You don't need it. Is this discount by Ziming is to say that George is very awkward, and he wanted to discuss with Ziming, but after seeing Ziming eyes and drew back immediately pulled Wood knelt down together, and with Julia Ziming confessed to Margaret in a voice that was just audible. Dear Mrs. Margaret, first of all I need to tell you that I am guilty. I deserve it. George and Wood are confessing in accordance with Western habits. This is not enough in Ziming's view, but it is already incredible in the eyes of the Bigwood family bodyguards. After all, in the same identities as George and Wood. How can you see them like this is almost confession with their heads pressed. Of course, these bodyguards are very professional ethics, so they have no more than this to say. After George and Wood's confession ended, Ziming also stepped forward and placed the chrysanthemum in his hand in front of the tombstone. Mrs. Margaret, I am sorry that I have come to worship you now, but I came with George and Wood today. They all knelt before you and confessed you just now, but maybe they are not so sincere. Ziming, then just stop here. Next heard a sudden loud shaking thunder, lightning zippy in a tree not far away. This frightened George and Wood. They immediately knelt down and confessed to Margaret again, and emphasized this time, please don't care about Margaret anymore. We are very sincere. We can assure you that the future of Julia from school to a future business cut costs. We all pack up. If she does not want a Bigwood family money, we can provide all the help she can get to. Listening to the trembling words of the father and son, Ziming smiled and said to the tombstone, Mrs. Margaret, I also want to tell you that they have also received their due punishment because of the relationship between the Great Wood Bank and the family. It has become fragmented, and the entire city of Eakley will go bankrupt soon. Although I know that even so, they will not be able to pay for their sins, but is enough. This worship service did not last long, or in the state of George and Wood, they left the cemetery in just over half an hour. Not over when they returned to the parking lot, but look in amazement, because parking lot and apparently he who came completely different, actually have a helicopter parked in here. What circumstances? Isn't this a cemetery for civilians? How could such a thing appear? Think about it just now. It seems that I heard a noisy sound not far away, but who would have thought that a helicopter flew here? These questions were quickly answered, because the helicopter's hatch was opened and a familiar figure walked off the plane. Ziming screamed his identity, Governor Edward. I didn't expect to see you here. Why do you have any political tasks here? The man who got off the plane was the governor of Massachusetts, Edward. The identity of this man also shocked George and Wood. They also didn't expect him to find him here. They also don't know the purpose of his coming here. But Edward didn't think so much. He just walked up to Ziming step by step with a smile on his face and said, I am here to find you, Mr. Ziming, or to invite you back to preside over the overall situation for my friend. To put it simply, we all need you. Chapter 384. What happened to Brighton? Ziming was not surprised by Edward's words, and even knew Ziming was seeing him first time. I can basically guess the reason why he came to him. After all, he said that he would go to the Palace of the Three Treasures. This is the governor of Massachusetts. He usually has a lot of things. If he has nothing to do, he can talk to himself. It's impossible. Now that he has traveled all the way from Brighton, he must have encountered a big problem over there that they can't solve. But Ziming was not surprised. But Edward's words were heard in the ears of George and his son behind him, and it was like a blockbuster. As the heads of the Bigwood family, they certainly know Edward's identity, and they are a very important member of the Kennedy family. They also understand what kind of existence the Kennedy family is. It is a legend from business to politics. The family even produced a strong president who was tough enough to move the Fed's financial pie. Perhaps the president did not end well in the end, but at least it can explain the strength of this family. It was precisely because of this that they were so surprised that Edward could say such a thing. Governor Edward, did you just say that you really need to ask Ziming to go back to Brighton to preside over the overall situation? George asked carefully, dumbfounded. Regarding this question, Edward answered dryly, of course. Mr. Ziming is an important person in changing Brighton. We all need your guidance very much. Otherwise we will be everywhere like headless flies. Jump up. Although the George and his sons had a premonition when they asked this question, they felt unacceptable when they heard this answer. After all, It was a big family of the Brighton Consortium. How could they do this? Could it be that Ziming's departure from Brighton was not driven out by the Consortium family, but had other plans? Recalling Ziming from Brighton to San Francisco and finally to Italy, it seems that no matter where Ziming goes, the local financial group situation can be disturbed by a bloody storm. When she was in San Francisco, a 22-year-old girl who had never lived in San Francisco became the patriarch of the Tang family. In Italy, not only the Bigwood family was torn apart, but even the city of Italy was laid out according to him. It will also go bankrupt shortly. Now even the oldest Brighton consortium in the East is not immune to disaster, so Edward must come forward and ask Ziming to go back and sit down. Such a thought made George gasp, because he felt that Ziming was like a black hole that couldn't be seen through, which made people feel terrified from the bottom of his heart. But at the same time George also breathed a sigh of relief and was not ashamed of his failure. Now even the Kennedy family is like this. When he lost to Ziming and bowed his head to him, it was not unacceptable to think about it. Ziming had no choice but to ask George and his son to take Julia back first, while Ziming asked Edward to get into his car. Sitting in Ziming's car, Edward recalled how the Georges and his sons were respectful to Ziming just now, as well as the backs of them now leaving carefully, and he couldn't help but said with emotion, "Mr. Ziming is still as strong as ever, even though the two of them are not there." Introduce yourself. But if I am not mistaken, they should be the patriarchs and sons of the Bigwood family? Ziming nodded and said, "It is them, as expected, Mr. Governor. This vision is still very good. They will be like this, but I let them. I realized my mistakes and gave them a little punishment, nothing more. Defeat the Bank of England, put Bigwood Bank in trouble, and own shares in Bigwood Bank. I can say that this is a little punishment for them. Mr. Ming has indeed inherited the implicit and humble Eastern tradition." Edward said, "It seems that even though Mr. Governor is in Brighton, he still cares about the situation in other places." Ziming said with a smile, "In fact, this is also their own problem, just like the pound sterling. If there is no problem in itself, no matter how clever I am, it's hard to find a mobile phone meeting." Ziming said that he glanced at Edward, then leaned on the backrest and said, "It's just that Governor Edward came at a very coincident time. I just have time now. I can take you to take a good look at this city of Italy. This is the largest industrial zone in the United States. Perhaps Mr. Governor can find good investment opportunities for the family." At their end Ziming also deliberately told him in a low voice, "The Bigwood family is very weak now. It is the best opportunity to plunder the wealth here." Facing Ziming, Edward smiled embarrassedly, "Mr. Ziming, even though the family is also making investments in this area, but there is a dedicated team to take care of it. As for Mr. Ziming, I think we'll talk about business matters first." Ziming pretended to be surprised and asked, "It turns out that Mr. Governor is not here tonight. Did Lee take a vacation?" "Of course not. The situation in Brighton has deteriorated. I am Italy, who came with Lawrence and Lewis and treaties. I implore Mr. Ziming to come back to Brighton to help us." Edward said, "That's the case, but maybe Mr. Governor, your mental quality is too good, because you look so relaxed. I don't feel nervous at all, so I mistakenly think you are coming to Italy for vacation." Ziming said. Edward was even more embarrassed. He smiled and said to Ziming, "I can only say sorry. Many performances are a habit. I hope that the other party can ask questions before me, so that I can take the lead. I understand this, but in the future, Mr. Governor, don't do it anymore. At least don't do it in front of me, because it will only make me think you are stupid." Ziming reminded him. Edward nodded hurriedly and said yes. Ziming didn't have to deal with it, so he waved his hand and skipped the topic lightly and said, "I'm not going to talk about this now. So what is going on in Brighton now? Is it Iraq? Didn't the expensive military expenditures of the war cause any problems with their funds?" Ziming is indeed a little curious. Although Ziming has been busy with Tang Ran and the Tang family from San Francisco to Italy, he almost forgot about Brighton, and has not paid special attention to the news there. But once there is any news from there, Ziming will still lend a helping hand. Just like when I took the risk of going to Iraq in person, it was because the situation in Brighton had changed. The Adams family and the Rockefeller family were united, which put Edward and the others under tremendous pressure. Whether it was a lawsuit. It is the CDS market that Edward will take Louis to San Francisco to ask Ziming for help. At that time, it happened that he helped Tang Ran pass the Tang family test, so Ziming decided to go to Iraq himself. After all, this war was controlled by these two families. Later, when I returned from Iraq, there was indeed no news of Brighton. I think it was a big blow to the Adams and Rockefeller families. In addition, at this time, the Tang family itself broke out in conflict, and later the Great Wood family intervened. Ziming had to set out to solve these things first, and there was no time to manage the situation in Brighton. Of course, Ziming does not think that his own tricks can really defeat the two big families Adams and Rockefeller, but at least it will be okay to give them a lot of hardship. You must know that such a large investment in a Gulf War is. The sudden change they had planned for a long time would definitely disrupt their position and relieve a lot of pressure on Edward and the others. Regarding Ziming's doubts, Edward sighed. It was indeed at the end of the Gulf War. We did feel that the pressure on us from the Adams family had alleviated a lot. Maybe they were busy dealing with the problems of the Gulf War. No one can think of such an asymmetrical regional war. The United States has prepared for nearly a year of war. After losing air supremacy in Iraq, the war can become like that. If it's just a simple war, then you will be very successful. Easy. But the problem is that this war is not simple. Ziming told Edward that he had a thorough understanding of this war. Otherwise, he would not have thought of using public opinion to slow down the US military's offensive pace, and ultimately let the US military he fought so hard, and finally came to negotiate with himself as a last resort. Edward nodded and said, the Gulf War was very powerful, but it did not hold them for too long. In just 1 month, they adjusted. At this time Edward added, but we are in this month. The performance here is also very bad, because we didn't do anything. We just waited stupidly like idiots. I couldn't imagine what we thought at the time and how we could do such stupid things. Ziming interrupting Edward and telling him, no matter how stupid some things are, there is no need to recall them if you have done them. Maybe you can summarize in the future, but for now, let's talk about the problems we are facing first, and solve the problems first. Edward said sorry to Ziming, and then he said, Adam's action is very simple. It is to attack the Kennedy Investment Bank, causing conflicts between the board of directors and the CEO, and then continue to use public opinion to spread about Kennedy. All the negative news of the investment bank, the news, and the sale of Kennedy Investment Bank's stock at the same time, has caused us a very troublesome effect. Then Lawrence and the Lovell family feared that Adam's revenge would also be their turn, so they retired. Are you concerned? Ziming asked. Although I don't want to admit it, this is what happened. Edward sighed and said, now with Rockefeller's capital entering, the CDs market has become active again, and people are not so afraid of subprime loans. It also directly affected our lawsuit against the 45 investment companies, because they even wanted to withdraw from the team of lawyers in this lawsuit. This is indeed a very troublesome thing, but I am not currently working on it. Leiden, I don't have a complete understanding of the situation in Brighton, so everything will have to wait until I return to Brighton before I can give you an accurate answer. Ziming said. Edward just breathed a sigh of relief. Brighton welcomes you, Mr. Ziming, at any time. Chapter 385 A Trip to Italy? At the Greatwood Manor in the center of Orlando County, luxury cars drive in from the main entrance, parked in a special parking lot. And then the heads of the three major car company families got out of the car one by one. George was waiting here in the parking lot. He watched the three middle-aged people get out of the car, greeted them here with a smile, and greeted them friendly. Then George took them to the lawn of the manor, where tables and chairs were already set up. The four of them sat down, and George looked at the three of them and said with emotion, Richard, Durant, and Marshall, three old folks, How long have you said that our four families have not been sitting at the same table together like this? This sentence also made the three major auto company families side with emotion, because since they and the Bigwood family had a complete fallout with the introduction of blacks half a century ago. Although the four companies have similar business overlaps, these patriarchs never sat together and had a good conversation. Perhaps they had contacted privately for the benefit of the Eatley consortium, but at least on the surface, these four companies have gone their own way. In the memory of the four of them, there has never been a father and face-to-face contact with the patriarch of the other family. Everyone is obviously in the same city. Maybe the distance from my home to yours is no more than 1 kilometer. There are still many commercial cooperations between our families, but no one can let go of the original rift. Unwilling to take that step first. This is a weird and unreasonable thing. I am afraid that no one can understand it, but it really happened. The patriarch of the Tuffle family, Richard, was helpless. Said, perhaps this relationship between our two sides is an important reason why Eatley is sitting on a very advantageous resource, but is still unable to compete with other consortia, even Chicago, which sells corn and tractors in the west, and the East Cleveland, which is mining steel and oil refining, can easily suppress us. Not only that, we ourselves have almost destroyed this beautiful city. This time it was Durant of General Motors. He sighed and said, I still remember that at the beginning, Eatley was a city established by the Mediterranean and the Anglo-Saxons, and only these two ethnic groups lived here. So Eatley can become the kingdom of automobiles, but with the continuous entry of blacks later, let's see what has become of this place. White people keep fleeing, the population keeps shrinking, and now they are all on the verge of bankruptcy. Finally, Chrysler Marshall also said, yes I am. The family has been in intelligence in the government. For decades the government's revenue continued to decline. Even without this thing, no more than 3 decades. Eatley is about to go bankrupt. So speaking Chinese people who called Zooming, or to help us make a lot of changes. Lee Chad said, looked at the 3 steam car family of companies sentence by sentence, then, George was silent, and he really did not know what to say. I do not know road, the heart of what used to Zooming. And after a few minutes, Mayor Martin also came. As compared to the big 3 automakers family, no one to meet them. After all, Martin is the first black mayor, and his heritage, and they also cannot completely phase it's better, so it's nice to have a housekeeper pick it up. Zooming is the last scene, and Zooming Governor Edward together there. But this time it is the big 3 auto companies with George and family together to greet the Mayor Martin. Welcome Mr. Zooming very much. This is the glory of the Bigwood family and this manor, George said. As a core member of the Kennedy family, Edward has undoubtedly seen the big scene, but now he is very surprised when he sees this scene, because these can be said to represent all of Eatley's politics and business. As far as he knows, Zooming's time to reach Eatley is no more than a month. Especially when he came here with a retaliatory mentality at the beginning, and now he wants to destroy Eatley. With such a person, he could still get this treatment in such a short period of time. Edward couldn't imagine how he did it. It turned out that Edward had a high opinion of Zooming, but now, he feels that he can't understand Zooming more and more. Then Zooming and George prodded them, and they came together on the lawn next to the table to sit down, and Zooming just say, I am the body side friend I would like to not have to introduce more. He is the governor of Massachusetts Edward sir, from the Kendini family. Following Zooming's introduction, George and the others greeted Edward and said they knew each other. Zooming finally said, then what I want to say is that Mr. Edward invited me back to Brighton, and I promised him. So, today's lunch, according to Huexia's statement, is to get away with everyone, which means eating the last meal before leaving. Although George told them before, when Zooming said it personally, he still let them. They were all stunned for a moment, because whether for George or other people, their feelings for Zooming are very complicated, because from the things Zooming did and the ideas, they should all be I hate Zooming. When I hear that Zooming is leaving, he should set off firecrackers to celebrate. But no, They still don't want Ziming to leave. After all, the Bigwood family is following Ziming's several plans. It's not as good as before, and they are even facing a trend of collapse. Under this situation, there are other consortiums outside pressing on step by step, and without Ziming sitting here, they obviously have no bottom in their hearts. In this case with concern, Richard asked, Mr. Ziming, although I can understand that Governor Edward will come to invite you personally, there must be a big problem in Brighton, but our affairs with Italy are also still there is no end. Can you stay for a while longer? With Richard's lead, everyone else also said to you in a word, yes, Mr. Ziming, you also know that Italy is riddled with defects now. If you were not here, I'm afraid he will collapse immediately, and you have only acquired 35% of the shares in Bigwood Bank. No matter what the situation in Bigwood Bank is, you don't want him to have any accidents, do you? Edward was stunned when he heard these words. He didn't expect Ziming to have become an indispensable person for Italy. This is too weird, right? Is Ziming a monster this time? And in the face of these retention, Ziming smiled and said to them, first of all, I am very grateful for your trust in me, or that your needs can satisfy my vanity, but that's all. Just kidding. Ziming continued, I think since you trust me, then my departure will be fine, because no matter what Italy will become in the future, even if it goes bankrupt, it is in the plan, but your business will not die out. Instead of leaving the shackles of the city of Italy, your land use can be more convenient, isn't it? It is also more convenient to form an industrial park and save costs for each other. In addition, the capital of other consortium families will enter, which is also a good opportunity for you to transform yourself. After all, you are the masters of Italy. Perhaps after absorbing these foreign capital, you will be able to transform and finally squeeze out a certain consortium. It may be promoted to the top 10 consortiums. When they became a little excited with Ziming's words, Ziming suddenly turned his head. And you don't seem to be kids anymore, right? This question brought George back to George. The three major auto company families were all confused. They didn't understand that Ziming had just looked forward to the future. But why he suddenly talked about this irrelevant question? I know that if you are asked to answer, you will definitely say that you are no longer children. Since you are no longer children, you will be responsible for your affairs. After all, I can only tell you what to do, but it really depends on the last thing. You do it yourself, Ziming said. Besides, with the current situation of Italy, I don't think you need to worry at all. With Ziming's assurance, everyone was relieved, but Mayor Martin still asked, Mr. Ziming, we all believe in you very much, but now when we start to sell our property, those consortium families have also stopped the acquisition. They will not see any clues. This worry, it was also the worry of other people. Ziming told them, don't worry, the destructive power of blacks is a gradual influence, even if they will not shake their acquisition. Ziming thought for a while and asked, just like you, did you think that they would ruin the city before letting black people in? George and the others shook their heads and said number. Ziming finally spread his hands and said, isn't this? So you can rest assured that now they just called a timeout, and soon they will start again. And I left ye Terry didn't contact you completely either. At least if you really have trouble that you can't solve, you can contact me at any time. Just like this Governor Edward. This sudden joke made Edward feel a little embarrassed, but it also made the atmosphere at the scene very good. In this way, they ate for an hour this time for lunch. Ziming watched Julia at the end and confessed that George must take care of her, and then got in the car with Edward and left. His destination is the airport because Kendini family's private jet has been transferred to the place, which is the vehicle when Edward came Italy. In the car, Ziming could not help but sigh with emotion when he looked at the trees retreating on the side of the road, him finally leaving here. Those guys are still reluctant to go by themselves. You know him, the one who bankrupted Italy. I should too. Is it a strange flower here? Smiled and opened his own a joke, followed by Ziming. Edward suddenly turned to him. The next thing I have going to Brighton, Mr. Governor, You know I have no reason not to make this decision. You do not forget us agreement. No, quasi-prepared. Edward froze for a moment. Then he come to understand that Ziming said yesterday after they leave the cemetery in the car when he did a swap, and Ziming, the simple point, Ziming is a need reasons to rush to help Brighton. Very bright appeared in the Ziming has not heard. That was also nothing to Brighton Ziming. He is not only behind California Down family and support the consortium. From just a farewell lunch can also see Italy consortium also trust him so much that he can completely abandon Brighton. After all, the investment there is not worth mentioning compared to San Francisco and Italy. Ziming needs a reason to come back to Brighton, as the Lutheran kind of thing, even if there is. Here's also the time to take risks in Iraq has also finished, so there must be another reason. Thinking of this, Edward sighed and said to Ziming, "Don't worry, I will not forget. The outside world is what I promised you, and after you helped me, we also lost the cost of breach of contract." Ziming patted Edward on the shoulder and told him, "This will be a win-win deal for me and for you." Chapter 386, Upward? A private helicopter flies over the Great Lakes. The symbol of special material and a 5-pointed star are painted on the outside of this aircraft, which represents the consortium and family to which this aircraft belongs. It also means that this aircraft is licensed to fly, so it will not disturb the US air defense system. Nervous, otherwise it would be so blatantly flying on the border of the United States, and fighter jets would have been dispatched to inquire about the situation a long time ago. The plane belonged to the Kennedy family of the Brighton Consortium. Ziming and Edward were both sitting on the plane. All three of them were wearing soundproof headphones, but the roar of the aircraft's engines still made people dizzy. "Mr. Ziming, because of the relationship between fuel and flight speed, we will make a short stop in Pittsburgh. After inspection and refueling, we will fly directly to Brighton. Our entire voyage will take about 5 hours. Please also wait patiently," Edward said loudly to Ziming, and Ziming gestured to him to show his understanding. So half an hour later, they landed at a private airport in the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh. When the plane landed, Ziming also stepped off the plane to breathe. After all, even an ordinary plane flying for 2 hours can make people dizzy. Not to mention that this helicopter is not suitable for long-distance flights. It will only make people more uncomfortable. At this time they are already lying in the lounge next to him. God knows how Edward would choose to come by helicopter in the first place. Maybe it was just a convenience. Ziming is not interested in exploring. What he is most concerned about now is the outside world, because Ziming has a feeling that there may be the starting point of all stories. From Tao Juling when he was in Lingnan in China, Yanjing's Tan family, I got the Tao Juling account and the contact information about the Dota project, and then to Brighton, North Russia, and finally the Great Wood family of the Down family in San Francisco. All of this seems to be manipulated by a hand behind it, and the outside world is really like the name said. It seems that there is a person standing outside the whole world, manipulating everything. I once thought that it would be good to use the non-uniform interest rates among banks across the country to sell treasury bills to make a fortune. Later I thought that as long as I went to Hong Kong, I could use my foresight of some financial events to earn money from Hong Kong stock index futures and become financial. The speculators were just fine. Later, I thought I bought the 760 factory so that my parents would no longer worry about work and money, and had results for my past life and Suhan. But then one thing after another, whether it was the Dota project that disintegrated the powerful Soviet Union, or when he arrived in the United States, knowing that those powerful consortia he only learned about from books and the internet were being manipulated, which made Ziming feel more and more about this. The world is far from being as simple as I thought, as if walking up layer by layer like a pyramid, and each layer can see a new world. Or in other words, the world is actually very simple, but there are some things that you don't know. You can't know it, just like this outside world. Mr. Ziming, there will be more than 3 hours of flying in the future. We won't stop this time. Don't you need to go to the lounge to rest for a while? After all, The helicopter flight is very exhausting. Suddenly Edward said to Ziming, and Ziming turned his head and smiled at him. He smiled and said, "Mr. Governor, I actually want to go, and there seems to be no reason to go to Brighton. I can find a way to take my students away. I don't think you are the only one in the outside world. A person knows it." Edward heard this, stunned for a moment, then blurted, "Mr. Ziming, but we have not said yes yet. Married people are still derailed still. What's gone back, isn't it too normal?" Ziming looked at Edward and said, "Besides, I think Mr. Governor should also have a lot of contradictions. Besides, what I said is true, isn't it?" By Ziming to say, Edward suddenly do not know how to answer, because he was very clear. Ziming said that the fact that they can now only rely on the outside world, this is a bargaining chip, and even what the soul anti-sold, that is fought in all financial families that put interests first. Otherwise they would not want Ziming to help deal with the Adams family. That Zuxian Ming, you want what? Edward asked Leng Leng. If it is to others, Edward can think of other explanations, but Ziming, honest or simple, a good point. Ziming, frowning carefully, thought for a moment, said, "Now I have not thought of, and so think of to say it, now that I have promised you, and go Adams family will be good, but I go out into the world with this thing, it must be done in place." Edward nodded hurriedly and said yes, and then he was relieved, and Ziming on the other side was about to laugh to heaven. Due to the original sentence, Ziming just a whim of casual, although he then wanted to have been on the outside world, the same kind you can rely on Bigwood family, or Li Cheng Tong gang. The most incompetent, as Tang Tang ran the patriarch of the clan, can always be known in her capacity. Not to Ziming. Then think about yourself as a man, as an uncharted how to make their women to go to mine, while he hid behind a woman to see if there is no danger of it. So Ziming had to figure it out by himself before speaking, and going through Edward's side was the fastest way. But it is the so-called have not accounted for cheap son of a bitch, since he so casually to face Edward words to connect the future to find what he thought of himself, what false, even if there is no other good news or something false, at least pull millions out of millions of dollars is good. Anyway, to send home money, do not is the real stupid BA. Half Xiao later, when Edward aircraft maintenance is completed, Ziming, and he boarded the plane took off. After more than 3 hours of flight, finally to Brighton. Since the northeastern United States is basically a plain area, and all natural landscapes like Yellowstone Park are in the Midwest, it is very boring along the way. Coupled with the huge engine noise of helicopters and long hours of flying, Ziming feeling neurasthenia, he took a nap on the helicopter, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the sky above Brighton. The flying height of the helicopter is not high, so when flying along the Charles River all the way north, he passed the university town. Ziming could clearly see the entire Harvard University in the air. Seeing Harvard, Ziming couldn't help feeling sigh. After all, this was the place where he stayed the first and longest after he came to the United States. I still remember that in my previous life, I could always see that those presidents on the internet were Harvard exempt from the entrance exam, or enter Harvard and then drop out of the chicken soup essay inspirational story, want to come to become the protagonist of this story now. To Brian Thornton, the advantages of the helicopter on the show, because he can fly directly to the city, and some of the roof of the building is ready to finance the tarmac. So after another half an hour, Ziming and his helicopter landed on the roof of the Candini Investment Bank building. As the plane stopped, Ziming opened the hatch and walked down. He saw 3 familiar figures approaching here. Ziming was stunned, and he felt a scent of fragrant wind blowing by, and a soft body plunged into it. His arms, the old teacher, you can count back. This is none other than 3. It is the students bring their own out of the domestic financial class. Squad leader and deputy team leader Chen Li Yang, as well as the flutter in his arms, the most shock move. The few girls in the class is the financial, Yi Ning, the party secretary. And there is another reason why I will go back to Brighton, because of these students. Ziming is not a person without a sense of responsibility. Now that I have brought these children out, I have to be responsible to them to the end. Good friends. How are people, and how such a crybaby it? I just go out and do things. The teacher came back, but not back from the dead. They are so sad excited. Ziming pour ridicule on the leaves that pour. This leaves a little face red with arms up from the Ziming, very embarrassed to say that they saw the teacher came back so excited, but also excitedly Yang and Chenxiu nodded. Edward also got off the plane behind him. He said to Ziming, I know you have been away from Brighton for too long. Your students must miss you very much, so today I specially arranged for them to pick you up. Chenxiu also said, Teacher, the students originally wanted to come here to pick you up, but there are still things on the school and investment company that must be left there, so only the three of us are representatives to pick you up, but they will go back to your teacher Jifeng. Ziming smiled and nodded, are the good kind. I hope you are not lazy in those days I was away, otherwise I cannot let you. Face with Ziming's words, Chenxiu and the three of them immediately promised that they were not lazy, and then Ziming asked them to relax. This led them to follow Edward down the elevator, but instead of leaving the building, they went to the 20th floor. After all, the restroom for such a long flight requires rest. The situation in Brighton is not so urgent that Ziming must deal with it after getting off the plane. When he arrived in the room, Ziming did not fall asleep, but first took out the phone and dialed San Francisco. The phone was immediately connected. Tang Ran was very excited and asked, Brother Ming, you are calling now and you are about to sit down. Has the plane returned from Italy? Ziming replied somewhat unexpectedly, No, I called just to tell you that I have arrived in Brighton now. This answer surprised the other side, and then Lin Muking took it. Asked on the phone, Why did you go to Brighton? Ziming, did something happen over there? I heard Edward said that a lot of things did happen here, so he went to Italy to pick it up in person. Me, Ziming said. This damn guy. Didn't I tell him earlier? As long as Ziming, you are done with your affairs, will you return to Brighton? Why does he have to go to Italy himself? This is not telling you force the palace. He is too shameless. Lin Muking said angrily. From Lin Muking's words, Ziming could hear that Edward had already approached her. Originally Edward wanted to get himself back to Brighton through Lin Muking, but when Lin Muking pressed it down, he chose to visit Italy in person. Thinking of this, Ziming said, My sister Muking, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I originally decided to go back to Brighton after Italy. Now he came and saved my airfare, which is pretty good. Then I ran and that which you are ready to go. Lin Muking said. Ziming said, Sister Muking doesn't have to. It's better for you to be in San Francisco. First of all, you need your help to stabilize the Tang family. Besides, from Governor Edward's opinion, things may be a little bit different this time. Trouble. If we are all together, it will be troublesome if we are caught by the Adams family. So I need you to be able to pick me up at any time in San Francisco. After hearing this, Lin Muking was silent for a while and then said, I understand. Then you have to be careful when you are in Brighton. Tang Ran leaned in front of the phone and said, Brother Ming, we will stabilize the family situation as soon as possible. But you must remember Brother Ming, Sister Muking and I will always love you. Chapter 387, Dangers and Opportunities. In Adams Manor in the White Mountain Forest north of Brighton, a young man was running hurriedly, knocking down many servants, and even smashing one. Only the blue and white porcelain vase in the Zheng period, but no one dared to blame him, because he was the young owner of the Adams Manor, Robert, and he rushed all the way to the room of Adams' patriarch Christo. With Robert came in, Christo reprimanded immediately frowned and said, Robert, your manners and attitudes, do you ever learn as elegant as the nobility rather than those slums and garbage as being polite? Face Christos' reprimand, the butler and all the servants bowed their heads, but Robert just scorned his lips and said, Mr. Christo, I think you don't want to tell me these nonsense. You know me. He won't listen, unlike other trash that is afraid of you. Christo sighed in his heart. He hoped that his son would inherit his mantle, so he took every opportunity to educate him as much as possible. I hope he can look like a noble Adams, but Robert is always so rebellious that he will not listen or even despise him. Christo waved his hand to let the others out, leaving only Robert alone. He looked at Robert with complicated eyes and asked, "Are you still worried about what happened back then?" Robert laughed after hearing this. "What happened back then?" "Mr. Christo, you can really laugh. I have forgotten it." Robert then said, "But sir, I don't think it is time to talk about these shit things, right?" Just now, that Ziming, a Chinese native, did you know the news that he returned to Brighton? Hearing this question, Christo sighed and said, "It seems you know too." Robert said proudly, "Of course, I am also a member of the Addams family." "From your expression, Mr. Christo, there is nothing wrong with my news," Robert said again. "Then I am very curious, now that you know the news that Ziming back, why are you still sitting here indifferent, rather than letting the guy disappear forever from Brighton? You would not know by whom he was invited back, right?" Risto gestured for Robert to sit down. "I have no reason not to know the news that you know. Ziming was invited back by Edward of the Kennedy family himself. After all, there is no other way for the three families. I can put my hope on the Huaxian man for the last time. I also understand that Ziming's return will complicate the situation that has finally stabilized here, but it's not the time to do it." Robert asked unclearly. "Why?" Christo also asked him. "Then what do you plan to do? Do you send a killer to kill him, or do you ask FBI to report that he is espionage and arrest him?" "I think I understand, Mr. Christo. Are you planning to wait for him to do something, right?" Robert said, "I have to say, you really chose the stupidest choice. You know, even a pig knows the next time after hitting a tree. You want to avoid it, but you don't know it." "It seems that Mr. Christo is my overestimation of your ability. You are not the opponent of the Huaxia at all. You failed before, and you will lose more in the future." Robert, while talking, he stood up and walked out the door. "Although I don't want the Addams family to fall, because my money is here, I am happy to say that you were beaten to the ground." With this paradox, Robert left the room, while Christo was still sitting in his chair behind him, his face gloomy and terribly gloomy. The other side of the lounge Candini's investment bank building, Ziming opened his eyes. He hung up the phone after San Francisco's asleep, after 5 hours of helicopter flight or tired, and when he opened his eyes again, the sky outside was already dark. Look at the time, already 8 o'clock at night, which makes Ziming himself somewhat surprised, because it shows that he slept 7 hours, which appears to be myself yeetily tired, but also in Margaret after it was burned to death. Ziming also knew that the Bigwood family was a family that would go to extremes, so there was no way to sleep too peacefully. Now that the matter there is finally resolved, he returned to Brighton and went to sleep as soon as his nerves relaxed. For so long, Ziming out of bed after wash out of the room, to see Edward and Chen Ning Li Yang leaves are waiting in the living room, especially Edward. He saw Ziming out first, said, "Zuxian Xingming, you finally woke up. It seems to be Brighton feels like home, right? It was my invitation that made you too tired, Mr. Ziming. This is my sin." Compared with Edward's formula, Chen Yening and Li Yang, the three finance students, are really concerned about Ziming's body. Ziming smiled and said to them, "Do not worry, I did not even what problem, just a little tired. I did not think I could sleep for so long." Ziming said, also sitting on the living room sofa, "You who are here, I do not someone deliberately do not want to take a break, come back to Brighton. Addams family out there give me any problems." Edward then feel a bit embarrassed. Ziming, "Sir, is not the Addams family over there what action, but we are purely concerned about your physical condition." Ziming looked at Edward. States Mr. Long, "I think some things between us still do not see things too good. Since you left the governor actually personally go to Brighton Italy, and now here waiting for me wake up, the situation here must be very tricky, right?" This made Edward feel even more embarrassed. He said to Ziming, "In fact, the whole Brighton situation is not very tricky. After all, on the litigation side, it is normal for this kind of case to drag for 2 or 3 years, especially this kind of economic disputes. as long as the lawyers who have the ability to pass the test can continue to drag the case indefinitely on the grounds of adding new evidence at any time, the temporary situation is not important. In addition, the CDS market and other aspects are the same. Edward continued, actually, the most difficult thing now is the situation of our Kennedy family. That's why I went to Italy to find you. For Edward's words, Ziming can also think of it. After all, according to his previous arrangement, the entire Brighton situation has reached the final stage. Later, despite the strong entry of the Rockefeller family, Adams was forced to continue a wave. But with the Gulf War after the outbreak, I also pitted them once on military expenditures, plus the later oil for food plan. Although my own actions one after another say that it is impossible to severely damage the two families, they at least drag the Rockefeller family's attention. Power is still okay with the current situation in Brighton. As long as the pressure of the Rockefeller family disappears, then there is no problem. What happened to the Kennedy family? Mr. Governor may wish to talk carefully, Ziming said to Edward. Edward initially had concerns about Chensu and the 3 finance students staying here, but now is not the first time for Ziming to ask Edward for help. He basically had no choice, so he had to be in front of them. In the face, I recounted the situation encountered by the Kennedy family. In fact, the whole thing is not complicated. It is that the Kennedy family was targeted by Adams. Their first to bear the brunt is the Kennedy Investment Bank. Dinnie's appraisal invested in a financial project with an investment value of tens of billions. According to the Candini family's assessment, the risk of this project was very low, but the rating agency controlled by the Adams family directly reduced the credit of the company responsible for the project. The rating immediately caused a shock in the stock market. Due to the reduction in credit rating, this financial project has directly failed. The family not only faces a direct loss of tens of billions of dollars, but more importantly, this is a major blow to the investment bank's strategic decisions and will cause a series of impacts. In the end, the investment bank was in trouble. If you are unlucky, it may not be able to recover for several years. Edwards continued. In addition, the family's other industries have also been hit hard, and our food company has been hit. Health and epidemic prevention investigations, and the insurance company and Bell Aircraft Company Phoenix Company's shares are also at risk of being divided. Edward said with a sigh, the most important thing is that Adams is only targeting our Kennedy family. Lawrence and Loveland, the two, voluntarily withdrew because they were afraid of getting angry. At least in litigation, their team of lawyers has already left. This is normal, and it is also the purpose of the Adams family. They are very clear about the investment. The bank is the core of your family and where most of your funds are located. As long as you give you a major blow here, you can lose a lot. At this time, they will threaten the two families of Lawrence and Lovell through this matter. They will naturally withdraw for the consideration of their family. Ziming analyzed. Edward nodded hurriedly after hearing this. That's right, it's like this. Now let alone the two big families, even the Kennedy family is noisy. This is normal, after all. You and Adams, they all belong to the same consortium and can be said to be their own people. So now that you have suffered setbacks on the road against Adams, it is normal to think of looking back and begging them to let yourself go. Ziming then turned to the front. It's just that I think you are. It seems that the vision is a bit too narrow. You only see the danger but not the opportunity. Do you want to say that danger and opportunity coexist? If so, I'm sorry. We never believe this philosophical discourse, we only believe in the facts. Edward reminded Ziming. Ziming shook his head and asked him, but what I'm telling is the truth, Mr. Governor. I would like to ask you how strong the Adams family was in the past, and can you deal with the three major families Candini, Lawrence and Lovell at the same time? If you can, so why is he picking Candini to start and to force the other two to retreat? Edward suddenly realized. Zuxai and Xingming, are you saying now Adams' family's own situation is not better? It is demonstrated that they deliberately frighten us too. I do not know. Not too. It is very possible, Ziming said. 388th chapter for the industry. Yi Liang lengthened Lincoln luxury limousine driving on Wharton Street. Ziming and Chenning Liang leads 3 classes of students as well as Financial Edward are sitting in the car. This is their last ladder towards the building. All financial classes, the students are waiting there. The old teacher, according to the operation of the Forest Sister, Brooke Wharton and investment companies have been incorporated into the Gold Fund company name. Company office building is also still ladder. On the way, Chen Xiu kept reporting to Ziming about the company's situation. Although they had reported to Ziming when Ziming called back occasionally before, he still felt that when he saw Ziming himself, it is necessary to report again. The Forest Sister this nature is called to Lin Muking, and Lin Muking Ziming know is that these students' teacher, let them also called himself a sister. About 10 minutes later, Ziming and the others arrived at the Tanti building. Although Ziming did not notify them in advance, when they took the elevator upstairs, they still saw the students from the finance class greet them at the door. Old good teacher and welcome back teachers, this sound come and go, and Chen Xiu apparently they like them. Come back to see Ziming are very excited and happy. Students are good. I think you are all not eat, right? But today, the hour is late, we went downstairs to eat at Graham's restaurant. You are all teachers baby, and if I can be his hungry sinner, Ziming quips. And then the students in the midst of laughter went downstairs Graham's restaurant together. This is the self-operated restaurant of Tanti building. Usually it should be closed at this time. However, due to Ziming's temporary order today and a sufficient tip, the owner of this restaurant deliberately kept Ziming until now. Ming booked the market. Mr. Ziming is very welcome to dine here. For the sake of you, Mr. Ziming, our chef did not go back to rest. We are waiting to serve you at any time. The manager of the restaurant was waiting for Ziming at the door. Since this kind of private charter was given an extra commission to him, the manager of the restaurant was naturally very courteous to Ziming. Came to the restaurant to sit down and waited for the dishes to come up. Ziming stood up and said, "Classmates, your head teacher is back." Following Ziming's words, the restaurant suddenly cheered, which made the people who came along with him. Edward was completely confused. He felt that this was unreasonable. Isn't Ziming just a class teacher? How did you make it the same as Return of the King? When the cheers faded, Ziming continued, although I have been away from Brighton for a long time, I hope that your studies will not fall behind, because you are all carefully selected finance students. If you let me know about you be lazy, I will never let you go. Regarding Ziming's words, class leader Chen Xiu first replied, "Teacher, don't worry, we haven't fallen for a moment. We study hard every day at Harvard, and we're done. Some of the investment models that you accounted for before you left, and we have also begun to enter the stock and futures markets with these investment models, and have now generated more than $100,000 in income." Li Yang said, "Teacher, and yours. For the campus convenience store project, we have now received the first round of financing, and we have opened the store to MIT next door. And through the convenience store project, we have also recruited many very talented people from MIT mathematics talent." After them, other students also talked to Ziming about their achievements in the past 6 months. In fact, Ziming is not surprised by their achievements. After all, these are geniuses carefully selected by the country. With their abilities, it is not uncommon to reach what heights. Ziming is afraid of hurting Zhong Yong's story. Their high talents have made them lose their motivation to make progress, especially if they haven't been here for the past 6 months. If they really slack off, then they would be guilty. Fortunately, these students themselves are very helpful, which also reassures Ziming. Perhaps in the near future, they will be his greatest help. Ziming thought it was okay, but he was stunned by these reports, because the content of these reports should be the reports made by senior investors in some large investment banks. It is hard for him to imagine that it is true. It's just a group of students who are still in school. Before, he only knew that Ziming had brought such a finance class from China, but he hadn't investigated it carefully. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. After the uproar, Ziming took them to dinner first. It was 9 o'clock in the evening anyway, and they were hungry no matter what. While eating Ziming, he asked Chen Xiu, You should all be aware of the recent pound sniper incident. It was the work of hedge funds. Simply put, it is to use the weak domestic economy to sell the pound, forcing the pound to depreciate, thereby creating income. Ziming paused before continuing. Now we are indeed the case from the results. And this method of operation is also extremely risky, because if the British attitude is to be tougher, or other European countries can help in the United Kingdom, then this investment will fail. But do you know? Hedge funds were actually a very safe investment method at the beginning. These words surprised both Chen Yanning and Li Yang, because they started from this time the pound sniper battle was a big speculation. How could it be a safe investment? Ziming later explained, the so-called hedging of a hedge fund actually refers to an investment behavior that is both long and short. Because we have invested in both long and short, then no matter how the market changes in the future, they are all profitable. There. Outspoken Li Yang first said, teacher, according to what you said, in theory, hedge funds can achieve such investment results. It is true. But the problem is that the returns brought by this investment method are too great. It's a bit smaller because it is unnecessary to make two-way investment under the premise of uncertain market trends, which will cause a large amount of investment waste. Ziming is very satisfied with Li Yang's analysis. It is true. So generally hedge funds they will use financial leverage, and use a small amount of money to enlarge the amount of market they want to manipulate through financial leverage, which is like the margin in the futures market, so that they can maximize their own earnings. With Ziming's explanation, Chen Yanning and Li Yang all understood, because in the futures market, the futures contracts generally used for trading have not reached the delivery date, so they will not pay the full amount. But only you need to pay a 10% margin. That is to say, through an $100 investment, you can leverage $1,000 in the market and get a higher return than $100. Of course, as the saying goes, the greater the profit, the greater the risk. Once a loss occurs, the margin of the margin will also increase exponentially. So the hedge fund model is your next task. Ziming assigned Chen Xu and the others homework. After dinner, Ziming asked the students in the finance class to go back to school. After all, they all have to go to school tomorrow. They are all such good seedlings, Ziming doesn't want to ruin them. As for Ziming himself, he and Edward went back to the Kennedy Investment Bank building together. In the car, Edward asked Ziming curiously, if I remember correctly, these students of yours are only in the second grade now. Now let them be exposed to a very complicated thing like hedge funds. Is it really okay? Ziming unnecessarily shrugged. Is there any questions for me? I do not have an indication as for pound hedged investment in the future, and I believe you have a pound this event, hedge funds in the coming years. It will have a greater impact all over the world. So it is necessary for them to grasp the operation mode of this fund in advance. I know this may put too much pressure on them, but you know, Mr. Governor, many countries started too late in this aspect of finance. Therefore, in order to catch up with the world's footsteps, in order to make the country lose a little bit in this regard, we can only wrong them. Ziming said again, but my students, they are all elites carefully selected by the country. I am very confident in their abilities. Edward asked again, Mr. Ziming, as the head teacher of this finance class, are you going to train them to be like you, people? Ziming smiled slightly. Mr. Governor, what do you think? In response to Ziming's rhetorical question, Edward took a breath of air. He no longer knew what to say. If these students in the finance class really became Ziming's people, even if they were only slightly worse than him, then it is enough to change the whole world. As a result, Edward was reluctant to think about it, and it was not something he could manage. After half an hour, they returned to the Kennedy Investment Bank building and went back to their respective lounges to rest. The time came the next morning. Because he had a long rest yesterday, Ziming got up very early. When he walked to the bed and opened the curtains, he saw the situation below and understood why Edward had to let himself live. Here it is. You are damn liar. You promised your investment has the most generous returns and lowest risk. but in fact these are all the most frenzied deception. What a despicable thing you have these damned villain, you must return our money to us, we will no longer believe any of your explanations, and your words have no legal meaning. God will punish you. Many people gathered at Kendini Investment doorway-owned bank building, the name of their banner's slogans. At the top tied a white turban. He took the horn constantly shouting, and with his propaganda, others they are echoed shouting Kendini liar and Kendini repay. This is the case. At this time, Ziming had already walked out of his lounge. At this time, he was standing in the office upstairs with Edward, seeing all this in his eyes. Since that time investment after financing fails. These people will be here to protest demonstrations every day. We have to drive the police, but no action, and not the pipe is a positive door or the side door. There are people who keep in there, and even the staff working in investment banking access must be cautious. Are now hired by the company responsible for the reunification of the bus shuttle. Edward said Ziming, yesterday evening did not see a reason for them to go back to rest at night, only during the day here, the morning is trouble the most fierce time. Ziming smiled and nodded, have been due Zaman Kukurs, it seems this is to make you Kendini Investment Bank for it in the end. Chapter 389. A genius who has never met in 1,000 years. Bow, thank you for it. The three at the support of a little dizzy. You are too great. At there. Kennedy family is the second-ranked financial family in Brighton. Talking about it, Kennedy Investment Bank is the family's core business, so naturally it is also the one with the most funds. You know, even the Bigwood family of Eatley still has the ability to stabilize the consortium after losing $80 billion, let alone Kendini. It is impossible for a project with a project investment of less than tens of billions to fail. Shake the roots of the family, and therefore the Adams family will organize daily demonstrations at the entrance of the Kennedy Investment Bank building. The purpose of this is very simple. It is to obstruct the normal operation of Kennedy Investment Bank. After all, even the entry and exit of their own employees are worried about getting into trouble, so investors are not to mention it. Many large investors will also come to negotiate. Now, seeing the daily demonstrations at the door, and even the trouble of entering the building, it is easy to produce a perception of this company is bad and this investment bank's investment will fail. Under this kind of perception, it is difficult to get investment. After all, no matter how rich the rich are, they all hope that their investment can make money, rather than doing charity to the investment bank. In addition, even those ordinary people who don't come to the door investors, once they see the negative news of Kennedy Investment Bank every day on TV, I am afraid they will subconsciously reject it as long as they hear the name. While concocting negative news constantly, if at a certain time the shares of Kennedy Investment Bank are sold again to create a wave of panic in the stock market, you will be more uncomfortable, right? Ziming said. Edward was a little embarrassed. Mr. Ziming, they have already done this for this matter. Since last week, people in the stock market have been dumping the shares of Kennedy Investment Bank. Maybe the amount is not particularly large, but they have also taken advantage of the stock market. With a rhythm, Kennedy's stock has fallen by more than 7 percentage points last week, and the market value has shrunk by several $billion. We have also thought about saving it, but there is no way to stop it. Of course, the stock market is in many cases with inertia. All you can do is to reduce the loss as much as possible. It is very difficult for the current situation to stop it completely. Ziming thought said, not to. I think now the situation is fairly good, and if at some future time, Adams family began to acquire shares held by you, is more trouble. As the financial background of the family of Edward, he naturally understand that routine on the financial market. Ziming was to say that he immediately came to understand. Are you? Kendini said that they would want to buy the investment bank. Ziming said, to say that the acquisition should not be too precise, but they want control of the Kendini investment banking, indirect constraint about the behavior of Kendini family, or for sure by that time, he did not even need. If you have more than an third of the shares, as long as you have 278%, The rest can be controlled by other means. Edward took a breath suddenly, because the situation Ziming said was terrible, and it was undoubtedly the worst situation. That this is not only bad Adam's family while you are sick to your life, then hold Kendini family lifeblood subroutines, but yes methods. After all, if they want to directly acquire more than a third of the shares, there is no need to worry, because anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a way to indirectly control the company through shares. Shares in accordance with the rules of distribution rights, by any firm resolution, we must get more than 67% of the vote, and if you hold the hands of Ka or Go 34% of the shares in part, is equivalent to have a veto, and on the future of China and stake in the Asian Investment Bank 26%. But no proposal wants to pass through must get more than 75% of the vast majority through a routine. He thinks that a suitable proposal may not be able to pass, but a proposal he does not want will definitely not. Once this happens, it does not mean that he is handcuffed and shackled, especially if the key is handed over to another person. Do you have it? As financial family, Kendini bound anti-hand with this, but if the other party is long as less than 30% of the shares of copies, a veto cannot do it. In such a situation, the Kennedy family struggling in a difficult situation may not refuse to accept it, and once accepted, it is tantamount to entering another trap. There is no need for 34% of the shares, but the difference between 30% or 28% of the shares and 34% is actually not that big. At least among the shareholders of Kendini Investment Bank, the firm supporters of 6% can be required. Much simpler than 34%. Therefore, this number is one of the biggest traps. People will relax their vigilance as they think, and then plunge into the trap that they have guarded for a lifetime. Edward thought of this and was startled in a cold sweat. Damn it, this is terrible. But Adams and the others may not do it. After all, if they had figured out this way, I'm afraid they would have done it. I think it still is. It would be better if you don't pin your hopes on your opponent's stupidity. I don't think that an opponent who can perform this kind of operation will fail to think of this. Ziming said indifferently, of course, if Mr. Governor, you have to think of me that way. There is no way. Edward lowered his head and said nothing. Obviously Ziming had broken his final fantasy. Later Ziming said, but there is one more thing. Although I know that Kendini Investment Bank is the core of your family, it can really be a big blow to you. But I think that since they have done so, you the family's other industries must also be in big trouble, right? Edward nodded and said, yes. Kendini Investment Bank is the core of the family, but several other investment banks controlled by the family include insurance companies, and even food. The company is also in trouble, but they want to eat up the entire Kennedy family's property in one go. Even if they are the Adams family, even if they still have the Rockefeller family behind them, it is still impossible. Right? Sigh. Eat it? It's impossible to think about it. The cost is too great and it's not worth it. Ziming said, if it's me, it's better to find a company that can be controlled to control it, and then through this company's assets control other industries, so that through the financial leverage of asset transfer, costs can be minimized. After listening to Ziming's words, Edward suddenly realized, so, I know that the Massachusetts Insurance Company is talking about the Oleand acquisition of XIA Trust recently. This is because XIA Trust is a loan guarantee company for other investment banks and insurance companies. And the Massachusetts Insurance Company is controlled by the Adams family. Originally, I thought that the family could sell a certain company to secure funds, but now I'm so stupid to think about myself. In fact, when the family's funds were in trouble, thinking of selling part of the assets to ensure the operation of the main industry. This strategy of losing the car to protect the handsome is no problem, but the problem is that the value of the car is not worth it. Ziming told Edward that the middle chess term is through international. The words of chess pieces are replaced so that Edward can understand them. The problem is that we have no way to determine whether what we lost is just a car or a soldier who is about to become a queen, Edward said. Ziming also agreed with Edward's statement. Indeed, after all, The current initiative is in the hands of the other party. Although I can guess some of their actions, I cannot guess all of their actions. In case there is a step to guess, it will be a fatal blow to you. Edward slammed a fist on the table. That damn Austrian bitch, these are all tricks she figured out for Adams. Because of the difference in English expression, Ziming noticed that Edward used sh instead of in this sentence, so Ziming asked curiously, "Mr. Governor, you said she has the head of the Adams family changed?" Edward shook his head. Tell Ziming, it's not like that. Their patriarch is still Christo, but he ... or under the control of his alliance. There is also a very powerful consultant. She is a host in Adams Manor. Woman, this must be the help she provided to Christo. Edward said, took out a photo to Ziming and said, this is the girl, she is very young. Her name is Theodosia Caitlin. Ziming took Edward's words and said, which shocked Edward at the time. He stared at Ziming incredulously. How do you know? Did you know Mr. Ziming? Because as a coincidence, she and I have ever met. Ziming then asked, how was she very bad? Very bad. Edward solemnly commented, Zuxian Qingming, you do not look so young. She was, but she was known as the Millennium Rare Case of Commercial Genius. This is not what the media for sensational gimmick, but everyone who knows her will give her such an evaluation, including the patriarchs of superfamilies like Rockefeller and Morgan. Edward thought for a while and said, I think Mr. Ziming must know the disintegration of the former Soviet Union. Although the United States has thought about destroying its opponents economically from the beginning of President Logan's Star Wars plan, the best way to do so is through finance. Means to plunder the wealth created by the superpower over the past half a century. And the birth of this idea was the beginning of a conversation between President Logan and Caitlin. Even later Turret met a plan, and also about her, although Turret final phase of the program had a little accident, but her mind wisdom. But it is to get to know each of her people admire. Edward very emotion, said, or promise shortly before the outbreak of the Gulf War, and also about her, she is simply a nightmare for the world, but also our Kendini family nightmare. Did not think she even so much. Ziming asked Edward, that since so much of a figure, she should not be being closely monitored by the US government and the protection of it. How to become consultants Adams family. For Adams family, what about making suggestions? I don't think that a person who can destroy a superpower, Adams has enough chips to invite her. Regarding this question, Edward sighed helplessly and said, I have no way of knowing. Maybe it is related to the outside world, or maybe it is related to a certain family dynasty. I don't know. Ziming patted Edward's shoulder to encourage him and said, I think the governor you can optimistic, although Adams family sits over there a Caitlin, but I'm also not Kendini Investment Bank Tower yet. I don't think I would bow my head to a little girl and give in. Yes, that's why I went to Italy personally to invite Mr. Ziming to come back. Please, Edward said to Ziming very solemnly, but Ziming could see from his eyes, I am afraid that he actually didn't believe that he could win, but just went to the doctor in a hurry. 390th chapters Harcruz Fort? 9 o'clock. Edward left Kendini Investment Bank building, Ziming for his departure, and there is no accident. After all, he, as governor of this state, have left too long. The state government was sure to be a lot of accumulation. The things he handled, he could wait until this time before going back to deal with it. It was enough to prove that he was very calm. Not before. It can also permit Kendini family is now faced with much pressure, otherwise or to deal with a family thing for so long during the governor, Mr. Job, in case if the disclosure was out. Edward governor position, it may not be able to sit still. Ziming stood at the window, watching Edward's car left the building, followed by Ziming sat down, his hand, holding photos of Caitlin. Ziming looked at the photos, helpless smile, thought of that what time now, our meeting that spanned half of the world would be like this. At this time, Ziming's cell phone rang suddenly, and Ziming took it out to see that it was a domestic number, which surprised him very much. Ziming immediately switched on. There's a dark sound up. Ziming, you know who I am? but I come to you assuming you afraid of it. That his mouth is, but this is not important. But Ziming heard this voice suddenly gone after interest. I'm afraid your sister. I said, do young master, you are never learned geography or how? I do not know. Is there a 12 time difference between China and the United States? When the country is at night, it happens to be daytime, and a huge sun has just risen from the horizon. That side was a little embarrassed, like indeed the case, I'd forget this crop, but nothing if not a long time no contact, and occasionally ridicule cultivate sentiments well. Your boss cannot be so, and labeling your great lord, you called me so quietly. I see a number of domestic thought my family, what happened to it? I'm surprised you not a curse discredited by a few dog is polite. Ziming snappily said. Of course, Ziming said so. After all, he has been out for more than a year, and he will always miss China. Not only his parents and Suhan, but also the good brothers who had a strong relationship. Even if San Francisco has a big relationship, Chinatown, but it is still incomparable with China. Now that I suddenly received a call from an old friend in China, I will inevitably feel a little nostalgic and emotional. And the one who called today was Du Peng, the red descendant of Yanjing. Well, I was wrong. Don't take it seriously, your boss. Du Peng told Ziming. It depends on the mood. Ziming said. But why did you kid Du Peng think of calling me today? Is there anything wrong? Hearing Ziming's question, Du Peng suddenly became serious. Ziming, from now on, I am not joking with you. You must remember what I said next, because my grandfather told me to call you. There is a very important piece of information. First, I have been invited back to Brighton by the governor of Massachusetts, Edward, right? Ziming nodded and replied yes. He was not surprised that he could control his whereabouts in the country. After all, he was a national treasure after he brought his finance class. Moreover, it can be seen from taking scientists back to China in the past that China is still very effective on the spy front. Then Du Peng said, in the past few months, Kennedy has been suppressed by the Adams family very uncomfortably, and various industries have suffered huge losses. Therefore, Edward took the initiative to invite you back to Brighton to solve this problem. Question. Du Peng paused here and then said, in fact, there is nothing wrong with this. But you have to be careful of a woman who lives in the Adams family. Ziming was a little surprised when Du Peng said this, so he immediately took Du Peng's words and came over and said, Du Peng, don't tell me this woman's name is Teresia Catlin. This time, Du Peng was surprised, and he said unbelievably, Ziming, you know? You have been in contact with that woman, have you? But didn't you just come to Brighton? Calculated by time, even if you have this idea, you shouldn't have this time. Ziming told him, Du Peng Xiang, you do not guessing. I do not this time, but this does not prevent I can guess the name. Because I was just there in Edward know this person. How this person? Is there any problem? What is her identity? Why did you and Edward mention her, and you still made this international call to remind me? Did not think you were over the so fast action. Ziming, you do not know her identity? Did Edward tell you her name? The other did not say it. Du Peng asked. That's not true, it's just that I met this girl once. So it wasn't Edward who brought it up. Du Peng suddenly remembered something, so he interrupted the words of Ziming. Asked, Ziming, you said you met once 4 years ago. Is not your sister Xiao and Tianjing, and that for once you say you are? Peking University met a very beautiful foreign girl. Is this Caitlin? Ziming is not afraid to admit, and Du Peng immediately gasped. I did not expect, Ziming, that you actually just met a girl Caitlin. It is a bit amazing. Because of her special status, generally she did not leave the United States, or she was not allowed to leave, and only once did she leave the United States because of a special mission. Du Peng suddenly understood what, so, no wonder that the information in say 4 years ago, Caitlin character have a very significant change. Not Ziming is to be tuned to your boss, right? Have to say, as 21 world record of network kinky people hear the word tuned, Ziming courtesy evil moment, then it said, what it tuned not tuned? You said that Caitlin in the end what capacity? Edward said that he didn't know anything but told me that this girl had a particularly high IQ. She was involved in the financial wars of the former Soviet Union and the financial activities of the Gulf War. As for her identity, Ziming said, I feel like he is a little bit any concerns. Of course he will have concerns. After all, Westerners have a very serious psychology of power. We will say that the princes and generals are kind. They don't think so. They think the power of the nobility is very sacred, so even if it is like Edward, people also fear the aristocracy, which is a fundamental clash of ideas. Anyway, we are very difficult to understand. Du Peng said. Ziming nodded thoughtfully. This can also make sense. Otherwise there would be no one family ruling a place in the West for thousands of years. Ziming then said, it's just that it's not what it used to be after all. The era of feudal separatism has come. Although those overly powerful nobles still have their own fiefs, the ordinary or lost nobles are just like ordinary people. Since people like Edward still have such concerns, it proves that this Caitlin's identity is very difficult. Du Peng told Ziming, yes. Her name should be strictly speaking Teresia Caitlin F. Harrisburg. She is Harris. The first heir of the Fort family can also be called the princess, and this F is the symbol of their family. It is said that only those ancient and very prominent families in Europe are eligible to be labeled with a single letter symbol, just like France back then. The Pangbo family of the Pangbo dynasty, their title is D. With Du Peng's explanation, Ziming suddenly understood why Edward had concerns. It was because the background of Miss Caitlin was too big. Anyone who has a little knowledge of European history will definitely have heard of the Harrisburg family, because he was once the royal family of the Holy Roman Empire, and the country's territory almost encompasses the entire European Big Six, which is the most famous in Europe. The royal family, until the Austro-Hungarian Empire was dismembered after the First World War, this family gradually disappeared from people's vision. However, Ziming understands that this so-called disappearance is just that these families have become alike. Just like the Pangbo family that once ruled France, they have not been devastated after being driven from the throne of the royal family, but have accumulated through rule. His wealth transformed into a businessman, and in modern times he devoted himself to the exhibition of French high-end champagne and wine brands. It is said that the leader of the French Wine Association is the leader of the Pangbo family. Now that the Pangbo family can successfully transform into a consortium, Harrisburg, which has a longer reign and higher political wisdom than the Pangbo family, is bound to be no worse. In fact, in the final analysis, what Edward is afraid of is not necessarily Caitlin's noble title, but is more afraid of the strength of the Harrisburg family behind her. Ziming guessed. Perhaps. Du Peng said, so the old man wants me to tell you, for this Caitlin, if you don't conflict with her, don't have any conflicts with her, otherwise it will be very troublesome, and I don't know what is behind her. How much energy is still hidden in the Harrisburg family? It turns out that there is such a thing, which I really don't know. Ziming then asked, it's just that I'm very curious, since this Caitlin's background it's so powerful, she helps the US government understand it well, but why should she help the Adams family? And you just said that Caitlin is staying at Adams' house, which shouldn't be it. Du Peng was stunned over there. After a while, he said, I don't know this, but from the information I have learned, although the Adams family is very powerful in the United States, it is still incomparable with the Harrisburg family. Maybe it is because of some Western aristocracy we can't understand. Ziming shrugged. You can only understand this way, but there is one more thing. Du Peng, are you sure that your grandpa asked you to make this call so that I don't want to provoke the Princess Caitlin? Is it? Du Peng didn't respond at once. Of course, Ziming. Why do you ask? Because I think Chairman Du should know me. I am not the kind of person who is afraid of nobles. Otherwise I didn't dare to fight the Dangiatos family back then. Ziming said, so this Princess Caitlin, if I have a chance, I really want to meet. Du Peng over the phone was a little embarrassed. I seem to think that my phone is a very wrong choice. Friends who are interested can Baidu the once prominent families in Europe. because those old families are still prominent even in the modern era, but they no longer have them. The media reported and paid attention. But you can still find it if you want to check it. 8. Chapter 391. It's okay to be able to see one side. Putting down the phone, Ziming leaned on the chair tiredly and rubbed his temples, feeling his own. Ziming's mind was very confused. Ziming did not expect that a foreign girl he met in Yanjing 4 years ago would have such a big background. The first in line of the Habsburg family, if Austria also retained the royal family like the United Kingdom. If so, she may have a chance to become a queen. Of course, if Aberdeen thinks small, Yanjing met 4 years ago in her own time, along with her bodyguard, who's still high above the White House keeper. She was even willing to shake hands gloved and himself as a gift tone. Indeed, a noble reaction from the side of her identity. In addition, Ziming also remember her saying he was born in Austria. She is an authentic German. In all of this, Ziming only thought she was the young lady of a certain Austrian wealthy family, but did not think that she was actually the princess of the most prestigious Plus family. Ziming even now prove her identity from the mouth of the Dupeng still feel very strange, but there are more questions out, such as why she was going to the north provoked it. Judging from the way she asked herself on the way, it was obvious that she wanted to do this on purpose. And now, she is helping the Adams family again. Why is this? Ziming feel her body has a lot of mystery. Do not know why. Ziming frowned and thought for a moment, and then he picked up the phone, but this time Ziming is Edward's call. Hello, states Mr. Long is now conducting a particularly important meeting. I was his assistant. If you have anything I can say, I will tell him after the end of the meeting, Mr. Governor. Phone after a long pause before anyone answered. Although the aide's words have made it very clear, but still Ziming said, hello, Ziming, please help me to tell you, Mr. Governor, I have to say is ask him about important things about Caitlin, so if he can stop the meeting for a while, tell him right away. As Edward's assistant, he apparently now Ziming the importance of Edward, and therefore was only 2 minutes. I heard the phone substitutions, Zuxian Xingming sorry. I am now among the conference, cannot leave for too long. Listen to my assistant said, you just said that there are about Kate important thing Lin, do not know what do you think of it. While Edwards has been trying to hide there, but Ziming can still hear him breathing, it is clear that no one is anxious to go to a place, which makes Ziming a little embarrassed, states Mr. Long. This is not I have some thoughts, but I have something to ask you. Is there any way you can get me to meet that lady Caitlin? Ziming's voice just fell, and Edward yelled, what, you want to see Caitlin? But then Edward also realized that he was still in the meeting, so he kept his emotions down as much as possible and said in a low voice, Mr. Ziming, please forgive me. This is too exaggerated. I don't understand why you have such an idea. I think Mr. Governor, you should remember, just this morning, I told you, me and that Princess Caitlin had a fate, so if I can see her again, I think maybe I can persuade her not to help the Adams family anymore. Ziming continued, because since Adams suppression is Caitlin's idea, so we just have to persuade her not to be. Alright. When Ziming finished speaking, Edward was silent for a long time before holding back his anger. Mr. Ziming, please understand that I am the governor of Massachusetts, and I am really in a meeting now. I don't have time to make such nutritious jokes with you. Mr. Governor, I also hope you can understand that I am not joking either. Ziming explained to Edward, but he was very roughly interrupted by Edward before Ziming's explanation was finished. So are you trying to prove that you are an idiot? Edward then calmed down and said, Mr. Ziming, I hope you can understand that I asked you to come back because I hope you can help the Kendini family, not to watch you play a prank here. I know that Caitlin is very beautiful, and I can't help but want it. Go to conquer her, but Mr. Ziming, if you really have some special needs, you can tell me, and I can help you find it, no matter what you like, as long as you don't make such stupid jokes with me. Well, My meeting here is really important. I also hope that Mr. Ziming, you can use your clear mind to think more. Please wait until my work is over for everything. With this in other words, Edward hung up the phone. Ziming looked at the phone a little bit dumbfounded, because from Edward's words, he regarded himself as the prodigal son who coveted Caitlin's beauty. Although Ziming also admitted that Caitlin has a tickling beauty, but he has not reached the point where his lower body is dominated, and besides he also has women like Mu King and Tang Ran who are not bad in appearance. I really just want to meet and chat with her. I said that I had a relationship with her 4 years ago, so why don't you believe me? Ziming off the phone himself, but then thought of Ziming, since Edward's side of the road that leads to nowhere, perhaps they would be in a different way. And he subsequently called the Chinese Consul General in New York, Cheng Jun's phone, asked straightforwardly, "Consul Cheng is very sorry, I don't know if you can help me contact Nordriman. I need his help for something." Ziming said, "Caitlin, remember 4 years ago, she was by Arnold Freeman, know his name, then you're owned by Arnold Freeman, may be able to contact her. As to find Cheng Jun, the reason is very simple. After all, I'm looking for such a beautiful girl, so I shouldn't let Lin Muking and Tang Ran know about it. Although I really don't have any thoughts in that aspect, I always do more than less. Adams Family's Village Park in Bryan White Mountain Forest north of Dayton. This is a very rich medieval atmosphere of the castle, so of course this is only appearance. In fact, there are a lot of little modern equipment, weather or radio network signal. Countless family members surnamed Adams or service staff here are walking back and forth in the castle. Although the founding of the United States began, there was no world ciphering to this feudal statement, but the U.S. protection of private property is supreme, as the Constitution puts it. Private property is inviolable. Not been in this has been marked clearly Castle Adams label, the one there all the Adams family members are prohibited place into the inside. That is the backyard of the castle. There is a small hill, at the foot of the hillside planted with a lavender hillside there is a single on a separate small castle, where the original is exclusively patriarch of all private domain, but now it has become another territory. With the exception of Adam's patriarch Christo, no one can enter it casually. It seems to be a small world in the Adams manor, just because Princess Caitlin of Harrods lives here. It is the morning, and Caitlin is sitting in her study reading a book, and what she holds in her hand is the famous Pride and Prejudice. Suddenly a figure came to Caitlin's window. "His Royal Highness, please close the window temporarily, because later the servants are going to take care of the lavender. I don't want dirt to stain your sacred room." Caitlin put down the book. She looked up and she was her housekeeper. Caitlin got up and smiled and said to her, "No, you should remember that I once told you that you can see miracles as long as you breathe hard. If I close the window, doesn't it mean that the miracle is shut out? In addition, Austria has already cancelled the royal family, so my hereditary Grand Duke doesn't actually exist, doesn't it? But if let your carpet contaminated with a little dust, that is my big sin." Butler still insisted, "But you are Vienna." Satisfied that the Grand Duke, but who cannot take away the divine power. "But I don't care," Caitlin said, "since we live here, we must accept everything here. If we continue to maintain our arrogance and prejudice, we can only show our own stupidity." As Caitlin's voice fell, a round of applause and admiration came from the side. "Only His Royal Highness Caitlin can speak such wise words." Caitlin and the butler turned their heads to see that it was Adam's patriarch Christo and his son Robert who had come. Christo saluted Caitlin and said, "First of all, I need to apologize to you, Your Highness. I didn't mean to overhear your speech, but I can't bear to interrupt your wit, otherwise it would be a very rude and ungentleman behavior." Caitlin smiled and skipped the topic lightly. "Did something happen to Mr. Christos' sudden arrival? Because in the news, I didn't see the effective actions of the Kennedy family." Christo again to Caitlin line for a ceremony, said, "No, wrong Highness, because this time I take the liberty to come, not because Kennedy family what actions have. In fact, in a series arrangement of Your Highness to the Kennedy family's ability and wisdom is that there is no ability to turn around at all. Christo said here after a pause before continuing. The reason I came this time is that China. Ziming's return. Ziming? Caitlin asked curiously. It was Mr. Christo and me before. Is the mentioned Chinese who disrupted the entire Brighton situation, right? Christo nodded and said yes, and then put Edward aside from the governor's job and went to Eatley personally to ask Ziming to tell Caitlin. He said, I think that since Edward is willing to let go of this face, it means that the Kennedy family must have pinned all their last hopes on this Ziming. Then, Your Highness, you can attack again and defeat this Chinese. They should be completely desperate. Caitlin looked at Christo and asked, do you think this is the case? But I don't think so. Instead, I think wait and see what they can do is the best way. Mr. Risto, what better way do you have? Where can I do it? Christo continued, I just think you can reward you with more wisdom. Mr. Christos means ... Is it because I am passively sabotaging now? Caitlin asked rhetorically. Christo hurriedly shook his head and said no. Caitlin also said to him, since Mr. Christo still believes in me, please wait patiently. I think we will all look forward to Mr. Governor's putting down such an important job. What kind of surprise did it bring us? At the end Caitlin also smiled. Really, I have heard in the past. If the situation permits, I would like to meet this Huaxia Ziming in person. Caitlin's last words made Christo and the butler dumbfounded. Chapter 392. Is the dumbfounding beating? At 7 o'clock in the evening, Edward returned to the lounge of the Candini Investment Bank building. At this time, Ziming was looking through a pile of documents in the living room of the suite. Ming greeted him with a smile. Edward came to sit on the sand next to Ziming and took a deep breath and said, Mr. Ziming, first I am sorry for my attitude this afternoon. But I was also very anxious at that time. Maybe you didn't know, Mr. Ziming. In government affairs, there are always all kinds of excuses, so my attitude has changed. I hope you don't mind. Ziming shrugged and said that he didn't mind. Then Edward heaved a sigh of relief. This is the best. I really don't want any unnecessary misunderstandings between us. Actually, I want to say that if I can meet that lady Caitlin, I'm not sure I can really convince you, then things will be better resolved. Ziming said. Edward frowned and said, Mr. Ziming, I don't think we are suitable for discussing such absurd claims. For the sake of our friendship, I think we should discuss more about the research work on these documents. They are all companies that the Adams family participated in this time to suppress Kennedy. I don't know if Mr. Ziming is present. It seems that Edward does not want to continue talking on the topic of meeting. I am afraid it is just like what he said. This idea is simply ridiculous. He does not think this is a plan that can be considered at all. Maybe for him, directly defeating the Adams family will be more reliable than this plan. Although as far as Ziming is concerned, he feels that this method is worth trying no matter how low the probability is. But seeing Edward's appearance, Ziming had to change the topic, and he took a copy from the pile of documents scattered on the table. Said to Edward, well, after I looked through these documents today, I found this company very interesting. Edward took the documents and looked through it carefully, but frowned again. Trefine Company? I'm very sorry, Mr. Ziming, can you please make it clearer? Because in my opinion this is just an ordinary investment company. I don't think this company is special, and I have never heard of anything about it. This company's business. Mr. Governor, if you haven't heard of this company, it doesn't mean that this company must be very ordinary. For example, have you heard of my Golden Fund Company? Ziming said, the same is true of Trefine Company now. And at least with the size of this company, he can spend $1 billion with other companies to buy shares of Kennedy Investment Bank. My instinct tells me that this company is definitely not that simple. Is that so? However, as far as I know, many investment companies have their own channels to obtain funds, so it is normal to put out a lot of funds. For example, many seemingly ordinary investment companies controlled by the Candini family, if it is really necessary to let them spend huge amounts of money, they can do it too. Edward said. But Mr. Governor, I hope you can clarify a little bit. It can be done and can be done easily. These are two completely different concepts. This is why I will notice Triffin Company. From this company's information maybe there is no problem, but if you analyze it carefully, there will be many problems, such as his stockholders, such as his investment cases in the past, etc., which all need to be paid attention to. Ziming finally concluded, anyway, this Triffin Company can't be let go. Although Edward was still confused, he nodded ignorantly. Maybe there was something he didn't notice. After all, he focusing more on politics rather than business analysis. Ziming is more skilled in this area by comparison, and his achievements speak for themselves. But even so, Edward still asked suspiciously, then Mr. Ziming, since you have found the target, what are you going to do? Mr. Governor, are you kidding me? I still need to say how to do it. Of course, is there any way to greet this Triffin Company? Like selling stocks, or directly causing losses to him by destroying his investment, etc. Ziming went on to say, I believe the financially experienced traders of Dini Investment Bank must have more methods than I can think of, don't they? If everything is waiting for me to figure out a solution, then what is your family spending so much money to support these people? Is it a charity? Besides, I just promised to help you, but not to help you with every step of the operation. It is true, Mr. Ziming, I am very sorry, we will find a way to solve these things by ourselves, so you don't need to bother, Edward said to Ziming. Ziming said at this time, Mr. Governor, with all due respect, since you already know what the problem is, what are you doing here now? Waiting for me to give you an order? Or do you think you Kennedy the family still has plenty of time now? Edward was scolded by Ziming and his face blushed. Although this made him feel very shameless, he was even more unable to refute Ziming. He could only stand up and say to Ziming immediately, okay, Mr. Ziming, I'll do it now. Abandoning these words, Edward left the room, and Ziming smiled helplessly at the back of Edward's escape. Edward, I hope you don't blame me, who makes you hate my idea so deeply, then I have to change another method. Hope it works. Ziming prayed in his heart. In fact, in Ziming's own thoughts, this Triffin Company may be a little strange. Just like Edward said, many investment banks have their own special channels for obtaining funds, so he can come up with funds that not commensurate with company at the Aries size are not so unusual. Why Ziming wanted at the reason to target Triffin another reason for was, Ziming had given not up at the idea of meeting Caitlin. In the morning after Edward, Ziming called Cheng Jun, China's consul general in New York, and wanted to contact Caitlin through Nordman. Ziming dispelled this idea if he didn't Cheng Jun, because Cheng Jun told Ziming that whether it is Nordman or Caitlin, they are the key protection targets of the US government, and the contact information controlled by the consulate is for the office, and there is no phone for the private residence, and the phone for this kind of office is generally it is answered by an assistant. So once they are suspected by their assistant, it is very likely that FBI will be involved, which will make the problem very complicated. In the end, Cheng Jun gave Ziming Nordman's contact information, but Ziming didn't use him. This is of course not that Ziming is afraid of attracting FBI, but Ziming is worried that this will arouse the alertness of the Adams family, and it will be troublesome to cause some things that he can't control. It is precisely because of this that Ziming gave up this method of direct telephone contact and switched to another roundabout method. That's why Ziming chose the Triffin Company, not for anything else, because of his name. Triffin, this sound does not mean any appointment to meet in German, and Ziming chose him as his first target, which is to convey a message to Caitlin that he wants to meet. Ziming also understand this way of passing information and interpretation is a bit difficult to understand, but Ziming had a hunch that if the other party is really what they have seen in Yanjing that Caitlin, she will understand. Of course, it is also possible that this Caitlin is not the Caitlin she saw, or Caitlin is still the Caitlin, but she did not interpret the message she conveyed from the name Triffin. But there is no other way. But in this situation, at least I can try it myself, no matter how incredible this idea, if even not have the courage to try. It is the most one, oh is not it? Weak time emming. So thinking, Edward hurried and walked in. He said to Ziming, I have just been approved by the board on the phone. They decided to do it the way you want. This Drew Iphone company immediately launched full revenge. Ziming, no, Edward mouth. Talking about the board is the board of directors Kendini Investment Bank, but also Kendini family has several power most people, because as Kendini family is not like other families, there is a clear patriarch. In contrast, although the Kendini family also has a patriarch, it is more of a form of parliament, that is, a small group formed by the most powerful people in the clan, which is also different from the perspectives of business, politics and finance caused by the exhibition. This is good news. It appears that Mr. Governor eloquence is very reassuring, Ziming said. Not through words but let them. Edward Ziming surprised to see Edward take the initiative to stand up very solemnly on Ziming bowed low. Zuxai and Qingming, although today I have to say I'm sorry a lot, but now I need to undo say sorry for the question I asked you before. Ziming asked a very curious why, then tell Edward because Edward Ziming said after the board of directors and the company immediately filed Drew iPhone was echoed by the board, because the investment banks also have before on this company True iPhone. I was skeptical and made some pre-plans against this company, but later because I couldn't really determine it, it was dragged down. It turns out that the board of directors also suspected this company, but that was based on the premise that the company used a lot of methods and resources, and Mr. Ziming, you can find out only with such information. You are really a business genius, Edward exclaimed with emotion, and then he said, I had doubts about you, Mr. Ziming before. I am so stupid. My stupidity has become more nasty and unbearable under your wit. Listening to Edward's self-blame, Ziming was really helpless. I didn't expect that the company he had just contacted him would actually have a problem. And even Kennedy Investment Bank has made a plan for this company. Your luck is a little too good, right? As for the feeling, Ziming also filled with a lot of fear, because if they score a lucky hit, really hit on a key Adams family, will not their purpose will be to hide the deeper it? Caitlin, can she interpret the meaning behind Triffin, or is it really just taking this as your own counterattack? It's just that there is no time to think about that much now, and it won't be so easy to change. So Ziming can only put aside those thoughts of Edward said, states Mr. Long also do not need such self-blame. In fact, am not sure, but I insist on a little more of it than you. Now that it is determined on the efforts, just do it well. Edward vigorously nodded. Zhu, please rest assured that you, Mr. Ming, investment banks today will begin to act. Chapter 393, Bluffing with Ability. As the week ending Ming and Edward chat, Kendini Investment Bank and the whole family have begun intensive preparations, but Ziming naturally not control them. He went back to himself and Edward chat later. The room went to bed and didn't get up until the next morning. Edward went to the state government to hold a routine work meeting in the morning. Although Edward had explained that if Ziming had any requirements, he would try his best to satisfy him. Unfortunately, Ziming did not ask for anything. He just stayed in his room until he left. Only came out for lunch at noon. For lunch, Ziming ate with Edward. After the morning government work was over, Edward returned. Since the Kendini Investment Bank building will often receive important guests, in addition to rooms for rest, there is also a special restaurant where top chefs will cook. They sat down in the dining room together. Edward first said, Mr. Ziming, I heard that you didn't go out in the morning. Is it because the company is not a dedicated housekeeper and servant, so you didn't serve you well? As long as Mr. Ziming you tell me, I will definitely not let that guy go. Ziming shook his head and said, it's not like that. In fact, I just slept in the morning simply. There is no other reason, Mr. Governor, don't misunderstanding. Then Ziming changed the topic, but compared to this, I'm better to wonder what happens to Triffin's company. Everything is in our calculations. Starting this morning, including Ken major family-controlled investment institutions, including Dini Investment Bank and Insurance Company, have begun to sell shares of Triffin Company. It is only because of concerns about the intervention of the China Securities Regulatory Commission that our scale has remained within a certain limit. But even if it is in this way, Triffin's stock fell by more than 5 percentage points this morning. Edward continued. In addition, we have also created a lot of negative news about Triffin Company. News will be revealed in the evening. I believe that the shares of Triffin Company will fall even worse tomorrow. After Triffin's stock drops to its lowest level, we will also begin to gradually acquire his shares, just as they did with Kendini Investment Bank. Edward finished watching Ziming. Ziming originally thought he would react. No one thought. Ziming just tilted his head to look at him, trying to get after it, and asked, "That's it?" Edward didn't expect Ziming to ask this at all. He was stunned there at the time, not understanding what Ziming meant. Ziming then said, "Sorry, as a financial man, I originally thought Kennedy Investment Bank would come up with a little eye-opener method, but I didn't expect that you would also sell stocks and concoct negative news. News is a method." I'm a little disappointed to say this. Forgive me. This embarrassed Edward. After all, Mr. Ziming, you are a genius in the financial world, and you are only ordinary employees working in investment banks. In their opinion, this method is it's already the best, or Mr. Ziming, do you have a better way? Ziming waited for this sentence. My way? First of all, you must not mind the Kennedy family, because I think the method of hedging is to sell and buy at the same time. Edward froze for a moment and then said, I think I can understand Mr. Ziming's difference, but I think in the current situation, we just need to be negative. With the help of the news, it's just fine to continue to sell Triffin's stock. It seems that there is no need to do so. Ziming shook his head regretfully. It seems that Mr. Governor, you don't understand the true meaning of this hedge fund operation. Edward was stunned again, and he asked in a daze, although I am not a dedicated investor, I also know that hedge funds are not just investing by establishing long positions and betting on all sides at the same time. What else is there? Does it really mean it? If it were so simple, then the Bank of England would not be so troubled by the pound exchange rate. Ziming said to Edward, on the surface, hedge funds operate in the same way as the governor. What you said is the same, but the problem lies in the amount of investment. This is a big science, because the results that can be obtained in the end of the investment in different positions are different. And for the current Triffin Company, say, this is even more different. Why is it different for Triffin Company? Edward asked, very uncomprehendingly. It's very simple. If this Triffin Company is really a key to the Adams family, do you think he will let you buy his shares so easily? Ziming asked. Edward shook his head and replied, of course not. He will definitely be on guard at all times. It's the same as the current situation at Kennedy Investment Bank. Ziming spread both hands. That's it. You will pay attention and they will also pay attention, so we have to do it in advance, and the best time to advance is now. So how can we do it when we sell off? What about Triffin's shares? Isn't it the best way to use hedging? And such a method will also make the opponent completely unable to understand our true intentions. Edwards suddenly understood Ziming's words. It turned out to be like this. It seems that my vision is really short and shallow, and Mr. Ziming wants to see further. Then Edward thought of his behavior just now, compared to Mr. Ziming. I am really terrible. Edward's praise made Ziming feel a little blush, because the true meaning of the shit hedge fund operation was all his own nonsense, just to fool him. Because Ziming felt that since the name Triffin alone could not arouse Caitlin's suspicion, he must change a different method, and this kind of operation method of hedge funds is very suitable. After all, it seems weird to buy one hand and sell one hand, so as long as Caitlin is a little smarter, he can notice Triffin's pronunciation, and after turning a corner, he can understand the message he wants to convey. But of course this statement cannot be revealed to Edward, so Ziming can only say that it is for planning. Ziming didn't think it would be successful at the beginning, but maybe because he usually impressed Edward too strongly, he subconsciously believed his words, even if he was bluffing him. Of course, the acting has to perform a full set. Seeing that he has persuaded Edward, Ziming went on to say, Since Mr. Governor agreed to my proposal, then we should start without delay, but to ensure that the operation of the hedge fund can be maximized. Okay, I need my most professional man to operate it, and then Mr. Governor, you will be responsible for helping to coordinate. Hearing what Ziming said, Edward immediately patted his chest and agreed, and Ziming immediately went out to Harvard. The university took all the students in the finance class into the Candini Investment Bank building. On the way, Ziming asked on how the financial model course on hedge funds performed, and this squad leader Chen Xiu Ziming told that they have basically mastered the hedge funds investment practices, and in the morning Ziming arrangements, the situation of Trifon was also investigated, and then as long as they put Trifon's data into the model, hedging investment could be carried out. The Candini family now trusts Ziming very much, or that they face the current situation. Trusting Ziming is the only way out. In short, any case, when the financial class of students into the building after the investment bank Candini family, staff members began to bring their model Shupazing. According to this model finally started to hedge investment. This investment model may seem simple, but I believe it must be the final conclusion after countless calculations. Sure enough, a genius teacher can teach mediocre students. Edward praised Ziming. Ziming smile and nod to thank Edward, because he praised and this time is no problem. Perhaps the result of this investment model looks very simple, is to invest in two, but each side of the investment amount is how much, but it is to go through a lot based on repeated calculations and arguments. If there is no superb wisdom and tenacity willpower, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people or teams to complete this investment model in such a short period of time. You know, or promise yourself on the first day back, Ziming requires financial class of students build a model of hedge funds, but Ziming really let them get out of the whole model. But it is in the morning light with this, they are worthy of pride. Not over when Ziming and financial classes of students who take advantage of their investment model began to Trifon company to hedge future investment, yet the Adams family to engage in senseless. In the afternoon, Christo, the patriarch of the Adams family, came to Caitlin's study with the information of Trifon company. He asked strangely, "What the hell does this Chinese guy want to do? I thought he had discovered Trifon company. What secret? So I want to open a breakthrough from here, but now he actually used to hedge the investment in the way he is going to do it. Is it a spy hit pound aftermath of it?" Christo was nagging inexplicably there. Compared to his noisy, Caitlin on the other side was very quiet. He was sitting in his chair at this moment, quietly looking at the documents Christo had brought. There are not many documents brought by Christo, but Caitlin has read it several times, and it seems that the girl who has been named a genius is also a little confused. Finally, Caitlin set her sights on the name of Trifon company. After repeating it several times, she smiled. It turns out that's the way it is. Seeing Caitlin finally smiled, Christo hurried step forward to ask what is going on. In this regard, Caitlin told him, in fact, their approach is nothing more than our approach to the Kennedy Investment Bank, but the current approach can better avoid our vigilance. Christo suddenly reacted. It turns out so, that Huaxia guy is too cunning. Can he actually think of such a method? Thanks to your highness, I can think that I will not let him succeed. Christo got up and left after speaking, but was caught. Caitlin stopped. Sir, I don't think you need to worry at all. You first show me the holding company of the Candini family. I want all the company information so that I can counter his actions. Caitlin said so, but in fact she was thinking, is Chinese Ziming? I didn't expect you to think of contacting me through this method, so since you want to see me so much, it happens that I want to see you too. So let's see you. Chapter 394 Strange Amount? The first day passed like this. With the participation of the finance class students and investment models, this hedging investment against Trifon company has completely turned into an art. This is the admiration that Edward gave in the investment office of the Candini Investment Bank building. When he saw the students in the finance class report the situation on the stock market to the monitor Chen Xiu, Chen Xiu and Li Yang. Finally He Yining classifies and calculates these data, and finally applies them to their investment model, and discusses the modifications to the model. Art. This is definitely a beautiful art that can be called a century performance. I have never seen such a situation before, Mr. Ziming. You really opened my eyes. Edward felt incredibly complimented. Originally I thought it was an accident that people like you appeared in Huaxia, because there were no financial conditions at all. But now I understand that there is simply a magical land that cannot be understood by common sense. There are more geniuses and talents with high IQs. As long as you see the world, you will change him. Ziming smiled at this and said thank you. To be honest, Ziming was right. The performance of the finance class is also very satisfactory because of their seriousness and because they have mastered the method of hedging investment in such a short period of time. Perhaps stocks were originally a simple game of buying and selling, and hedging investment is the operation of buying and selling together, requiring investors to be sophisticated in investment techniques. Just like a skilled artist, it's not enough to have more or less points on your own work. After all, buying too much will reduce profits, and selling too much will lose the meaning of hedging investment, and ultimately will also affect returns. If Joe Ross hedge against the British pound is a macro control, then this time Ziming's hedging investment in Triffin with the financial team is a complete manifestation of the operation. However, no matter which method, it requires a lot of concentrated attention and control of the situation. Therefore, in the investment world, hedge funds are often referred to as money games that require a certain amount of intelligence to play. But for Ziming, he has to thank these students for their hard work. Because of the hard work of these students, the purpose of using hedging investment methods is well hidden behind these gorgeous operations. At least Edward people with the Kendini family will no longer have any doubts about this investment that can be called art. Ziming's heart was completely relieved because of this, and what he needed to do next was to wait for Caitlin's response. Perhaps their own misconduct is also good, at least because Triffin Company is a key to the Addams family, it will make them have to respond. With this thought, the first day passed. And the time soon came to the second day. As all we had to do now was to wait, Ziming slept again. Originally, Ziming still planned to wake up at noon. Yes, but it was only 10:30 in the morning. Edward hurriedly called to wake Ziming, and he himself rushed to Ziming's room half an hour later. When he walked in, Edward couldn't wait to say to Ziming, "It's not good, Mr. Ziming. Just this morning, the Addams family made a strange revenge against us." "What is a strange revenge?" Ziming asked strangely. "It's that they chose a very strange direction of revenge." Edward said to Ziming, "That is, after we chose to attack Triffin Company, we have been paying attention to the possible revenge of the Addams family. After all, if Triffin really is there is a certain key to them, then they have no reason not to retaliate. But just this morning, they actually retaliated against a company called Ki. Ki Company? What is it for?" Ziming did not heard this name. Edward told Ziming, Ki Company is a fresh vegetable supply company, which generally provides specialized food supply services for major restaurants, including Quincy Restaurant at Harvard University, and many restaurants in Cambridge are owned by Ki Company. Customers are all of Ki's main customers in the university town. It seems that the scale of this company should not be large. Ziming said that he was very confident, because he had been there. "I have worked as a business in a dormitory convenience store, and I have to deal with various food companies more or less, but in Ziming's impression, there is no name for this company." "Sure enough," Edward replied afterwards, but his tone was a little awkward. "The scale of Ki Company is really small, because it is a company set up by a member of the clan for his lover, and the scale is about $1 million. But it's also under the name of the family group." Ziming nodded and said that was the case. Edward then said, "Mr. Ziming, do you think they did this for any other purpose? For example, the Ki Company, in order to make a breakthrough, use some scandals to discredit the Candini family? Otherwise, their behavior would be incomprehensible." Ziming Liang Zuiat and shrugged and said, "I do not know. Unless you can tell me more useful information. I'm sorry Zuxian Xingming, in fact I do not have much useful information, because this is not a co-member of his family members. He was just a small investment bank's shareholder Kendini, his entire net worth at most $1 million, the main business is financial investment, but the company should buy families. He also began involved in the food industry. Edward wrote, very difficult to understand. How it's either people do not like can have a major impact on the family way. Not to Edward here suddenly paused, then that she said, just another point is very strange, it is that families should be the company's losses due to the department and the company should not listed, so the Adams family did not pass on the way to market selling shares to target Key, but the Adams family is squeezing Key's capital chain through the bank. Simply put, it is to make Key company return all the loans and bonds. Edward frowned and said inexplicably, although I know this is normal, the problem is the amount urged by Adams. I'm fine she what number the amount the governor will reveal such expression of it. Is this amount is large and cannot understand it? Ziming asked, his face filled with the casual, but actually secretly focused on the spirit. Edward told Zuming said, old truth, it be really substantial amounts can understand. The problem lies. This figure is very strange. I do not know which data subjects should be given by the company in question or what he said. It received 2 court subpoenas, demanding that Key company return and fulfill 2 debt contracts. The first one was $520, and the second one was $1,200. Edward didn't know how to describe his feelings anymore. I can't understand. What is the purpose of the Adams family asking for these 2 debts? At first I doubted whether this was the practice of the Adams family, but after my verification, it proved that this was indeed manipulated by the Adams family, and I couldn't understand it anymore. See explanations. Edward seemed dreamy. Look in Wujian, he called Zuming said, Zuxian Qingming, you have listening to me is not what you think of what? Zuming back to Godova, of course not. I do not understand the significance of what debt contracts from these 2. But families should the company, although not a listed company, but at least there are millions of dollars in assets, both debts and there is nothing like. Doesn't it make sense? Because even if there is no Kendini family, Key alone can repay these debts. Of course the debts uncovered by Adams are not limited to these. According to the results of Key's own statistics, they have received a total of more than $700,000 in debt flyers. Edward replied. Ziming nodded, to do. This is the most normal practice. Well, I think the governor is not you a little too sensitive. Perhaps that 2 pen plus 1 over $1,000 in debt, but that $700,000 debt part of it. After all the numbers are 1 plus 1 plus 1. Edward was shaking his head, said, not. Zuxian Qingming, reason why I would be so and that you raised, because these 2 debts are considered carry out alone, while other debts are in another lawsuit. Ziming thought for a moment thoughtfully, or the promise of such strange indeed, but I still think it's not worth our attention, because he is likely to be a mistake. Adams family among executives a bit, so it would be better to focus on Tariffin company. Not to Edward still insisted, I do not think Adams family will be out of such a mistake, or that Adams might not care, but who will not allow Caitlin did. Something real speak louder than words. Ziming reminded Edward Road, I know the state, Mr. Long, you have been brooding in the old Caitlin. But that does not mean that she will be perfect in all things. I just want to say that maybe we don't need to care too much about this matter. As long as we know that there is this matter, we can do our own thing, right? Edward wanted to say something, but he thought about it, and finally he could only sigh and say, it can only be done like this. Then Ziming and Edward had lunch together, and Edward went to participate in the government work in the afternoon. But before leaving, Edward still told Ziming, I think we still have to pay attention to the affairs of Key. Yes, although my intuition may not be as accurate as that of Mr. Ziming, I don't think this is just a coincidence. After all, if you think more, things will be more comprehensive, won't they? Ziming smiled and patted Edward. Don't worry, he'll pay attention. As Edward left, The expression on Ziming's face became helpless. He returned to his room and took out his notebook. Wrote all the news that Edward told him just now in the notebook. Finally, Ziming stared blankly for a while before he laughed and said, $520 and $1,200. But she also thought it out. Her Royal Highness Princess Caitlin may have a very high IQ, but this is the ability to transmit secret signs. But I really don't dare to compliment people. I can't even pass Edward's level. Ziming said to himself and suddenly showed a weird expression. Or this highness thinks it's too complicated. I can't tell. The worst encounter in chapter 395. At 10 o'clock in the morning on May 2, 1991, Ziming drove his car on the highway towards Harvard University, even though Ziming and his wife left Blair. It has been a long time since Brighton, but all the routes of Brighton are still clearly remembered in the head of the police. After about a quarter of an hour, Ziming arrived at Harvard University, but Ziming did not stop and drove directly to Kunming Western Restaurant. I passed the business school on the way and looked at this great college known as the crown jewel of Harvard University. Ziming felt a little emotional, because if he could enter here to study and get a diploma from Harvard University in his previous life, he would be able to dream the beauty of waking up with laughter. But now, it's all dispensable. Sure enough, people's positions are different, and the scenery they see and the thoughts in their hearts are naturally different. With this in mind, Ziming arrived at the Quincy restaurant 10 minutes later. This Quincy restaurant is the oldest building in Harvard University and the legacy of a certain lord, and as a former Harvard student, Ziming is not the first once here. Ziming had also been here with his female head teacher, Jara, and saw an Audriman. Ziming has doubted that meeting ever since. However, Ziming was more concerned about the present than before, because Ziming could not be sure whether his guess was correct. The reason why Ziming is here today is because Ziming inferred from the Addams family's targeting of Key Company and Caitlin's answer to herself. First, the word key is the same as the word Triffin of my choice. They are both coded by the sound, and key uses the Chinese accent to mean yes. This is what Caitlin agrees with. Meaning, now that you have agreed to meet, the next thing you need to understand is the location and time. However, this kind of code word through operation obviously cannot be used, otherwise it will definitely cause suspicion. Therefore, the best way is for Caitlin to hide these in the answer. In fact, this is what Caitlin did. As the largest and most important customer of Key Company, Quincy Restaurant will undoubtedly be the location given by Caitlin. As for the two courts of the Addams family that seem to have made mistakes subpoenas, a debt of $520 and a debt of $1,200, this is the time. At 12:00 noon on May 2. This was Ziming's first reaction after getting the answer. Later, Ziming also repeatedly considered this answer and kept checking the whole thing. Ziming couldn't find the second answer. It's been 4 years, and I don't know what it will be like to see that doll-like girl again. This won't be a trap. She prepared someone to catch me, right? Or just hired me to be a consort, like Master Tang's Yuanzhang. Ziming was thinking wildly in his heart. Suddenly, there was a noise from the side. The hurriedly protected Ziming behind him. This made Ziming a little unclear, but the next sentence of surprised Ziming. Governor Edward is over there. It seems like something is going on. I rely on that would not it bad luck. He was alive today. Move should not be at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. That side of it. House suddenly changed the itinerary. This is really the worst met. Ziming whispered curse. Today Ziming know Edward is coming here to attend the activities of the University City, but according to the itinerary, he should be there at the Massachusetts Institute of Fishes. Ziming feel that they should not be so unlucky. That's right. Now it seems that I think too much. And more importantly, Ziming and at the moment just in Quincy meal in front of the hall, there is an open area, they have nowhere to escape. The first and he should escape is yes. It's like meeting with ex-girlfriend. Now his girlfriend will be able to hide, not to say a betrayal, but to avoid unnecessary misunderstanding. so not to mention Edward before firmly and strongly oppose it. Ziming did not expect to come across, so now here to meet natural as bad cake could not be any bad thing. How can it do? He must not see us. I'm guarding you. Do not want to go first? There are so many reporters next to him. Not now. Good luck? Asked. Ziming shook his head. You see here absolutely no obstacles. Do not expect us to be blind, Mr. Governor. Is the fact that we do not regard such an important thing to bet on luck? Ziming said, stood in front, took a deep breath, then with a smile standing there waiting for Edward to come. He was very clear, if they now turn around and stealthy slipped away, that it was Edward saw this, he would wonder what their own doing bad things, even though he knows no betrayal Ziming, but there is no way to make Edward think the same. Moreover, most importantly, themselves honorable. Even what time it also needs a sneaky. It was this kind of thought that made Ziming feel that instead of sneaking away sneakily, it would be better to openly talk face to face. After all, Edward was attending the event, and maybe he didn't know what to do. Ziming slowly sink in the heart, and even take the initiative towards the road waving Edward. Dear states Mr. Long, I am very honored to meet you here. In fact, Edward had already seen Ziming for the first time. He deliberately pretended not to see it. As the governor attending the event, wouldn't it be shameful for him to take the initiative to greet him? Secondly, he also wanted to see Ziming's reaction. After all, a guilty conscience was the instinctive reaction of everyone who did bad things. And Ziming suddenly appeared here without saying hello to himself. This was so strange that Edward had to think more about it. But now Ziming took the initiative to say hello to himself, obviously beyond his expectation, and it made him unable to pretend to be an ostrich anymore. Hey, isn't this Mr. Ziming? I didn't expect to meet you here. This is really surprising to me. Edward responded to Ziming unexpectedly. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, Edward met an old man suddenly. My friend's surprise, but in Ziming's eyes, the governor's acting skills are a bit clumsy. It seems that he really noticed me. Fortunately, he didn't counsel him at the critical moment. If he really flopped off, he would be in big trouble. Ziming secretly rejoiced in his heart. After all, the trust between teammates is very important no matter what. Once the trust is lost, then all the moths can fly out. Perhaps the situation in Brighton is no longer so important to Ziming, but he just failed inexplicably and then returned to San Francisco with his tail clipped. I'm sorry, that is definitely not Ziming's style. After sorting out his thoughts, Ziming was also surprised and said, is that so? I didn't expect it myself, because I came here for an appointment. Mr. Governor, you must know that I had studied at Harvard University in the past. Edward also showed the same expression over there, and he later explained to the person next to Ziming that Ziming was a friend of his. After all, as the governor of Massachusetts, Edward suddenly met someone he knew while attending an event. It would be more or less surprising. Mr. Governor, you seem to be very busy right now, so don't bother, and we will contact you after our respective affairs are over. Ziming was originally going to leave after saying this, but Edward suddenly stopped Ziming. Mr. Ziming, please wait a moment, or I think we can have lunch together. What do you think? As Edward said this, not only Ziming was stunned, but all the escorts over there were taken aback, because no one thought Edward would say such a thing. Mr. Governor, what activities are you supposed to be attending over there? Doesn't it seem appropriate? Ziming said. An escort over there also said, yes, Mr. Governor, although I understand that it is very rare for you to meet your very close friends here. Haven't we already arranged lunch? And you also agreed. Here I can assure you that as long as our activities are over, we can reserve plenty of time for you and your friends. Do you think it is okay? Despite this and other persuasion, Edward is still stubborn. Mr. Ming, are there any inconveniences for you? Ziming can tell by this. The governor is afraid that he has failed to achieve his goal. Although Ziming turned around and thought about it, he didn't seem to say anything. It made him feel so suspicious, but now that he has already spoken to this point, if he still doesn't agree, then he won't believe it anymore. So just act to the end. Strengthening his confidence, Ziming spread his hands together. "There is no inconvenience on my side, as long as your activities, Mr. Governor, are not delayed." Edward over gave Ziming a reassuring expression, and then Edward turned his head and said, "Education teachers are very sorry, I temporarily thought of a very important matter to discuss with my friends, so at noon our lunch will be temporarily cancelled." When Edward said this, there was an uproar at the scene. Everyone looked at Edward incredulously, thinking that this matter was simply incredible. Edward then said, "Of course I know this is very wrong, so I decided to promise you that I can schedule a speech in each of your schools in the near future, as a remedy. Do you think it is okay?" The words came out once again surprised everyone, because they didn't expect Edward would actually exchange this. It is very rare to know that this is a speech by the governor. What can be considered a lunch in comparison? So the escorts over there immediately nodded their heads one by one and agreed, such as, "Mr. Governor, you are too polite. This is a rare gathering for you and your friends. It must be more important to you, and Mr. Governor, I look forward to your speech." Such polite words are flying all over the sky. Ziming was very helpless about this. He didn't expect Edward to be so resolute, nor did he expect that the accompanying persons who were obviously released by Edward would be bought in this way. "At least your attitude is a little firmer. I am here. It's getting better, isn't it?" The police next to him also looked at Ziming. His eyes seemed to be a little worried and asked what Ziming should do. As Ziming's personal bodyguard, the police themselves are smart enough, so he is very aware of the situation Ziming is facing now, and also knows that if Edward sees Ziming secretly meeting with Caitlin, it will be very detrimental to Ziming. Ziming smiled and said to him in a low voice, "It doesn't matter. Since he wants to participate in this lunch so resolutely, let him come. Anyway, I never thought of relying on people who I don't know. Helped me out because I still feel more reliable than them." I was stunned at the time. Compared with Edward's resoluteness, he did not expect Ziming to be more resolute and would not think of other ways. Just take Edward to meet with Caitlin? He couldn't even think about how it would end. In the end, I can only breathe out a long sigh, take a step and take a step. Anyway, he can't see Ziming's thoughts, and Ziming can make unexpected and amazing moves every time, no matter what happens. What a difficult situation. He can always bring it back with his own wisdom and courage. This time obviously he still wants to continue his legend. In short, no matter what, I will always protect his safety. This is a very simple idea. Chapter 396. The other party's name is Caitlin. When Edward and his escort negotiated the terms, he bid farewell to those people and followed Ziming into the Quincy restaurant. "Mr. Ziming, I think the friend you decided to meet today must have a very good relationship with you. I don't know if it is a professor at Harvard University or a scholar, or a woman. I know that you had a relationship with you during your stay at Harvard. Your female head teacher has a very close relationship." Edward was guessing who Ziming was having dinner with today. Ziming looked at him with a smile. "I didn't expect Mr. Governor's news to stop being informed." Edward was a little embarrassed, but the face of a politician like him has long been tempered, so it doesn't matter, it's just caused by some reasons in the past. But this also shows that Mr. Ziming is very attractive, doesn't it? "Mr. Governor, the words are very good, but the woman I met today is really a woman, but she should not be considered a Harvard person, but you must know Mr. Governor." Hearing Ziming said this, Edward was relieved. It's just that Edward didn't know that Ziming was only telling a fact. Ziming really didn't understand the other party. He just heard what Du Peng said. "It's great for me to know each other. Just now, I was a little worried that if I didn't know Mr. Ziming's friend, the scene would become embarrassing because of my presence," Edward said. Edward's words are true. In fact, when he said he was going to join Ziming for the appointment, he regretted it. He did doubt that Ziming would come to the Quincy restaurant to attend the appointment without notifying him, but Ziming was so calm. There seems to be no problem with the performance. If he arrives at the restaurant and finds that the other party does not know him, wouldn't the scene be embarrassing? In front of Ziming, he didn't think his status as governor could be of much use. Ziming smiled and said, There is definitely something like embarrassment, so in order to avoid even more embarrassment at that time, I will first tell Mr. Governor the identity of the person I met. Hello, her name is Caitlin Edwards. He was stunned for a moment when he heard the name, and then he laughed. This is really a very nice name. I don't know what her identity is, because girls who take this name are generally very beautiful and elegant, but maybe my memory is not very good, because I don't remember such an important person. Is she an investor? Her name is Teresia Caitlin F. Harrisburg. I said that, don't I know Mr. Governor remembered it? Ziming said deliberately. Edward was stunned again, but then he smiled without embarrassment. Mr. Ziming, you can really make a joke. Ziming spread his hands out. I also think him joking, but I'm sorry I am not. I want it was the Princess of Harris who I saw, and the Majesty who is now helping the Adams family. Edward said, Mr. Ziming, I know it is very impolite for me to go rashly. I don't trust you like this. Your behavior has hurt you deeply, but please forgive me. You really don't have to say this to you. Ziming was helpless. What he said was the truth, but Edward didn't believe it. At this time, Ziming believed in the past. Someone has said that the best way to hide the truth is to tell the truth in a joke, and for Edward, he thinks that if Ziming really meets Caitlin, it should be the one who should be the smallest and avoid himself. Can you take yourself to an appointment so calmly? Of course, perhaps this time it was an accident, and I was hit by an unintentional change in the itinerary, but even so, I have to find another way to resolve it. How can I be so reckless? So it must be fake. It is also under this logic that Edward believes that his distrust made Ziming sad. Ziming will anger and say that the person he meets with is Caitlin. He knows that Ziming is a very honest child. Play with the routines of those in the city. Regarding this, Ziming could only shrug his shoulders whatever he thought, and then they went to the dining room together. Since the agreed time is 12 o'clock, the time has not arrived yet, and it is obviously impossible for the girl to arrive earlier. Yes, so I can only choose to wait a while. When the time was approaching 12 o'clock, the door of the box was knocked, and then a very beautiful girl walked into the room. The girl's skin is very fair. Her big beautiful eyes are like two sapphires, her nose is tall and she has small lips. This beautiful face is the most perfect work made by God. She wears a certain purple top hat and a black long waistcoat. It looks casual, but it is perfect. It reflects the arrogant temperament of her Harrisburg family. She is undoubtedly the Princess Caitlin of Harrisburg, but the elegant temperament of the princess did not last long. And then she was stunned. Obviously she saw Edward sitting next to Ziming. What's the situation? Why is the governor of the Candini family here? Caitlin didn't understand, and Edward on the other side was of course dumbfounded. His eyes widened as if he saw an alien, but he didn't have time to be surprised at Caitlin's beauty. He was more surprised. Caitlin's identity, surprised how she could be here. However, compared to Caitlin and Edward's stupefaction, Ziming had anticipated this situation a long time ago. After all, he brought all the people. So he took the initiative to stand up and say, in fact, this situation is a very unexpected situation. I don't want to be like this. I also know that you must have a lot to say in your heart. This is also the original intention of today's meal, so we still sit down. Besides, I will also explain to you the reasons for the situation. Caitlin was the first to come back to his senses. She glanced at Ziming with complicated eyes. The female bodyguard beside her seemed to be persuading her to leave, but Caitlin, after thinking for a while, he didn't leave. Instead, he took a deep breath and sat opposite Ziming. Seeing Caitlin sitting down, Edward naturally came back to his senses. He turned his head and looked at Ziming and asked, I need an explanation. What is going on? Ziming spread his hands on this, very helpless. Answer, Mr. Governor, since we entered the door, I have told you that the person I met was Princess Caitlin. You don't believe me? It's me to blame. Besides, I said it a long time ago, I think I met with Her Royal Highness Princess Caitlin. Edward was dumbfounded when Ziming said this, because indeed Ziming had been emphasizing who he was meeting with just now, but the problem was how did he know that Ziming was telling the truth? God, From a standpoint, Caitlyn is their opponent, and you secretly meet with your opponent secretly, and you say it to yourself in such a grand manner. Why does this logically make no sense? As for Ziming saying that he wanted to meet Caitlyn, Edward also remembered that there was such a thing, but he even remembered that he was not very angry at the time. Mr. Ziming, this joke seems a bit big, Edward said stiffly. Another side Caitlyn's face is also very interesting. She said, Ziming, I do not know what happened, but it looks like your own seems to have had very serious differences. Mr. Ziming, you did not say the truth. Don't you plan to bring Mr. Edward over? I.e. to Brace will want to take him, or that I want to be able to count mark the way, so why should I also use sophisticated means of communication? Wouldn't it be enough to contact the Candini family directly through the special channel? Ziming in the heart of the outcry, but the surface still calm, and said, on the contrary, I tell the truth, but the governor does not believe. Ziming went on to say, of course, the original this is a surprise, because today I was going to be the two of us dating. I did not intend to take over the governor, but quite coincidentally, is just right in our restaurant. I ran into it outside. Mr. Governor was very curious and wanted to come and have a look. It turned out to be like this. Ziming explained more incomprehensible but let Caitlyn, Mr. Ming, I do not know if I have it wrong. You say you are not a good discussion with Mr. Edward together, but today in the dining entrance hall met, and he wanted to come to the dinner together again. So you brought him here. Ziming snapped happy and said, Caitlyn Highness is indeed the heir Harrowfort focused culture, really smart, you will understand. By Ziming's praise, Caitlyn not only not at all happy, but very upset, an unacceptable expression. My God, how can you make such a thing? You do not have to worry about it's you. Does the trust between the two have much impact? Ziming spread his hands, but I have no other way. Caitlyn Highness, we pass each other channel message is too difficult, but fortunately this time agreed to meet here can also spend a great difficulty to determine if giving up with this opportunity. I am not sure that there will be another opportunity. Besides, this is also a test of trust between us. Just imagine if any of us missed the appointment this time, will we still trust each other even if there is the next time? Caitlyn was silent. She knew that Ziming's worries were indeed the most troublesome thing between them. Since there was no opportunity for direct communication between them, this time the meeting was confirmed through the homophone of the company name. It can be said that it is not easy, because if one party is careless, it may not be found. It is precisely because there is no direct communication channel that the trust between the two parties has become a very serious problem, because no one knows whether the other party really wants to meet or this is a conspiracy. This is especially true for Ziming. After all, this is Ziming first. The message sent, and once Ziming missed the appointment, Caitlyn might think that she was a misjudgment, or she might think that Ziming was playing tricks on her, or she might not be able to interpret the code word. Regardless of the possibility, it will be fatal to their already fragile trust. But the problem is, you Ziming worry about trust with me, don't you worry about trust with Candini family? At this sensitive moment, when the Adams family suppresses the Kennedy family in all aspects, you secretly go to see each other in private. This is a kind of betrayal at all. When Ziming and Caitlyn chat, the other side of Edward suddenly realized what he asked. Wait a minute, weeks. Mr. Ming, you just said that you deliver the message channel you exactly when to contact. Finally, Edward still noticed this important point. Ziming thought, followed by Ziming replied, things indeed. Her Royal Highness and we did not make any direct contact. Caitlyn very timely took the words of Ziming Road, no mistake. Our contact is to rely on competition among each other to carry out, and the company is to Rui Fen branch company should do. 390th 7th Chapter 2 Exaggerated Jiang. His Royal Highness Caitlyn, Mr. Ziming, are you serious? Triffin's hedge investment and key company are all the secret codes you use to communicate and agree to meet each other? Edward asked in a desperate tone, because he couldn't accept this fact at all. You must know that now Adams and Kennedy have almost exhausted their best efforts in madly targeting each other. In these two families, A random action is to determine the life and death of $1 million company with a market value of millions of dollars and the absolute ownership of tens of millions of dollars. Chinese network. But at this time, you actually make plans to help two families at the same time, also to use means for liaison. This is too much. Edward's heart was messy at this time. He could hardly describe his current mood in any words. It was as uncomfortable as eating a dead mouse. He originally thought that both Adams and Kennedy were already the top consortium in the United States. The family is now, but at this moment, it seems that in the eyes of Ziming and Caitlin, it is just a playhouse game. They can still play secret words when you come to me. This is a family struggle within the Brighton consortium, which can involve the attribution of tens of billions of dollars at any time. Can you be more serious and focused, or have a minimum of respect? Edward was screaming in his heart, but he could only yell in his heart, because if he said it, he would really treat the two big families of Adams and Kennedy as stupid. Now, at any rate, Ziming and Caitlin can still help them. The two families maintain the last layer of window paper, so he won't go to poke open. Facing Edward, who was close to collapse, Ziming said very particular, "Mr. Governor, I don't think I can do anything about it. After all, Kennedy and Adams are not willing to connect in the middle, so we can only think of a solution by ourselves." In German, treffen means to meet without an agreement, but maybe the Chinese accent, expressing agreement with my ideas. These are the mother tongues of Her Royal Highness Caitlin and my mother tongue respectively. With Ziming's in answer, Edward buried his head between his hands. Obviously he couldn't accept it, so he had to bury his head like an ostrich. Regarding Edward's performance, both Ziming and Caitlin can understand it and leave him alone. Caitlin smiled and fell in love with the country. It seems that Mr. Edward's problem has been solved, so I'm very curious now. Mr. Ziming deliberately hid your thoughts in the name of Triffin Company and asked me out to meet up. What is going on? This should be a normal question, but Ziming was stunned for a while, and then he gave an answer that surprised everyone. I don't know, I just want to meet and chat with your Royal Highness Caitlin. That's it. I didn't really think about anything. Hearing Ziming's answer, Edward, who was already close to collapse, was now messed up again. What? You have exhausted so many thoughts, using the code of the struggle between the Addams family and the Kennedy family to do such a big deal, and it is such an obscure code. It is difficult to hide everyone from everyone to the Quincy restaurant to make an appointment. After eating, you haven't figured out why? Dear Mr. Ziming, are you sure you are serious? Aren't you here to make fun? Caitlin didn't expect Ziming to give such an answer. She was also stunned, but then Ziming said again, after all, it's been 4 years since we last met, so this time I heard that it was your Royal Highness Caitlin that you were with the Addams family. I wanted to invite you out to meet and talk about how you are now. Ziming said embarrassedly and scratched his head. Actually, I was before the meeting. I have prepared a lot of words, but I don't know what to say after I see your highness. Caitlin blushed slightly and looked a little shy. I didn't expect Mr. Ziming to be very direct. I am also very honored to have passed you 4 years. Can still remember me, and made a special trip to ask me out because of the memory at the time. Because at the Peking University Lecture Hall, your remarks by your highness Caitlin also impressed me deeply. Ziming said. In the end, however, it was lost to you, Mr. Ziming. Caitlin said. After all, post systems always have the advantage of post systems. His Royal Highness Caitlin has already thrown away the arguments and arguments. I just refute it in a simple way. It is very simple, Ziming said modestly, but after the humility passed Ziming then he said, if I'm really curious now, I'm just curious about why His Royal Highness Caitlin helped the Addams family like that. This is a matter between families. I'm sorry I can't tell you here, Caitlin said. Ziming understood this, so that's the case. Then I ask in another way, to what extent are you going to help the Addams family, your Royal Highness? Can you give up helping them? Caitlin looked at Ziming with complicated eyes and asked, is this Mr. Ziming's request? Ziming was very surprised by Caitlin's rhetorical question, because he never expected Caitlin to ask such a rhetorical question. But Ziming didn't make a foolish question. "What's the difference is kind of question, but directly nodded in affirmation. After getting Ziming's answer, Caitlin's fair face became more rosy and shy. She asked Ziming again, "Then I don't know if Mr. Ziming remembers our agreement 4 years ago?" Ziming didn't even think about it. Answer: "I remember clearly all the time. His Royal Highness Caitlin told me that in this world, the real business tycoon should be regardless of country. And you also said that you also have a large sum of money in your hand. Fortune. You want to try it with me?" Caitlin was obviously surprised by Ziming's answer. "I didn't expect you to remember it, so it's easier to do, because the original agreement is still valid now." Ziming wrinkled, frowned for a moment and said, "Your Royal Highness, what you mean is that as long as I can help the Kennedy family win you once in this contest, you will give up helping the Adams family, right?" "This is a secret exchange concept," Caitlin said afterwards, "but I can still accept such an agreement." "Then I think I can already represent the Candini family to thank your highness for complying with the agreement." Ziming smiled. Caitlin looked at Ziming and said, "It seems that Mr. Ziming is very confident, but don't forget, Mr. Ziming, at least so far, your wealth can't be compared with mine, even if you start from the knife tower." The plan robbed a large part of the fortune. "I don't think this is a shameful thing," Ziming said. "After all, I have only made $4 since I made my first dollar in a few years. I don't think I can live the wealth accumulated by a 1,000-year family." Caitlin said, raising the wine glass in front of her and signaled to Ziming, "So our agreement will be established." Ziming also raised her glass and said of course to Caitlin, and then both parties drank a sip of wine together. Putting down the wine glass, Caitlin got up and left. Ziming stopped her subconsciously, but Caitlin waved her hand and said, "I think you have more important things to deal with." After leaving this sentence, Caitlin left. In the box, Ziming has some regrets about it, but it seems that this is the best result after careful consideration. After all, Ziming and Caitlin have only had a relationship before. This time she can interpret Ziming's code word, and promised to agree. "I really came to the appointment, and finally agreed to conditionally give up and continue to help the Adams family. As far as this situation is concerned, it is already very unbelievable. If you want to stay with her for dinner and drink, and then chat to increase the relationship more, it would be too outrageous." In addition, as Caitlin said, Edward does need a headache. With such thoughts, Ziming calmly patted Edward and said, "Okay, Mr. Governor, now the princess has left, and we are left here. If you have anything to say, please say." Edward looked at Ziming's words. After a meal, he asked, "I want to know what happened." Facing Edward's cannibalistic expression, Ziming was taken aback, but then he told him, "Everything is the same as what you see, Mr. Governor." "It's the same, because 4 years ago, Princess Caitlin went to Huaxia. We happened to meet in Yanjing. At that time, I thought that Her Royal Highness was very beautiful, so I followed her to Peking University. Later, I accidentally won the debate. She once formed a bond. This time when I learned that she was helping the Adams family, I wanted to relive with her, so I asked her out to meet. It's that simple." When Ziming finished speaking, seeing Edward's expression of disorganization, Ziming went on to say to him, "Actually, these things from my past are not important. The most important thing is that as long as I can beat her once, she will give up the Adams family. This is the most important thing, isn't it?" "Indeed, it is impossible for the Adams family alone to suppress the Kennedy family so perfectly, or even if it can be suppressed, it will have to pay a very high price, not like it is now." Edward then looked at Ziming with complicated eyes. "But can you be sure that she will keep her promise?" Ziming didn't answer this question but instead asked, "Then before seeing her here today, if I tell Mr. Governor of all my plans, Mr. Governor, you believe that she will come?" Edward took a long breath. "Do you really want to pin all your hopes on a person's credibility?" Ziming smiled and corrected him, "This is not pinned on her. It's on me." At the same time, in the hallway of the restaurant, the housekeeper asked Caitlin, "Your Highness, if Ziming really does it, Do you really plan to fulfill the promise? There. Same. Caitlin also didn't answer this question. She asked a stranger question. If I get married in the future, what kind of husband should I look for? At least my husband must be stronger than me. 8. Chapter 398. What can I just wait? I forgot to set the automatic update yesterday. It's really embarrassing. On May 21st, this is the end of Ziming and Caitlin in Quincy. The day after the restaurant met, Edward did not preside over the government meeting that morning, but came to find Ziming. When he came to Ziming's room, Edward said to Ziming, I know that it is very immoral for me to do this, but I also ask Mr. Ziming to understand that I am still a member of the Kennedy family after all. It is not only related to the present and future of the Kennedy family, but there are so many people present on the same day, even if it is not me, this matter cannot be hidden. Ziming waved his hand and interrupted Edward's words. Mr. Governor, isn't it just going to the meeting of your family? You said it yesterday, as if you don't need to explain so much to me. Edward a little embarrassed, and now they really want to participate Kennedy family meeting, and also in this matter yesterday told Ziming, but Edward said again today or over. Edward explains, Ziming sir, I only say this to show your respect, and I don't want any misunderstanding between us. That what I have now is to go to Kennedy family meeting? Ziming shrugged and asked for something else. Does not do any evaluation. In fact, the day began to run into Edward Quincy restaurant entrance. Ziming beyond hope he would keep some secrets for himself, or it could be said that Ziming didn't regard this matter as a secret that could not be told to outsiders. Here's Ziming to say, Edward was finally relieved, even though he does not understand himself why so. Then Edward took Ziming to a special meeting room on the 26th floor of the Kennedy Investment Bank building. The furnishings in this meeting room are relatively simple, with only a large round meeting table and a few chairs. Of course, here the simplicity is just what it looks like. In fact, all the furniture is made of very sophisticated materials. Even a chair is probably worth millions. At the meeting on the walls of the meeting room is also linked to the 3 paintings, in front of 2 black and white photographs, apparently Kennedy family who trace, as well as a painting is very famous. It was Kennedy family outside a president, even compared to the founder. This President Kennedy is still the most famous person in the family. This is the most important meeting room of the Kennedy family. From the items placed here, it can be seen that the Kennedy family is very pragmatic and respects ability. When Ziming followed Edward came here, the conference room has 4 people sitting here. Ziming know they are the other core members of the family of Kennedy. While they see Ziming and Edward Dorr also stand up. Zuxi and Xing Ming, several of which is the core of our Kennedy family. This is Eugene C. He was vice chairman of the Bank Brighton. This is Patrick Kennedy, chairman of Investment Bank. This is Joseph, chairman of Kennedy Foods Group, and this is Kevin chairman of Agilent Trust Company. Edward introduced Ziming. These 4 people plus Edward constitute the core of the Kennedy family. Unlike other families, the Kennedy family does not have an absolute core, which is not like the Kennedy family will have an absolute core business related. The Bank of Brighton and the Kennedy Investment Bank. Needless to say, the Kennedy family has risen financially. The Kennedy Food Group is also very important. It can be said that in addition to finance, food is the second place in the Kennedy family. The food industry also helped the Kennedy family survive the Great Depression in the 1920s and 1930s. As for the Agilent Trust, the name may not seem to have much to do with the family, but in fact, he has mastered Bell Aircraft Company and Phoenix Company are 2 important units of the arms dealers in the Brighton Consortium. From these, it is not difficult to see how much energy the Kennedy family has mastered. If you look at the general direction of the Brighton Consortium, in addition to the university education resources that the Lawrence and Lowell families have always firmly controlled, I am afraid that's all there is to it. And compared to these people, Edward may look much inferior, but he is the governor, which is enough to make him an inseparable part of the Iron Pentagon. This is because for the Kennedy family, They have always had a special liking for politics from the moment of their rise. Therefore, for each generation of Kendini family members, they will select the most politically intelligent member for training, then sent to the political arena. It can be said that this person in politics has other family resources as officials. If one day he can become the president, then he can become the undisputed core of the family, just like President Kennedy 30 years ago. Ziming wondered why the Kendini family had such a soft spot for politics for 100 years, but it had nothing to do with him, and Ziming didn't bother to go into it. After greeting the remaining 4 corners of the Kendini family, they went to sit down at the round table together. After sitting down, Edward turned into the host of the meeting and said, "Mr. Ziming, the reason for inviting you today is about the meeting between you and Caitlin at the Quincy restaurant. Of course, we don't mean to doubt you, we need an answer." Ziming shrugged and said that it didn't matter. In fact, it's okay if you suspect it. After all, I met Caitlin in private without telling you, although I wanted to explain that I had to do this as a last resort, but it was wrong. It's wrong. I won't quibble. It's just that I'm curious. What kind of answer do you need? Are you still our friend? I heard that you made an agreement with Caitlin. You can ensure this agreement. Can it take effect? Asked Patrick, the chairman of Kendini Investment Bank. Of course, I am very confident, Ziming said, but in fact, there is no breach of the convention. After all, if I win Caitlin Highness, the Adams family loses its threat, is not it? The words surprised 5 people. The Kendini family Cyan Pentagons looked at each other. Finally, Edward stood up and said, "We have discussed it yesterday, and we decided to believe you, but this is only temporary, so we want to know what you plan to do now." What to do? That is to say, what are we going to do now to ensure that we have won the opponent? Ziming gave an answer that stunned everyone. Do nothing, just wait. Faced with this answer, the Kendini family Cyan 5 corners were stunned on the spot, because for them, they were already psychologically prepared. They thought they would accept whatever bizarre answers Ziming gave, and even they were all in their own hands. I thought about what to do, but when Ziming really said the answer, they suddenly realized that they were still too young. They simply couldn't keep up with Ziming's thoughts. It can be said that in the eyes of the 5 Kennedy family members, even Ziming would not be so surprised if they sold Kendini Investment Bank. But what does this mean? Didn't you have an agreement with Caitlin? Didn't you still have to beat her? So based on this premise, shouldn't you try to find a way to make Kendini beat Adams? Then why wait? Can you win without doing anything? Ziming saw the doubts of these 5 people, so he continued, "We can indeed win without doing anything now." Edward couldn't help it anymore. "Mr. Ziming, I know that your ideas have always been different from the others, but please forgive me. I have never heard of the stock market for nothing. You can win an agreement if you don't do anything. Even if it's a fairy tale, you wouldn't write it like that." Ziming smiled. "Mr. Governor, you seem to have misunderstood. Although I said it's okay to wait, it's just for now, not about me. I didn't do it." If Edward was just stunned before, now he is stunned by one. "Mr. Ziming, what you said made me confused. You just said you didn't do anything. And now you say you don't. It's not that you didn't do anything. So did you do it or didn't you do it?" "You didn't do it," Ziming replied, "because what I did was actually ask Caitlin out, and everything will be done." As this matter changed, to put it simply, when His Highness Caitlin told me the agreement, she had already lost. "Mr. Ziming, do you want to say that the Adams family will also doubt Caitlin?" Edward, as governor, clearly thought of something. Ziming smiled and told him, "Yes, I admit that Caitlin was born in a wealthy family. Her talent, coupled with the cultivation of many resources, made her financial or business intelligence very good. But she is still too young after all." Knowing the human heart is the most troublesome thing. Although it seems strange to say this from Ziming, who is less than 30 years old, it has to be said that Ziming is indeed qualified to say so. Speaking of this, Ziming asked again, "Mr. Governor, what do you think of the Adams family?" "Perhaps it was my Royal Highness and Caitlin's meeting in the Quincy restaurant, But do you think the Addams family would know, especially on that day? I happened to meet you, Mr. Governor, at the door. At that time, you were with a large number of your escorts. Following Ziming's words, everyone immediately had an answer. Originally, the Addams family was Brighton's first family, the oldest wealthy family here. The ability to control the Brighton area is naturally unparalleled, not to mention that Edward and his escorts have seen it that day. The people of the Addams family will naturally pay more attention to it. It may not be found. So once the Addams family found out the information that Caitlin and Zuming met in private, the trust between them would no longer exist, and after losing the trust of the Addams family and no longer able to direct and do things, Caitlin would naturally lose. Agreed. Suddenly Eugene's at the Brighton Bank asked, then what if Caitlin's appointment was negotiated with the Addams family this time? I don't rule out this possibility, but if there is a real relationship between them, if the discussion is good, does Caitlin still need to contact me in that way? Or do they still need to use such tricks, who now have an absolute advantage? Ziming asked back. Edward and the other four looked at each other, and none of them could answer. Ziming finally said, I know you are very uneasy, but since you brought me back to Brighton from Italy, I ask you to trust me completely, even if this date did not ruin the trust between Addams and Caitlin, or I won Caitlin but did not keep the promise. I will use other methods to help you. After Ziming's words, Edward, after discussing with each other in a low voice, Edward said, Mr. Ziming, we trust you. Chapter 399. His Highness, the Inferior. When Ziming told Ken at the Kennedy Investment Bank, Caitlin may be in trouble for the Dinny family, but he couldn't imagine that the actual troubles Caitlin faced were bigger than he thought. Also on the morning of May 21st, in the White Mountain Forest manor north of Brighton, Christo, the patriarch of the Addams family, angrily came to the villa where Caitlin lived, and the housekeeper at the door immediately stopped when she saw this. He said, Mr. Christo, please wait. This is the room of His Royal Highness Caitlin. You need to wait here for a while. However, Christo couldn't help it before the housekeeper had finished her words. One of them grabbed her hair and snarled loudly with her head on top of her head, Asshole, what is it that you dare to stop me? What kind of shit, Your Royal Highness room? I now tell you this is the place of the Addams family, and nor do you have the qualifications to speak here. The housekeeper was full of pain, but still stubbornly said, Damn villain, you are the one who is not qualified. You are just a bastard. Your Royal Highness, is your great honor to be here. Christo looked grimly. With increased force, the housekeeper's screams became louder, and the black female bodyguard next to him heard the voice subconsciously and wanted to stop it, but Christo then pointed at her coldly and said, What do you want to do? Did not you forget that I made your salary? Do not think that if you follow the Harrisburg bitch, you really become a royal guard. Hearing what he said, the black female bodyguard was immediately stunned and afraid to move, because she understood that what Christo said was true. Damn it, what are you doing there? Didn't your highness pay you? You silly bastard. Seeing that the black female bodyguard really didn't dare to move, the housekeeper yelled at once, but she still didn't say anything. How long it lasted turned into a scream again. Such a stupid bitch. Maybe I should throw you into this White Mountain Forest to feed the wolves. That little bitch Caitlin is the princess of Harrisburg. I cannot move her, but you do not know the so old bitch called. I do not have any scruples. By Christo grabbed at the housekeeper at the hair and grinned to her. Mr. Christo, since you still know that I am the princess of Harrisburg, then please stop. Suddenly a clear voice came, and Christo subconsciously looked up and saw one wearing a golden dress. The slender figure stood there, with delicate features like the most exquisite doll. Who else could this be? Caitlin. The housekeeper hurriedly pulled out her hair when Christo's hand suddenly loosened and ran to Caitlin. His Royal Highness, why did you come out? This kind of rubbish is a blasphemy to you, the housekeeper said to Caitlin. Caitlin said, There is no blasphemy. It is not 100 years ago, and if he really wants to come in, you can't stop him. can't you?" Their housekeeper lowered her head in embarrassment and said sorry to Caitlin. On the other side, Christo seemed to have reduced his anger a lot after pulling the housekeeper's hair and listening to her screams. He bowed to Caitlin and said, "His Royal Highness Caitlin, just now I think I need to say sorry to you, and please forgive me for my rudeness. This is the end of the matter, and I don't think there is any need for my forgiveness. Also, if Mr. Christo has anything, please come out to the yard and talk about it. There are tables and chairs that I often read in the yard. Mr. Christo will not be allowed to stand. The rooms of all the women in our Harrisburg family are except for their family and husband. You can't enter any man casually, please understand." After Caitlin finished speaking, she took the housekeeper to take the lead out of the house and walked over to the tables and chairs in the yard. Caitlin glanced at her beside the female bodyguard passing by. The bodyguard just lowered his head and didn't dare to look at her at all. "Of course I am very willing to abide by the rules of the Harrisburg family." After Christo finished speaking, he followed Caitlin and sat on a chair in the yard. The black female bodyguard seemed to understand how she had acted just now. Being timid and dissatisfied, it violated her professional beliefs, so she immediately went to make 2 cups of tea and gave them to Caitlin and Krista respectively, and used the behavior of a servant to alleviate the guilt in her heart and exchange for forgiveness from the employer. Christo lowered his head and glanced at the teacup. "Is the Chinese person teaching you the habit of drinking tea?" Caitlin took a sip from the teacup, and told him softly, "I'm sorry, it's not. This is what our family has always been." "You all have the same habit, perhaps Mr. Christo, you don't know. In the past, drinking tea was a luxury life that only the top rich and nobles in Europe could enjoy." Putting down the teacup, Caitlin asked, "Okay Mr. Christo, can you tell you what you are here today?" "I got a very interesting news this morning." Yesterday, the Huaxia guy who had been hiding in the Kennedy Investment Bank suddenly left the building, hiding all the Kendini family from the building. People went to the Quincy restaurant at Harvard University, and as far as I know, Your Royal Highness Caitlin also went yesterday, right? I don't think it's a coincidence, right?" Christo asked. "Of course it's not a coincidence. I went to meet the Chinese person in your mouth yesterday," Caitlin replied very directly. "His Royal Highness has indeed inherited the fine traditions of the Harrisburg family." "You are very honest, but I still have an unrelenting request. I would like to ask His Royal Highness to repeat all the circumstances of your meeting with the Chinese man, including the purpose of your meeting and how you contacted." Christos' voice fell here, and the housekeeper behind Caitlin couldn't help but said to him, "What are you?" "Tell you this." Christo raised his finger to the housekeeper. "I want to say that this is the last time I warned you. If you are so disrespectful to me, I will not spare you. Please believe I will do it." Arrived, even in front of the Caitlin Hall. Their housekeeper was still unconvinced, but Caitlin said first, "Mr. Christo, let's talk about yesterday's affairs. Since you are so curious, I can tell you it's okay. Actually it's as simple as going out to meet and eat, because I once went to Huaxia once, and had a relationship with him when I was in Yanjing, so we are more just reminiscing about the past. I know that His Royal Highness Caitlin once went there. After visiting Huaxia, I didn't expect that His Highness would have known that Huaxia at that time. This is really surprising," Christo said emotionally, but then he turned to the front and asked, "I always feel that I have a good memory, so I remember Your Highness. You went to China at least 4 years ago, right? Why are you still in touch with you? Does Mr. Christo even care about making friends with me? It seems that even my father doesn't have this right." Caitlin said, "Of course I don't want to care, but Your Royal Highness Caitlin is now working for my Adams family, and I am the patriarch of the Adams family, so for the safety of the family, I have to figure it out." Christo said, "I can understand Mr. Christos' good intentions, but this time it is indeed your thinking is too complicated." Caitlin said, "I admit that it is very inappropriate for me to meet Ziming from China privately at this time. Too can also apologize to you, Mr. Christo. As for His Royal Highness, You are a nobleman of Harrods. I believe you will stick to your own beliefs instead of defending a violent, dirty Chinese man, right? Christo interrupted Caitlin. The tone was a little impatient. This time Caitlin did not answer immediately, but looked at Christo for a long time before asking, if this is the case, then please ask Mr. Christo to give an answer, okay? Christo's eyes narrowed, became a dangerous needle. What does your highness mean? Because I think Mr. Christo doesn't seem to like my answer. Caitlin said, then ask Mr. Christo to tell me what you want. If you want an answer, I'll just tell you. Before Caitlin's voice fell, Christo slapped the table severely and said, enough. Your highness Caitlin. Do you really think I call you your highness? Are you really a princess? Don't forget your current identity. And don't forget that you are not in your Harrods now. This is the White Mountain Castle of the Addams family, and I am the patriarch of the Addams family. Trefine and Key. These two investments are very strange recently. Christo asked with a grim expression. Did you secretly contact you in private through these two actions? Your purpose. What is it? Facing Christo's compelling question, Caitlin just sat there without saying a word, but seeing her like this, Christo calmed down. From your highness reaction, I'm right. Yes, it seems that your connection is really related to these two transactions, so what exactly is it? Caitlin still sat there without saying a word, and Christo said coldly to her, His Royal Highness Caitlin, are you? Do you really want to fight me like this? It seems you don't want to help your father anymore, right? Are you threatening me? Caitlin asked. Christo spread his hands out. I'm very sorry, I actually don't want to do this, but it's a pity. Who made you uncooperative? Caitlin took a deep breath. Well, I understand. I will tell you all. Then Caitlin Christo told the way they deliver the message through true iPhone and scientific names of the two companies should be mutual, and also said that she had agreed to Ziming win if she had. She would give up continue to help the Addams family. That's the way it is. I think it is necessary for me to say Mr. Christo, you better not know. Before Caitlin's words were finished, Christo took the case again, and he angrily said to Caitlin, you damn bitch, you betrayed the Addams family, shit. I should have known some shit. The nobles in Harrisburg are a group of despicable and shameless little people. In your eyes, there is only betrayal. There is still such a way of contact. It seems that Her Royal Highness has seduced many men in this way. I actually promised you to help your family and your father. This is really a stupid bargain. Now, I will tell you that the transaction between us is over, and the Addams family's affairs will come later. There is no room for you to intervene. You, your father, and your family will be all hell from today. Christo more excited, said the last to regard the tables overturned, tea on the table falling on Caitlin's skirt, but Caitlin was still sitting there motionless, until Christo angrily leave. This damn Christo is so shameless, rude like a barbarian. The housekeeper complained, knelt on the lawn and kept wiping Caitlin's dress. Caitlin have failed to smile. I remember too the Chinese have a saying as people had to bow under the eaves, my name humble but honorable actual status of nobility even more so. It seems another weekend from yesterday since Mr. Ming's agreement has started, I have already lost it. The housekeeper froze for a moment. His Royal Highness, are you? The princess has been done himself can do now? I'll wait my night to save, Caitlin said. Chapter 400th brought to the door of the initiative. Bow sense thank you little dizzy. A monthly support. It seems that Mr. Ziming made a huge mistake in your judgment this time. The Addams family and Caitlin did not disagree. This is what Edward said to Ziming on the phone. After hearing this, Ziming immediately rushed to the Kennedy Investment Bank building from Harvard University. Originally, Ziming attended the Harvard Financial Lecture Hall. As a reborn Ziming, he knew very well that no matter where he got, learning was inevitable because of the world. It is a race. Once you stop, then you will be crossed immediately, of course. Besides attending the class, Ziming still wanted to meet his beautiful class teacher Jaira. Although Ziming knew that he and her would not have results, It was a man's nature. But it is a pity that she seems to be working on a very secret research project recently, so Ziming didn't find him, and he couldn't even find out which financial laboratory or other laboratories she was in. This may be God's will, at least it can make oneself devote himself to the next thing. With this thought, Ziming came to Kennedy Investment Bank half an hour later. The chairman's secretary greeted him downstairs. Seeing Ziming came, he took him directly to the meeting room. The floor was still on the 26th floor, but it is another conference room. It seems that if it weren't such a formal meeting where all the Kennedy family cores were present, that conference room would not be easily opened. But this was also in Ziming's expectation. After all, if it was a conference room that could be used casually, I'm afraid it would not need such a solemn arrangement. Governor Edward and Kennedy Investment Bank Chairman Patrick were all waiting here, and they were the only ones here. Seeing Ziming pushing the door in, they all stood up subconsciously, but Ziming waved their hands and let them sit down. "What is the situation that would make you call me in such a hurry?" Ziming came over and asked them, sitting across the conference table. "Let's take a look." "This is the proposal made by Christo at the Bank of Brighton board meeting today," Edward said and threw a document at Ziming. Ziming took the document and glanced at it and smiled. "Is this really proposed by the Adams family?" Ziming's face is clearly contrary Patrick's expectations, he said, frowning. Mr. Ming, I do not think this is a very funny thing. You know Christo, the purpose of this proposal it is to unrestrictedly weaken the influence of the Kennedy family in Brighton Bank, and even take back our shares and voting rights. This is a very serious matter, not a kid's ridiculous joke. Ziming and insincere apology and said, "I'm sorry, not to. I really think this proposal is very ridiculous." Patrick what frowning would like to say, but a better understanding of Edward Ziming before, said, "Zuxian Xingming, I think you should know blig what Dayton means, that bank in Brighton, this consortium, which is the absolute core of the consortium. We the Kennedy family was able to become a member of the consortium through holding the shares of the bank 100 years ago. And now, this proposal of the Adams family is undoubtedly intended to gradually marginalize the Kennedy family by weakening the influence of the Kennedy family in the bank, and finally rob the Kennedy family's wealth through the power of the consortium." Edward thought for a while and said, "Simply put, the Adams family's previous attack and suppression of investment banks made the family uncomfortable, but with the financial resources of the Brighton Bank, the family can still be supported. But once it is lost Brighton Bank shares, that the entire family will be like Kennedy was cut down a tree root, like, no matter how look flourish and most eventually will inevitably withered. So, this time apparently you guess wrong. Adams family over there, and not because Caitlin Highness and your private appointment and disagreements, but the more closely, and this is their demonstrations." Edward finally said, "I have the remaining 3 of them are already at the Brighton Bank and are trying to find a way to obtain intelligence within the Adams family. So, this gentleman Christo's step pace is so big, not afraid of being represented as Egget," Ziming said with a smile. "Not me. The thinking is and you just the opposite. I think that since the Adams family have played this card proves that he has had an irreconcilable disagreement with Caitlin. I think that even the Adams family has banned Caitlin from contacting anything in the Adams family anymore." Ziming, then let Edward and Patrick stared. Obviously they do not understand what kind of logic. Ziming told them, "It's very simple. Think about the governor and Mr. Patrick. What did the Adams family do to deal with you before?" Edward and Patrick were both stunned, their faces very blank, but the loss only lasted for a moment and then disappeared, replaced by something weird. Ziming has been paying attention to the expressions on their faces. "It seems that you have already thought about it. In the past, when Caitlin was leading the way, she used the Kennedy Investment Bank as the center and from all the important investments of the Kennedy family, step by step to compress the resources held by the Kennedy family. This approach may be slow, but at least step by step is stable. What about now? Although directly starting from the Brighton Bank is not in line with Caitlin, she's always the same style, but this is the most straightforward way. isn't it? Maybe this is how she changed after meeting you? Patrick asked. I don't rule out this possibility, but I can only say that this possibility is very small and it can be said that it does not exist. Ziming said, the reason is very simple. Doing so will make the Addams family passive. Edward and Patrick, they exclaimed immediately, as if they had heard the news of the end of the world. They were unbelievable, because the current situation seemed to them to be more dangerous than before. How could Ziming behave as if they were taking advantage of it? Mr. Ziming, I'm very curious whether you know what Brighton Bank represents. Patrick was puzzled. I don't think you know what Brighton Bank represents. It should be Mr. Patrick, Ziming said. Patrick laughed. This is really the funniest joke I have heard in the world. I am the first among the Candini family Iron Pentagons. Do you think I still don't understand the Brighton Consortium and the Brighton Consortium? Is it the Bank of London? Ziming nodded and asked him back. Since Mr. Patrick knows this well, now when the Addams family wants to deprive you of your shares in the Brighton Bank, what if we proactively spread the news first? Hearing Ziming's rhetorical question, Edward and Patrick were stunned immediately, because once they heard this kind of news, the first reaction of normal people was to find a way to stop it. Why would anyone even think about taking the news actively? Spread it out. However, if you think about it carefully, you really made the news public. As an important shareholder of the Bank of Brighton, the Kennedy family, such a large shareholding change will definitely attract the attention of the market. In such a situation, even a person who has no knowledge of company management can understand that if a company has internal friction, then at least at this stage, the company will inevitably go downhill and it is not suitable for investment. Once the market makes this judgment, the stock of the Bank of Brighton will fall, and the overall market value of the Bank of Brighton will shrink. Candini is only one of the major shareholders of the Bank of Brighton. This situation is not what the Candini family wants to see, but it is very fatal to the Addams family, which holds nearly half of the shares of the Bank of Brighton. If the Addams family doesn't want this, they can only publicly refute the rumors, or find a way to keep the shares of the Kennedy family, so as to swear that there is no contradiction in the internal unity of the Brighton Bank. So if the Addams family chooses to do this, doesn't it mean that he has to compromise with the Candini family, and the Candini family can take the initiative? Edward and Patrick are both very smart people. They quickly figured out the key, which made them extremely excited. After all, the Addams family has always been madly suppressing the Kennedy family because the strength of Addams has accounted for excellent. They have always held the initiative, and now once the situation is reversed, it will be different. Just like that sentence, you have already turned over to the top. If you don't know how to move, don't go to bed afterwards. Candini has always been at a disadvantage in Brighton, and now if they can gain the upper hand, they have the confidence to let the Addams family know what it means to sing by turning serfs. From the expressions of Edward and Patrick, Ziming knew that they all understood, so Ziming asked them again, how about it? Now you know that you actually don't know what the Brighton Bank represents, right? A question immediately made Patrick extremely embarrassed, because he asked Ziming that way just now, especially with that condescending tone. Now it seems that this is simply slapping himself in the face. If possible, Patrick really wanted to find a seam to drill down at this time. Not being as Candini family's first Iron Pentagon, Patrick skinned natural. Needless to say, he was only slightly embarrassed. Until Ziming said, of course, Zuxian Xingming keen sense of smell and financial business. And that is no one can't keep up. Ziming and not too much sarcasm Patrick, because he does not understand their own, so in desperation will question their own normal. Ziming just let him know who is here sensible on it. Previously, Caitlin was leading the Kennedy family's space step by step and very steadily. Although the effect was not obvious, it also prevented the Candini family from being able to use the loopholes in the counterattack. This is the best way. But now when I meet with Caitlin, it is obvious that the Addams family no longer believes in her, so they have to use the most overbearing method to put the Kennedy family directly to death. But they forgot, put it to death and live up. Ziming subsequently Edward said, that it now I think you can still contact Mr. Brighton Eugency Bank meeting as soon as possible. After Ziming's reminder, Edward and Patrick suddenly remembered that Eugens, who served as the vice chairman of the Bank of Brighton, is now fighting for the Kentini family on the board of directors of the Bank of Brighton. And when they are preparing to call Eugency phone was first hit came. Edward turned, hears Eugency moan and groan over there, said the situation is now on the board of directors is very bad. Even both the Lawrence and Lowell families fell to the Adams family. It seems that Christo has made some preparations for this matter. Edward was a little surprised by this, but he also understood that this is normal. But he then said to the phone with Ziming's affirmative eyes, Eukins, these are not important anymore. Since they want this proposal to pass so much, then let's just let them do it. No need to fight anymore. Anyway, at the end of the day, he wants to eat back the shit pulled out by the Adams family. Chapter 401 gives you bone doggy. Bow thanks for the monthly ticket support of Funny Funds. After hanging up the phone, Eugens walked back to the meeting room. This is the boardroom of the Bank of Brighton. All the board members of the Bank of Brighton, they were all here, and when Eugens walked into the meeting room, everyone's eyes suddenly focused on him. Eugens froze for a moment, and then listened to Christo, who presided over the meeting, said, "Look, this is the vice chairman of our Brighton Bank. At such an important bank meeting, he needs to talk to the family, has been on the phone for such a long time. Which means that at any time, the Kentini family puts the family's interests above the bank, then we will think about it at this time. Once the bank's interests are, did Dinny's family interests conflict?" Christo deliberately raised this question. The purpose is to lead everyone to panic, because the answer to this question couldn't be more obvious. For this reason, Eukins couldn't help but retorted, "You are very irresponsible to say so. Our Kennedy family has been very loyal to the bank since it took over the shares of Brighton Bank 100 years ago. When have we done anything against Brighton Bank? I know that Brighton police recently uncovered a serial murder. It is said that the murderer's methods were very cruel, not only killing the victims, but also will be violently tortured, and after the killing, the body will be divided. The murderer caught by the police is a college student from a prestigious university. His parents are also well-known entrepreneurs, members of a well-known charity association, and a well-known animal protection organization, members of Greenpeace." Christo said after a pause here before he continued, "You have all heard that parents like this are supposedly very kind, but what about their son is still become a cruel demon? So I think that the parents and past traditions cannot be used as a reference for present performance. No one knows what kind of offspring will be raised by kind parents." Enough. Eugens was angry, interrupting Christos' words. "You are malicious slander and baseless slander against the Kennedy family. I just told the fact that I don't understand how it became malicious slander and slander. Or are you, Mr. Eugens, with a guilty conscience?" Christo demanded. Eugens wanted to refute something, but then he saw that other people on the board seemed to distrust him. Only then did he think of Edward's explanation on the phone just now, so he took a deep breath, said to Christo, "After all, does Mr. Christo want the Brighton Bank shares held by the Kennedy family?" Christo said, "Mr. Eugens, you must not do this." Said, "Because I didn't think so. It's just today's meeting." Before Christo finished speaking, Eugens interrupted him and said, "Our Kennedy family just give up. I can represent the Kennedy family agreed to the rechange of Brighton Bank's equity." "Mr. Eugens, are you serious? Are you sure you can represent your family?" Christo asked incredulously. What he said about Eugens very surprised, because every family here understands what the shares of Brighton Bank means. So Christo can't believe Eugens really said that. "Of course, since the bones we carry have attracted so many poodles for us, when necessary, we can choose to throw away the bones to get rid of these poodles. After all, we are noble people. Don't you care about a group of beasts?" Eugens dropped this sentence and left, leaving Christo and the other Brighton Bank directors staring at each other. Their faces were very ugly. Obviously they could all understand that the miscellaneous dog in Eugens' words is scolding them. Compared to them, Eugens left the Brighton Bank building very happily. He returned to the Kennedy Investment Bank building and came to Patrick's meeting room. Today at the Brighton Bank is really the most enjoyable meeting I have attended in this period of time. Damn Christo. Does he think he is the patriarch of the Addams family and he can do whatever he wants? How dare to use a nigger to ridicule us, a group of shameless miscellaneous dogs. If it weren't for my scrupulous family, I would have wanted to scold them like that. Just take the door, it pleased Eugens said, but he did not get carried away too much. Then there are worried and asked, Zuxian Ming, I know this is definitely your suggestion. Can tell me why is it? Ziming did not answer this question. Edward first told him, this is because Mr. Ziming's analysis of the changes in the Addams family appeared when the Addams family no longer trusted Caitlin, and they did so to give us opportunity. But I do not understand. I have to hand it to the hands of the shares, which was the bank's stake in Brighton. Perhaps it means that we will no longer belong to the core of the consortium. This could be the opportunity to do what? Mrs. Kings asked. Isn't the redistribution of shares not yet started? I believe that with the importance of Brighton Bank, this kind of distribution of spoils may not be negotiated in a day or two, right? Ziming said this time, so now first put this matter aside. I have just let Patrick Xiansheng you ready for a press cloth will. Then look at the performance of your friends. The new smell cloth will. What are you going to do? Eugens scared surprised, and he was not sure at the moment and also the current situation, but Edward and Patrick a little bit too late for him to explain, only to put him to the scene of cloth, and then a little bit of road tell him clearly. In the small half later, the Eugens were sent across the hotel's banquet hall. But now this has been changed to a news site cloth will. Reporters from Brighton major news media have been please come here. You must know that it is only more than 2 hours before they make this decision, and they can get it together. This shows the heritage of the Candini family. Eugens took the stage, face the next numerous media face. He suddenly a little guilty. He next intended to identify Edward looked at. He could see Edward was silent shouted to him, to believe Mr. Ziming. Eugens although he did not understand them as Kendini family, so why should the Chinese to believe that a person, but he said, hello everyone, I am Eugens, I believe many people here are certainly knew me, because I was the vice chairman of the Bank of Brighton, and my surname is Kennedy, so what I want to announce is related to what I just said. Eugens here he was deliberately paused and said, I would say that, today submitted a proposal for the redistribution of shares to the Bank Brighton in Brighton Bank Board Chairman Christos. With when Eugens said this, it immediately caused an uproar among all reporters like a blockbuster. After all, the reporters who can be invited to the press conference today are all major financial reporters who are very experienced in finance. So they all understand. What does Eugens' words mean? So all the reporters in the audience immediately asked Eugens, Mr. Eugens, is this news true? Why did Mr. Christo do this? Is it related to the Addams family and Kennedy recently? What about the grievances of the family? So once the Kennedy family's shares are deprived, what actions will the Kennedy family take to regain it? Will the Brighton Bank explode internal conflicts? Facing the following sentence asking questions, Eugens went on to say, for this news, I can tell everyone that it is absolutely true and reliable, because I am the vice chairman of Brighton Bank. As for you guys asking if I will scramble, I personally think it is very interesting for you to ask, because if there is a thief who wants to steal your wealth, will you not resist? Anyway, if it were me, I would definitely not want to. Eugens said humorously. He finally said, in addition, I also believe that even if our Kennedy family can agree, other Brighton Bank shareholders will not agree, because as Brighton people, we have all read about the Brighton massacre. The words on the monument, when they persecuted party members. I did not speak out because I was not a party member. When they persecuted Jews, I did not speak out because I am not a Jew. When they persecuted members, I still did not speak out. Voice, because I don't have faith. In the end, when they come to persecute me, no one will come to speak for me. Eugens said, This is a word that every Brightoner can recite. I think other Brighton Bank shareholders must also understand this truth. Now Christo clearly wants to pass the share reform, gaining the supreme power of the bank, and finally becoming the emperor of the bank. The Kendini family is only his first sacrifice. I believe that everyone will fight to the end for democracy, because this is the spirit imprinted in the depths of our souls. Following Yukin's remarks, the most enthusiastic cheers were heard on the scene, and Yukin's speech was also broadcasted on TV following the footage of these reporters. When Christo saw the news, he was thunderous. This damn Kendini family crap. How dare he hold this kind of news conference? How dare he make this kind of news public? Is he an idiot? He is so. Doing it is to destroy the Brighton Bank. Christo cursed and suddenly thought of something. He then came to Caitlin's separate villa. As before, he still ignored the housekeeper's blockade and directly questioned Caitlin. Said, "Did you teach that Chinese person to do this?" Because Caitlin was isolated from the news. She didn't know what she had given birth, so Christo asked herself to be against the Kennedy family in Blig. The shares in the Bank of London started, and Eugene's just held a press conference to tell Caitlin all the news that had been announced on its own initiative. After listening to this, Caitlin laughed, and she said mercilessly, "Apart from stupidity, I don't think I can find any suitable words to describe your approach. Mr. Christo, I want to start from our first meeting. I rejected your idea, because he has a very terrible flaw, so I will use the method of squeezing the Kendini family space. This may be slow, but at least there will be no problems." As for now, Caitlin regretted, "I'm afraid that the Adams family will be passive in the future." Originally Christo was very angry, but now he was mocked and stupid by Caitlin, which made him run away immediately. And he beat Kate severely. Lynn's housekeeper slapped her face and even slapped her lips with blood. "You bitch, do not think that you can control everything if you are smarter. It is not 100 years ago in Harrisburg. I hope you understand this." Christo warned Caitlin viciously. Chapter 402 Christos Invitation? Bow. Thank you for support of the monthly tickets at the 3 of Dizzy by You have Diane. Thank you for the monthly support of Feng Shen Yu Xiao. Yesterday, Brighton Bank was exposed to internal shares disputes. Chairman Christo proposed to replan the shares of Brighton Bank, and tried to expel the Kendini Investment Bank from the board of directors through this move. We do not know what Christos' purpose is, but it is certain that this is related to the current strategy of the Adams family against the Kennedy Investment Bank. After Eugene's exposed the share dispute within Brighton Bank, we contacted the member of the Adams family for the first time, but the member said that there was no such thing. This is completely unfounded rumors. He was also very shocked by Eugene's remarks. He did not understand why Eugene's made this statement, and hinted that Eugene's might be doing this for some ulterior and dark purpose. The member promised to the outside world that the Adams family has always been committed to maintaining the unity and stability of Brighton Bank and safeguarding the rights and interests of every shareholder. There is no possibility of any competition for equity through the power of the board of directors. However, despite the quick remarks of the Adams family, the internal disputes over the shares of Brighton Bank still aroused market concerns. As the New York Stock Exchange only opened this morning, the stock price of Brighton Bank fell by more than 3%. The market value has shrunk by nearly $30 billion. Such a huge loss is undoubtedly a sign of the great problems of the Brighton Bank. Investors obviously do not believe the position of the Adams family. If the Brighton Bank cannot change the attitude of the market, then the investment rating of the Brighton Bank in the future will be a further decline is very unfavorable for a commercial bank, and may also shake the Brighton Bank's market share in New England. Imagine, as a leading bank for Brighton, Adams family will want to master as many shares of the bank, so he chose to start with Kendini family, but this is very foolish, so that he not only shares, you might even lose the scepter in your hand. In fact, the market and the reactions of bank shareholders have already proved this. Eugene knew in the press conference next day, News of Brighton Bank has become the focus of attention throughout the United States. Diane, almost all the major media regard this news onto the headlines, which also it can be seen how influential Brighton Bank has become. The investment in Kendini Bank's building conference room, Kendini family of iron in the Pentagon have been toast to celebrate. Now those Addams family idiots are sure to air it's crazy. Have to say, Mr. Ziming's approach is really too much. Just a simple press conference completely reversed the situation. Kendini Investment Banks, said Patrick, the chairman of the board, personally held a press conference. Eugene C. said, "I'm about to crazy, you who do not know, from yesterday to today, my phone almost did not stop, as well as a variety of media investor calls calling me to figure out what happened to Brighton Bank. I believe that on the side of Chairman Christo, his situation will only be more troublesome." Finally Edward toasted, "This is a gorgeous drama. We need to drink a drink for this rare and wonderful drama, and we have to drink another drink for Mr. Ziming's plan." Edward's words were supported by the other four, and then they clinked glasses together and paid tribute to Ziming. Ziming, although this is also a toast, Diane had in response, "but my heart, I do not agree with their Ziming did, after all, only just opened a good start. They won the battle and celebrate the same, looks like a Diane so too, but taking into account the differences between Eastern and Western cultures, Ziming did not say anything, but whatever the outcome, it is their mind." At this time, Kevin D., the chairman of Agilent Trust Company, suddenly said, "I think Mr. Ziming's greatest strength is not just this Diane, but his control of the whole situation. Maybe you don't understand what I say. I can tell you that I was recently listening to the news of the Addams family. It is said that Christo has put that Majesty Caitlin under house arrest. Originally, Ziming came to this reception for casual fun, and did not intend to say anything, but when he heard the news, he immediately became energetic, and he asked Kevin D., house arrest. What's the situation? Of course it is Mr. Ziming. Your credit. Kevin D. said, it's Chris. To suspect that Caitlin was giving us an idea. Not only did she refuse to listen to her advice, but she was put under house arrest. It is said that she can't leave the 10-meter range around the villa where she lives now. After Kevin D. as Kendini Food Group chairman Joseph also echoed, I know this news. The original Addams family has a special villa is for Caitlin, but now there has become a prison. So Shine, what do you say? This time, the shares of Brighton Bank should be the one that Christo thought about himself? Ziming asked suddenly. Kevin D. immediately said, Mr. Ziming, your judgment is too accurate. Sure enough, after Caitlin met you last time, Christo didn't believe her anymore. So later did he make a decision. Brighton Bank shares to deal with our decision. It is said that this was proposed by Christo a long time ago, but it was not implemented because of Caitlin's disagreement. I took my own method out. Joseph took Cavendish's words and said, it's just a failure in the end, so he thinks that Caitlin betrayed the news. So he angrily put Caitlin under house arrest. Listen, after all this, Ziming didn't know what to say. Ziming knew that Kevindi and Joseph had been listening to the Addams family before. They originally did this in response to Christos' proposal at the Brighton Bank's board of directors. Ziming's proposal to redistribute shares later resolved the problem lightly because of Ziming's idea, but because of this, their words are very credible. It's just that this result made Ziming feel embarrassed and angry. After all, Caitlin has done so many things for the Addams family. Now because she met her, she was put under house arrest. This is too ridiculous. Diane, it's so pitiful. I did so much with all my heart, but the last Diane didn't fall, and I was avenged by grace and enmity. Ziming sighed. These words made Edward and the others feel a little embarrassed, because at first they were also very skeptical of Ziming, and even had some very extreme ideas. But in the end Ziming's own explanation changed their views. Ziming glanced at them, and it was not difficult to see from their expressions that they had already substituted themselves in. So Ziming said again, I know that it is ridiculous to talk about feelings and trust in the face of interests, but sometimes trust it is still very necessary. otherwise it will harm others and self. There is a saying in my country that it is not doubtful to employ people. Since you choose to believe, you must trust to the end. This is the truth. Zooming the words made the Kandini family Cyan five corners suddenly open up, and they praised. This Chinese culture really has a lot of connotations. We should all learn more from Mr. Ziming. Ziming shook his head. How could Ziming not know? These guys just said so. Now they just need themselves to win their favor. If they didn't succeed this time, I'm afraid they would have another completely opposite face. Let them truly recognize and praise the Chinese culture. It is simply a dream. There is no way. These white skins are so disgusting. Ziming was about to say something, but his cell phone suddenly rang. Ziming connected, and only heard a very tired voice. Hello, I am Christo. This made Ziming feel somewhat surprised. Of course Ziming was not surprised that Christo could find his contact information. What Ziming did not expect was that he would call himself so directly. Ziming looked up and saw Kandini's eye and pentagonal look at him strangely. Ziming covered the microphone and told them that these five people also stared at once. Obviously, they didn't expect Christo to actually do it. Call Ziming directly. Could it be that Christo discovered that he had been separated? So he planned to provoke the trust between Ziming and the Kandini family? Facing this question, Ziming shrugged and said that he didn't know, but to avoid misunderstandings, Ziming still turned on the speaker on the phone and replied, "Hello Mr. Christo, I'm Ziming. No, do you know what's up with you calling me?" "Mr. Ziming, first of all I have to congratulate you for helping the Kandini family come up with such a way. You really give me a headache. I think you must be. Are you holding a celebration reception?" Christo said over there. "It's true, Mr. Christo. Do you want to come to participate, too?" Ziming asked deliberately. "Never mind this time, wait for a better chance next time," Christo said, "but next time maybe it will be in the forest castle of Bshan. I think Mr. Ziming will give me this opportunity." Ziming smiled. "Mr. Christo, if you really have this ability, I don't mind, but unfortunately the person who can help you has been put under house arrest, so you don't seem to have a chance." Christos sighed. I wanted to say something, but Ziming said first, "It doesn't seem to be interesting to say it now. If you just talk about these boring things, I think this call can end here, because I didn't discuss failure with the loser. Interest in experience." With these words, Ziming could clearly hear Christos sigh, and finally Christo said, "Mr. Ziming, I really don't want to say this, but I'm calling this phone today. I just want to ask if you have time tonight. I would like to invite you to have a meal together, and I can also talk about some things related to the current situation during the mealtime. Do you think it is okay?" The Pentacles took a deep breath. Although they had thought of this possibility before, when Christo really said it by himself, they were very surprised. After all, the situation in the Adams family is so bad now. Should I want to have a peace talk? Of course. Compared to Christos' invitation, what made them more concerned about was Ziming's answer. Ziming thought about it for a while and then replied, "No problem." Chapter 403 is not good. 7.30 Diane, Ziming came to the Garden Restaurant, which is located in the foothills of the Parliament of a luxury restaurant. The restaurant's most prominent special Diane that the environment is very elegant. Can find a place like this is very good in the center of Brighton. Yes, of course, the consumption of the Garden Restaurant is amazingly high. Even a high-level white-collar worker with an annual salary of 100,000 will have to pay for the consumption here. This is evident from the consumption here. Of course, this is true of the rich does not matter, so the Garden Restaurant has become rich. Are a lot of parties or politicians have the ideal place for lunch, and it is for this reason it will be Ziming and Christo met to Diane choice here. The reason is simply because the rich get together here, the safety factor should be higher. You would think Christo could not be here to extremes, because if the Diane wanted matter, even if the Adams family there is now president sits there is no way to be kind. And for Ziming, he doesn't want to take unnecessary risks, like the dangerous situation in Yitli. Ziming doesn't want to go through a second time. Christo originally disagreed with this. After all, He was considered a celebrity in Brighton's wealthy circle. If he was seen, his face would be lost. Zooming. This representation is very simple. If not here, then do not meet. And finally, Christo no recourse but promised Zooming. Zooming is no habit of being late, so Zooming prior to this, they would have to go to a good box set, and until 7 Diane very time Christos belatedly come here. Opened the door to the box. Christo to Zooming said, "I'm sorry, because I was temporarily some things, so I came a bit late, but Mr. Zooming, you do not worry, I can be responsible for this meal." Christo's words were an apology, but Zooming did not see any apology on his face. But Zooming was not surprised at this, because Zooming knew that he was doing this for his own pride. "I also want to give myself a bit of power. Of course, I also need to self-referral introduce myself. My name is Christopher Adams, family patriarch. I think Mr. Zooming must have known me, right?" Christopher smiled said. In fact, Christo didn't need to introduce himself at all, because Zooming had recognized him the first time he came in. Although Zooming had not seen him with his own eyes before, Zooming had met his son Robert, and his face is almost exactly the same as his son's. Zooming just smiled coldly at Christos' words, then stood up and said, "Of course I understand that Mr. Christos' business is busy, but my time is not always available. Originally, I promised Mr. Christo, your time is 7 Diane hours. I would also like to have a good chat with Mr. Christo at this time, but I have no time now. We will make an appointment next time and see you later." Zooming walked towards the door after he finished speaking. "Go." Christo was surprised by this but didn't stop him. He just looked at Zooming and said disdainfully, "Mr. Zooming, I think I have already said sorry. If you make this gesture again, it will be very boring, and you have to understand who is in charge of Brighton right now. I just want to give you a chance when I come out this time. You have to cherish this opportunity." The more Christo said, the more excited he became, but Zooming did not paying attention to him. He opened the door and walked out of the room. This sudden change caused Christo to be stunned on the spot, because he originally thought Zooming was just a gesture like this. How could he have thought that Zooming played the card so unreasonably? He really left. Christo was not mentally prepared, and didn't react until Zooming left the room. "Do you just give up this opportunity to talk to me face to face?" Christo shouted at Zooming from behind. But Zooming did not respond to any news from him because Zooming had already gone far. Christo was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect Zooming's to leave so simply, and he wouldn't be muddled. In fact, not only Christo was stunned, but Kennedy Cyan Pentagons, including Edward, were also stunned. When Zooming told them this after he went back, Edward and the others didn't know what to say at the time. Being late is indeed a very annoying thing, but generally speaking, since people have already chosen to wait, now that people have arrived, why shouldn't they do it? After all, they have already arranged an appointment to meet. It must be if there is something. If you feel upset, just find a way to find the place later. How can you just leave? This is too capricious, right? Zooming explained that, this is not capricious, but to use the fact that I told him in front of loading B is no good fruit to eat. Let me also cherish the opportunity to see who is going to cherish. A word arrogant, and they were surprised to let Edward stunt to know the Addams family, but created a powerful family dynasty of the United States first, even the US president, or is this Morgan Rockefeller family, for they are to give an F-heard thin-faced. But Zooming actually got up and left because the other party was late. This was the biggest humiliation to the Addams family. The thing that you have to impulsive Mr. Zooming, right? I know the road Christo late is not your respect. It is hoped that through such a move trying to make himself gain the upper hand, it is his habit, because he is the patriarch of the Addams family, so he has a lot of pride and self-esteem, but... and that's it. How can you take this matter so seriously? Yukins said very puzzling. Of course I know, cannot, but he has pride and self-esteem, others will not have. Zooming said he was innocent. Cavendish and said, I am. Of course we know that Mr. Zooming, you also have your dignity. Your dignity is worth protecting. But the problem is not that way at this time, Mr. Ziming, you're so smart people. How this will you make such a child's judgment at this time? Joseph said more directly. This is over, Mr. Ziming. You humiliated Christo in this way. The Addams family must be immortal with our Kendini family. Mr. Ziming, you are not helping at all. We are harming us. This time, Ziming could speak, before Edward stood up and said, They are the first day of Mr. Ziming. Know it before you forget. Mr. Ziming told us that if the employers do not suspect you doubt, people do not. This is Mr. Ziming taught our Chinese culture. Since I have chosen to believe Mr. Ziming, we should support Mr. Ziming practice. So Xianxing Ming, will you please tell us how you think you are exactly right? Patrick asked. My view is very simple. I think Christopher will swallow this feeling. He will come to contact me, and also apologize to me for his behavior of late. Ziming said. As Ziming finished these words, hush fell over the conference room, as if even the heartbeat of everyone can hear crystal clear. Edward 5 Leng Leng Ziming, that look incredible expression, it's like asking, I said Mr. Ziming, what did your old man say? This strange quiet this lasted for a while, before Edward said, Xianxing Ming, is how exactly you would make such unreasonable judgment. Edward's words undoubtedly have great reservations. In fact, he wants to say, Uncle, why do you say that Christo will take the initiative to ask you to admit his mistakes? Are you his father? Can make such a judgment? Are you mentally retarded? Ziming is preparing what to say, but not open. His cell phone rang. Ziming thought for a moment, turned directly on the speaker, and soon Christo's voice. Hello Xianxing Ming, it's Christo. I made this call to apologize to you. It's very rude to be late today. At the same time, I also hope that we can make another appointment. This time I promise I won't be late. Crystal is grinding his teeth say these words. Imagine how unwilling he said this is. But it is not important to, because it is, in his words, is like a heavy bomb detonated, all at once stunned everyone. The eyes of the 5 people were full of incredible, especially Edward who had just spoken. He felt that his face was swollen like bread. If not Ziming cannot possibly do to prepare ahead of time. They would even think that this is Christo specifically with a play Ziming to play, otherwise it is quite hard to understand. I'm not dreaming, am I? Or is there a deviation in our perception? Mr. Ziming said just now that he left at the dinner in the evening. No matter what I think, it should be a matter of humiliating the Addams family. It stands to reason. The Addams family should have to live with Mr. Ziming. Why would they still take the initiative to apologize and continue to invite? Isn't this strange? Eugens was stunned. His words also expressed the aspirations of other people. Only Edward sighed quietly. He whispered to others that Ziming's situation could not be inferred by common sense. Perhaps their logic is rigorous, and they know the nobles in Brighton better than Ziming, but they are undoubtedly as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of the facts. They just question Ziming, and now the facts are fiercely beaten. They lost their faces, and once again proved to them that Ziming was correct no matter what he did. Since Mr. Christo has said so, then if I refuse it, it will be too dignified. Ziming then changed the subject. But I have to remind Mr. Christo this time that I can't be late anymore. Christo was almost irritated by Ziming to explode, but fortunately he resisted in the end. He could only gritted his teeth and said, please don't worry, Mr. Ziming, I will be there on time. After speaking the last sentence, Christo hung up the phone in a hurry, regardless of whether Ziming responded or not, because he was afraid to hear what Ziming said more. And here, Ziming hung up the phone, spread his hands and thought that the 5 Edwardians signaled that it was as simple as that. Edward and the others wanted to say something, but in the end they didn't say anything, because in the face of the facts, any words were thin. Finally Edward asked, Mr. Ziming, why is this? This is also a question that the other 4 people want to ask. Ziming answered this, it's actually very simple. I guess Christo must have to find me, reason, otherwise he doesn't need to invite me actively. Then since he has this reason, he will definitely endure my provocation. That is not the limit. so he has not figured out the situation. If he doesn't have to be late to provoke me, neither will I. He'll pick it up directly. Actually, I'm a very good person. I never hold grudges. I reported it to him on the spot. Ziming said. This made all 5 people present in a cold sweat. Chapter 404 My Conditions Caitlin? At 11:30 the next day, Ziming once again came to the garden restaurant at the foot of Parliament Hill. This is the place he and Christo agreed again. As for the time was originally at 12 o'clock, but Ziming had always had the habit of arriving early. This is a kind of courtesy, because identity is obtained by strength. And this method of deliberately late to show identity is undoubtedly only the most inferior people will do this. However, when Ziming arrived at the garden restaurant, he found that Christo had already been waiting here, and Ziming was invited into the private box by the waiter who had been waiting for him. It was still yesterday's box. Opened the door, and Christo immediately stood up and gave Ziming a warm hug. Welcome Mr. Ziming very much. I have to say that Christo deserves to be the patriarch of the Addams family. No matter how he hates Ziming, he is going to die, but at least this superficial effort is still very good. Just the scene just now, if it is seen by a completely unaware outsider, he will definitely think that they are good friends, or not my friend is at least a good business partner, but in fact, Christo wanted to stab Ziming to death with a knife. Christo set his posture, and Ziming certainly did not show weakness. Hello Mr. Christo, it is the most honored thing to receive your invitation, but I am too sorry and ignorant, but I still want to let you wait for me. Christo said in a hurry. Mr. Ziming, you don't need to apologize and don't care. After all, this is the one I actively invited, and I am also in Brighton's family, so whether it is the host or the host here the inviting party, I should come here to greet you first. In this way, Ziming and Christo had a polite greeting, and then they sat in their seats. Christo said to Ziming again, to know that it is difficult to eat the most authentic Chinese cuisine here, but it is an exception here in the garden restaurant, because there are celebrity chefs from all over the world, including a Chinese celebrity chef. It is said that he once gave your leaders I think there should be nothing wrong with those who have cooked food. Is that so? Then I have to look forward to the taste of my hometown. Ziming said, Mr. Christos' arrangement really makes me very moved. Then came another polite manner. After the dishes were served, Christo briefly introduced Ziming. This is dongpo meat, which is said to be named after an ancient Chinese poet. And this squirrel mandarin fish is also my favorite dish. He looks like a squirrel, but it is actually mandarin fish. I heard that your emperor gave this dish the name. Christo introduced Ziming to the cuisine one by one. This picture is very weird. After all, Ziming is a Chinese. Where else is there any need for an American to introduce Chinese cuisine? But since Christo wanted to introduce him, Ziming let him go, and he was only responsible for eating. But I have to say that Christo still did some homework, at least that's the case. When the dishes were all introduced, Christo saw Ziming just eating the dishes on his own. He didn't mean to enter the subject first. He had no choice but to say first, Mr. Ziming, actually today, I took the initiative to invite you out to discuss with you about the Kennedy family and the news about the shares of Brighton Bank. Since Christo has spoken on his own initiative, Ziming will not agree with you. He circumscribed directly. Actually, I'm not hiding anything from Mr. Christo. I have already guessed everything you want to say. Christo is not surprised at this. After all, there is only one thing between them. If you can't even guess this, then there is a ghost. Since Mr. Ziming guessed it, let me just say it. I don't want to continue this matter. If I want to persuade Mr. Ziming to give up helping the Candini family, what kind of terms will Mr. Ziming offer? Christo asked. Ziming shook his head and said, I can promise Mr. Christo not to continue to entangle the shares of Brighton Bank. But it is impossible for me to give up helping the Kennedy family because I have already formed an alliance with them. That's right. Christo thought about it for a moment and then said, then I tell Mr. Ziming a story. It said that there were 2 tigers in the forest, and suddenly one day a monkey went looking for one of them, said that he was bullied by another tiger, and asked this tiger to go to another tiger's territory to avenge him. Mr. Ziming, do you think this tiger will fight to death with another tiger just for the sake of a cunning one? Monkey, is it worth it? Ziming smiled. I think Mr. Christos' analogy is not appropriate. The Addams family is a tiger in the steel forest of Brighton. That's right, but I'm just a newcomer. It's just a wolf. I can't survive here by myself, so I must form an alliance with other wolves to fight against the dangers posed by the Addams family. There is an old saying in China called lip death tooth cold, which means that if there is no lips, then the teeth will be cold. Ziming continued, I am the same now. Once I lose the Candini family, then I am afraid I will be in Brighton. I can't stay any longer, right? So Mr. Ziming has made up his mind to help the Candini family defeat the Addams family, right? Christo asked. Ziming shook his head and said, I will not do this. In fact, I don't think I can do it. After all, your Addams family is a super family with a long history. The days are about to merge together, so I can't really beat you, or I don't want to trouble myself. Christo frowned. Mr. Ziming, what do you mean by that? Ziming, instead of answering directly, he said, I know that the reason why Mr. Christo would take the initiative to ask me, I am afraid that you are also under great pressure. Ziming's rhetorical question surprised Christo. He did not expect Ziming actually guessed this. The fact is like this. If Christo himself, he would definitely not endure such humiliation. He would rather fight Ziming to the end. He didn't believe the Candini family would be determined to abandon everything, but yesterday and the call he received the day before yesterday made him have to let go of his pride and go out to talk to Ziming on his own initiative. Perhaps he is the patriarch of the Addams family, but this Addams family is not that simple. So this kind of thinking makes you feel that you can be unscrupulous, Mr. Ziming? Christo asked. On the contrary, this thought makes me feel very panic, because it involves a height that I can't see, so I essentially agree with Mr. Christos' opinion. This is the end of the matter. Mr. Risto, please stop targeting the Kennedy family anymore. I will help calm the news about the shares of Brighton Bank. Ziming said. Christos' eyes flashed. You mean you can eliminate the negative news in a short period of time? Ziming shrugged. Maybe you can give it a try. Anyway, the media doesn't like chasing that kind of very hot news. Christo eyes complex hybrid. Ziming looked good glances and then asked, there is one final question, do you think we can trust each other yet? Ziming straightforward shook his head. I find it difficult to achieve mutual trust between us, but this did not prevent us from reaching a unanimous decision today, because we both know very well what the consequences of broken trust, so we would try their best to prevent this from happening, right? For the words of Ziming, Christos silent, he believes this is mainly Ziming deceive ourselves, someone will not let him good too. After all, Addams is currently exhibited in his eyes, tip of the iceberg of a huge family-only consortium. Christo is very confident about this. But that what the question is, Ziming and confidence come from? How can he guarantee that after deceiving him, he still has a way to make himself pay the price of deception? Does he still keep his backhand, or is he hiding other more exaggerated means? Just like this time the Candini family shares, but where is the such a serious hidden danger? Various kinds of doubt ask my heart one after another in Christo, have to bring him out to the crash. But fortunately Ziming this time to rescue him. Not to say the conditions, then it'd have a condition, but also hope that Mr. Crystal promise. Ziming said suddenly. Ziming, then let this sudden Christos secretly relieved. After all, just imagine those who really take too much brains, but it also is familiar normal thing. With this thought, Christo gestured to Ziming but said it's okay. Ziming said, my condition is His Royal Highness Caitlin. I know that she is now under house arrest by Mr. Christo, so please hand her over. Give it to me. Christo immediately shook his head and said, it's impossible. Although I don't believe her anymore, her wisdom is still worthy of respect. It's like the battle between two armies. As the commander-in-chief, I can't make our side the most lethal of weapons to the enemy. and that is to commit suicide from the road. Ziming nodded thoughtfully. It's true. If I don't simply let people go to the other person, what if we are in a free relationship? You can't block my girlfriend and future wife from letting us meet, right? You know that this is impossible for any husband to tolerate. If this condition is not met, I am afraid that our agreement will not be established. Seeing that Christo was unmoved, Ziming had to continue. Besides, she is still a noble princess. Even though the Hillsberg family is no longer the glory of 100 years ago, the F in their names is still there. This is not to be tarnished. Until then, Christo sucked backwards. He took a breath of air, but he still insisted, I don't mean to tarnish the glory of the Harrisburg family, but I am not a fool. I can't just give Caitlin to you based on a joke. I have investigated. You have only met with His Royal Highness Caitlin twice, and the last time you met was 4 years ago. If this is the wife and husband, then that would be the biggest joke. Ziming laughed in the face of Christos' questioning. I see. It seems that Mr. Christo didn't know about love at first sight. Mr. Ziming wanted to say that you and His Royal Highness Caitlin were in love at first sight? Christo said with a playful smile on his face. I think Mr. Ziming, rather than wanting to gamble with such unmarginal jokes, might as well think of some feasible conditions, or if Mr. Ziming has not thought about it now, I can give Mr. Ziming some time to consider. Ziming interrupted Christo and said, I want to remind Mr. Christo that I am serious. Christo frowned and was about to say something, but Ziming said first, I know Mr. Christo. If you don't believe it, then you might as well go back and ask your Royal Highness Caitlin. I think a noble princess of Harrisburg, she will never make fun of herself and her family's reputation. Chapter 405 Caitlin, wife. Mr. Ziming, I don't know what to say to you anymore. Can you not surprise us so much? Here I can assure you that in these 50 years, my head it has not been as painful as this time. Mr. Ziming, I know Edward once introduced you to be different, but I didn't expect you to be so different. Can you do something normal people do once? I have a heart attack, I'm still young. Can you stop stimulating my heart? I think it is necessary for me to tell Mr. Ziming we are in the real world now, not in your fantasy dreams. Don't feel yourself once done. I am God. You are not the son of this world, and this world will not revolve around you. I can guarantee that letting you participate in the dinner with Christo alone is the biggest mistake we have made. Before people say I want to have to get lost, I do not believe, but now I believe. Mr. Ziming, can you help us solve things? But you brought us one after another problem. You are about to make you neurotic. This is in the conference room of the Kennedy Investment Bank building. The remaining 4 corners of the Kennedy family, except Edward, said to Ziming. When they talked, they all had a face expression. As for the remaining Edward, although he didn't say anything, judging from his blank face, it was obvious that he was already messed up to the extreme at this moment. Faced with such a result, Ziming looked innocent, because he came back here after the dinner with Christo Garden Restaurant, and repeated the situation to them. But who knew it was like this the result of? I said you were a little too excited. It seems that you approved my meeting with Christo, or are you unwilling to reconcile with the Adams family? Ziming asked curiously. Regarding this question, the representative of Edward said helplessly, Mr. Ziming, of course we do not have any opinion on your meeting with Christo. We also very much agree with the temporary truce with the Adams family, and even Mr. Ziming, you can make some of your own conditions. We don't care, but the problem is that you actually want Princess Caitlin. You also said that she is your girlfriend and future wife. Isn't that an exaggeration? Edward's words were approved by the other 4 people. They all listened to Ziming's call. How could they have any opinion on the meeting between Ziming and Christo? Moreover, the Kennedy family received the suppression of the Adams family during this period, and it did need a recovery time. Even if it was only a temporary truce, they could not accept Caitlin as his wife. Of course, if Ziming brags casually, they will endure it. Anyway, watch it. Harrisburg family, the most powerful royal family in Europe, is a thing of the past. It has nothing to do with them now, but the key lies in this is the condition for Candini and Adams to truce. In other words, If this condition is not established, or Ziming is cheating, isn't the truce agreement also cheating? If so, what is the purpose of today's negotiations? I finally got to this point, and if I fell down on it, it would really make people want to cry without tears. Seeing these people nodding their heads like chickens pecking rice, Ziming couldn't help but smile. Mr. Governor, I don't think this is an exaggeration. You know me best, don't you still? I don't know why my condition is His Royal Highness Caitlin. Of course I understand. In fact, if I were to be replaced by me, I would really hope to switch to His Highness Caitlin to come to our side through this opportunity. After all, she is a business genius. If we don't say anything else, we can understand the completely different practices of the Addams family this time. Maybe she is not as powerful as the rumors, but at least she is on our side, which can reduce some instability factor. Edward paused here, his face full of entanglement, and continued, but Mr. Ziming, you can use other excuses. You don't need to say that His Royal Highness Caitlin is your girlfriend. It makes sense. For example, Ziming asked suddenly, since Mr. Governor said there are other ways, I might as well say one and listen. Facing the ball that Ziming kicked back, Edward was stunned at the time, although he is not stupid, but if he asked him to say a way at this time, he immediately got blind with black eyes. Seeing him like this, Ziming spread his hands together and said, so you read it, but now you can't think of a way. I also couldn't think of a better way at that time. At least I can be sure that the Addams family can hold Caitlin under house arrest. Caitlin had no other requirements, and it was not a real house arrest. If a husband or other necessary things happen, the Addams family can only release people. After saying that, Ziming added, besides, Your Highness Caitlin also maybe they won't cooperate with me. Edward originally wanted to refute it again, but with Ziming's supplementary words, they were dumbfounded again, and they murmured, it's a lie. Caitlin is Harrisburg, the princess. How could you accompany such a powerless thing? It's about the reputation of Harrods. I'm not talking about it. Ziming explained, I think you will all pay it back. Remember what I met with Caitlin, Mr. Governor? You were there at the time. I don't know if you still remember the hint that His Royal Highness Caitlin gave me. Hearing this question, everyone focused on with Edward. This made Edward feel as if he had picked up a hot potato. He immediately grew one head or two. He searched his own memory hard, trying to think about the meeting at the Quincy restaurant that day, but he didn't find any hints. Yeah, it seems that Mr. Governor doesn't remember it. But it's no wonder that, after all, the hint of His Royal Highness Caitlin was given to me, Ziming said. Edward felt that he was being fooled, and he was a little angry and said, Mr. Ziming, I don't think this is the time to make this kind of joke. Ziming also said to him sternly, then I can tell you, I don't have it now. What are you kidding me? My attitude is very serious. Or I can say it in another way. Now that I have said everything, Mr. Governor thinks there is any way to take my words back? Edward, 5 people were stunned again. They looked at me and I looked at you. After watching this for a long time, they all gave up and lowered their heads. After all, what Ziming said was not wrong. No matter what, Ziming had already said the words at the dinner table. At this time, it will not help to say anything, unless anyone has the ability to give it back. But it's a pity that they don't need Ziming to act in order to have this ability. Seeing their resignation, Ziming was really relieved, because in fact, Ziming himself had no idea about this matter. To be honest, Ziming did not actually interpret Caitlin's suggestion. He just had a faint feeling that Caitlin had a different feeling towards herself than others, otherwise she would not accept her being in Triffin company. Signed up. It was also for this reason that Ziming could only say that Caitlin was his wife when he was at the garden restaurant. In fact, Ziming himself understands that this is very gambling, but he has not gambled a few times in his life, and because of this, Ziming is very confident in himself. Or even if he gambled wrongly, then, just think of a way. It's not that I haven't experienced a more dangerous time than now in my life, not to mention that Ziming himself feels that his chances of winning are still very large. Don't you think in playing tricks? Ziming said, although I have a little bit, But that's because when you can't make sense with the truth, I can only make the decision by myself, and I trust me very much, and I will certainly not betray your trust. If you don't believe it, you can think about it carefully. Have there been any problems with my previous suggestion? Edward and the five of them thought about it for a while and shook their heads. Ziming said, since then this has been the case in the past, so it will be the same this time. Maybe you sound like a fantasy, but I believe Caitlin will not let me down. Just wait for it. When Ziming was in Ken when the Dini investment bank was struggling to explain to the Ken Dini family Cyan Five Corners, Christo also felt very entangled in the White Mountain Forest Manor on the other side. Since the Kennedy Investment Bank is in the city center of Brighton and the White Mountain Manor is far away from the city, Christo did not return to the manor until Zuming's side was over, but he was even more at a loss when he came back. He didn't know whether he should go to Caitlin, after all, saying that Zuming was Caitlin's husband, or it was love at first sight. This is too weird, isn't it? I am not the kind of idiot like little girl, and I still believe in such fairy tales. However, if things are so simple, Christo doesn't need to be entangled. The problem is that this is the condition that Ziming put forward. No matter how incredible it sounds, he must go to verify it. In the end, Christo let out a long breath, and could only grit his teeth and get up to look for Caitlin. Damn Huaxia. If someone didn't want me to do this, I would definitely break your body into pieces. I really hope that your Highness Caitlin can tear down your stage, because then I can push all the blame on you. Got it? Christo murmured viciously, and at the same time he went to the single-family villa where Caitlin was. Knowing that Christo was the culprit of Caitlin's house arrest, Caitlin's housekeeper didn't say hello when she saw him. Yes, just snorted at random and went into the room to inform. Soon Caitlin out of the room, to see the Christo to ask him. Mr. So suddenly over, presumably already, and the gentleman from China's Ziming met the right. Who come from Mr. Ziming of China? Is that what you call him? Christo asked suspiciously, but he told me your Royal Highness Caitlin you are his wife. Is that right? Caitlin's pretty face suddenly became cold. Reprimanded Christo, you are too rude. Don't think that I am here. You can be so presumptuous in front of me. I'm sorry, my respectable Highness Caitlin. Christo said, I apologize to you for what I said, but the question I want to ask is also true, because I met Ziming at noon, and he told me that you are his wife, and he is the culprit. It turns out that this is the case. Is it? Then he is indeed the culprit, because I am not his wife, Caitlin said. Chapter 406 Picking up people? It's still in the garden restaurant. Both Zuming and Christo came here for the third time. This was also their appointment in advance, but this time was different from the past. This time we met. In addition to them, Governor Edward also followed Zuming as the representative of the Kennedy family. This damn restaurant. I don't think I will come back again, because it left me the worst memories. Christopher sat down snappily, said something. Zuming know that he was complaining, but it is also enough. This Zuming smiled. It is really my opinion. Bad and are happy complementing each other. There is no absolute badness, and naturally there is no absolute pleasure. These very philosophical remarks made Christo stunned for a moment, but Zuming didn't explain much. Instead, he changed the subject and said, Mr. Christo, I believe you will understand one day. Yes, but now I think we have more important things to deal with. After all, Governor Edward has been waiting here for a long time. Edward, very complimentary to Christo, smiled. Christo also little head that he understands. He sighed, I know this time I was to put an end to this dispute does not make sense to come. Edward said, not wrong at this time. Adams and Kennedy disputes. We are all victims. We have been a great loss. In fact, we are supposed to be the most committed partner, rather than resort to the opponent we met, so it must be over. In his letter they both agreed, Zuming as a mediator in relation to speak, that it is very good. The next, in order to succeed truce, my suggestion is that both sides restore the original range. is simply Adam's Kendini family returned to the family's shares, and the losses caused by malicious Kendini family to compensate for a certain amount. Of course, as for the exchange, Kendini family will also eliminate the Brighton event of bank shares as much as possible influence. Ziming finished around to see Christo, and Edward finally asked them and said, "I do not know." Two thought it. Surface of the mediation Ziming, regardless of Christo or Edward, in fact, they really are not too happy. After all, they are the strongest as two consortia. Brighton family, mediate between them logically speaking. However, it was something that was done by another more powerful family, such as Morgan and Rockefeller, even the Tang family in San Francisco. But now Ziming almost only represents him personally. This is not in proportion to the two big families. But if this situation is known to other American families, it will definitely be chanting that the United States is going to die. It is a great shame to the wealthy consortium. However, no matter how unreasonable, Ziming is sitting here now, yet again giving them an invisible pressure, as if he were the most suitable mediator. Very weird. In any case, this is already an established fact, and they all came for this today. So no matter how awkward they were, they eventually nodded their heads. Very good. I think that for the reconciliation between Adams and the Candini family, we need to have a drink. If anyone breaks the agreement, it is a puppy, Ziming said with a smile and raised the glass. Christo and Edward felt speechless for Ziming's childlike remarks, but now they can't help it. They all had to follow Ziming to raise their glass, and then clinked with Ziming. When all three of them drank, after drinking, Ziming put down his wine glass and said, "Okay, you have solved your problem. Then it is my turn next." Hearing Ziming's words, both Christo and Edward were stunned again. Even though they knew Ziming's condition very early, and knew that Ziming would definitely fulfill this condition when he came over, it really made them feel a little unacceptable when Ziming said it. Regardless of what they think, Ziming then looked at Christo and asked, "I don't know what Mr. Christo is thinking about. I think since you can come to the garden restaurant today, I must have proved what I said, right?" Christo sighed and nodded, "Yes. His Royal Highness Caitlin has confirmed the relationship between you." When he said this, Christo was actually unwilling. He hoped very much. Being able to refute Ziming's words also made him demented. The fact that Caitlin was really excited when he first denied it yesterday. The reason why Christo asked so directly yesterday was that he didn't want to give Caitlin time to think, because he knew Caitlin was very smart. If he clicked sideways and asked little by little, it would be easy for her to guess her own purpose, and then make an answer that she does not want. On the contrary, such a direct inquiry will make it difficult for her to think, and she will also be confused about her purpose, so that she can get a real answer. In the end, it was indeed the case. Caitlin denied the husband and wife relationship with Ziming, and Christo thought that he had seized the whole world. Of course, the premise was that there were no words after Caitlin. "Mr. Christo, you should know that I am the heir of Harrisburg. My wedding must be very grand, and it will be well known all over the world. So I did not marry Ziming, but we did. It's really a lover's relationship. He is the man I'm looking for. Maybe you think I haven't seen him a few times, but love comes like a storm and is irresistible." This is Caitlin. The original words said yesterday also shattered Christos' final fantasy. In desperation, he could only take the initiative to contact Ziming again, and this made the appointment today. "Mr. Ziming, please don't worry. His Royal Highness Caitlin has been very well at Bshan Manor. When this meeting is over, I will take you to see her right away." Christo said, "He has already failed Ziming, so there is no need for any sophistry, just say it directly. The matter has reached this point. Everything has been carried out according to the preconceived script. Ziming is not in a hurry. After all, it is necessary to have enough moderation." Ziming also understands that Christo is on the verge of rage now, just in case. If you force him too much, and the result is some bad result, then the gain will not be worth the loss. Because of this, Ziming patiently finished this lunch with Christo and Edward, and then followed Christo to his White Mountain Manor. After more than an hour's drive to Bshan Forest Manor, Ziming couldn't help being surprised here. I didn't expect that there is such a castle deep in the forest. It seems that the Addams family really occupies a good place. This castle is indeed very old. It existed before the discovery of the New World. Later, our family rebuilt the castle after it was occupied. After more than 300 years of development, it became what it is now, and Bishan Forest Park, too. It was proposed by the Addams family. Christo introduced to Ziming, with a very proud tone, and the Addams family is indeed proud of its current scale. Of course, no matter how proud the Addams family is, it cannot be changed. This is the fact that the robbers killed the Native Americans and took possession of it. However, Ziming was not here to denounce the history of colonial blood and tears, and that was also 300 years ago. Now the more important thing is Caitlin. Christo took Ziming to the separate villa. Caitlin was standing at the door wearing a golden dress, waiting for Ziming. Although it was not the first time I saw him, when Ziming saw Caitlin, he still felt that his heart suddenly missed a beat, because Caitlin was really beautiful, and the golden dress outlined her perfect. The figure, the towering chest and slender waist, make all women jealous of the slender curve, and the golden color brings out Caitlin's temperament from the royal family. Her hair is curled up high, like a queen, with a mature charm, a pair of blue eyes embellished like gems. Everything is so perfect. Ziming only not, but even Christo. The WHO had seen more of Caitlin, for was stunned at the first time. Even if was very sensible of he, ominous at an idea of the this time letting go was her born. Such a woman. It is such a lethality. Caitlin was smiling. Ziming knew she was waiting for herself, so Ziming took a deep breath, put aside the unnecessary distracting thoughts in his mind, and stepped forward to Caitlin. My most honorable princess, I will pick you up. There. Caitlin flushed with a Kaolian, gently cry. I know, I have been waiting for you. Do I look good today? From her remarks, Ziming can understand. She dressed up for herself. She hopes to face herself with the most beautiful side. Ziming nodded and said, of course, my princess is the most beautiful woman in the world. Holding Caitlin's tender little hand, Ziming took her to Christo and said to him, thank you very much. Then as agreed, I took him away, and everything ends here. Christo nodded in agreement. Ziming thanked Christo again, and then took Caitlin into the car with him. Crystal subconsciously closed the door for them, but he quickly reacted, damn it. Why did he do the work of a servant so naturally? Afterwards, Ziming and Caitlin's car left, but Christo didn't follow to leave because there was no need for this. He watched the car disappear in his sight, and suddenly he felt a very strong feeling in his heart. It seemed that he had made the worst decision. If Ziming got Caitlin, if they were really together, then they will change the world. Christo shook his head again and cursed to himself secretly, damn. I have to worry about what this is doing. Originally, I was acting on my orders, and it was not me who was really in charge. It was the guys outside who really wanted to worry. Yes, it's my shit. At the same time, in a castle on an island, an old man in his 70s put down his phone and said, old man, I didn't expect that Chinese man really dare to take Caitlin away. Now things have become more and more interesting. Interesting? The old man opposite him snorted coldly. I don't think so. I just think your current behavior is extremely stupid. Can this world be changed by two little ghosts? You actually put the hope of our plan on the two little ghosts, and you are getting better and better. Is that so? Then let us wait and see! Said the old man. Chapter 407 The Key to the Outside World. After nearly 2 hours' drive, Ziming took Caitlin back to Brighton. But Ziming did not take her to the Kennedy Investment Bank building or Harvard University, but came to a villa district in Fenway District. Ziming bought a villa here specifically for Caitlin. After all, Caitlin is the princess of the Harrods family. No matter how the Harrods is now declining, at least this woman is under house arrest by the Addams family. Ziming is always unjustified if she is not kind to her. At this time, it is always bad for her to follow her to send someone under the fence, so Ziming bought the villa again. Anyway, These tens of millions of dollars are not a big deal here. What only surprised Zuming was that when he and Caitlin arrived here, they found that the students in the finance class were all waiting at the door. Seeing Zuming and Caitlin getting off the bus, they were in the squad leader Chen Xiu and deputy squad leader Li Yangtuan. The party secretary Yi Ning bowed together and said, "Welcome to the teacher and Princess Harrisburg." Hearing this nondescript welcome speech, Zuming cursed in no way angrily. "What are you guys doing? If I remember correctly, you should be attending classes at Harvard now. Why did you come to my villa?" But for the finance class, the classmates did not hear Zuming's curse, because their eyes were attracted by Caitlin. "Wow, it's so beautiful, just like a fairy coming out of a painting, but also so majestic that people can't help but bow their heads in front of her. It is obvious that she is a woman of the same age as us. Could this be the influence of the 1,000-year royal family? The princess? It's really amazing. Compared with her in the movies and TV, the actors and actresses are totally different." Many people murmured, but Yining couldn't help but shed tears. The teacher is worthy of being a teacher. Originally, I thought Sister Mu King was very beautiful and the most suitable wife for a teacher. But now this Princess Caitlin is more suitable for her. Only such a perfect woman can be worthy of a teacher. Listen, following the words of these finance class students, Zuming was really helpless. So Zuming increased his voice and scolded them again, and they suddenly came back to their senses. "Teacher, I'm sorry, we skipped class today, because we knew that the teacher would bring a princess over, so we made a special trip to help the teacher. We feel that such a big villa always needs a servant to do things. Our classmates, it has been decided, and we will take turns to do things, and we will make the princess satisfied." Chen Xiu, the monitor, said first. With Chen Xiuyan, the other finance class students all overwhelmed. Yining even said, "We will never shame the teacher, even if it is the royal princess." Puff. Caitlin chuckled, and the beauty was overwhelming, and the classmates were stunned. Caitlin nodded and said, "You are Zuming's students? I am very much what you have done. You can do that. Your teacher's consideration also moved me very much. If you are here as guests, I will welcome you very much. But if you are a servant, then you don't need it, because I still have a servant." Although Caitlin's words were very euphemistic, they still made the finance class students feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Zuming also stared at this moment and said, "What are you still looking at? Don't you understand? Okay, it's all on the horse's legs." All the finance class students who had caused Zuming's remarks laughed. The awkward atmosphere just now became relaxed, and Caitlin looked a little surprised. Zuming took a few glances. Zuming and Caitlin did not rush into the villa, because although the villa is very large, but there are so many students in the finance class here, it will inevitably feel crowded. So Zuming took everyone to sit down in the courtyard outside the villa. Yes, but the students who usually surround Zuming, this time are obviously more interested in the first-time Princess Harrisburg. Her Royal Highness Princess Caitlin, I know that Harrods was the strongest family in Europe in the past, so what happened to those mysterious families in Europe? Are these families really gone now, or are they all hidden in the folks? What? Yining asked Caitlin's hand. And Yining's question was obviously what other finance class students wanted to know. In response, Caitlin replied, "In fact, there is nothing mysterious about the big European families. At first, it was because they were famous in the local area. Then they were knighted by the Holy See or the kingdom, and then these territories with territories were married through wars, etc. The means continued to expand their territory, and in the end they became a powerful kingdom. After the Pope's coronation, they became a generation of emperors. As for the Harrisburg family I belong to, it was only Alsace 1,000 years ago. A little Earl of the Holy Roman Empire, the throne of the Holy Roman Empire was vacant. The European princes did not want a strong king, but a puppet, so they chose the Harrisburg family. But everyone did not expect this. The choice made the rise of Harrisburg. My ancestors made the most powerful country in Europe through conquests and alliances. Caitlin paused here and said, "But these are all things in the past. Today, Although those kingdoms no longer exist, most of the nobles still exist, but they all appear in front of people in a different posture. Are they merchants and politicians? Li Yang subconsciously asked. Caitlin Diane head and said, no mistake, the West and the East are not the same. We are advocating lineage. The nobility are also authorized God, the power of God only, and even in the past few hundred years, the revolution deprived of their territory, but no one can take away their wealth. It can be said that the famous families that were active in history in the past are still very active today, but they have appeared in another form, because they have become monopoly consortia, including the United States. They are secretly everywhere, controls the world, Caitlin said. Listening to Caitlin's words, all the students in the finance class were very excited, because this was information they couldn't hear anywhere. Chen Xiu asked at this time, so these rich families in the past, they made up the outside world, is it? Caitlin smiled slightly at this and said, you can also say yes, or you can say number. This gave ambiguous answers to all people confused by it. Caitlin then went on to say, well, today here, some things, so after you see more and more contacts, and since you then will understand yes, I am anxious to know that it may not be good for you. Maybe you will get a completely different answer in the future. Or maybe you can start from the United States as a country to truly understand it. For Caitlin's remarks, the students in the finance class felt even more uncomprehending. But they did not ask too much, because they all understood that since Caitlin said so, there must be some reason for her, and they are already in bother here for too long. It is so, then the financial class of students will have to leave the villa, along with the students leave. Ziming said to Caitlin a very grateful thanks. Caitlin faint smile at the Ziming asked, you want to feel? I thank you with what I said. I was your girlfriend, let Krista put me. Or I can help you answer your students' questions and keep their curiosity. It both have it, although from Yanjing to Brighton, we only met twice, but I have a feeling, you will meet me. Ziming said, but you or your family Kinu? Caitlin asked at this time, do you want to praise my wisdom, or do you want to show that you are not passionate? Facing this sudden question, Ziming was stunned for a moment. Before Ziming could think about how to answer, Caitlin said again, in fact, there is no way to restore the reputation of me and my family. Become your wife. Ziming was dumbfounded at the time. Although Ziming thought of this method before Caitlin spoke, as Christo said before, that kind of thing is incredible. I am afraid it is himself. I didn't believe it, but now I didn't he expect Caitlin to actually say it. This is your Royal Highness the Princess. Are you proposing to me? Facing the charming face close at hand, Ziming asked with such a ghost. Caitlin didn't seem to expect Ziming to ask questions so directly. She was also taken aback, but then she smiled. I think you can think so. Besides, if you are destined to be my future husband, then you don't need to call me your Royal Highness. In fact, I don't care about the name that has long existed. You can call me Teresia or Caitlin. Ziming swallowed unconsciously, because Caitlin was leaning on being very close to herself. Ziming could smell a scent from Caitlin, which was different from the lavender scent on her clothes, but a special milk-like fragrance that radiated from Caitlin's body, even though it could not be said. It's specific to the taste, but it makes people particularly comfortable. And Caitlin's delicate face and her full red lips are right in front of her, and people can't help but want to kiss them. Taking a deep breath, Ziming suppressed the impulse in his heart, held Caitlin with his hands, and let her stay away from him a little bit. Ziming said, well, I can call you Caitlin, but I think it's about getting married. It's too early for us to talk about it now. Early? I'm already 23 years old this year. This is going to be in Europe. The average family girl will have a marriage contract when they are 12 or 13. Caitlin asks, said with his head. But now we are not in feudal Europe, are we? So we have to have our own ideas. Ziming continued. Besides, I also have a girlfriend, and there is even more than one woman who has a relationship with me. I don't count. A good man who doesn't love anything. Caitlin Dianjian, Of course I know that one Lin Muking and one Tang Ran are in San Francisco. Maybe you can add the girl who went to Peking University with you 4 years ago, right? But I don't care, because those Earls Duke and other wealthy aristocrats, who is not outside to raise a lover as the heir of Harrisburg, I can accept it. Ziming was helpless. His Royal Highness Princess Caitlin, I know that I said you were my wife at the beginning. The words are very irresponsible, and they have also caused damage to the reputation of you and Harris. I can apologize to you for this, and even I can find a way to make up, instead of marrying the wrong one. Caitlin shook her head. This is not just wrong, I have considered it for a long time. Do you think I am the kind of person who sells my reputation in order to leave the Addams family? Of course I didn't mean it. But Ziming wanted to explain what, but Caitlin interrupted Ziming and said, nothing but. I think our combination is very reasonable. You need me, I also need you, and most importantly, I am the key to the outside world. Chapter 408, The Organization That Controls the World. Bow, thank you Falling Funzy for your support and monthly ticket support. Ziming, please allow me to call you like this. I want to ask you, what do you think of the outside world? What should it look like? Caitlin asked. Ziming frowned at this question, because the outside world has always been where Ziming decided to go next, and Ziming's understanding of him only rests on his name. At the same time, Ziming also understood that since Caitlin would ask that, it meant it was not that simple. Sure enough, Caitlin then asked, Ziming, do you think that the outside world is the gathering place of all the rich? There are even many family banks and insurance companies in the outside world, as long as you leave a name on the rich list. Business tycoons, they have all been to the outside world, so you think that as long as you have a sufficient amount of wealth, you can find a channel to the outside world by yourself? Ziming said in a daze. It seems that things seem like it's not that simple. His Royal Highness Caitlin must learn more about it in Harrisburg. I said, ask me Teresa or Caitlin. Caitlin corrected again, of course she said so. Of course the outside world is not that simple. If it is just like this, the outside world will not be so mysterious. With Mr. Ziming's current status, he still can't fully understand it. Caitlin said, actually, the outside world is the gathering place of the rich. This is true. But all the business tycoons who left their names on the rich list have also been to the outside world. This is no problem. After all, the identity of people has reached a certain height, and there are some secrets. It's always impossible to cover it. Caitlin said, her conversation turned and continued. But if you only walk around in the outside world and leave, you can still get the qualifications to stay in the outside world. These are the two essential differences. A. I believe your current identity to Ziming, certainly more than once heard the outside world, and I believed that we can bring up the status of necessarily reached a certain degree of business tycoon to you, or was a high-powered politicians. However, they only told you this name. They were silent about the specific conditions of the outside world or would find other reasons to prevaricate. Caitlin said with a sigh, they would say this, not deliberately fooling you, but they are just visitors from the outside world. They don't understand the real situation of the outside world, so naturally they can't tell you. Ziming's face became solemn, because Caitlin's words were all on the key points. Ziming recalled telling himself the news of the outside world. It was Tong Gang Li Cheng from Hong Kong City and Edward from Brighton. They were all in the local business and political circles. Unbelievable characters, but when talking about the outside world, they also care about him. Now it seems that they didn't deliberately sell them, but they really don't know. Thinking of this, Ziming let out a sigh of relief and asked, then, Your Royal Highness, what exactly is the outside world like? Can you tell me? Of course there is no problem. In fact, the outside world is simply summed up, a huge organization. This organization is very powerful, especially its wealth, which can be described as terror, and this organization also controls the entire world through its huge wealth. Caitlin thought for a while and said, on this year's rich list, the stock god Buffett and the banker Carlos are at the top. but in fact their wealth does not belong to them, or more vividly, it's just a butler used by the outside world to manage part of the wealth, a puppet that is placed in front of the stage for everyone to show off. Otherwise a person with a net worth of only a few billions would not be able to come up with tens of billions of funds. In fact, not only these so-called richest people, but also the big consortium families are the same. They are the stewards of the organization of the outside world. No matter how beautiful these families are, they can't change this fact. Caitlin asked suddenly. For example, Ziming, the struggle between the Tang family and the Aitli family that you only experienced, is actually a small game played by people in the outside world. Game? Ziming was very surprised, and there was a game in his mind. Terrible idea. Caitlin nodded. I know this statement may be difficult for you to accept, but it is the case. After all, they have the wealth of the world. They will be very boring. They will often provoke the competition between the two consortia until there is one defeated the other party. Sure enough, Ziming took a deep breath, and then laughed bitterly. This is where I have a lot of money to spend, so I buy 2 cups of soy milk, I drink a cup and pour a cup, buy 2 clothes, wear one and throw one at the same time, set up 2 companies and watch one destroy the other. Although I don't understand what you are talking about, it probably means that, Caitlin said. Ziming really doesn't know what kind of expression he should make at this time, because what he said is that on the internet of the future generations, a lot of people are fine and often ye will have money in the future, but that's ye, it's just that one company kills another, but now, the outside world is so bullish that it can provoke a consortium family to die with another consortium family. No wonder George, the patriarch of the Bigwood family, had no choice but to do it. He was indeed forced to do that. But, you know, it's the Tang family and the Great Wood family. They are the core families of their respective consortiums, and the resources they control are calculated in units of trillions. So that these 2 families can be so willing to obey orders and dare not resist at all. Then they must be able to move their fingers at will. The absolute overwhelming strength that caused the family's destruction. If they really have this kind of strength, it would not be too much to say that they can rule the entire world. Ziming said, just what kind of organization is this? The legendary Child Ross family? Caitlin shook her head. The 6th empire in the past. They once mastered the wealth of the world, yes, but for the outside world, they only mastered more wealth management power through their own abilities. It's just a steward of their sacred. This answer was expected by Ziming. Perhaps the Child Roth's family will be spread on the internet, but in fact, even at the same time, there can be at least 2 major families in Europe on an equal footing. The so-called 6th Reich may really have such a statement, but if it is not Child Ross's own boast, it is a very deviant title. Not to mention that with the 2 world wars, the Child Rose family lost a lot of wealth, and it is no longer the scene of the past. Even if this family transfers wealth during the war, even if it controls the Federal Reserve, it still cannot reach the point where its wealth spreads all over the world. And it can even be said to be far behind. So who else could it be if it wasn't for the Child Rose family? Ziming looked at Caitlin suspiciously, and Caitlin told Ziming to be at ease. Ziming, I think that since you don't know the outside world, it's better not to be too anxious. Just like your old Chinese saying. I think Ziming, you should still remember when your students asked me the same question. How did I answer them? You mean those who turned from the open to the dark, the European aristocrats who manipulate the whole world behind? Ziming asked. There is no good in rushing to know now. To get the answer to this question, you must start with a real understanding of the United States. Is that right? Caitlin smiling nodded. It seems, Ziming, you're very seriously listened to me. It makes me feel very happy, so I want to say, before the fact, I'm not saying those words to your students, that is, I said to you. Ziming stunned for a moment, then rushed to Caitlin. Ziming explained, I say that you do not upset, I can say is responsible. If not for you Ziming, I and they are difficult to intersect. What it's even more impossible to tell them everything. The reason I mentioned the United States, because the United States and the outside world in the form similar to some of them more. If they can first have a complete understanding of the form of the United States, as the next step is to understand the outside world will be relatively easy to many. This is a gradual process, Caitlin said. Caitlin, Highness finished yet? Ziming looked at Caitlin, asked. This time change. Caitlin shocked, because how she did not expect to finish after these words. Ziming actually is such a reaction, so she Leng nodded. I have been finished. Ziming, have you? What's the problem? Ziming said with a sigh. The problem is no problem, just a little conflict of ideas. Ziming went to Caitlin. I know, Caitlin, you are the heir Halfort. You are very clever, so that you will bring you a proud nobility. For example, just I mentioned my financial classmates when you are. Ziming, for example, is indeed engaged in the real starting course. You do not answer their questions, and there you will not have any intersection. But not so condescending, because they are not inferior to you. Ziming, I'm sorry, Caitlin said. Ziming immediately took Caitlin, then said to her, no, Caitlin, Highness, you do not need to apologize to me, because I know this is your innate habits. After all, you are born in Kazakhstan in Fort Andrews, you are accustomed to a life of superiority. And I am not saying this to criticize you. I just want to point out the difference in our concepts. To put it simply, we have the most fundamental difference in our attitude towards dealing with people and things. So when you say we get married, I think you should consider it more carefully. Ziming said, taking a look at the time, and then stood up. It's late now. Although my students in this villa have already cleaned up, I think you might have some of your own habits or arrangements. So I won't bother your time. I think we'd better go back and think about it. Regarding the outside world, he'll visit you again tomorrow. Ziming turned around and walked out the door after he finished speaking. When Ziming opened the door, Caitlin said to him, but I will not give up on what I decide. Chapter 409 of the 13th Princes? Leaving Caitlin's villa, Ziming sitting in his car. His mood is actually very complicated, because when Ziming told Christo that Caitlin was his wife, he did think that he could really get this woman. After all, she was too beautiful. That kind of arrogant temperament of aristocratic origin is also what every man wants to conquer. Only when Caitlin really said that she was going to be his wife, Ziming felt entangled again. In the final analysis, Ziming is not a born prostitute, and he now has sister Mu King He Ranran, and Suhan, who is still in China. Should we add Caitlin now? Ziming didn't want to be the horse that breeds everywhere. The more Ziming thought about it, the more headache he got. So he opened his mouth and asked the policeman who was by his side to protect himself at any time, do you think I should take Caitlin, this cheap wife? This smiled and said, you have to ask me this question. But I asked the wrong person. I'm the eldest man in the barracks. I haven't had any communication with other women except my wife. You don't have such a good Yanfu, Ziming. Where do I know? Ziming also laughed. Brother Jiang, you are wrong to say that. You forgot what I told you. In the future, on the battlefield in a barracks like yours, the invincible king of fighters who are proficient in fist and firearms is definitely a variety of dragon fighters. God's standard male protagonist. If you want to let go, you can also be a group of beautiful women, and now you just follow me as a personal bodyguard to surrender your ability. Shrugged. Is that true? But I don't seem to have seen this before. But I also think that if I don't train every day in the barracks, how can I be so good? I have to stay in the barracks every day and face it. They are all a group of big bosses. How can they understand women, let alone the beauty of the sky? I am afraid that seeing beautiful women is not even good at talking. This is basically a paradox that is self-contradictory. Literati who don't understand anything are just thinking about it. I don't think so. It's just that you didn't do it. Otherwise, with your cleverness, you will be able to find a way easily. Ziming said with a smile. This is the end of the topic of Ziming, and, in fact, Ziming's question too is not really to get an answer. Sometimes it is more important to find someone to talk to itself than to get the answer. And after talking with there, Ziming's heart was not so entangled. As for the next day, when Ziming came to Caitlin again, Ziming had already completely looked away. No matter what his final result was. How is it going? If Caitlyn insists on marrying herself, just marrying herself, will she still suffer? As for Lin Muking, Tang Ran, and Suhan, I will think of a solution at that time. Besides, Ziming doesn't think that she will have such great charm. A perfect girl like Caitlyn must marry herself. Maybe after what she said yesterday, she gave up on her own initiative. This was Ziming's thoughts. But when he saw Caitlyn, he understood that his thoughts were too naive. Ziming came to Caitlyn's villa, and from a distance he saw a fire rising from the courtyard. This was someone burning something, but after Ziming entered the villa, it was discovered that Caitlyn and her housekeeper were burning something. And it was the dress she wore yesterday that burned. His Royal Highness. What are you doing? Ziming asked curiously when he got out of the car. Of course I'm saying goodbye to my yesterday. Caitlyn stood up and told Ziming, I have already thought about it. Since I decided to be yours Ziming's wife, then I must learn to let go of the Harrisburg family identity, to learn and adapt to the identity of an Eastern wife. So the one who was burned to death over there was Caitlyn yesterday. She no longer exists. Caitlyn thought for a while and added, so now Ziming, don't call my highness anymore, because she doesn't exist anymore. Now in front of you is just an ordinary Caitlyn. After she said so, Ziming, it turned out that Caitlyn was wearing a very ordinary dress today, with her head cradled casually, and she looked no different from an ordinary girl, if it weren't for that beautiful face. However, from Caitlyn's actions, it is obvious that she did not give up. Instead, she decided to change herself because of Ziming's words yesterday. This made Ziming couldn't help but sigh. How could she be such a proud person? Princess Harrisburg let go of all her pride. Caitlyn saw what Ziming was thinking, and she blinked her eyes and said playfully, but I only did this to make myself more suitable for the East, not to really give up my identity. Make no mistake, after all, I have to take Ziming to the outside world. It would be very troublesome without the identity of the heir of the Harrisburg family. Ziming sighed and spread his hands. Well, since Caitlyn you said so, I can't justify rejecting you again. Let's try to get along first. When Ziming said this, Caitlyn jumped up happily, ran over in 2 steps and hugged Ziming's arm. Really? This is really great. I believe we will be the happiest couple in the world. Caitlyn was very happy, but Ziming was very troubled, because the fullness of Caitlyn's chest just rubbed against her arm. That amazing firmness and softness were deeply stimulating Ziming, and Ziming had been alone for such a long time, which made Ziming have to meditate in her heart. The great compassion curse was used to fight against desire. After all, it was a bit too embarrassing to have a reaction in front of a princess to create a tent, especially there was a middle-aged housekeeper who was staring at her beside her. After the two had breakfast together, Caitlyn brought Ziming to the Harvard University Library. Caitlyn said to Ziming, the Harvard University Library is the oldest library in the United States. And it is also the library with the richest collection of books and categories. The Quincy Pavilion that we are going to now is a dedicated history and law library. It has the richest collection of American history books. If you want to learn about the United States, this is the best place to go. Starting from understanding the United States, and then gradually understanding the real rules of the outside world and the entire world. This is Caitlyn's plan for Ziming. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Quincy branch of Harvard University. Compared with other libraries in Harvard, there were a lot fewer people in this relatively side or Quincy branch, but this was even more for Ziming and the others. Okay, most of Harvard University's libraries are scientific research libraries. For reasons such as safety and ensuring the reading environment, visitors are not accepted here. This is also the case for this Quincy branch. You must hold a special Harvard University certificate to be admitted. Because Ziming had gone to school at Harvard before, he specially issued a reading card. But what Ziming didn't expect was that Caitlyn also had a card. For this reason, Caitlyn explained to Ziming, I studied at Harvard in the past, so I also obtained a reading permit. After that, Caitlyn took Ziming to the historical data area and asked Ziming softly while looking for it, Do you know what is written in the preamble of the Constitution? Ziming shook his head. Although Ziming had read it, he hadn't memorized it carefully. Of course I don't know when I ask about it. We, the people of the United States, have established this Constitution for the establishment of a more perfect alliance, safeguarding domestic tranquility, providing common services, promoting public welfare, and enabling ourselves and future generations to enjoy freedom and happiness, Caitlin told us. Ziming, this is the preamble of the Constitution. Do you think there are any problems in it? This Constitution is more than 200 years old. After so many years of amendments, every word in the Constitution should have been discussed repeatedly. So there won't be any problems. Ziming answered without thinking. Caitlin nodded. It's true that it looks like this now. Then you come and take a look at this. Caitlin said that he took a book from the shelf and handed it to Ziming, and told him, the US Constitution is truly effective. The time is 13 years after the statutory founding of the country, and before this Constitution actually came into effect, there was actually another version of the Federal Constitution, which is in your hands. This is actually the original appearance of the Constitution. Ziming opened the book in hand. He immediately frowned. New Hampshire, Mary Queen of Delaware City, Georgetown. 13 states hereby establish this Constitution for the government and our future generations. Caitlin said to Ziming, some of these 13 names are still in use today but some are not. But it is undeniable that these 13 names are the original 13 states when the United States became independent. In simple terms, it is the original 13 original colonies. Caitlin, you are trying to say that 13 states, they actually have their own sovereign national laws and the army, just to independence. They only have to form an alliance with the United into a larger country? Ziming asked. Thing real is the case, Caitlin went on to say. Or that this 13 colonies by the state would not be appropriate, but will be more use of the word fief of some image, which is actually 13 states vassal state. Ziming nodded. The really states the term can be interpreted as a state and national, can also be understood as feudal fiefs. So Caitlin, you mean, originally called the American War of Independence, just 13 powerful vassal states unite for a war of division against their central government? You can say, but some conspiracy among history I do not want to discuss. I just want to tell you 3 sources of power vassal state. Caitlin to Ziming said, such as Fuji in Asia. This name is England. The name of Queen Elizabeth I can tell from which family the fief belongs to. And the name of Georgie comes from the King George who died on the toilet. Its reality is not only these states, including New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts and even where we are now, even though they are not named directly by the king's name, but if you go to find information in those states, most of them are beginning their king a fief given to a certain nobleman. Caitlin went on to say, it actually say it plainly. These are just big European princes. 6 Some family support in the North American agent fills, so when the 10 after 3 independent states, whenever different family of the president came to power, there would be a corresponding. It is the period when which country and family in Europe dominated the hegemony. For example, the first president was a French nobleman, and the Adams family has always regarded England as the suzerain country. In addition, the originally independent 13 states cannot be said to be a country, but can only be called a loose alliance, because each state has its own set of political systems and its own different laws. Territorial nobles are not willing to give up their territories. Therefore, I think that the first 13 states will be more like the form of alliance hegemony in the spring and autumn period of China. The president is the leader elected by all the nobles of the princes. Caitlin said. 8 Watching events, watching sexy car models, seeing schoolgirls, watching star photos. Please follow WeChat public account Beauty Island search mainvdow 123 and hold for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 410 is unexpected and unexpected. The answer. Pennsylvania was given to him by the King of England as a good friend bin, and the word Pennsylvania originally meant the woods of the bin, which is the fief of the Bin family. Chinese ... and North Carolina. The state is the territory that the king granted them to thank the 8 nobles who helped him ascend to the throne. In fact, the original word for Carolina was which means the land of Charles, and this Charles was later the prince at the time king. But compared to these, the most forgotten and misunderstood is probably New York. From the meaning of the word, it means New York, but this York was not originally a place name, but a person's name. The Duke of York, the younger brother of the King of England. It's just that when the king gave this land to his younger brother, it was still called New Amsterdam, and it was a Dutch territory, but after the Duke of York brought his fleet over, it stayed overnight. It was renamed New York, which is New York. Caitlin opened the book and explained to Ziming one by one. At this time, they were in the coffee shop outside the Quincy branch of the Harvard Library. After all, they needed absolute silence. Although they don't make noise in the library, Caitlin has to explain all the time and still have to talk. Therefore, in order to be less noticeable, they left the library to this coffee after taking the necessary books. Here comes the hall. Hearing Caitlin's words, Ziming couldn't help but nodded, faced with a completely unfamiliar land. When the central government does not have enough power to control it, infiefment is indeed a good way to infief the land in the name of reward. This not only provides rewards, but also kicks the threat to oneself out of the center, and can even be used as a means of war, such as sealing a territory that does not belong to oneself to another nobleman. Ziming then turned to the front, but the infiefment system also has an absolute drawback, that is, when the fiefdoms are displayed separately, the tail will not be able to fall, and even turn their guns to target the central government. The spring and autumn and warring states in China, even the independence of the 13 states, can well prove this. 1 point. So the so-called War of Independence is nothing more than a break between a group of feudal princes and the central government. Ziming finally asked, "Then you want to treat me? Is the United States a feudal country controlled by aristocracy?" According to his way of founding a country like this is certain. These nobles have shown the power of wealth. Therefore, these nobles have gradually transformed from simple feudal lords to consortium families. Through their plundering of the fief, they became a family, a capitalist. Caitlin. Ziming let out a sigh of relief. This is to be expected. After all, the revolutionary storm in Europe has told them that it is impossible to simply be like the past. The people are not slaves to be enslaved at will. Only change can be a way out. That's why, Caitlin, you have to understand the outside world. You must first understand the United States. It's because of the American exhibition process and the transformation of the feudal aristocrats in the middle. They are the epitome of everything, right? Caitlin smiled and nodded. Ziming asked at last. Said, "Then since the aristocracy in the United States is infiefed from England, what about the aristocracy in Europe? Whose infiefment is it? What kind of organization is behind it that controls everything? And who is the outside world? What about the real master?" Actually, with Ziming's wisdom, I think I already have an answer to this question. "Why do you want to ask me?" Caitlin asked rhetorically. Ziming was stunned for a moment. Indeed, after he learned that an organization could control the wealth of almost the entire world, he faintly thought of an answer, but this was a bit too exaggerated, and Ziming couldn't believe it. "According to you, Caitlin, is it really the Holy See?" Ziming, you are really smart. The answer is the Holy See. He is the hand that controls most of the world's wealth, enshrines all the nobles in Europe, and controls everything in the outside world, almost all consortium families, or Europe. In the eyes of the Church, these nobles are nothing more than stewards of their wealth management. Caitlin said to Ziming, "I admit that the influence of the Holy See is great. After all, there may be more than 1 billion believers in the world, but after all, they are just religions. Shouldn't they be so big?" Ziming asked very incomprehensibly. I know this may be difficult for you to understand, Ziming, because in China, there is no religion that can override imperial power. Religion must bow to power, but in the West, this is the case. I think Ziming should know, regardless of whether any king is enthroned, he must be crowned by the Church, otherwise his power will be incomplete, right? This is the power of the Holy See above the kingdom. Caitlin thought about it and said, as for the wealth of the Holy See, listen. Have you ever heard tithe tax? Ziming shook his head and said that he hadn't heard. Is this the tax that the Holy See levied outside the government? Caitlin nodded. The original Holy See was under the control of the Roman Emperor, but with the collapse of the Roman Empire, the Holy See gradually became independent and became a separate political power. In order to control its own territory, the Holy See began to levy tithes from all believers in accordance with the law that any tenth of any wealth in the Bible belongs to God. No one knows the time when the Holy See first levied tithes, but it has been 22 years since the kings baptized by the Pope began to support tithes this year. And the United Kingdom didn't officially start it until 55 years ago. Stop levying tithes dedicated to the church. Caitlin continued. In modern countries, although there is no such feudal law of tithes for a long time, other things such as church taxes, as well as internal tithes in the church, etc., still replaced the position of tithe. Although it is not as large as the past, it still shows his existence. And it is also a huge wealth that cannot be underestimated. In the end, Caitlin asked, I miss me so. With Ziming's wisdom, you can already understand why the organization that controls the outside world is a church, right? Hearing the number of 22, Ziming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of air, because it was really terrible. You must know that many banks rely on 6 to 7% of interest rates each year to make a bank's profit. Bo Yi can make the bank grow into a behemoth, so how can the church take away 0% of its wealth every year? In addition, more importantly, banks only use capital and investment to make profits, and they also have to bear the risk of investment failure or loan default. There is no guarantee that the interest will be 100% available, but the church is different. There is no risk in their tithing, and it is still an 1/10 of all wealth. Whether it is the wheat that grows from the land, the cattle and sheep raised in the backyard, and so on. To put it simply, the church has to take 1/10 of all the wealth that has grown in the church's jurisdiction. And it has been taken for more than 1,000 years. How huge is the accumulation of wealth over such a long period of time? This simple question Ziming it will still count. In addition to the tithes collected by the church, they also have a very important feature, that is, tax exemption. Simply put, as long as the church does business, no income is taxed. Caitlin continued, of course, the church has missions, and construction of churches and other expenses, but this is insignificant compared to the income he received. Therefore, for a period of time in Europe, almost all the land was under the control of the church. Ziming expressed his understanding. It's normal. In fact, this is a kind of land annexation. After the church has mastered the land and wealth, it began to control all European countries, right? Although at the beginning, the church was sitting on a huge we don't know how to use wealth and influence, but after several crusades, the church gradually found an entry point through the Florence Chamber of Commerce through funding the war. Caitlin, since then, the church has firmly grasped the whole through wealth. In Europe, all aristocrats, whether they are royal families or families like ours Habsburg, have the power to rule their fiefs only when they are recognized by the Holy See. Regardless of how powerful the kingdom of the country is, they must also pass the church. Only by being crowned can you truly be king. So, even though the fiefdom on the American side is separated by an Atlantic Ocean from Rome, the influence of the church has reached this side? Ziming asked. Since Ziming you asked, then I think you must have never heard of the Pope Meridian. Caitlin. Ziming nodded and said that he hadn't heard of it, so Caitlin told Ziming, this papal meridian was 500 years ago. Spain and Portugal broke out in war due to the ownership of the new territories in Africa. The Pope came forward to draw the papal meridian for them, dividing the Americas into two, Brazil to Spain in the west and Portugal in the east. After hearing Caitlin's words, Ziming smiled. This sounds ridiculous. Yes, but I think this is also because the military power of the two countries is actually in the hands of the Holy See, or the weapons of the two countries are provided by the Holy See, otherwise they have no reason to listen to an outsider and give up the occupation of the new territory. It is true, if you lose the funding from the Holy See, the two countries should not continue the war. I am afraid that they will not even have the ability to continue to find the new Big Six. After all, sailing requires a lot of cost. Caitlin, then return to the United States now. Ziming. You know that the Mayflower is known as the true beginning of the United States and the most famous ship for American immigrants. Do you know who is on this ship? Cult. Ziming did not hesitate, gives the answer. So this is easy to understand. Caitlin, it is undeniable that the first group of believers who came to the United States were Puritans who were persecuted by other sects in the country. But as the believers took root in the 13 states, the Holy See, the various factions and consortia also came to Xinda 6 one by one, and these Holy See delegations not only had missionaries, but also brought the wealth of the Holy See. The Puritans who first immigrated to Xinda 6 were all because they lived in the country. They choose to immigrate only if they don't go down, so they are all very poor. At first, they came to Xinda 6 with these believers, and the richest church is the church. Caitlin pointed to the church building not far away, just like this Harvard University with the longest history. He was originally a school set up by the church to train clergy and missionaries, and apart from Harvard, the other universities that were first opened in this land were all universities under the name of the Holy See. After all, other immigrants were very poor at that time, and the only ones who could come up with the money were the church. After being in school, the church set up many companies according to their respective factions. They seized Indians as slaves to mine for them, plant cocoa and sugar cane, and produce all goods for them that could be sold to Europe in exchange for wealth. In the end, the Holy See, the company, also gradually formed a consortium. Caitlin finally said, in fact, it is not only in the United States, but also in the East. The Qing Rebellion also has the shadow of the church. The first investment was made by the Jesuits. They first loaned Hong Xiuquan to him. There were funds for instigating activities, and then selling weapons to him to help him in the uprising. But in the end, when Hong Xiuquan decided to take the capital, and the Jesuits asked to receive payment to divide the world, Hong Xiuquan refused, which finally led to the failure of the entire uprising. Chapter 411. The ignorant is fearless? Ziming leaned on his chair and let out a sigh of relief. I can't help but say that what Caitlin said is too exaggerated. Almost all the wealth of the world is in the hands of the Holy See. In the hands, but at the same time thinking can do this. It seems that only the Holy See is left. However, it is one thing to think of, but it is another thing to really prove it. After all, even in Ziming's previous life, there are speculations on the internet about who is in control of the world's greatest wealth. Some people have listed many families, and some people have listed them. After the consortium, some people speculated that it was the Childross family or all the Jewish people, but no one had ever mentioned the Holy See. The reason is very simple. Because the two words of the Holy See have never been linked to business in the concept of Chinese people. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, the church is just a group of priests and missionaries. Do they know how to do business? This kind of thinking is not to look down on the church, but a kind of habitual thinking. Just as some people think that businessmen should completely do business. When it comes to politics or something, it is not doing business properly, but in fact, any business cannot be separated from politics. The simplest truth is that no matter which country, stocks must know the direction of national politics and the habits and preferences of the government's mind, because any policy change can change the direction of the market. Only participation in politics is the first time to understand the future direction of politics can capture the pulse of the market most accurately. This is why most fund companies have official advisors. The so-called idea that commerce is commerce and politics is undoubtedly naive. The same is true of the Holy See. Perhaps the church's funds were used purely for missions at first. But once more and more money became available, the church would do. Think of buying land, hoarding food, investing in underground banks, or selling weapons and equipment to fund military warfare. Aren't these all business people doing? As far as the church is concerned, the money in his hands is not his own, and there is no tax to do any business. So why don't you want to do business? Or in terms of the most fundamental organizational form of the church, they are actually the largest financial fraud organization, that is, pyramid schemes. The basic feature of MLM is that it keeps going offline. Layers from the offline supply to the higher level. So does the church. The believers at the lowest level need to pay membership fees or tithes to the church, and then layer by layer for the last to arrive. From the Pope, seeking inner peace. Isn't it a pyramid scheme? In other words, many cults do the same. Just because they have failed, they have become cults, and those who have succeeded have become religions. An organization continuously uses MLM to accumulate funds, reinvests in land, wars and power, and finally masters almost the world's wealth. This sounds okay. It's only the name of the church that makes Ziming feel weird. Of course, if the Holy See can be replaced by a Roman consortium, or the God Group of Jesus Corporation, I'm afraid it will be easier for people to understand. Ziming thought this in his heart, and then asked Caitlin, "Then you say that you are the key to the outside world. This means that you were once a core member recognized by the Holy See, or can you be called a shareholder? If the Holy See is regarded as a company, this is a very strange analogy, but I'm sorry, even in the most prosperous Halumaya's family, we still do not have this qualification." Caitlin said, "If I had to describe the company, we are more like the Holy See, a subsidiary of the holding company, or a powerful department, because all the shares of the Holy See are in the hands of the Grand Guild." The Grand Guild? I seem to be a bit jealous of this. I have read a book of fantasy weapons before, and it mentioned it. This big guild, but this seems to be the Conference of Bishops of the World, right? Ziming recalled. That's an external statement, and what you said is right or wrong. In fact, this is the board of directors and shareholders meeting within the Holy See. Caitlin explained, because all the wealth of the Holy See is in the hands of the internal 13 sects, and all the bishops who are eligible to participate in the Great Sanhedrin are also selected from these 13 denominations, so he is the World Conference of Bishops, but this bishop does not belong to the 13 denominations, and he is also not eligible to participate in the Sanhedrin. Kate, when Lin said this, she glanced at Ziming. For example, if your Chinese diocese did not pass the Holy See, the bishops appointed directly by your government did not participate in this great guild. Ziming nodded and said that was the case. Caitlin continued, generally speaking, families who are eligible to stay in the outside world are recognized by the Holy See. In the past, the Holy See used 26 Roman letters, or English letters, to express it. Ziming suddenly realized, it turns out that this is the origin of the letter F in your name, right? Yes, the Holy See uses this method like branding livestock, and puts their mark on every family. Caitlin gritted her teeth and said, then, it seemed that such a way was a great insult to her, but then she smiled bitterly again, her tone full of sadness and loneliness, but also because of the absolute power of the Holy See. No matter how depraved our families are, but as long as the letter mark in the surname is not deprived by the Holy See, no force would dare to act rashly. Hearing this, Ziming understood why he always said the fall of the Harrisburg family, and even the identity of Caitlin had to live there. In other people's castles, they are as strong as the Adams family, but they have never dared to make trouble even if they forced someone this time. As long as they have a valid reason, they can't let it go no matter if they are reluctant. It all stems from the coronation of the Holy See. However, theft of the Holy See not only gave them power and wealth, but also made them lose themselves, become a vassal of the Holy See, and become an external agent of the Holy See. Or in Caitlin's words, they have become captive animals marked by the Holy See. Thinking of this, Ziming nodded, I understand. If you want to be a member of the outside world, you must get the letter mark in your surname, and the easiest way is to marry these letter families, right? Although I don't want to admit it, This is the best way. Caitlin sighed. Then what if you kill a let a family say die? Ziming asked again. Caitlin, who had been downcast, suddenly raised her head when she heard Ziming's question, and said in an incredible way, did you know? In the 1,000 years under the control of the Holy See, except for a family that died because of the extinction of children, apart from recertifying another family by the Holy See, no one has ever done what Sadie did, because these families represent the face of the Holy See, and the Holy See will not allow such a thing to happen. Caitlin said, suddenly turning here. He said, but if you really want to do this, Ziming, then I will support you unconditionally. Caitlin's words made Ziming a little surprised. Ziming didn't understand why she, as a Western aristocrat, hated the Holy See so much. With the rules of the Holy See, I want to come to have something to do with that mark. Ziming thought about this and then said, that's fine. Actually, I am not very interested in Sadie's affairs. If you are willing to marry me, Caitlin, I can get the outside world directly from you. Qualification, why bother? Secondly, even if I succeeded, I would just become a new agent of the church. I have no such boring interest. Ziming leaned back on the chair and said casually, so, I will go to the outside world, but just take a walk and take a look. It's all about traveling, just like other unqualified rich people. Caitlin looked at Ziming with complicated eyes. I don't understand what you think. Do you know that it's the qualifications of the outside world? How many families are desperate to think about it? The reason why I went to the Adams family is because the Adams family wanted to get it through Harrisburg. This qualification. Do they want you to marry someone in the Adams family? Ziming frowned and asked in a very bad tone. Are you angry? Caitlin asked suddenly. This sudden question made Ziming stunned. Ziming didn't expect Caitlin to ask this suddenly. Then Caitlin said happily, it seems that you still care about me. Maybe you just don't know it in your heart. Otherwise you won't get angry immediately after hearing that I might marry another man. Only then did Ziming realize that feelings are all about this. It seems that the key point that women care about is really very different from that of men. It's just that he did seem to be a little angry just now. Does he really care that much? But Ziming, you can rest assured that the Adams family did think so, but I did not agree. Perhaps the young master of the Adams family did not have this idea. Their goal was another female heir of the Harrisburg family, Caitlin explained. Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, you don't need to explain it to me in such detail. Caitlin explained with a smile. Isn't this worried that my husband will misunderstand me? This is considered to be given to me by this beautiful princess, who is so wise and near demon. Are you molested? Ziming thought helplessly. He waved his hand and then said, okay, let me talk about my ideas. I have no interest in replacing these Vatican proxy families, but if I were to break the rules of the outside world, I am taking the place of the Holy See, I am very interested. Are you crazy? Caitlin said incredulously. I know you have ambitions, but you don't know how terrifying the wealth of the Holy See is at all. What kind of behemoth is that? The Prince and General Xiangning has a kindness. This is a sentence we Chinese people shouted more than 2,000 years ago. Because for us, there has never been anything impossible to overthrow. In the dynasty, there are only people who refuse to work hard, even if it is the Holy See. Ziming said, do you know Caitlin? Before I went to Hong Kong to earn the first pot of gold, everyone said that was impossible, because I don't understand the finance of the capitalist world at all. When I went to the former Soviet Union to participate in the Dota project, everyone thought it was impossible for me, because it was a financial war in the United States, and it was impossible to allow me as an outsider to participate. But the result what? I seem to have succeeded. Then I just turned the object into the Holy See. Why is it not working anymore? Ziming asked. See, Caitlin would like to say. Finally Ziming said, His Royal Highness Caitlin, or you can understand what I now call this behavior Mosism it, because I do not know, so I'm not afraid of him. 410th The second chapter President is coming? Bow. Thanks to the support of the 3 monthly tickets of Guardian of this station, Ziming and Caitlin left Harvard University after talking about the outside world and the Holy See. They are sitting on the same car left, but they didn't speak anymore along the way. Obviously, they all needed some time to digest the matter just now. Caitlin 4. Childhood. Because of her knowledge of environmental and concepts, the Holy See, she was crazy about Mingzu's idea of replacing the Holy See, and compared to Caitlin, Mingzu had to digest news, but of the news of the European aristocrats and the American style has already surprised Ziming, not to mention that these aristocrats are just agents on the table of the church. This completely subverts the previous concept. In this way, the two of them were speechless all the way to Caitlin's villa. Ziming said to her. Caitlin nodded. The housekeeper of the Harrisburg family outside quickly came over to open the car door for Caitlin. Caitlin was about to step out of the car door, but suddenly turned around and said to Ziming, "No matter what your final decision is, no matter how crazy the decision is, as your wife, I will accompany you to the end." These words made Ziming a little helpless, because he hadn't nodded and said that he wanted to marry her. How could she have thought that she had identified herself as a husband? There was no room for discussion, so I just called it out. So I was going to be strengthened by an aristocratic princess? Shaking his head, Ziming told herself not to think about it. Caitlin got out of the car after leaving such a sentence. Ziming asked the police to drive, but suddenly received a call from Cheng Jun, the consul general in New York. On the phone, Cheng Jun did not. In other words, I just told Ziming that he has very important things now, and that Ziming rushed to Hebron Villa immediately. This request made Ziming feel very strange. Just as Ziming hesitated, Ziming's cell phone rang again. After Ziming connected, he heard an incredible voice. "Hello, are you Comrade Ziming? It's Yang Dingo." Ziming was very surprised, because he never thought that the top leader of China would actually call himself. Ziming also understood that this meant something serious, so Ziming said solemnly, "Old Yang, hello, this is Ziming. You called me in person, don't you know what the order is? But I need to ask you first, did Comrade Cheng Jun call you just now and ask you to meet?" Yang Dingo asked very directly. Ziming nodded and replied, "Yes, Mr. Yang, Consul General Cheng Jun did call me just now, and he asked me to rush to Hebron Villa now." "Why are there important people and important things to say?" "Very important." Yang Dingo stressed, then he added, "The reason I give you this phone, is worried that you would not have trust. After all, this thing is too sudden. If I did not know much about Gay Cheng Jun, I would also be very skeptical of this matter. Since Mr. Yang, you have said so, even if this Hebron Villa is really a dragon pond and tiger's lair, I must go and break into it." Ziming said, "You guy, it's like I'm going to push you into the fire pit." Yang Dingo scolded with a smile. Yang Dingo then hung up the phone. After all, it was late at night in China based on time. As a national leader, Yang Dingo needed to ensure enough rest. Therefore, Ziming understood that he could call himself this phone to prove the matter. It's important. So Ziming asked the police to go to the Hebron Villa after hanging up the phone. The Hebron Villa is located at the mouth of the Charles River. It is a standard wealthy area. It is even equipped with 2 helicopter landing pads. According to the house number given by Cheng Jun, drove directly over, but suddenly stopped, then turned around and asked Ziming, "I feel something is wrong around here. It seems that the whole street is under surveillance, so are you sure we have to move on?" "What's wrong is the biggest thing." "No problem. It's obviously not that simple to let old Yang call from China in the middle of the night, so go ahead. Mr. Yang will not harm me," Ziming said. After obtaining Ziming's permission, the police continued to move forward with confidence, but he also secretly became vigilant. If there was a danger, he at least made sure that he could take Ziming away safely. Finally arrived at the agreed place, the police drove the car into the villa, and when Ziming got out of the car, a man in a black suit and frosty face came over and checked with the instrument. This kind of battle was when Ziming went through the plane security check. I've seen it before, and it doesn't matter now. It seemed that the outside situation alarmed the inside of the villa. Soon the door of the villa opened and the Consul General Cheng Jun walked out. "We welcome Comrade Ziming very much." With Cheng Jun's words, the bodyguards who inspected all withdrew. Ziming smiled and asked him, "Consul Cheng, what the hell are you calling me here so anxiously?" Even the domestic elder Yang was alarmed, and I was shocked when I received a call from his old man. "Jump." Cheng Jun also said with a wry smile, "In fact, I don't want to be like this, but sometimes things happen so suddenly, I can't help it. As for what it is, as long as you enter the villa, I will know." "I can't tell." "So mysterious. Don't be the President of the United States here." Ziming smiled. Facing Ziming's joke, Cheng Jun suddenly grinned and revealed a very profound smile, which surprised Ziming. Then, when Ziming followed Cheng Jun into the villa, Ziming understood Cheng Jun. What did the smile just now mean? Because I really got the point when I met a dead mouse. And it was really the President of the United States who came here to find himself. The current US President is still Walsh, so Ziming can recognize it at a glance. He is almost exactly the same as the son who overthrew the Sam regime. Ziming is now in the United States and he doesn't pay much attention to the news. "Can you not know the President?" Seeing Ziming coming in, President Walsh stood up immediately, and there was a Chinese with him. Cheng Jun introduced Ziming to Ziming when he was outside the door. It was Han Zhen, the ambassador to the United States. Ambassador Han Zhen came over to greet Ziming first, and then introduced President Walsh to Ziming. Ziming took the initiative to shake hands with President Walsh. "I am very happy to see Mr. President with my own eyes. The meeting came so soon." "It's true. I remember the last time our contact was in Iraq. I told you, Ziming, at that time, I would really like to talk to you face to face when I have the opportunity. But maybe even I myself didn't expect this day to come so suddenly." Walsh asked Ziming to sit down while talking. He first glanced at Ambassador Han Zhen. Of course Han Zhen understood what he meant. Said, "The President today is to meet you and Comrade Ziming, I and Cheng Jun comrades only as a witness, as well as responsible attitude on both sides. So you can say you do, then we will this confidential." These words it's official, but Walsh still smiled and thanked Ziming, and then said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, I know you picked up Miss Caitlin from the Adams family's Bshan Manor a few days ago, right?" Ziming raised his eyebrows, but he was actually not surprised by Walsh's question, because before that he had thought that Walsh's purpose of finding himself would be related to Caitlin. Ziming nodded and replied, "I do." Caitlin was picked up, and in the name of her boyfriend, but she did not object, and she is now living in the villa arranged by me. Walsh shook his head. "I didn't mean that Mr. Ziming is like you." "What's wrong with it?" Walsh hesitated at this point, and then asked, "I know you went to the Harvard Library today. Did she tell you about the outside world?" "Not only it's the outside world, including the history of the American and European aristocrats and some connections," Ziming replied. "This is really an unexpected gain." Walsh laughed at himself. "But since Mr. Ziming already knows it, it's easy." "I want to ask Mr. Ziming, do you plan to go to the outside world?" Ziming said, nodding seriously. Walsh asked again after getting the answer, "Then the next question is very important. Does Mr. Ziming plan to stay in the outside world by marrying Miss Caitlin?" "I know Mr. Ziming, you understand what I mean." Ziming smiled. "Of course I can understand." "Then my answer is that I may stay in the outside world, and I may also marry Caitlin as my wife, but there will be no interest connection between the two." "I understand, but I want to say is, I do not doubt Mr. Ziming's character, but I support Mr. Ziming can stay in the outside world," Walsh said. These words of Walsh confused Ziming. "I'm sorry, Mr. President, I think you may be able to say more in detail. Walsh said to this again, since Mr. Ziming has already learned from Miss Caitlin that you know the history of the United States, then you should know what the American people have been fighting against. We very much hope to get rid of the organization of the outside world from the control of the lifeline of the country. Not only that, those guys also conceal their own property, and disguised their huge wealth as charitable activities to evade inspections by the tax authorities. I am not exaggerating to say that the taxes they evade through their own privileges are at least hundreds of billions of dollars each year. Ursh clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, obviously disgusting the church's behavior. In fact, Ziming knows that wealthy Americans transfer assets through charity. After all, under the leadership of the church, charity does not require taxation. No matter how large the amount, as long as it is used for charity, no tax is required. Therefore, many people donate their wealth to charity, but this is only in name. In fact, as long as through a series of operations of so-called charity, they can return to their own hands almost intact. In the United States, almost all philanthropy channels are controlled by the church. In other words, no matter if any wealthy person wants to evade taxes through this method, he must go through the church, so it occupies such a source, and the church can take captives from it. The wealth must be an astronomical figure. And this is not just a matter of wealth, but more importantly, the church has firmly controlled all the rich through this method, and finally, through these resources, firmly grasps the United States in its hands. Thinking of this, Ziming said, I feel a pity for these situations, but I am also helpless. Walsh shook his head this time, so I think at least during my tenure, I can and Ziming Mr. reached a small agreement.